some idea of the process by which the second race was formed from the first. The astral form clothing the monad was surrounded, as it still is, by its egg-shaped sphere of aura, which here corresponds to the substance of the germ cell or ovum. The astral form itself is the nucleus, now as then instinct with the principle of life. When the season of reproduction arrives, the sub-astral extrudes a miniature of itself from the egg of surrounding aura. This germ grows and feeds on the aura till it becomes fully developed, when it gradually separates from its parent, carrying with it its own sphere of aura, just as we see living cells reproducing their like by growth and subsequent division into two. The analogy with the polar cells would seem to hold good, since their death would now correspond to the change introduced by the separation of the sexes, when gestation in utero, that is, within the cell, became the rule. The early second root race were the fathers of the sweat-born. The later second root race were sweat-born themselves. This passage from the commentary refers to the work of evolution from the beginning of a race to its close. The sons of Yoga, or the primitive astral race, had 7 stages of evolution racially or collectively, as every individual being in it had and has now. It is not Shakespeare only who divided the ages of man into a series of 7, but nature herself. Thus the first sub-races of the second race were born at first by the process described on the law of analogy, while the last began gradually, pari passu, with the evolution of the human body, to be formed otherwise. The process of reproduction had 7 stages also in each race, each covering aeons of time. What physiologist or biologist could tell whether the present mode of generation, with all its phases of gestation, is older than 500,000, but most 1 million of years, since their cycle of observation began hardly half a century ago? Primeval human hermaphrodites are a fact in nature well known to the ancients, and form one of Darwin's greatest perplexities. Yet there is certainly no impossibility, but on the contrary a great probability, that hermaphroditism existed in the evolution of the early races, while on the grounds of analogy, and on that of the existence of one universal law in physical evolution, acting indifferently in the construction of plant, animal, and man, it must be so. The mistaken theories of monogenesis, and the descent of man from the mammals instead of the reverse, are fatal to the completeness of evolution as taught in modern schools on Darwinian lines, and they will have to be abandoned in view of the insuperable difficulties which they encounter. Occult tradition, if the terms science and knowledge are denied in this particular to antiquity, can alone reconcile the inconsistencies and fill the gap. If thou wilt know the invisible, open thine eye wide on the visible, says a Talmudic axiom. In The Descent of Man, 2nd edition, page 161, occurs the following passage, which shows how near Darwin came to the acceptance of this ancient teaching. It has been known that in the veritable kingdom one sex bears rudiments of various accessory parts appertaining to the reproductive system, which properly belong to the opposite sex. Some remote progenitor of the whole vertebrate kingdom appears to have been hermaphrodite or androgynous. Note, and why not all the progenitive first races, human as well as animal, and why one remote progenitor? ? End of note. But here we encounter a singular difficulty. In the mammalian class, the males possess rudiments of a uterus with the adjacent passages in the vesiculae prostaticae. They bear also rudiments of mammae, and some male marsupials have traces of the marsupial sac. Other analogous facts could be added. Are we then to suppose that some extremely ancient mammal continued androgynous after it had acquired the chief distinctions of its class, and therefore after it had diverged from the lower classes of the vertebrate kingdom? This seems very improbable, for we have to look to fishes, the lowest of all the classes, to find any still existing androgynous forms. Note then, this seems very improbable. Obviously so on the lines of evolutionism, which traces the mammalia to some amphibian ancestor. End of note. Mr. Darwin is evidently strongly disinclined to adopt the hypothesis which the facts so forcibly suggest, meaning that the primeval androgynous stem from which the mammalia sprang. His explanation runs: the fact that various accessory organs proper to each sex are found in a rudimentary condition in the opposite sex may be explained by such organs having been gradually acquired by the one sex and then transmitted in a more or less imperfect condition to the other. He instances the case of spurs, plumes, and brilliant colors acquired for battle or for ornament by male birds, and only partially inherited by their female descendants. In the problem to be dealt with, however, the need of a more satisfactory explanation is evident, the facts being of so much more prominent and important a character than the mere superficial details with which they are compared by Darwin. Why not candidly admit the argument in favor of the hermaphroditism which characterizes the old fauna? Occultism proposes a solution which embraces the facts in a most comprehensive and simple manner. These relics of a prior androgyne stock must be placed in the same category as the pineal gland and other organs as mysterious, which afford us silent testimony as to the reality of functions which have long since become atrophied in the course of animal and human progress, but which once played a signal part in the general economy of primeval life. The occult doctrine, anyhow, can be advantageously compared with that of the most liberal men of science who have theorized upon the origin of the first man. Long before Darwin, Nordin, who gave the name of blasphemy to that which the Darwinists call protoplasm, put forward a theory half occult and half scientifico-materialistic. He made Adam the asexual spring suddenly from the clay, as it is called in the Bible, the blasphemer of science. It is from this larval form of mankind that the evolutive force effected the completion of species. For the accomplishment of this great phenomenon, Adam had to pass through a phase of immobility and unconsciousness, very analogous to the nymphal state of animals undergoing metamorphosis, explains Nordin. For the eminent botanist, Adam was not one man, however, but mankind, which remained concealed within a temporary organism, distinct from all others, and never contracting alliance with any of these. He shows the differentiation of sexes accomplished by a process of germination similar to that of Medusae and Ascidians. Mankind, thus constituted physiologically, would retain a sufficient evolutive force for the rapid production of the various great human races. Yekaterinoslav criticizes this position in the human species. It is unscientific, he says, or, properly speaking, Nordin's ideas do not form a scientific theory, inasmuch as primordial blasphemy is connected in his theory with the first cause, which is credited with having made potentially in their blasphemy all past, present, and future beings, and thus of having in reality created these beings en masse. Moreover, Nordin does not even consider the secondary causes, or their action in this evolution of the organic world. Science, which is only occupied with secondary causes, has thus nothing to say to the theory of Nordin, page 125. Nor will it have any more to say to the occult teachings, which are to some extent approached by Nordin. For if we but see in his primordial blasphemy the giancochanic essence, the chaya or double of the pt5, which contains within itself the potentiality of all forms, we are quite in accord. But there are two real and vital differences between our teachings. Nordin declares that evolution has progressed by sudden leaps and bounds instead of extending slowly over millions of years, and his primordial blasphemy is endowed only with blind instincts, a kind of unconscious first cause in the manifested cosmos, which is an absurdity. Whereas it is our giancochanic essence, the causality of the primal cause which creates physical man, which is the living, active and potential matter, pregnant per se with that animal consciousness of a superior kind, such as is found in the ant and the beaver, which produces the long series of physiological differentiations. Apart from this, his ancient and general process of creation from proto-organisms is as occult as any theory of Paracelsus or Kunrath could be. Moreover, the Kabbalistic works are full of the proof of this. The Zohar, for instance, says that every type in the visible has its prototype in the invisible universe. All that which is in the lower, our world, is found in the upper. The lower and the upper act and react upon each other. Zohar 186. Read Infra Part 2. Esoteric tenets corroborated in every scripture. Verse 20. Their fathers were the self-born, the chaya from the brilliant bodies of the lords, the fathers, the sons of twilight. The quote, shadows, unquote, or chayas, are called the sons of the self-born, as the latter name is applied to all the gods and beings born through the will, whether of deity or adept. The homunculi of Paracelsus would perhaps be also given this name, though the latter process is on a far more material plane. The name Sons of Twilight shows that the self-born progenitors of our doctrine are identical with the pt5 of the Brahmanical system, as the title is a reference to their mode of birth, these pt5 being stated to have issued from Brahma's body of twilight. See the Puranas. Next, The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 5 continued, verse 21. When the race became old, the old waters mixed with the fresher waters. The old primitive race merged in the second race and became one with it. Verse 21 continued. When the drops became turbid, they vanished and disappeared in the new stream, in the hot stream of life. The outer of the first became the inner of the second. This is the mysterious process of transformation and evolution of mankind. The material of the first forms, shadowy, ethereal, and negative, was drawn or absorbed into, and thus became the complement of the forms of the second race. The commentary explains this by saying that, as the first race was simply composed of the astral shadows of the creative progenitors, having of course neither astral nor physical bodies of their own, this race never died. Its, quote, men, unquote, melted gradually away, becoming absorbed in the bodies of their own sweat-born progeny, more solid than their own. The old form vanished and was absorbed by, disappeared in the new form, more human and physical. There was no death in those days of a period more blissful than the Golden Age, but the first or parent material was used for the formation of the new being, to form the body and even the inner or lower principles or bodies of the progeny. Verse 21 continued. The old wing became the shadow, and the shadow of the wing. When the shadow retires, that is, when the astral body becomes covered with more solid flesh, man develops a physical body. The wing, or ethereal form that produced its shadow and image, became the shadow of the astral body and its progeny. The expression is queer, but original. As there may be no occasion to refer to this mystery later, it is as well to point out at once the dual meaning contained in the Greek myth bearing upon this particular phase of evolution. It is found in the several variants of the allegory of Leda and her two sons Castor and Pollux, which variants have each a special meaning. Thus in Book 11 of the Odyssey, Leda is spoken of as the spouse of Tyndarus, who gave birth by her husband two sons of valiant heart, Castor and Pollux. Jupiter endows them with a marvelous gift and privilege. They are semi-immortal. They live and die each in turn and every alternate day, eterneroi. Note, see Odyssey 11, 298-305, and the Iliad 3, 243. End of note. As the Tyndaridae, the twin brothers are an astronomical symbol and stand for day and night. Their two wives, Phoebe and Hylasira, the daughters of Apollo, or the sun, personifying the dawn and the twilight. Note, see Jean Cypriac, Ovid Fast, etc. See Deschamps' Mythologie de la Grèce Antique. End of note. Again, in the allegory where Zeus is shown as the father of the two heroes, born from the egg to which Leda gives birth, the myth is entirely theogonical. It relates to that group of cosmic allegories in which the world is described as born from an egg, for Leda assumes in it the shape of a white swan when uniting herself to the divine swan. Note, see Brahma Kalahamsa in Book 1, stanza 3, page 78. End of note. Leda is the mythical bird, then, to which, in the tradition of various peoples of the Aryan race, are attributed various ornithological forms of birds which all lay golden eggs. Note, see Descartes' Mythologie, page 652. End of note. In the Kalevala, the epic poem of Finland, the beauteous daughter of the ether, the water mother, creates the world in conjunction with a duck, another form of the swan or goose, Kalahansa, who lays 6 golden eggs and the 7th an egg of iron in her lap. But the variant of the lead allegory, which has a direct reference to mystic man, is found in Pindar only, with a slight reference to it in the Homeric hymns. Castor and Pollux are in it no longer the Dioscurio of Apollodorus 3:10:7, but became the highly significant symbol of the dual man, the mortal and the immortal. Not only this, but as will now be seen, they are also the symbol of the third race and its transformation from the animal man into a god-man with only an animal body. Pindar shows Leda uniting herself in the same night to her husband and also to the father of the gods, Zeus. Thus Castor is the son of the mortal, Pollux the progeny of the immortal. In the allegory made up for the occasion, it is said that in a riot of vengeance against the Apherides, Pollux kills Lynceus, of all mortals he whose sight is the most penetrating. But Castor is wounded by Idas, he who sees and knows. Zeus puts an end to the fight by hurling his thunderbolt and killing the last 2 combatants. Pollux finds his brother dying. Note, Castor's tomb was shown in Sparta in days of old, says Pausanias 3:13:1. And Plutarch says that he was called at Argos, the demi-mortal or demi-hero. Mysargagetas. See Plutarch, Questions Graeci 23, end of note. In his despair he calls upon Zeus to slay him also. Thou canst not die altogether, answers the masters of the gods. Thou art of a divine race, but he gives him the choice. Pollux will either remain immortal, living eternally in Olympus, or, if he would share his brother's fate in all things, he must pass half his existence underground, and the other half in the golden heavenly abodes. This semi-immortality, which is also to be shared by Castor, is accepted by Pollux, and thus the twin brothers live alternately, one during the day and the other during the night. Is this a poetical fiction only? An allegory, one of those solar myth interpretations, higher than which no modern Orientalist seems able to soar? Indeed, it is much more. Here we have an allusion to the egg-born third race, the first half of which is mortal, that is, unconscious in its personality and having nothing within himself to survive, and the latter half of which becomes immortal in its individuality by reason of its 5th principle being called to life by the informing gods, and thus connecting the monad with this earth. Note, the monad is impersonal and a god per se, albeit unconscious on this plane, for divorced from its 3rd, often called 5th principle, manas, which is the horizontal line of the first manifested triangle trinity, it can have no consciousness or perception of things on this earthly plane. The highest sees through the eye of the lowest in the manifested world. Purusha, spirit, remains blind without the help of prakriti, matter, in the material spheres, and so does Atma Buddhi without manas. End of note. This is Pollux, while Castor represents the personal mortal man, an animal of not even a superior kind, when unlinked from the divine individuality. Twins truly, yet divorced by death forever, unless Pollux moved by the voice of twinship, bestows on his less favoured mortal brother a share of his own divine nature, thus associating him with his own immortality. Such is the occult meaning of the metaphysical aspect of the allegory. The widely spread modern interpretation of it, so celebrated in antiquity, Plutarch tells us, as a symbolical of brotherly devotion, namely, that it was an image borrowed from the spectacle of nature, is weak and inadequate to explain the secret meaning. Besides the fact that the moon with the Greeks was feminine in exoteric mythology and can therefore hardly be regarded as Castor, and at the same time be identified with Diana, ancient symbologists who held the sun, the king of all sidereal orbs, as the visible image of the highest deity, would not have personified it by Pollux, a demigod only. Note: this strange idea and interpretation are accepted by Descartes in his Mythologie de la Grèce antique. Castor and Pollux, he says, are nothing but the sun and moon, conceived as twins, he says. The sun, the immortal and powerful being that disappears every evening from the horizon and descends under the earth, as though he would make room for the fraternal orb which comes to life with night, is Pollux, who sacrifices himself for Castor. Castor, who, inferior to his brother, owes to him his immortality, for the moon, says Theophrastus, is only another but feebler sun. Unquote from De Ventis 17. See Descartes, page 655. End of note. If from Greek mythology we pass to the Mosaic allegories and symbolism, we shall find a still more striking corroboration of the same tenet under another form. Unable to trace in Genesis the egg-born, we shall still find there unmistakably the androgynes and the first three races of the secret doctrine hidden under most ingenious symbology in the first 4 chapters of Genesis. The divine hermaphrodite. An impenetrable veil of secrecy was thrown over the occult and religious mysteries taught, after the submersion of the last remnant of the Atlantean race some 12,000 years ago, lest they should be shared by the unworthy and so desecrated. Of these sciences, several have now become exoteric, such as astronomy, for instance, in its purely mathematical and physical aspect. Hence their dogmas and tenets, being all symbolized and left to the sole guardianship of parable and allegory, have been forgotten, and their meaning has become perverted. Nevertheless, one finds the hermaphrodites in the scriptures and traditions of almost every nation, and why such unanimous agreement if the statement is only a fiction? It is this secrecy which led the fifth race to the establishment, or rather the re-establishment of the religious mysteries, in which ancient truths might be taught to the coming generations under the veil of allegory and symbolism. Behold the imperishable witness to the evolution of the human races from the divine, and especially from the androgynous race, the Egyptian Sphinx, that riddle of the ages. Divine wisdom incarnating on earth and forced to taste of the bitter fruit of personal experience of pain and suffering, generated under the shade of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, a secret first known only to the Elohim, the self-initiated higher gods on earth only. Note: see Book of Enoch. In the Book of Enoch we have Adam, the first divine androgyne, separating into man and woman and becoming Yah, Heva, in one form or race, and Cain and Abel, male and female, in its other form or race. The double-sexed Jehovah, an echo of its Aryan prototype Brahma Vak. Note: Adam Kadmon is, like Brahma and Mars, the symbol of the generative and creative power typifying water and earth, an alchemical secret. It takes earth and water to create a human soul, said Moses. Mars is the Hindu Mangala, the planet Mars, identical with Kartikeya, the war god born of Garmaja, Shiva's sweat, and of the earth. He is Lohita, the red, like Brahma also and Adam. The Hindu Mars is, like Adam, born from no woman and mother. With the Egyptians, Mars was the primeval generative principle, and so are Brahma in exoteric teaching and Adam in the Kabbalah. End of note. After which come the third and fourth root races of mankind, that is to say, races of men and women, or individuals of opposite sexes, no longer sexless semi-spirits and androgynes, as were the two races which precede them. Note on Abel. Abel is chebel, meaning pains of birth, conception, end of note. This fact is hinted at in aeroanthropogeny. It is found in fable and allegory, in myth and revealed scriptures, in legend and tradition, because of all the great mysteries inherited by initiates from hoar antiquity. This is one of the greatest. It accounts for the bisexual element found in every creative deity, in Brahma, Viraj, Vak, as in Adam, Jehovah, Eve, also in Cain, Jehovah, Abel, end of note. Note, Abel is chebel, meaning pains of birth, conception, also in Cain, Jehovah, Abel. For the book of the generations of Adam does not even mention Cain and Abel, but says only male and female created he them, and called their name Adam, chapter 5, verse 5. Then it proceeds to say, and Adam begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Set, verse 3. After which he begets other sons and daughters, thus proving that Cain and Abel are his own allegorical permutations. Adam stands for the primitive human race, especially in its cosmosidereal sense. Not so, however, in its theoanthropological meaning. The compound name of Jehovah, or Jehovah, meaning male life and female life, first androgynous, then separated into sexes, is used in this sense in Genesis from chapter 5 onwards. As the author of the Source of Measures says, on page 159, the two words of which Jehovah is composed make up the original idea of male-female as the birth originators, for the Hebrew letter Jod was the membrum virile and Hova was Eve, the mother of all living, or the procreatix, earth and nature. The author believes, therefore, that it is seen that the perfect one, the perfect female circle, or yoni 20612, numerically, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, as hermaphrodite 1, hence the phallic form and use. Precisely. Only the phallic form and use came long ages later, and the first and original meaning of Enos, the son of Seth, was the first race born in the present usual way from man and woman, for Seth is no man but a race. Before him humanity was hermaphrodite. While Seth is the first result, psychologically, after the fall, he is also the first man, hence his son Enos is referred to as the son of man, vid infra. Seth represents the later third race. To screen the real mystery name of Ein Sof, the boundless and endless no thing, the Kabbalists have brought forward the compound attribute appellation of one of the personal creative Elohim, whose name was Yah and Jah, the letters I or J or Y being interchangeable, or Jehovah, that is male and female, Jah Eve, an hermaphrodite, or the first form of humanity, the original Adam of earth, not even Adam Kadmon, whose mind-born son is the earthly Jehovah mystically. Note, Jod in the Kabbalah has for symbol the hand, the forefinger and the lingam, while numerically it is the perfect one, but it is also the number 10, male and female, when divided. End of note. And knowing this, the crafty rabbin Kabbalist has made of it a name so secret that he could not divulge it later on without exposing the whole scheme, and thus he was obliged to make it sacred. How close is the identity between Brahma Prajapati and Jehovah Sephiroth, between Brahma Viraj and Jehovah Adam, the Bible and the Puranas compared can alone show. Analyzed and read in the same light, they afford cogent evidence that they are two copies of the same original, made at two periods far distant from each other. Compare once more in relation to this subject Genesis chapter 4 verses 1 and 26 and Manu 1, and they will both yield their meaning. In Manu book 1 verse 32, Brahma, who is also both man and God, and divides his body into male and female, stands in his esoteric meaning as does Jehovah or Adam in the Bible for the symbolical personification of creative and generative power, both divine and human. The Zohar affords still more convincing proof of identity while some rabbins repeat word for word certain original Puranic expressions. For example, the creation of the world is generally considered in the Brahmanical books to be the lila, delight or sport, the amusement of the Supreme Creator, Vishnu being thus discrete and indiscrete substance, spirit, and time, sports like a playful boy in frolics. See Vishnu Purana, chapter 2. Now compare this with what is said in the book Nobeleth Hokmath. The Kabbalists say that the entering into existence of the worlds happens through delight, in that Ein Sof, within brackets, question mark, exclamation mark, rejoiced in itself, and flashed and beamed from itself to itself, which are all called delight, etc. Quoted in Mayer's Kabbalah, page 110. Thus, it is not a curious idea of the Kabbalists, as the author just quoted remarks, but a purely Puranic, Aryan idea. Only, why make of Ein Sof a creator? The divine hermaphrodite is then Brahmavak Viraj, and that of the Semites, or rather the Jews, is Jehovah, Cain, Abel. Only the heathen were and are more sincere and frank than were the later Israelites and rabbis who undeniably knew the real meaning of their exoteric deity. The Jews regard the name given to them, the Yahudi, as an insult, yet they have, or would have if they only wished it, as undeniable a right to call themselves the ancient Jehovians, as Brahmins have to call themselves Brahmins, after their national deity. For Jehovah is the generic name of that group or hierarchy of creative planetary angels, under whose star their nation has evolved. He is one of the planetary Elohim of the regent group of Saturn. Verse 26 of Genesis chapter 4, when read correctly, would alone give them such a right, for it calls the new race of men sprung from Set and Enos, Jehovah, something quite different from the translation adopted in the Bible. To him also was born a son, Enos. Then began men to call themselves Jah, or Jehovah, to wit, men and women, the lords of creation. One has but to read the above-mentioned verse in the original Hebrew text, and by the light of the Kabbalah to find that instead of the worlds, as they now stand translated, it is, then began men to call themselves Jehovah, which is the correct translation, and not, then began men to call upon the name of the Lord, the latter being a mistranslation, whether deliberate or not. Again, the well-known passage, I have gotten a man from the Lord, should read, I have gotten a man, even Jehovah. Note, see Source of Measures, page 227, end of note. Luther translated the passage one way, the Roman Catholics quite differently. Bishop Wordsworth renders it, Cain, I have gotten, Cain from canity, I have gotten. Luther, I have gotten a man, even the Lord, Jehovah. And the author of the Source of Measures, I have measured a man, even Jehovah. The last is the correct rendering because A famous rabbin, a Kabbalist, explained the passage to the writer in precisely this way, and B, because this rendering is identical with that in the secret doctrine of the East with regard to Brahma. In Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 264, its sequence, it was explained by the writer that Cain is the son of the Lord, not of Adam. Genesis 4, chapter 1. The Lord is Adam Kadmon, the father of Yod-Keva, Adam, Eve, or Jehovah, the son of sinful thought, not the progeny of flesh and blood. Set, on the other hand, is the leader and the progenitor of the races of the earth, for he is the son of Adam, exoterically, but esoterically he is the progeny of Cain and Abel, since Abel or Hebel is a female, the counterpart and female half of the male Cain, and Adam is the collective name for man and woman. Male and female, Sakar va Nakobe, created he them, and called their name Adam. The verses in Genesis from chapters 1 to 5 are purposely mixed up for Kabbalistic reasons. After man of Genesis chapter 1 verse 26 and Enos, son of man of chapter 4 verse 26, after Adam, the first androgyne, after Adam Kadmon, the sexless, the first logos, Adam and Eve once separated, come finally Jehovah Eve, of Cain Jehovah. These represent distinct root races, for millions of years elapsed between them. Hence the Aryan and the Semitic theoanthropographies are two leaves on the same stem, their respective personifications and symbolic personages standing in relation to each other in this way. 1. The unknowable, referred to in various ways in Rig Vedic verse, such as naught was, called later on Parabrahm. The Ein, nothing, or the Ein Sof, of the Kabbalists, and again the Spirit of God that moves upon the face of the waters in Genesis. All these are identical. Moreover, in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 is placed as verse 1 in the secret Kabbalistic texts, where it is followed by the Elohim creating the heaven and the earth. This deliberate shifting of the order of the verses was necessary for monotheistic and Kabbalistic purposes. Jeremiah's curse against the Elohim, the gods, who have not created the heavens and the earth, chapter 10 verse 11, shows that there were other Elohim who had. 2. The heavenly Manu Svayambhuva, who sprang from Svayambhu Narayana, the self-existent and Adam Kadmon of the Kabbalists, and the androgyne man of Genesis chapter 1 are also identical. 3. Manu Svayambhuva is Brahma, or the Logos, and he is Adam Kadmon, who in Genesis 4 verse 5 separates himself into two halves, male and female, thus becoming Jehovah or Jehovah Eve. As Manu Svayambhuva or Brahma separates himself to become Brahma Viraj and Vak Viraj, male and female, all the rest of the texts and versions being blinds. 4. Vak is the daughter of Brahma and is named Satarupa, the hundred-formed, and Savitri.
The Secret Door to Success by Florence Scovel-Shinn. This book consists of a series of addresses given by Mrs. Shinn, teaching the individual to control conditions and release abundance through a knowledge of spiritual law. Chapter 1. The Secret Door to Success. So the people shouted when the priests blew with the trumpets, and it came to pass, when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. Joshua 6:20. A successful man is always asked, what is the secret of your success? People never ask a man who is a failure, what is the secret of your failure? It is quite easy to see, and they are not interested. People all want to know how to open the secret door to success. For each man there is success, but it seems to be behind a door or wall. In the Bible reading, we had heard the wonderful story of the falling of the walls of Jericho. Of course, all biblical stories have a metaphysical interpretation. We will talk now about your wall of Jericho, the wall separating you from success. Nearly everyone has built a wall around his own Jericho. This city you are not able to enter contains your great treasures, your divinely designed success, your heart's desire. What kind of wall have you built around your Jericho? Often it is a wall of resentment. Resenting someone or resenting a situation shuts off your good. If you are a failure and resent the success of someone else, you are keeping away your own success. I have given the following statement to neutralize envy and resentment. What God has done for others, He now does for me and more. A woman was filled with envy because a friend had received a gift. She made this statement, and an exact duplicate of the gift was given her plus another present. It was when the children of Israel shouted that the walls of Jericho fell down. When you make an affirmation of truth, your wall of Jericho totters. I gave the following statement to a woman: the walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. She had a vivid picture of stepping over a fallen wall and received the demonstration of her good almost immediately. It is the word of realization which brings about a change in your affairs, for words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity. Taking an interest in your work, enjoying what you are doing, opens the secret door of success. A number of years ago, I went to California to speak at the different centers by way of the Panama Canal, and on the boat I met a man named Jim Tolley. For years he has been a tramp. He calls himself the king of the hobos. He was ambitious and picked up an education. He had a vivid imagination and commenced writing stories about his experiences. He dramatized tramp life. He enjoyed what he was doing and became a very successful author. I remember one book called Outside Looking In. It was made into a motion picture. He is now famous and prosperous and lives in Hollywood. What opened the secret door to success for Jim Tolley? Dramatizing his life, being interested in what he was doing. He made the most of being a tramp. On the boat, we all sat at the captain's table, which gave us a chance to talk. Mrs. Grace Stone was also a passenger on the boat. She had written The Bitter Tea of General Yen and was going to Hollywood to have it made into a moving picture. She was living in China and was inspired to write the book. That is the secret of success, to make what you are doing interesting to other people. Be interested in yourself, and others will find you interesting. A good disposition, a smile, often opens the secret door. The Chinese say, "A man without a smiling face must not open a shop." The success of a smile was brought out in a French moving picture in which Chevalier took the lead. The picture was called With a Smile. One of the characters had become poor, dreary, and almost a derelict. He said to Chevalier, "What good has my honesty done me?" Chevalier replied, "Even honesty won't help you without a smile." So the man...
The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries. From the Secret Book of John. Stanza 6. The Evolution of the Sweat-born. The evolution of the three races continued, and the second race create the third and perishes. Verse 22. Then the second evolved the sweat-born, the third race. The sweat grew, its drops grew, and the drops became hard and round. The sun warmed it, the moon cooled it and shaped it. The wind fed it until its ripeness. The white swan from the starry vault, the moon, overshadowed the big drop. The egg of the future race, the man-swan, Hamsa, of the later third. The text of the stanza clearly implies that the human embryo was nourished ab extra by cosmic forces, and that the father-mother furnished apparently the germ that ripened. In all probability a sweat-born egg, to be hatched out in some mysterious way, disconnected from the double parent. It is comparatively easy to conceive of an oviparous humanity, since even now man is, in one sense, egg-born. Margendi, moreover, in his Preces Elementaire de Physiologie, citing a case where the umbilical cord was ruptured and perfectly cicatrized, yet the infant was born alive, pertinently asks, how was the circulation carried on in this organ? On the next page he says, nothing is at present known respecting the use of digestion in the fetus, and respecting its nutrition propounds this query. What then can we say of the nutrition of the fetus? Physiological works contain only vague conjectures on this point. Ah, but, the skeptic may urge, Mergendi's book belongs to the last generation, and science has since made such strides that his stigma of ignorance can no longer be fixed upon the profession. Indeed, then let us turn to a very great authority upon physiology, meaning Sir M. Foster, Textbook of Physiology, 3rd edition, 1879, page 623. And to the disadvantage of modern science, we shall find him saying, "Concerning the rise and development of the functional activities of the embryo, our knowledge is almost a blank. We know scarcely nothing about the various steps by which the primary fundamental qualities of the protoplasm in the ovum are differentiated into the complex phenomena which we have attempted in this book to explain." The students will now kindly draw a veil before the statue of Hygeia and bandage the eyes of the busts of Galen and Hippocrates, lest they look reproachfully at their degenerate descendants. One further fact we must note. Sir M. Foster is discreetly silent about the case of the ruptured umbilical cord cited by his great French confrère. This is a very curious statement, as explained in the commentaries. To make it clear, the first race having created the second by budding, as just explained, the second race gives birth to the third, which itself is separated into 3 distinct divisions, consisting of men differently procreated. The first 2 of these are produced by an oviparous method, presumably unknown to modern natural history, while the early sub-races of the third humanity procreated their species by a kind of exudation of moisture or vital fluid, the drops of which coalescing formed an oviform ball, or shall we say egg, which served as an extraneous vehicle for the generation therein of a fetus and child. The mode of procreation by later races changed, in its results at all events. The little ones of the earlier races were entirely sexless, shapeless even, for all one knows. See the Timaeus. But those of the later races were born androgynous. It is in the third race that the separation of sexes occurred. From being previously asexual, humanity became distinctly hermaphrodite or bisexual, and finally the man-bearing eggs began to give birth, gradually and almost imperceptibly in their evolutionary development, first to beings in which one sex predominated over the other, and finally to distinct men and women. And now let us search for corroboration of these statements in the religious legends of East and West. Let us take the egg-born race first. Think of Kashyapa, the Vedic sage and the most prolific of creators. He was the son of Mariki, Brahma's mind-born son, and he is made to become the father of the Nagas, or serpents, among other beings. Exoterically, the Nagas are semi-divine beings which have a human face and the tail of a serpent. Yet there was a race of Nagas, said to be 1,000 in number only, born or rather sprung from Kadra, Kashyapa's wife, for the purpose of peopling Patala, which is undeniably America, as will be shown. And there was a Nagadvipa, one of the 7 divisions of Bharatavarsha, India, inhabited by people bearing the same name, who are allowed, even by some Orientalists, to be historical, and to have left many a trace behind them to this day. Now the point most insisted upon at present is that, whatever origin be claimed for man, his evolution took place in this order. 1. Sexless, as all the earlier forms are. 2. Then by a natural transition he became a solitary hermaphrodite, a bisexual being, and 3. Finally separated and became what he is now. Science teaches us that all the primitive forms, though sexless, still retained the power of undergoing the process of asexual multiplication. Why then should man be excluded from that law of nature? Bisexual reproduction is an evolution, a specialized and perfected form on the scale of matter of the viviparous act of reproduction. Occult teachings are preeminently panspermic, and the early history of humanity is hidden only from ordinary mortals. Nor is the history of the primitive races buried from the initiates in the tomb of time, as it is for profane science. Therefore, supported on the one hand by that science which shows to us progressive development and an internal cause for every external modification as a law in nature, and on the other hand by an implicit faith in the wisdom we may say pansophia even, of the universal traditions gathered and preserved by the initiates, who have perfected them into an almost faultless system, thus supported, we venture to state the doctrine clearly. In an able article written some 15 years ago, our learned and respected friend Professor Alex Wilder of New York shows the absolute logic and necessity for believing the primeval race double-sexed, and gives a number of scientific reasons for it. Note, see extract from that essay in the Theosophist of February 1883, end of note. He argues firstly that a large part of the vegetable creation exhibits the phenomenon of bisexuality, a Linnaean classification enumerating thus almost all plants. This is the case in the superior families of the vegetable kingdoms as much as in the lower forms, from the hemp to the Lombardy poplar and ailanthus. In the animal kingdom, in insect life, the moth generates a worm, as in the Mysteries the great secret was expressed. Taurus draconem genuit et taurum draco. The coral-producing family, which, according to Agassiz, has spent many hundreds of thousands of years during the present geological period in building out the peninsula of Florida, produce their offspring from themselves like the buds and ramifications in a tree. Bees are somewhat in the same line. The aphids, or plant lice, keep house like Amazons, and virgin parents perpetuate the race for 10 successive generations. What say the old sages, the philosopher-teachers of antiquity? Aristophanes speaks thus on the subject in Plato's Banquet. Our nature of old was not the same as it is now. It was androgynous, the form and name partaking of and being common to both the male and female. Their bodies were round, and the manner of their running circular. Note, compare Ezekiel's vision, chapter 1, of the 4 divine beings who had the likeness of a man and yet had the appearance of a wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheel. End of note. They were terrible in force and strength, and had prodigious ambition. Hence Zeus divided each of them into 2, making them weaker. Apollo, under his direction, closed up the skin. Messiah and Messiani were but a single individual with the old Persians. They also taught that man was the product of the tree of life, grown in androgynous pairs, till they were separated at the subsequent modification of the human form. Note, see Professor Wilder's essay, The Primeval Race, Double-Sexed, end of note. In the Toledut generation of Adam, the verse, God created, bara, brought forth. Man in his image, in the image of God created he him, male and female created he them. If read esoterically, will yield the true sense, meaning the Elohim, the gods, brought forth from themselves by modification, man in their image, created they him, collective humanity or Adam. Male and female created he, collective deity. Male and female created he, collective deity, them. This will show the esoteric point. Note, Eugebenus, a Christian, and the rabbis Samuel, Manasseh ben Israel, and Maimonides taught that Adam had 2 faces and 1 person, and from the beginning he was both male and female, male on one side and female on the other, like Manush Brahma, but afterwards the parts were separated. The 139th Psalm of David, recited by Rabbi Jeremiah ben Eleazar, is evidence of this. Thou hast fashioned me behind and before, not beset, as in the Bible, which is absurd and meaningless, and this shows, as Professor Wilder thinks, that the primeval form of mankind was androgynous. End of note. The sexless race was their first production, a modification of and from themselves, the pure spiritual existences, and this was Adam Solus. Thence came the second race, Adam-Eve, or Jod-Heva, inactive androgynes, and finally the third, or the separating hermaphrodite, Cain and Abel, who produced the fourth, Set, Enos, etc. It is that third, the last semi-spiritual race, which was also the last vehicle of the divine and innate wisdom, ingenerate in the Enochs, the seers of that mankind. The fourth, which had tasted from the fruit of the tree of good and evil, wisdom united already to earthy and therefore impure intelligence, had consequently to acquire that wisdom by initiation and great struggle. See the union of Kokma, wisdom, with Bina, intelligence, or Jehovah, the demarriage, called understanding in the Proverbs of Solomon chapter 7. Unto men of wisdom, divine occult wisdom, crieth, O ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be of an understanding heart. It is spirit and matter, the nous and the psyche, of the latter which St. James says that it is earthly, sensual, and devilish. End of note. And the union of wisdom and intelligence, the former ruling the latter, is called in the Hermetic books the God possessing the double fecundity of the two sexes. Mystically, Jesus was held to be man-woman. See also in the Orphic hymns sung during the mysteries we find Zeus is a male, Zeus is an immortal maid. The Egyptian Ammon was the goddess Neith in his other half. Jupiter has female breasts, Venus is bearded in some of her statues, and Ila, the goddess, is also Sudyumna, the god, as Vaivasvata's progeny. The name Adam, says Professor A. Wilder, or man itself, implies this double form of existence. It is identical with Atamas, or Thomas, Tamil, Tam, which is rendered by the Greek Didymos, a twin. If therefore the first woman was formed subsequently to the first man, she must, as a logical necessity, be taken out of man, and the side which the Elohim had taken from man made he a woman. Genesis chapter 2. The Hebrew word here used is tzala, which bears the translation we have given. It is easy to trace the legend in Berosus, who says that Talat, the Omoroka, or Lady of Urka, was the beginning of creation. She was also Melita, the queen of the moon, the two twin births of Genesis, that of Cain and Abel, and of Esau and Jacob, shadowed the same idea. The name Hebel is the same as Eve, and its characteristic seems to be feminine, continues the author. Unto thee shall be his desire, said the Lord God to Cain, and thou shalt rule over him. The same language had been uttered to Eve. Thy desire shall be thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Thus the pristine bisexual unity of the human third root race is an axiom in the secret doctrine. Its virgin individuals were raised to gods because that race represented their divine dynasty. The moderns are satisfied with worshipping the male heroes of the fourth race who created gods after their own sexual image, whereas the gods of primeval mankind were male and female. As stated in Book 1, the humanities developed coordinately and on parallel lines with the four elements, every new race being physiologically adapted to meet the additional element. Our fifth race is rapidly approaching the fifth element, call it interstellar ether if you will, which has more to do, however, with psychology than with physics. We men have learned to live in every climate, whether frigid or tropical, but the first two races had naught to do with climate, nor were they subservient to any temperature or change therein. And thus, we are taught, men lived down to the close of the third root race, when eternal spring reigned over the whole globe, such as is now enjoyed by the inhabitants of Jupiter, a world, says M. Flammarion, which is not subject, like our own, to the vicissitudes of seasons, nor to abrupt alternations of temperature, but which is enriched with all the treasures of eternal spring. Pluralité du Monde, page 69. Those astronomers who maintain that Jupiter is in a molten condition, in our sense of the term, are invited to settle their dispute with this learned French astronomer. Note: an hypothesis evolved in 1881 by Mr. Matthew Williams seems to have impressed astronomers but little. Says the author of The Fuel of the Sun in Knowledge, December 23, 1881. Applying now the researches of Dr. Andrews to the conditions of solar existence, I conclude that the Sun has no nucleus, either solid, liquid, or gaseous, but is composed of dissociated matter in the critical state, surrounded first by a flaming envelope due to the recombination of the dissociated matter, and outside of this by another envelope of vapors due to this combination." Unquote. This is a novel theory to be added to other hypotheses, all scientific and orthodox. The meaning of the critical state is explained by Mr. M. Williams in the same journal, December 9th, 1881, in an article on solids, liquids, and gases. Speaking of an experiment by Dr. Andrews on carbonic acid, the scientist says that when 88 degrees is reached, the boundary between liquid and gas vanishes. Liquid and gas have blended into one mysterious intermediate fluid. An indefinite fluctuating something is there filling the whole of the tube, an etherealized liquid or a visible gas. Hold a red-hot poker between your eye and the light. You will see an upflowing wave of movement or what appears like liquid air. The appearance of the hybrid fluid in the tube resembles this, but is sensibly denser, and evidently stands between the liquid and gaseous states of matter, as pitcher treacle stands between solid and liquid. The temperature at which this occurs has been named by Dr. Andrews the critical temperature. Here the gases and the liquid states are continuous, and it is probable that all other substances capable of existing in both states have their own particular critical temperatures. Speculating further upon this critical state, Mr. Matthew Williams emits some quite occult theories about Jupiter and other planets. He says, "Our notions of solids, liquids, and gases are derived from our experiences of the state of matter here upon this earth. Could we be removed to another planet, they would be curiously changed. On Mercury, water would rank as one of the condensable gases, on Mars as a fusible solid. But what on Jupiter? Recent observations justify us in regarding this as a miniature sun with an external envelope of cloudy matter, apparently of partially condensed water, but red hot, or probably still hotter within. His vaporous atmosphere is evidently of enormous depth, and the force of gravitation, being on his visible outer surface 2.5 times greater than that on our Earth's surface, the atmospheric pressure in descending below this visible surface must soon reach that at which the vapor water would be brought to its critical condition. Therefore we may infer that the oceans of Jupiter are neither of frozen liquid nor gaseous water, but are oceans or atmospheres of critical water. If any fish or birds swim or fly therein, they must be very critically organized." Unquote. As the whole mass of Jupiter is 300 times greater than that of the Earth, and its compressing energy towards the center proportional to this, its materials, if similar to those of the Earth and no hotter, would be considerably more dense, and the whole planet would have a high specific gravity. But we know by the movement of its satellites that instead of this, its specific gravity is less than a fourth of that of the Earth. This justifies the conclusion that it is intensely hot, for even hydrogen, if cold, would become denser than Jupiter under such pressure. Quote, "As all elementary substances may exist as solids, liquids, or gases, or critically according to the conditions of temperature and pressure, I am justified in hypothetically concluding that Jupiter is neither a solid or liquid nor a gaseous planet, but a critical planet, or an orb composed internally of associated elements in the critical state, and surrounded by a dense atmosphere of their vapors and those of some of their compounds, such as water." The same reasoning applies to Saturn and other large and rarefied planets. Unquote. It's gratifying to see how scientific imagination approaches every year more closely to the borderland of our occult teachings. End of note. It must, however, be always borne in mind that the eternal spring referred to is only a condition cognized as such by the Jovians. It is not spring, so-called. It is not the spring as we know it. In the reservation it is to be found that reconciliation between the two theories here cited. Both embrace partial truths. It is thus a universal tradition that mankind has evolved gradually into its present shape from an almost transparent condition of texture, and neither by miracle nor by sexual intercourse. Moreover, this is in full accord with the ancient philosophies, from those of Egypt and India with their divine dynasties down to that of Plato. And all these universal beliefs must be classed with the presentiments and obstinate conceptions, some of them ineradicable in popular faiths. Such beliefs, as remarked by Louis Figuier, are frequently the outcome of the wisdom and observation of an infinite number of generations of men. For a tradition which has an uniform and universal existence has all the weight of scientific testimony. Note, see The Day After Death, page 23, end of note. And there is more than one such tradition in the Puranic allegories, as has been shown. Moreover, the doctrine that the first race of mankind was formed out of the Chayas, astral images of the Pitris, is fully corroborated in the Zohar. In the Tzalam, shadow image of Elohim, the Pitris, was made Adam, man. Chromonid 376a, Brody, edition 3, 159a, and Kabbalah, Isaac Meyer, page 420. It has been repeatedly urged as an objection that, however high the degree of metaphysical thought in ancient India, yet the old Egyptians had nothing but crass idolatry and zolatry to boast of. Hermes, as alleged, being the work of mystic Greeks who lived in Egypt. To this one answer can be given. A direct proof that the Egyptians believed in the secret doctrine is that it was taught to them at initiation. Let the objectors open the Elogae Physicae et Ethicae of Stobaeus, the Greek compiler of ancient fragments who lived in the 5th century Anno Domini. The following is a transcription by him of an old Hermetic fragment showing the Egyptian theory of the soul. Translated word for word, it says, quote, "From one soul, that of all, spring all the souls, which spread themselves as if purposely distributed through the world. These souls undergo many transformations. Those which are already creeping creatures turn into aquatic animals. From these aquatic animals are derived land animals, and from the latter the birds. From the beings who live aloft in the air, heaven, men are born. On reaching that status of men, the souls receive the principle of conscious immortality, become spirits, then pass into the choir of gods." Unquote. Verse 23. The self-born were the Chayas, the shadows from the bodies of the sons of twilight. Neither water nor fire could destroy them. Their sons were so destroyed. This verse cannot be understood without the help of the commentaries. It means that the first root race, the shadows of the progenitors, could not be injured or destroyed by death. Being so ethereal and so little human in constitution, they could not be affected by any element, flood or fire. But their sons, the second root race, could be and were so destroyed. As the progenitors merged wholly in their own astral bodies, which were their progeny, so that progeny was absorbed in its descendants, the sweatborn. These were the second humanity, composed of the most heterogeneous, gigantic, semi-human monsters, the first attempts of material nature at building human bodies. The ever-blooming lands of the second continent, Greenland among others, were transformed in order from Edens with an eternal spring into Hyperborean Hades. This transformation was due to the displacement of the great waters of the globe, to oceans changing their beds, and the bulk of the second race perished in this first great throe of the evolution and consolidation of the globe during the human period. Of such great cataclysms there have already been 4, and we may expect a 5th for ourselves in due course of time. Note, the first occurred when what is now the North Pole was separated from the later continents. End of note. A few words about deluges and Noahs. The accounts in the various Puranas about our progenitors are as contradictory in their details as everything else. Thus, while in the Rig Veda, Ida, or Ila, is called the instructress of Vaivasvata Manu, Sayana makes of her a goddess presiding over the earth, and the Satapata Brahmana shows her to be the Manu's daughter, an offering of his sacrifice, and later on, his Vaivasvata's wife, by whom he begat the race of Manus. In the Puranas again she is Vaivasvata's daughter, yet the wife of Buddha, wisdom, the illegitimate son of the moon, Soma, and the planet Jupiter's, Brihaspati's wife, Tara. All this, which seems a jumble to the profane, is full of philosophical meaning to the occultist. On the very face of the narrative a secret and sacred meaning is perceivable, all the details, however, being so purposely mixed up that the experienced eye of an initiate alone can follow them and place the events in their proper order. The story as told in the Mahabharata strikes the keynote, and yet it needs to be explained by the secret sense contained in the Bhagavad Gita. It is the prologue to the drama of our fifth humanity. While Vaivasvata was engaged in devotion on the river bank, a fish craves his protection from a bigger fish. He saves and places it in a jar, where, growing larger and larger, it communicates to him the news of the forthcoming deluge. It is the well-known Matsya avatar, the first avatar of Vishnu, the Dagon of the Chaldean Xisutrus, and many other things besides. Note on Dagon. We must remember that at the head of all the Babylonian gods were Ea, Anu, and the primeval Bel, and that Ea, the first, was the god of wisdom, the great god of light and of the deep, and that he was identified with Ioannes, or the biblical Dagon, the man-fish who rose out of the Persian Gulf. End of note. The story is too well known to need repetition. Vishnu orders a ship to be built, in which Manu is said to be saved along with the 7 rishis, the latter, however, being absent from other texts. Here the 7 rishis stand for the 7 races, the 7 principles, and various other things, for there is again a double mystery involved in this manifold allegory. We have said elsewhere that the Great Flood had several meanings, and that it referred, as also does the Fall, to both spiritual and physical, cosmic and terrestrial events. As above, so it is below. The ship or ark, navis in short, being the symbol of the male generative principle, is typified in the heavens by the moon, and on the earth by the womb, both being the vessels and bearers of the seeds of life and being, which the sun, or Vishnu, the male principle, vivifies and fructifies. Note, see Part 2, section The Holy of Holies. End of note. The first cosmic flood refers to the primordial creation or the formation of heaven and the earths, in which case chaos and the great deep stand for the flood, and the moon for the mother, from whom proceed all the life germs. Note, it is far later on that the moon became a male god. With the Hindus it was Soma, with the Chaldeans Nanak or Nannar, and Sin, the son of Mulil, the older Bel. The, quote, Akkadians, unquote, called him the Lord of Ghosts, and he was the god of Nippur, Nifer, in northern Babylonia. It is Mulil who caused the waters of the flood to fall from heaven on earth, for which Xisuthurus would not allow him to approach his altar. As the modern Assyriologists have now ascertained, it is the northern Nippur which is the center whence Chaldean black magic spread, and Eridu, the southern, which was the primitive seat of the worship of the culture god, the god of divine wisdom, the sun god being the supreme deity everywhere. With the Jews, the moon is connected with Israel's Jehovah and his seed because Ur was the chief seat of the worship of the moon god, and because Abraham is said to have come from Ur, when from Abraham he becomes Abraham. End of note. But the terrestrial deluge and its story has also its dual application. In one case, it has reference to that mystery when mankind was saved from utter destruction by the mortal woman being made the receptacle of the human seed at the end of the third race, and in the other to the real and historical Atlantean submersion. Note in the third race, when Narada, the virgin ascetic, threatened to put an end to the human race by preventing Daksha's sons from procreating it. End of note. In both cases, the host, or the Manu, which saved the seed, is called Vaivasvata Manu. Hence the diversity between the Puranic and other versions. while in the Satapatha Brahmana, Vaivasvata produces a daughter and begets from her the race of Manu, which is a reference to the first human Manushyas who had to create women by will, Kriya Shakti, before they were naturally born from the hermaphrodites as an independent sex, and who were therefore regarded as their creator's daughters. The Puranic accounts make of her, Ida or Ila, the wife of Buddha, wisdom, the latter version referring to the event of the Atlantean flood, when Vaivasvata, the great sage on earth, saved the fifth root race from being destroyed along with the remnants of the fourth. This is shown very clearly in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna is made to say, "The 7 great rishis, the 4 preceding Manus, partaking of my essence, were born from my mind. From them sprung, were born, the human races and the world." Chapter 10, verse 6. Here the 4 preceding Manus out of the 7 are the 4 races which have already lived, since Krishna belongs to the 5th race, his death having inaugurated the Kali Yuga. Note on the 4 races. This is corroborated by learned Brahmin. In his most excellent lectures on the Bhagavad Gita, see Theosophist, April 1887, page 444, the lecturer says, "There is a peculiarity to which I must call your attention. He, Krishna, speaks here of 4 Manus. Why does he speak of 4? We are now in the 7th Manvantara, that of Vaivasvata. If he is speaking of the past Manus, he ought to speak of 6, but he only mentions 4. In some commentaries, an attempt has been made to interpret this in a peculiar manner. The word Chatvaraha is separated from the word Manavaha, and is made to refer to Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatkumara, and Sanatsuyata, who are also included among the mind-born sons of Prajapati. But this interpretation will lead to a most absurd conclusion and make the sentence contradict itself. The persons alluded to in the text have a qualifying clause in the sentence. It is well known that Sanaka and the other 3 refused to create, though the other sons had consented to do so. Therefore, in speaking of those persons from whom humanity has sprung into existence, it would be absurd to include those 4 also in the list. The passage must be interpreted without splitting the compound into 2 nouns. The number of Manus will then be 4, and the statement would then contradict the Puranic account, though it would be in harmony with the occult theory. You will recollect that it is stated in occultism that we are now in the 5th root race. Each root race is considered as the santati of a peculiar Manu. Now the 4th race has passed, or, in other words, there have been 4 past Manus. End of note. Thus Vaivasvata Manu, the son of Surya, the sun, and the savior of our race, is connected with the seed of life, both physically and spiritually. But at present, while speaking of all, we have to concern ourselves only with the first 2. The quote, deluge, unquote, is undeniably a universal tradition. Glacial periods were numerous, and so were the deluges, for various reasons. Stockwell and Kroll enumerate some 6 glacial periods and subsequent deluges, the earliest of all being dated by them 850,000, and the last about 100,000 years ago. Note: Smithsonian Contributions to Knowledge, 18, American Journal of Science, 3/11, 456, and Kroll's Climate and Time. Lemuria was not submerged by a flood, but was destroyed by volcanic action, and afterwards sank. End of note. But which was our deluge? Assuredly the former, the one which to this date remains recorded in the traditions of all the peoples, from the remotest antiquity, the one that finally swept away the last peninsulas of Atlantis, beginning with Ruta and Daitya, and ending with the comparatively small island mentioned by Plato. This is shown by the agreement of certain details in all the legends. It was the last of its gigantic character. The little deluge, the traces of which Baron Bunsen found in Central Asia, and which he places at about 10,000 years before Christ, had nothing to do with either the semi-universal deluge or Noah's flood, the latter being a purely mythical rendering of old traditions, nor even with the submersion of the last Atlantean island. at least only a moral connection. Our fifth race, the non-initiated portions, hearing of many deluges, confused them, and now know of but one. This one altered the whole aspect of the globe in its interchange and shifting of land and sea. We may compare the traditions of the Peruvians. Quote, the Incas, 7 in number, have repeopled the earth after the deluge, they say. Coste, Volume 1, Chapter 4, page 19. Humboldt mentions the Mexican version of the same legend, but confuses somewhat the details of the still preserved legend concerning the American Noah. Nevertheless, the eminent naturalist mentions twice 7 companions and the divine bird, which preceded the both of the Aztecs, and thus makes 15 elect instead of the 7 and the 14. This was written probably under some involuntary reminiscence of Moses, who is said to have mentioned 15 grandsons of Noah, who escaped with their grandsire. Then again Xisuthurus, the Chaldean Noah, is saved and translated alive to heaven, like Enoch, with the 7 gods, the Kabirim, or the 7 divine titans. Again, the Chinese Yao has 7 figures which sail with him, and which he will animate when he lands, and use for human seed. Osiris, when he enters the ark or solar boat, takes 7 rays with him, etc., etc. Sankoniaton makes the Alete, or Titans, the Kabirim, contemporary with Agrurius, the great Phoenician god, whom Faber sought to identify with Noah. Further, it is suspected that the name of Titan is derived from Titten, the fountains of the chaotic abyss. Titeus, or Titius, is the divine deluge. And thus the Titans, who are 7, are shown to be connected with the flood and the 7 rishis, saved by Vaivashvata Manu. Notes. Note on Agrurius. Agrurius is Kronos, or Saturn, and the prototype of the Israelitish Jehovah. As connected with Arga, the moon or ark of salvation, Noah is mythologically one with Saturn, but then this cannot relate to the terrestrial flood. But see Faber's Kabiri, Volume 1, pages 35, 43, and 45. Note on Titten and the Chaotic Abyss. See Volume 2 of the same book, page 240. A note on Titans. Sankoniaton says that the Titans were the sons of Kronos, and 7 in number, and he calls them fire worshippers, Alete, sons of Agni, and Diluvians. Alete is the god of fire, end of note. They are the sons of Kronos, time, and Area, the earth, and as Agruerus, Saturn, and Siddiq are one and the same personage, and as the 7 Kabiri are said to be the sons of Siddiq or Kronos Saturn, the Kabiri and Titans are identical. For once the pious Faber was right in his conclusions when he wrote, I have no doubt of the 7 Titans and Kabiri being the same as the 7 rishis of the Hindu mythology, who are said to have escaped in a boat along with Manu, the head, of the family. Unquote. But he is less fortunate in his speculations when he adds, the Hindus in their wild legends have variously perverted the history of the Noachidae, Yet it is remarkable that they seem to have religiously adhered to the number 7. Note, of which 7, let us remark, the Aryans and not the Semites were the originators, while the Jews got that number from the Chaldeans. End of note. Hence Captain Wilford very judiciously observes that perhaps the 7 Manus, the 7 Brahmadiacs, and the 7 Rishis are the same, and make only 7 individual persons. Note, 7 individual sons of God, or Pitas and Pitris, also in this case the sons of Kronos or Saturn, Kala, time, and Archites, like the Kabirian Titans, as their name, lunar ancestors, shows, the moon being the ark or Arga on the watery abyss of space. End of note. The 7 Brahmadiacs were Prajapatis, or lords of the Prajas or creatures. From them mankind was born, and they are probably the same with the 7 Manus. These 7 grand ancestors of the human race were created for the purpose of replenishing the earth with inhabitants. See Asiatic Researches, Volume 5, page 246. And Faber adds that the mutual resemblance of the Kabiris, the Titans, the Rishis, and the Noetic family is too striking to be the effect of mere accident. Note, see Kabiri, Volume 1, page 131. End of note. Faber was led into this mistake and subsequently built his entire theory concerning the Kabiri on the fact that the name of the scriptural Japhet is on the list of the Titans contained in a verse of the Orphic hymns. According to Orpheus, the names of the 7 archite Titans, whom Faber refuses to identify with the impious Titans, their descendants, were Keus, Creus, Phorcys, Kronos, Oceanus, Hyperion, and Iapetus. But why could not the Babylonian Ezra have adopted the name of Iapetos for one of Noah's sons? The Kabiri, who are the Titans, are also called Manes, and their mother Mania, according to Arnobius, Adversum Gentis, Book 3, page 124. The Hindus can therefore claim, with far more reason, that the Manes mean their Manus, and that Mania is the female Manu. See Ramayana. Mania is Ila or Ida, the wife and daughter of Vaivasvata Manu, from whom he begat the race of Manus. Like Rhea, the mother of the Titans, she is the earth, Sayana making her the goddess of the earth, and she is but the second edition and repetition of Vak. Both Ida and Vak are turned into males and females, Ida becoming a Sudyumna, and Vak, the female Virai, turning into a woman in order to punish the Gandharvas, one version referring to cosmic and divine theogony, the other to the later period. The Manes and Mania of Arnobius are names of Indian origin, appropriated by the Greeks and Latins and disfigured by them. Thus it is no accident, but the result of one archaic doctrine common to all, of which the Israelites, through Ezra, the author of the modernized Mosaic books, were the latest adapters. So unceremonious were they with other people's property that Berosus, in Antiquités Libia 1, page 8, shows that Tityr, of whom Diodorus makes the mother of the Titans or Diluvians, was the wife of Noah. For this Faber calls him the pseudo-Berosus, yet accepts the information in order to register one proof more that the pagans have borrowed all their gods from the Jews, by transforming patriarchal material. According to our humble opinion, this is one of the best proofs possible of exactly the reverse. It shows as clear as facts can show that it is the biblical pseudo-personages which are all borrowed from pagan myths, if myths they must be. It shows at any rate that Berosus was well aware of the source of Genesis, and that it bore the same cosmic astronomical character as the allegories of Isis Orisis and the Ark and other older archite symbols. For Berosus says that Titea Magna was afterwards called Aretia and worshipped with the earth, and this identifies Titea, Noah's consort, with Rhea, the mother of the Titans, and with Ida, both being goddesses who preside over the earth, and the mothers of the Manes and Manes, or Titan Kabiri, Titan Kabiri. Note on Aritia. Aritia is the female form of Artes, Egyptian Mars. Thence the Chaldean and now Hebrew word Arets, earth, the author of Beitrages ur Kenntnis, article on the Artes, Mars, quotes, Adit Kedrenus, Psalm 1:3, Stella Martis ab Egyptis vocatur ertosi, plantare, generare, significat autem hoc omnis generis procreationem et vivificationem, omnisque substantiae et materia naturam, et vim ordinantem acne procreantem. It is earth as a source of being, or, explained by the author of the Source of Measures, arts, is the same in Hebrew and Egyptian, and both combine the primeval idea of earth as a source, precisely as in the Hebrew itself under another form. Adam and Madim, Mars, are the same, and combine the idea of earth with Adam under the form of Adam. End of note. And Titea Retia was worshipped as Horkia, says the same Berosus, and this is the title of Vesta, goddess of the earth. Si canus deficavit aretiam, et nominavit eam lingua janigena horaciam. From the same source, Book 5, page 64. Scarce an ancient poet of historic or prehistoric days who failed to mention the sinking of the two continents, often called isles, in one form or another. Hence the destruction, besides Atlantis, of the Phlegiae. See Pausanias and Ornus, who both tell how, quote, from its deep-root base the Phlegian isle stern Neptune shook, and plunged beneath the waves its impious inhabitants, unquote. From Dionysius, Book 18, page 319. Faber felt convinced that the insular Phlegiae were Atlantis, but all such allegories are more or less distorted echoes of the Hindu tradition about that great cataclysm which befell the fourth, really human, though gigantic race, the one which preceded the Aryan. Yet, as just said, like all other legends, that of the deluge has more than one meaning. It refers in theogony to pre-cosmic transformations, to spiritual correlations, however absurd the term may sound to a scientific ear, and also to the subsequent cosmogony, to the great flood of waters, matter, in chaos, awakened and fructified by those spirit rays which were swamped by and perished in the mysterious differentiation, a pre-cosmic mystery, the prologue to the drama of being. Anu, Bel, and Noah preceded Adam Kadmon, Adam the Red, and Noah, just as Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva preceded Vaivashvata and the rest. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, pages 420 et sequens, where one or two of the seven meanings are hinted at. All this goes to show that the semi-universal deluge, known to geology first glacial period, must have occurred just at the time allotted to it by the secret doctrine, namely 200,000 years in round numbers, after the commencement of our fifth race, or about the time assigned by Monsieur Croll and Stockwell for the first glacial period, that is, about 850,000 years ago. Thus, as the latter disturbance is attributed by geologists and astronomers to an extreme eccentricity of the Earth's orbit, and as the secret doctrine attributes it to the same source, but with the addition of another factor, the shifting of the Earth's axis, a proof of which may be found in the Book of Enoch, if the veiled language of the Puranas is not understood. All this should tend to show that the ancients knew something of the modern discoveries of science. Enoch, when speaking of the great inclination of the earth, which is in travail, is quite significant and clear. Is not this evident? Noah is Noah, floating on the waters in his ark, the latter being the emblem of the Arga, or moon, the feminine principle. Noah is the spirit falling into matter. We find him, as soon as he descends upon the earth, planting a vineyard, drinking of the wine, and getting drunk on it. That is, the pure spirit becomes intoxicated as soon as it is finally imprisoned in matter. The 7th chapter of Genesis is only another version of the first. Thus, while the latter reads, "And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters," in chapter 7 it is said, "And the waters prevailed, and the ark went," with Noah, the Spirit, upon the face of the waters. Thus Noah, if identical with the Chaldean Nuah, is the spirit vivifying matter, which latter is chaos, represented by the deep, or the waters of the flood. In the Babylonian legend, the pre-cosmical blended with the terrestrial event, it is Ishtar, Ashtaroth, or Venus, the lunar goddess, who is shut up in the ark and sends out a dove in search of dry land. See Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, pages 423 and 424. George Smith notes in the tablets, first the creation of the moon and then that of the sun. Its beauty and perfection are extolled, and the regularity of its orbit, which led to its being considered the type of a judge and the regulator of the world. If this story related simply to a cosmogonical cataclysm, even were the latter universal, why should the goddess Ishtar, or Astoreth, the moon, speak of the creation of the sun after the deluge? The waters might have reached as high as the mountain of Nizir, Chaldean version, or Jebel Judi, the deluge mountains of the Arabian legend, or yet Ararat of the biblical narrative, and even the Himalaya of the Hindu tradition, and yet not reach the sun. The Bible itself stopped short of such a miracle. It is evident that the deluge of the people who first recorded it had another meaning, less problematical and far more philosophical than that of an universal deluge, of which there are no geological traces whatever. As all such cataclysms are periodical and cyclical, and as Manu Vaivashvata figures as a generic character under various circumstances and events, vide Infa, the seven manas of humanity, there seems to be no serious objection to the supposition that the first great flood had an allegorical as well as a cosmic meaning, and that it happened at the end of the Satya Yuga, the age of truth, when the second root race, the Manu with bones, made its primeval appearance as the sweat-born. Note: all such expressions are explained in the anthropogenesis of this book and elsewhere. End of note. The second flood, the so-called universal, which affected the fourth root race, now conveniently regarded by theology as the accursed race of giants, the Cainites and the sons of Ham, is that flood which was first perceived by geology. If one carefully compares the account in the various legends of the Chaldees and other exoteric works of the nations, it will be found that all of them agree with the orthodox narratives given in the Brahmanical books. And it may be perceived that while in the first account there is no god or mortal yet on earth when Manu Vaivashvata lands on the Himavan, in the second the seven rishis are allowed to keep him company, thus showing that whereas some accounts refer to the sidereal and cosmic flood before the so-called creation, the others treat one of the great flood of matter on earth and the other of a real watery deluge. In the Satapatha Brahmana, Manu finds that the flood had swept away all living creatures, and he alone was left, that is, the seed of life alone remained from the previous dissolution of the universe, or Mahapralaya, after a day of Brahma, and the Mahabharata refers simply to the geological cataclysm which swept away nearly all the fourth race to make room for the fifth. Therefore is Vaivashvata Manu shown under three distinct attributes in our esoteric cosmogony: A, as the root Manu on globe A in the first round, B, as the seed of life on globe D in the fourth round, and C, as the seed of man at the beginning of every root race, in our fifth race especially. Note: one has to remember that in the Hindu philosophy every differentiated unit is such only through the cycles of Maya, being one in its essence with the Supreme or One Spirit. Hence arises the seeming confusion and contradiction in the various Puranas, and at times in the same Purana about the same individual. Vishnu, as the many-formed Brahma, and as Brahma neuter, is one, and yet he is said to be all the 28 Vyasas. See Vishnu Purana. In every Dvapara, third age, Vishnu, in the person of Vyasa, divides the Veda, which is one, into 4 and many portions. 28 times have the Vedas been arranged by the great rishis in the Vaivasvata Manvantara, in the Dvapara Yuga, and consequently 28 Vyasas have passed away, they who were all in the form of Veda Vyasas, who were the Vyasas of their respective eras. Book 3, Chapter 3. This world is Brahma in Brahma, from Brahma, nothing further to be known. Then again, there were in the first Manvantara 7 celebrated sons of Vashishta, who in the third Manvantara were sons of Brahma, that is, rishis, the illustrious progeny of Uriya. This is plain. The humanity of the first Manvantara is that of the seventh and of all the intermediate ones. The mankind of the first root race is the mankind of the second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. To the last it forms a cyclic and constant reincarnation of the monads belonging to the Ankurchans of our planetary chain. End of note. The very commencement of the latter witnesses, during the Dvapara Yuga, the destruction of the accursed sorcerers, of that island, Plato speaking only of its last island, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the Atlantic Ocean, from which there was an easy transition to other islands in the neighborhood of another large continent, America. Note on Dvapara Yuga. The Dvapara Yuga differs for each race. All races have their own cycles, which fact causes a great difference. For instance, the fourth sub-race of the Atlanteans was in its Kali Yuga when destroyed, whereas the fifth was in its Satya or Krita Yuga. The Aryan race is now in its Kali Yuga and will continue to be in it for 427,000 years longer, while various family races, called the Semitic, Hamitic, etc., are in their own special cycles. The forthcoming sixth sub-race, which may begin very soon, will be in its Satya Golden Age, while we reap the fruit of our iniquity in our Kali Yuga. End of note. It is this, quote, Atlantic, unquote, land, which was connected with a white island, and this white island was Ruta. But it was not the Atala and the White Devil of Colonel Wilford, see Asiatic Researches, Volume 8, page 280, as already shown. It may well be remarked here that the Dvapara Yuga lasts 864,000 years, according to the Sanskrit texts, and that if the Kali Yuga began only about 5,000 years ago, that it is just 869,000 since the destruction took place. Again, these figures are not very widely different from those given by the geologists who place their glacial period 850,000 years ago. Then a woman was produced who came to Manu and declared herself his daughter, with whom he lived and begat the offspring of Manu. This refers to the psychological transformation of sexes during the third root race, and the allegory is too transparently clear to need much explanation. Of course, as already remarked, in the separation of sexes, an androgyne being was supposed to divide his body into two halves, as in the case of Brahma and Vak, and even of Adam and Eve, and thus the female is, in a certain sense, his daughter, just as he will be her son, the flesh of his and her flesh, and the bone of his and her bone. Let it be also well remembered that not one of our Orientalists have yet learned to discern in those contradictions and amazing nonsense, as some call the Puranas, that reference to a yuga may mean around a root race and often a sub-race, as well as form a page torn out of pre-cosmic theogony. This double and triple meaning is proved by various references to one and the same individual, apparently under an identical name, while it refers in fact to events divided by entire kalpas. A good instance is that of Ila. She is first represented as one thing and then as another. In the exoteric legends, it is said that Manu Vaivashvata, desiring to create sons, instituted a sacrifice to Mitra and Varuna, but through a mistake of the officiating Brahman, a daughter only was obtained, Ila. Then, through the favor of the gods, her sex is changed, and she becomes a man, Sudyumna. Then she is again turned into a woman, and so on, the fable adding that Shiva and his consort were pleased that she would be male 1 month and female another. This has a direct reference to the third root race, whose men were androgynes. But some very learned Orientalists think, see Hindu Classical Dictionary, and have declared that Ila was primarily food, nourishment, or a libation of milk, thence a stream of praise personified as a goddess of speech. The profane are not told, however, the reason why a libation of milk or a stream of praise should be male and female by turn, unless indeed there is some internal evidence which the occultists fail to perceive. In their most mystical meanings, the union of Svayambhuva Manu with Vak Sata Rupa, his own daughter, this being the first, quote, numerization, unquote, of the dual principle, of which Vaivasvata Manu and Ila are a secondary and a third form, stands in cosmic symbolism as the root life, the germ from which spring all the solar systems, the worlds, angels, and the gods. For, as says Vishnu, from Manu all creation, gods, asuras, man must be produced. By him the world must be created, that which moves and moves not. but we may find worse opponents than even the Western scientists and Orientalists. If, on the question of figures, Brahmins may agree with our teaching, we are not so sure that some of them, orthodox conservatives, may not raise objections to the modes of procreation attributed to their Pita Devatas. We shall be called upon to produce the works from which we quote, while they will be invited by us to read their own Puranas a little more carefully and with an eye to the esoteric meaning. And then, we repeat again, they will find, under the veil of more or less transparent allegories, every statement made herein corroborated by their own works. 1 or 2 instances have already been given as regards the appearance of the second race, which is called the sweat-born. This allegory is regarded as a fairy tale, and yet it conceals a psychophysiological phenomenon and one of the greatest mysteries of nature. But in view of the chronological statements made herein, it is natural to ask, could man exist 18 million years ago? To this occultism answers in the affirmative, notwithstanding all scientific objectors. Moreover, this duration covers only the Vaivashvata man, that is, the male and female entity already separated into distinct sexes. The 2.5 races that preceded that event may have lived 300 million years ago, for all that science can tell. For the geological and physical difficulties in the way of the theory could not exist for the primeval ethereal man of the occult teachings. The whole issue of the quarrel between the profane and the esoteric sciences depends upon the belief in and demonstration of the existence of an astral body within the physical, the former independent of the latter. Paul Dacier, the positivist, seems to have proven the fact pretty plainly, not to speak of the accumulated testimony of the ages and that of the modern spiritualists and mystics. It will be found difficult to reject this fact in our age of proofs, tests, and ocular demonstrations. Note on Paul Dacier. See Posthumous Humanity, translated by H.S. Olcott, London, 1887. End of note. The secret doctrine maintains that, notwithstanding the general cataclysms and disturbances of our globe, which, owing to its being the period of its greatest physical development, for the 4th round is the middle point of the life allotted to it, were far more terrible and intense than during any of the 3 preceding rounds, the cycles of its earlier psychic and spiritual life and of its semi-ethereal conditions. Physical humanity has existed upon it for the last 18 million years. Note. Professor Newcomb says, the heat evolved by contraction would last only 18 million years. See Popular Astronomy, page 500. But a temperature permitting the existence of water could not be reached earlier than 10 million years ago. See Windshell's World Life, page 356. But Sir W. Thomson says that the whole age of the incrustation of the earth is 18 million years, though this year he has again altered his opinion and allows only 15 million years as the age of the sun. As will be shown in the addenda, the divergence of scientific opinions is so great that no reliance can ever be placed upon scientific speculation. End of note. This period was preceded by 300 million years of the mineral and vegetable development. To this, all those who refuse to accept the theory of a boneless, purely ethereal man will object. Science, which knows only of physical organisms, will feel indignant, and materialistic theology still more so. The first will object on logical and reasonable grounds based on the preconception that all animate organisms have always existed on the same plane of materiality in all the ages, the last on a tissue of most absurd fiction. The ridiculous claim usually brought forward by theologians is based on the virtual assumption that mankind, read Christians, on this planet have the honor of being the only human beings in the whole cosmos who dwell on a globe, and that they are consequently the best of their kind. Note, the essay on the plurality of worlds, 1853, an anonymous work, yet known to have been the production of Dr. Whewell, is a good proof of this. No Christian ought to believe in either the plurality of worlds or the geological age of the globe, argues the author, because if it is asserted that this world is only one among the many of its kind, which are all the work of God, as it is itself, that all are the seat of life, all the realm and dwelling of intelligent creatures endowed with will, subject to law and capable of free will, then it would become extravagant to think that our world should have been the subject of God's favors and his special interference, of his communications and his personal visit. Can the earth presume to be considered the center of the moral and religious universe, he asks, if it has not the slightest distinction to rely upon in the physical universe? Is it not as absurd to uphold such an assertion of the plurality of inhabited worlds as it would be today to uphold the old hypothesis of Ptolemy, who placed Earth in the center of our system? The above is quoted from memory, yet almost textually. The author fails to see that he is bursting his own soap bubble with such a defense. End of note. The occultists, who believe firmly in the teachings of the mother philosophy, repel the objections of both theologians and scientists. They maintain on their side that during those periods when there must have been insufferable heat, even at the two poles, successive floods, upheaval of the valleys, and constant shifting of the great waters and seas, none of these circumstances could form an impediment to human life and organization such as assigned by them to the early mankind. Neither the heterogeneity of ambient regions, full of deleterious gases, nor the perils of a crust hardly consolidated, could prevent the first and second races from making their appearance even during the Carboniferous or the Silurian age itself. Thus the monads destined to animate future races were ready for the new transformation. They had passed their phases of immaterialization of plant and animal life from the lowest to the highest, and were waiting for their human, more intelligent form. Yet what could the plastic modelers do but follow the laws of evolutionary nature? Could they, as claimed by the biblical dead letter, form Lord God-like, or as Pygmalion in the Greek allegory, Adam Galatea out of volcanic dust, and breathe a living soul into man? No, because the soul was already there, latent in its monad, and needed but a coating. Pygmalion, who fails to animate his statue, and Bahag-Ezivu of the Nazarene Gnostics, who fails to construct a human soul in the creature, are, as conceptions, far more philosophical and scientific than Adam taken in the dead letter sense, or the biblical Elohim creators. Esoteric philosophy, which teaches spontaneous generation after the Sishta and Prajapati have thrown the seed of life on earth, shows the lower angels able to construct physical man only, even with the help of nature, after having evolved the ethereal form out of themselves, and leaving the physical form to evolve gradually from its ethereal, or what would now be called protoplasmic, model. This will again be objected to. Spontaneous generation is an exploded theory, we shall be told. Pasteur's experiments disposed of it 20 years ago, and Professor Tyndall is against it. Well, suppose he is. He ought to know that, should spontaneous generation be indeed proven impossible in our present world period and actual conditions, which the occultists deny, still it would be no demonstration that it could not have taken place under different cosmic conditions, not only in the seas of the Laurentian period, but even on the then convulsed earth. It would be interesting to know how science could ever account for the appearance of species and life on earth, especially of man, once that she rejects both the biblical teachings and spontaneous generation. Pasteur's observations, however, are far from being perfect or proven. Blanchard and Dr. Luteau reject their importance and show that they have none. The question is so far left sub judice, as well as that other one, when at what period life appeared on the earth. As to the idea that Haeckel's moneron, a pinch of salt, has solved the problem of the original life, it is simply absurd. Those materialists who feel inclined to pooh-pooh the theory of the self-existent, the self-born heavenly man, represented as an ethereal astral man, must excuse even a tyro in occultism laughing, in his turn, at some speculations of modern thought. After proving most learnedly that the primitive speck of protoplasm, moneron, is neither animal nor plant, but both, and that it has no ancestors among either of these, since it is the moneron which serves as a point of departure for all organized existence, we are finally told that the monada are their own ancestors. This may be very scientific, but it is very metaphysical also, too much so even for the occultist. If spontaneous generation has changed its methods now, owing perhaps to accumulated material on hand, so as to almost escape detection, it was in full swing in the genesis of terrestrial life. Even the simple physical form and the evolution of species show how nature proceeds. The scale-bound gigantic sauria, the winged pterodactyl, the megalosaurus, and the 100-feet-long iguanodon of the later period are the transformations of the earliest representatives of the animal kingdom found in the sediments of the primary epoch. There was a time when all those above enumerated antediluvian monsters appeared as filamentoid infusoria without shell or crust, with neither nerves, muscles, organs, nor sex, and reproduced their kind by gemation, as do microscopical animals also, the architects and builders of our mountain ranges agreeably to the teachings of science. Why not man in this case? Why should he not have followed the same law in his growth, that is, gradual condensation? Every unprejudiced person would prefer to believe that primeval humanity had at first an ethereal, or if so preferred, a huge filamentoid jelly-like form, evolved by gods or natural forces which grew, condensed throughout millions of ages, and became gigantic in its physical impulse and tendency, until it settled into the huge physical form of the fourth race, man, rather than believe him created of the dust of the earth, literally, or from some unknown anthropoid ancestor. Nor does our esoteric theory clash with scientific data except on first appearance, as Dr. A. Wilson says in a letter to Knowledge, December 23, 1881. Evolution, rather nature in the light of evolution, has only been studied for some 25 years or so. That is, of course, a mere fractional space in the history of human thought." Unquote. And just because of that, we do not lose all hope that materialistic science will amend its ways and will gradually accept the esoteric teachings, if even at first divorced from their, to science too, metaphysical elements. Has the last word on the subject of human evolution yet been said? Quote, "Each answer to the great question, man's real place in nature, invariably asserted by the followers of its propounder, if not by himself, to be complete and final, remains in high authority and esteem. It may be for 1 century, it may be for 20, writes Professor Huxley. But as invariably, time proves each reply to have been a mere approximation to the truth, tolerable chiefly on account of the ignorance of those by whom it was accepted, and wholly intolerable when tested by the larger knowledge of their successors." Unquote. Will this eminent Darwinian admit the possibility of his pithecoid ancestry being assignable to the list of wholly intolerable beliefs in the larger knowledge of occultists? But whence the savage? Mere rising to the civilized state does not account for the evolution of form. In the same letter, The Evolution of Man, Dr. Wilson makes other strange confessions. Thus he observes in answer to the queries put to Knowledge by G. M. Quote, "Has evolution effected any change in man? If so, what change? If not, why not? If we refuse to admit, as science does, that man was created a perfect being, and then became degraded, there exists only another supposition, that of evolution. If man has arisen from a savage to a civilized state, that surely is evolution. We do not yet know, because such knowledge is difficult to acquire if the human frame is subject to the same influences as those of lower animals. But there is little doubt that elevation from savagery to civilized life means and implies evolution, and that of considerable extent. Mentally, man's evolution cannot be doubted. The ever-widening sphere of thought has sprung from small and rude beginnings, like language itself. But man's ways of life, his power of adaptation to his surroundings, and countless other circumstances have made the facts and course of his evolution very difficult to trace." Unquote. This very difficulty ought to make the evolutionists more cautious in their affirmations. But why is evolution impossible if man was created a perfect being and then became degraded? At best it can only apply to the outward physical man. As remarked in Isis Unveiled, Darwin's evolution begins at the middle point instead of commencing from man, as for everything else, from the universals. The Aristotelian-Baconian method may have its advantages, but it has undeniably already demonstrated its defects. Pythagoras and Plato, who proceeded from the universals downward, are now shown more learned in the light of modern science than was Aristotle, for he posed and denounced the idea of the revolution of the earth and even of its rotundity. Almost all those, he wrote, who affirm that they have studied heaven in its uniformity claim that the earth is in the center, but the philosophers of the Italian school, otherwise called the Pythagoreans, teach entirely the contrary. Because A, the Pythagoreans were initiates, and B, they followed the deductive method, whereas Aristotle, the father of the inductive system, complained of those who taught that the center of our system was occupied by the sun, and the earth was only a star, which by a rotary motion around the same center produces night and day. Vita del Cielo, Book 2, Chapter 13. The same with regard to man. The theory taught in the secret doctrine and now expounded is the only one which can, without falling into the absurdity of a miraculous man created out of the dust of the earth, or the still greater fallacy of man evolving from a pinch of lime salt, the ex-protoplasmic moneron, account for his appearance on earth. Analogy is the guiding law in nature, the only true Ariadne's thread that can lead us through the inextricable paths of her domain toward her primal and final mysteries. Nature, as a creative potency, is infinite, and no generation of physical scientists can ever boast of having exhausted the list of her ways and methods, however uniform the laws upon which she proceeds. If we can conceive of a ball of fire mist becoming gradually, as it rolls through aeons of time in the interstellar spaces, a planet, a self-luminous globe, to settle into a man-bearing world or earth, thus having passed from a soft plastic body into a rock-bound globe, and if we see on it everything evolving from the non-nucleated jelly speck that becomes the sarcode of the moneron, then passes from its protistic state into the form of an animal to grow into a gigantic reptilian monster of the Mesozoic times, then dwindles again into the comparatively dwarfish crocodile, now confined solely to tropical regions, and the universally common lizard, how can man alone escape the general law? Note on the sarcode of the moneron, or what is more generally known as protoplasm. This substance received its name of sarcode from Professor Duryodhin Boumets far earlier. End of note. Note on the protistic state. The monera are indeed protista. They are neither animals nor plants, writes Haeckel. The whole body of the moneron represents nothing more than a single thoroughly homogeneous particle of albumin in a firmly adhesive condition. See Journal of Microscopical Science, January 1869, page 28. Note on the common lizard. Behold the iguanodon of the Mesozoic ages, the monster 100 feet long, now transformed into the small iguana lizard of South America. Popular traditions about giants in days of old, and their mention in every mythology, including the Bible, may someday be shown to be founded on fact. In nature, the logic of analogy alone ought to make us accept these traditions as scientific verities. End of note. Quote, there were giants on earth in those days, says Genesis, repeating the statement of all the other Eastern scriptures, and the Titans are founded on anthropological and physiological fact. And as the hard-shelled crustacean was once upon a time a jelly speck, a thoroughly homogeneous particle of albumin in a firmly adhesive condition, so was the outward covering of primitive man, his early coat of skin, plus an immortal spiritual monad, and a psychic temporary form and body within that shell. The modern hard, muscular man, almost impervious to any climate, was perhaps some 25 million years ago just what the Herculean moneron is, strictly an organism without organs, an entirely homogeneous substance with a structureless albumin body within and a human form only outwardly. No man of science has the right, in this century, to find the figures of the Brahmins preposterous in the question of chronology, for their own calculations often exceed by far the claims made by esoteric science. This may easily be shown. Helmholtz calculated that the cooling of our Earth from a temperature of 2000 degrees to 200 degrees centigrade must have occupied a period of no less than 350 million years. Western science, including geology, seems generally to allow our globe an age of about 500 million years altogether. Sir W. Thomson, however, limits the appearance of the earliest vegetable life to 100 million years ago, a statement respectfully contradicted by the archaic records. Speculations, furthermore, vary daily in the domains of science. Meanwhile, some geologists are very much opposed to such limitation. Folger calculates that the time requisite for the deposit of the strata known to us must at least have amounted to 648 millions of years. Both time and space are infinite and eternal. The Earth, as a material existence, is indeed infinite. The changes only which it has undergone can be determined by finite periods of time, says Burmeister. We must therefore assume that the starry heaven is not merely in space, what no astronomer doubts, but also in time, without beginning or end, that it never was created and is imperishable. See Zolbe. Note: Force and Matter by L. Büchner, edited by J. F. Collingwood, FRSL, page 61. End of note. Zolbe repeats exactly what the occultists say, but the Aryan occultists, we may be told, knew nothing of these later speculations. Quote, they were even ignorant of the globular form of our Earth, unquote, says Coleman. To this the Vishnu Purana contains a reply which has forced certain Orientalists to open their eyes very widely. It says, the sun is stationed for all time in the middle of the day and over against midnight in all the Dnipas, continents, Maitreya, but the rising and the setting of the sun being perpetually opposite to each other, and in the same way all the cardinal points, and so the cross points, Maitreya. People speak of the rising of the sun where they see it, and when the sun disappears there, to them is his setting. Of the sun, which is always in one and the same place, there is neither setting nor rising, for what is called rising and setting are only the seeing and the not seeing the sun. Unquote from Vishnu Purana, Book 2, Chapter 8. To this, Fitz-Edward Hall remarks, the heliocentrism taught in this passage is remarkable. It is contradicted, however, a little further on. Contradicted purposely, because it was a secret temple teaching. Martin Haug remarked the same teaching in another passage. It is useless to calumniate the Aryans no longer. To return to the chronology of the geologists and anthropologists, we are afraid science has no reasonable grounds on which she could oppose the views of the occultists in this direction, except that of man, the highest organic being of creation. Not a trace was found in the primary strata. Only in the uppermost, the so-called alluvial layer, is all that can be urged so far. That man was not the last member in the mammalian family, but the first in this round, is something that science will be forced to acknowledge one day. A similar view also has already been mooted in France on very high authority. That man can be shown to have lived in the mid-tertiary period and in a geological age when there did not yet exist one single specimen of the now known species of mammals is a statement that science cannot deny and which has now been proven by the quatriphage. Note: see Introduction à l'étude des races humaines. End of note. But even supposing his existence in the Eocene period is not yet demonstrated, what period of time has elapsed since the Cretaceous period? We are aware of the fact that only the boldest geologists dare to place man further back than the Miocene age. But how long, we ask, is the duration of those ages and periods since the Mesozoic time? On this, after a good deal of speculation and wrangling, science is silent, the greatest authorities upon the subject being compelled to answer to the question, we do not know. This ought to show that the men of science are no greater authorities in this matter than are the profane. If, according to Professor Huxley, the time represented by the coal formation would be 6 millions of years, how many more millions would be required to cover the time from the Jurassic period or the middle of the so-called reptilian age when the third race appeared, up through the Miocene, when the bulk of the fourth race was submerged. Note on 6 millions of years. Modern Science and Modern Thought by S. Lane, page 32, end of note. Note on the fourth race was submerged. Esoteric Buddhism, page 70, end of note. Those specialists whose computations of the ages of the globe and man are the most liberal always had the Shia majority against them. But this proves very little, since the majority rarely, if ever, turns out to be right in the long run. Harvey stood alone for many years. The advocates for crossing the Atlantic with steamers were in danger of ending their days in a lunatic asylum. Mesmer is classed to this day in the encyclopedias, along with Cagliostro and Saint-Germain, as a charlatan and impostor. And now that Monsieur Charcot and Richer have vindicated Mesmer's claims, and that mesmerism, under its new name of hypnotism, a false nose on a very old face, is accepted by science, it does not strengthen one's respect for that majority when one sees the ease and unconcern with which its members treat of hypnotism, telepathic impact, and its other phenomena. They speak of it, in short, as if they had believed it since the days of Solomon, and had never called its votaries only a few years ago lunatics and impostors. Note: the same fate is in store for spiritualistic phenomena and all the other psychological manifestations of the inner man. Since the days of Hume, whose researches culminated in a nihilistic idealism, psychology has gradually shifted its position to one of crass materialism. Hume is regarded as a psychologist, and yet he denied a priori the possibility of phenomena in which millions now believe, including many men of science. The hylo-idealists of today are rank annihilationists. The schools of Spencer and Bain are respectively positivist and materialist, and not metaphysical at all. It is psychism and not psychology. It reminds one as little of the Vedantic teaching as the pessimism of Schopenhauer and von Hartmann recalls the esoteric philosophy, the heart and soul of the true Buddhism. End of note. The same revulsion of thought is in store for the long period of years claimed by esoteric philosophy as the age of sexual and physiological mankind. Therefore even the stanza, which says, "The mind-born, the boneless, gave being to the will-born with bones," adding that this took place in the middle of the third race 18 million years ago, has yet a chance of being accepted by future scientists. As far as 19th century thought is concerned, we shall be told even by some personal friends who are imbued with an abnormal respect for the shifting conclusions of science that such a statement is absurd. How much more improbable will appear our further assertion to the effect that the antiquity of the first race dates back millions of years beyond this again. For although the exact figures are withheld, and it is out of the question to refer the incipient evolution of the primeval divine races with certainty to either the early secondary or the primary ages of geology, one thing is clear, that the figures 18 million of years, which embrace the duration of sexual physical man, have to be enormously increased if the whole process of spiritual, astral, and physical development is taken into account. Many geologists indeed consider that the duration of the quaternary and tertiary ages demands the concession of such an estimate, and it is quite certain that no terrestrial conditions whatever negative the hypothesis of an Eocene man, if evidence for his reality is forthcoming. Occultists who maintain that the above date carries as far back into the secondary or reptilian age may refer to M. de Quatrefages in support of the possible existence of man in that remote antiquity. But with regard to the earliest root races, the case is very different. If the thick agglomeration of vapors charged with carbonic acid that escaped from the soil or was held in suspension in the atmosphere since the commencement of sedimentation offered a fatal obstacle to the life of human organisms as now known, how, it will be asked, could the primeval men have existed? This consideration is, in reality, out of court. Such terrestrial conditions as were then operative had no touch with the plane on which the evolution of the ethereal astral races proceeded. Only in relatively recent geological periods has the spiral course of cyclic law swept mankind into the lowest grade of physical evolution, the plane of gross material causation. In those early ages, astral evolution was alone in progress, and the two planes, the astral and the physical, though developing on parallel lines, had no direct point of contact with one another. Note: it must be noted that, though the astral and physical planes of matter ran parallel with one another even in the earliest geological ages, yet they were not in the same phases of manifestation in which they are now. The Earth did not reach its present grade of density till 18 million years ago. Since then both the physical and astral planes have become grosser. End of note. It is obvious that a shadow-like ethereal man is related by virtue of his organization, if such it can be called, only to that plane from which the substance of his upadhi is derived. There are things, perhaps, that may have escaped the far-seeing but not all-seeing eyes of our modern naturalists. Yet it is nature herself who undertakes to furnish the missing links. Agnostic speculative thinkers have to choose between the version given by the secret doctrine of the East and the hopelessly materialistic Darwinian and biblical accounts of the origin of man, between no soul and no spiritual evolution, and the occult doctrine which repudiates special creation and the evolutionist anthropogenesis equally. Again, to take up the question of spontaneous generation, life, as science shows, has not always reigned on this terrestrial plane. There was a time when even the Hercalian moneron, that simple global or protoplasm, had not yet appeared at the bottom of the seas. Whence came the impulse which caused the molecules of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, etc. to group themselves into the urschleim of Åken, that organic slime now christened protoplasm? What were the prototypes of the monera? They, at least, could not have fallen in meteorites from other globes already formed, Sir W. Thomson's wild theory to this effect notwithstanding. And if they have so fallen, if our Earth got its supply of life germs from other planets, who or what had carried them into those planets? Here again, unless the occult teaching is accepted, we are compelled once more to face a miracle, to accept the theory of personal, anthropomorphic creator, the attributes and definitions of whom, as formulated by the monotheists, clash as much with philosophy and logic as they degrade the ideal of an infinite universal deity before whose incomprehensible, awful grandeur the highest human intellect feels dwarfed. Let not the modern philosopher, while arbitrarily placing himself on the highest pinnacle of human intellectuality hitherto evolved, show himself spiritually and intuitionally so far below the conceptions of even the ancient Greeks, themselves on a far lower level in these respects than the philosophers of Eastern antiquity. Hylozoism, when philosophically understood, is the highest aspect of pantheism. It is the only possible escape from idiotic atheism based on lethal materiality and the still more idiotic anthropomorphic conceptions of the monotheists, between which two it stands on its own entirely neutral ground. Hylozoism demands absolute divine thought, which would pervade the numberless active creating forces, or, quote, creators, unquote, which entities are moved by and have their being in, from, and through that divine thought, the latter nevertheless having no more personal concern in them or their creations than the sun has in the sunflower and its seeds, or in vegetation in general. Such active, quote, creators, unquote, are known to exist and are believed in because perceived and sensed by the inner man in the occultist. Thus the latter says that an absolute deity having to be unconditioned and unrelated cannot be thought of at the same time as an active, creating, one living God without immediate degradation of the ideal. Note: the conception and definition of the absolute by Cardinal Cusa may satisfy only the Western mind, prisoned so unconsciously to itself and entirely degenerated by long centuries of scholastic and theological sophistry. But this recent philosophy of the absolute, traced by Sir W. Hamilton to Cusa, would never satisfy the more acutely metaphysical mind of the Hindu Vedantin. End of note. a deity that manifests in space and time, these two being simply the forms of that which is the absolute all, can be but a fractional part of the whole. And since that all cannot be divided in its absoluteness, therefore that sensed creator, we say creators, can be at best but the mere aspect thereof. To use the same metaphor, inadequate to express the full idea, yet well adapted to the case in hand, these creators are like the numerous rays of the solar orb which remains unconscious of and unconcerned in the work, while its mediating agents, the rays, become the instrumental media every spring, the manvanteric dawn of the earth, in fructifying and awakening the dormant vitality inherent in nature and its differentiated matter. This was so well understood in antiquity that even the moderately religious Aristotle remarked that such work of direct creation would be quite unbecoming to God. Plato and other philosophers taught the same. Deity cannot set its own hand to creation. Apropes to Theo, or to an apanta. This Cudworth calls hylozoism. As old Zeno is credited by Laertius with having said, nature is a habit moved from itself according to seminal principles, perfecting and containing those several things which in determinate times are produced from it, and acting agreeably to that from which it was secreted. Note Cudworth's Intellectual System, 1, page 328, end of note. Let's return to our subject, pausing to think over it. Indeed, if there was vegetable life during those periods that could feed on the then deleterious elements, and if there was even animal life whose aquatic organization could be developed, notwithstanding the supposed scarcity of oxygen, why could there not be human life also in its incipient physical form, that is, in a race of beings adapted for that geological period and its surroundings? Besides, science confesses that it knows nothing of the real length of geological periods. But the chief question before us is whether it is quite certain that, from the time of that which is called the Azoic Age, there ever was such an atmosphere as that hypothesized by the naturalists. Not all the physicists agree with this idea. Were the writer anxious to corroborate the teachings of the secret doctrine by exact science, it would be easy to show, on the admission of more than one physicist, that the atmosphere has changed little, if at all, since the first condensation of the oceans, that is, since the Laurentian period, the Pyrolithic Age. Such, at any rate, is the opinion of Blanchard, S. Meunier, and even of Bischoff, as the experiments of the latter scientist with basalts have shown. For were we to take the word of the majority of scientists as to the quantity of deadly gases and of elements entirely saturated with carbon and nitrogen, in which the vegetable and animal kingdoms are shown to have lived, thriven, and developed, then one would have to come to the curious conclusion that there were in those days oceans of liquid carbonic acid instead of water. With such an element, it becomes doubtful whether the ganoids, or even the primitive trilobites themselves, could live in the oceans of the primary age, let alone in those of the Silurian, as shown by Blanchard. The conditions that were necessary for the earliest race of mankind, however, require no elements, whether simple or compound. That which was stated at the beginning is maintained. The spiritual ethereal entity which lived in spaces unknown to Earth before the first sidereal jelly speck evolved in the ocean of crude cosmic matter, billions and trillions of years before our globular speck in infinity called Earth came into being and generated the moneron in its drops, called oceans, needed no, quote, elements, unquote. The mono with soft bones could well dispense with calcic phosphate, as he had no bones, save in the figurative sense. And while even the monera, however homogeneous their organism, still required physical conditions of life that would help them toward further evolution, the being which became primitive man, and the father of man, after evolving on planes of existence undreamt of by science, could well remain impervious to any state of atmospheric conditions around him. The primitive ancestor in Brasseur de Bourboy Pourpoulvu, who, in the Mexican legends, could act and live with equal ease underground and water as upon the earth answers only to the second and early third races in our texts. And if the three kingdoms of nature were so different in pre-diluvian ages, why should not man have been composed of materials and combinations of atoms now entirely unknown to physical science? The plants and animals now known in almost numberless varieties and species have all developed according to specific hypotheses from primitive and far fewer organic forms. Why should not the same have occurred in the case of man, the elements, and the rest? Universal Genesis. The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 7, from the semi-divine down to the first human races, in which the higher creators reject in their pride the forms evolved by the sons of Yoga, and in verse 25 they will not incarnate in the early egg-born, and 26 they select the later androgynes, and 27 the first man endowed with mind. This stanza contains in itself the whole key to the mysteries of evil, the so-called fall of the angels, and the many problems that have puzzled the brains of the philosophers from the time that the memory of man began. It solves the secret of the subsequent inequalities of intellectual capacity, of birth or social position, and gives a logical explanation to the incomprehensible karmic course throughout the aeons which followed. The best explanation which can be given in view of the difficulties of the subject shall now be attempted. Verse 24. The sons of wisdom, the sons of night, issued from the body of Brahma when it became night, ready for rebirth, came down. They saw the intellectually vile forms of the first third, still senseless race. Up to the fourth round, and even to the later part of the third race in this round, man, if the ever-changing forms that clothed the monads during the first 3 rounds and the first 2.5 races of the present one can be given that misleading name, is so far only an animal intellectually. It is only in the actual midway round that he develops in himself entirely the fourth principle as a fit vehicle for the fifth. But manas will be relatively fully developed only in the following round, when it will have an opportunity of becoming entirely divine until the end of the rounds. As Christian Schöttgen says in Ore Hebraica, etc., the first terrestrial Adam had only the breath of life, nephesh, but not the living soul. Verse 24 continued. We can choose, said the lords. We have wisdom. Some entered the chayas, some projected a spark, some deferred till the fourth race. From their own essence they filled, intensified the karma, the vehicle of desire. Those who received but a spark remained destitute of higher knowledge. The spark burnt low. Here the inferior races, of which there are still some analogies left, as the Australians, now fast dying out, and some African and Oceanic tribes are meant. They were not ready signifies that the karmic development of these monads had not yet fitted them to occupy the forms of men destined for incarnation in high intellectual races, but this is explained later on. Verse 24 continued. The third remained mindless. Their jivas, monads, were not ready. These were set apart among the 7 primitive human species. They became the narrow-headed. The third were ready. In these shall we dwell, said the lords of the flame and of the dark wisdom. The Zohar speaks of black fire, which is absolute light wisdom. To those who, prompted by old theological prejudice, may say, but the Asuras are the rebel devas, the opponents of the gods, hence devils and the spirits of evil, it is answered. Esoteric philosophy admits neither good nor evil per se, as existing independently in nature. The cause for both is found, as regards the cosmos, in the necessity of contraries or contrasts, and with respect to man in his human nature, his ignorance and passions. There is no devil or the utterly depraved, as there are no angels absolutely perfect, though there may be spirits of light and of darkness. Thus Lucifer, the spirit of intellectual enlightenment and freedom of thought, is metaphorically the guiding beacon which helps man to find his way through the rocks and sandbanks of life, for Lucifer is the Logos in his highest and the adversary in his lowest aspect, both of which are reflected in our ego. Lactantius, speaking of the nature of Christ, makes the Logos, the Word, the firstborn brother of Satan, the first of all creatures. The Vishnu Purana describes these primeval creatures, the Arvakshurota, with crooked digestive canals. They were endowed with inward manifestations, but mutually in ignorance about their kind and nature. The 28 kinds of Bada, or imperfections, do not apply, as Wilson thought, to the animals now known and specified by him, for these did not exist in those geological periods. Note, see Book 1, Chapter 5, page 71, end of note. This is quite plain in the said work, in which the first created on this globe are the fivefold immovable creation, minerals and vegetables. Then come those fabulous animals, Tyriaksrota, the monsters of the abyss slain by the lords, see stanzas 2 and 3. Then the Urdravasrotas, the happy celestial beings which feed on ambrosia. Then lastly, the Arvakshrotas, human beings, Brahma's seventh creation, so-called. But these, quote, creations, unquote, including the latter, did not occur on this globe, wherever else they may have taken place. It is not Brahma who creates things and men on this earth, but the chief and lord of the Prajapati, the lords of being and terrestrial creation. Note, see Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 15 of Volume 2, end of note. Obeying the command of Brahma, Daksha, the synthesis or the aggregate of the terrestrial creators and progenitors, Pitris included, made superior and inferior, Vara and Avara, things, referring to Putra, progeny, and bipeds and quadrupeds, and subsequently by his will, the sons of will and yoga, made females, that is, separated the androgynes. Here again we have bipeds or men created before the quadrupeds, as in the esoteric teachings. Read the Supra in stanza 12 as explained. Since, in the exoteric accounts, the Asuras are the first beings created from the body of night, while the Pitris issue from that of twilight, the gods being placed by Parasara in Vishnu Purana between the two, and shown to evolve from the body of the day, it is easy to discover a determined purpose to veil the order of creation. Man is the Arvakshurota, coming from the body of the dawn, and elsewhere man is again referred to when the creator of the world, Brahma, is shown creating fierce beings, denominated Bhuttas, and eaters of flesh, or as the text has it, fiends frightful from being monkey-colored and carnivorous. Note, from the same source of Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 5, end of note. Whereas the Rakshas are generally translated by evil spirits and the enemies of the gods, which identifies them with the Asuras. In the Ramayana, when Hanuman is reconnoitering the enemy in Lanka, he finds there Rakshasas, some hideous, while some were beautiful to look upon, and in Vishnu Purana there is direct reference to their becoming the saviors of humanity, or of Brahma. The allegory is very ingenious. Great intellect and too much knowledge are a two-edged weapon in life, and instruments for evil as well as for good. When combined with selfishness, they will make of the whole of humanity a footstool for the evolution of him who possesses them, and a means for the attainment of his objects, while applied to altruistic humanitarian purposes, they may become the means of the salvation of many. At all events, the absence of self-consciousness and intellect will make of man an idiot, a brute in human form. Brahma is Mahat, the universal mind, hence the too selfish among the Rakshasas, showing the desire to become possessed of it all, to devour Mahat. The allegory is transparent. At any rate, esoteric philosophy identifies the pre-Brahmanical, Asuras, Rudras, Rakshasas, and all the adversaries of the gods in the allegories, with the egos which, by incarnating in the still witless man of the third race, made him consciously immortal. Not the Rudras, whom Manu calls our paternal grandfathers, 3-284. The Rudras are the 7 manifestations of Rudra Shiva, the destroying god, and also the grand yogi and ascetic. End of note. They are then, during the cycle of incarnations, the true dual logos, the conflicting and two-faced divine principle in man. The commentary that follows and the next stanzas may, no doubt, throw more light on this very difficult tenet, but the writer does not feel competent to give it out fully. Of the succession of races, however, they say, first come the self-existent on this earth. They are the spiritual lives projected by the absolute will and law at the dawn of every rebirth of the worlds. These lives are the divine Sishta, the seed manus, or the Prajapati and the Pitris. From these proceed 1. The first race, the self-born, which are the astral shadows of their progenitors. See section 2 and subsection 1 commentary. The body was devoid of all understanding, mind, intelligence, and will. The inner being, the higher self or monad, though within the earthly frame, was unconnected with it. The link, the manas, was not there as yet. 2. From the first race emanated the second, called the sweat-born, and the boneless. Note: to speak of life as having arisen, and of the human race as having originated, in this absurdly unscientific way in the face of the modern pedigrees of man, is to cause instantaneous annihilation. The esoteric doctrine risks the danger nevertheless, and even goes so far as to ask the impartial reader to compare the above hypothesis, if it is one, with Haeckel's theory, now fast becoming an axiom with science, which is quoted verbatim. Quote, "How did life, the living world of organisms, arise?" And secondly, the special question, how did the human race originate? The first of these two inquiries, that as to the first appearance of living beings, can only be decided empirically, within brackets double exclamation mark, by proof of the so-called archebiosis, or equivocal generation, or the spontaneous production of organisms of the simplest conceivable kind. Such are the monera, protogenes, protoamoeba, etc., exceedingly simple microscopic masses of protoplasm without structure or organization, which take a nutriment and reproduce themselves by division. Such a moneron as that primordial organism discovered by the renowned English zoologist Huxley, and named Bathybius haeckelii, appears as a continuous thick protoplasmic covering at the greatest depths of the ocean between 3,000 and 30,000 feet. It is true that the first appearance of such monera has not up to the present moment been actually observed, but there is nothing intrinsically improbable in such an evolution. From the Pedigree of Man, Eveling's translation, page 33. The Bathybius protoplasm having recently turned out to be no organic substance at all, there remains little to be said. Nor, after reading this, does one need to consume further time in refuting the further assertion that, quote, "in that case man also has, beyond a doubt, to the minds of Haeckel and his like, arisen from the lower mammalia, apes and the earlier simian creatures, the still earlier marsupialia, amphibia, species, by progressive transformations, or produced by a series of natural forces working blindly, without aim, without design," unquote, from page 36. The above-quoted passage bears its criticism on its own face. Science is made to teach that which up to the present time has never been actually observed. She is made to deny the phenomenon of an intelligent nature and a vital force independent of form and matter, and to find it more scientific to teach the miraculous performance of natural forces working blindly without aim or design. If so, then we are led to think that the physical-mechanical forces of the brains of certain eminent scientists are leading them on as blindly to sacrifice logic and common sense on the altar of mutual admiration. Why should the protoplasmic monoron producing the first living creature through self-division be held as a very scientific hypothesis, and an ethereal pre-human race generating the primeval men in the same fashion be tabooed as unscientific superstition? Or has materialism obtained a sole monopoly in science? End of note. This is the second root race endowed by the preservers, Rakshasas, and the incarnating gods, Asuras and the Kumaras, with the first primitive and weak spark, the germ of intelligence, and from these in turn proceeds. 3. The third root race, the twofold, androgynes. The first races hereof are shells, till the last is inhabited, that is informed, by the dhyanis. Note on the Rakshasas. The Rakshasas, regarded in Indian popular theology as demons, are called the preservers beyond the Himalayas. This double and contradictory meaning has its origin in a philosophical allegory, which is variously rendered in the Puranas. It is stated that when Brahma created the demons, yakshas, from yaksh, to eat, and the Rakshasas, both of which kinds of demons as soon as born wished to devour their creator, those among them that called out, "Not so, oh, let him be saved," preserved, were named Rakshasas. See Vishnu Purana, Book 1, Chapter 5. The Bhagavata Purana 3:20, 19-21 renders the allegory differently. Brahma transformed himself into night, or ignorance, invested with a body, upon which the Yakshas and Rakshasas seized, exclaiming, "Do not spare it, devour it." Brahma then cried out, "Do not devour me, spare me." This has an inner meaning, of course. The body of night is the darkness of ignorance, and it is the darkness of silence and secrecy. Now the Rakshasas are shown in almost every case to be yogis, pious sadhus and initiates, a rather unusual occupation for demons. The meaning, then, is that while we have power to dispel the darkness of ignorance, devour it, we have to preserve the sacred truth from profanation. Brahma is for the Brahmins alone, says that proud caste. The moral of the fable is evident. End of note. Again, as described in the commentary, the very earliest of that race were the sons of passive yoga. Note. The gradual evolution of man in the secret doctrine shows that all the later, to the profane the earliest, races have their physical origin in the early fourth race. But it is the sub-race which preceded the one that separated sexually, that is to be regarded as the spiritual ancestors of our present generations, and especially of the Eastern Aryan races. Weber's idea that the Indo-Germanic race preceded the Aryan Vedic race is, to the occultist, grotesque to the last degree. End of note. Further on the sons of passive yoga, they issued from the second Manushya's human race, and became oviparous. The emanations that came out of their bodies during the seasons of procreation were ovulary, the small spheroidal nuclei, developing into a large, soft, egg-like vehicle, gradually hardened when, after a period of gestation, it broke and the young human animal issued from it unaided, as the fowls do in our race. This must seem to the reader ludicrously absurd. Nevertheless, it is strictly on the lines of evolutionary analogy, which science perceives in the development of the living animal species. First the monoron-like procreation by self-division, vide Haeckel. Then, after a few stages, the oviparous, as in the case of the reptiles, which are followed by the birds. Then, finally, the mammals, with their ovoviviparous modes, are producing their young ones. If the term ovoviviparous is applied to some fish and reptiles, which hatch their eggs within their bodies, why should it not be applied to female mammalians, including women? The ovula, in which, after impregnation, the development of the fetus takes place, is an egg. At all events, this conception is more philosophical than that of Eve, with the suddenly created placenta giving birth to Cain because of the apple, when even the marsupial, the earliest of mammals, is not placental yet. Moreover, the progressive order of the methods of reproduction, as unveiled by science, is a brilliant confirmation of esoteric ethnology. It is only necessary to tabulate the data in order to prove our assertion. Compare especially Schmidt's Doctrine of Descent and Darwinism, page 39 in sequence, and Laing's A Modern Zoroastrian, pages 102 through 111. 1. Fission. A. As seen in the division of the homogeneous speck or protoplasm, known as monoron or amoeba, into two. B. As seen in the division of the nucleated cell, in which the cell nucleus splits into two subnuclei, which either develop within the original cell wall or burst it and multiply outside as independent entities. Compare the first root rays. 2. Budding. A small portion of the parent structure swells out at the surface and finally parts company, growing to the size of an original organism, for example many vegetables, the sea anemone, etc. Compare the second root rays. Note, every process of healing and esoterisation in the higher animal groups, even in the case of reproduction of mutilated limbs with the amphibians, is affected by fission and gemmation of the elementary morphological elements. End of note. 3. Spores. A single cell thrown off by the parent organism, which develops into a multicellular organism reproducing the features of the latter, for example bacteria and mosses. 4. Intermediate hermaphroditism. Male and female organs inhering in the same individual, for example the majority of plants, worms, and snails, etc., allied to budding. Compare second and early third root races. 5. True sexual union. Compare later third root race. We now come to an important point with regard to the double evolution of the human race. The sons of wisdom, or the spiritual dhyānis, had become intellectual through their contact with matter because they had already reached, during previous cycles of incarnation, that degree of intellect which enabled them to become independent and self-conscious entities on this plane of matter. They were reborn only by reason of karmic effects. They entered those who were ready and became the arhats, or sages, alluded to above. This needs explanation. It does not mean that the monads entered forms in which other monads already were. They were essences, intelligences, and conscious spirits, entities seeking to become still more conscious by uniting with a more developed matter. Their essence was too pure to be distinct from the universal essence, but their eggs, or manas, since they are called manashaputra, born of Mahat, or Brahma, had to pass through earthly human experiences to become all-wise and be able to start on the returning, ascending cycle. The monads are not discrete principles, limited or conditioned, but rays from that one universal absolute principle. The entrance into a dark room through the same aperture of one ray of sunlight following another will not constitute two rays, but one ray intensified. It is not in the course of natural law that man should become a perfect septenary being before the seventh race in the seventh round. Yet he has all these principles latent in him from his birth. Nor is it part of the evolutionary law that the fifth principle, manas, should receive its complete development before the fifth round. All such prematurely developed intellects on the spiritual plane in our race are abnormal. They are those whom we call the fifth rounders. Even in the coming seventh race, at the close of this fourth round, while our four lower principles will be fully developed, that of manas will be only proportionally so. This limitation, however, refers solely to the spiritual development. The intellectual on the physical plane was reached during the fourth root race. Thus, those who were half ready, who received but a spark, constitute the average humanity, which has to acquire its intellectuality during the present manvantaric evolution, after which they will be ready in the next for the full reception of the sons of wisdom. While those which were not ready at all, the latest monads, which had hardly evolved from their last transitional and lower animal forms at the close of the third round, remained the narrow-brained of the stanza. This explains the otherwise unaccountable degrees of intellectuality among the various races of men, the savage Bushman and the European even now. Those tribes of savages whose reasoning powers are very little above the level of the animals are not the unjustly disinherited or the unfavored, as some may think. Nothing of the kind. They are simply those latest arrivals among the human monads which were not ready, which have to evolve during the present round, as on the 3 remaining globes, hence on 4 different planes of being, so as to arrive at the level of the average class when they reach the 5th round. One remark may prove useful as food for thought to the student in this connection. The monads of the lowest specimens of humanity, the narrow-brained, savage South Sea Islander, the African, the Australian, had no karma to work out when first born as men, as their more favored brethren in intelligence had. The former are spinning out karma only now, the latter are burdened with past, present, and future karma. In this respect, the poor savage is more fortunate than the greatest genius of civilized countries. Let us pause before giving any more such strange teachings. Let us try and find out how far any ancient scriptures, and even science, permit the possibility of, or even distinctly corroborate such wild notions as are found in our anthropogenesis. Recapitulating that which has been said, we find that the secret doctrine claims for man 1. A polygenetic origin, 2. A variety of modes of procreation before humanity fell into the ordinary method of generation, 3. That the evolution of animals, of the mammalians at any rate, follows that of man instead of preceding it, and this is diametrically opposed to the now general accepted theories of evolution and the descent of man from an animal ancestor. Note on the narrow-brained. The term here means neither the dolichocephalic nor the brachiocephalic, nor yet skulls of the smaller volume, but simply brains devoid of intellect generally. The theory which would judge of the intellectual capacity of a man according to his cranial capacity seems absurdly illogical to one who has studied the subject. The skulls of the Stone period, as well as those of African races, Bushmen included, show that the first are above rather than below the average of the brain capacity of the modern man, and the skulls of the last are on the whole, as in the case of Papuans and Polynesians generally, larger by 1 cubic inch than that of the average Frenchman. Again, the cranial capacity of the Parisian of today represents an average of 1,437 cubic centimeters, compared to 1,523 of the Ovanet. End of note. Let us, be giving to cases what is cases, examine first of all the chances for the polygenetic theory among the men of science. Now the majority of the Darwinian evolutionists incline to a polygenetic explanation of the origin of races. On this particular question, however, scientists are, as in many other cases, at 6s and 7s. They agree to disagree. Does man descend from one single couple or from several groups? Monogenism or polygenism? As far as one can venture to pronounce on what, in the absence of witnesses, within brackets question mark, will never be known, within brackets question mark, the second hypothesis is far the most probable. Note, A. Lefebvre, Philosophy, page 498, end of note. Abel Havelack, in his Science of Language, comes to a similar conclusion, arguing from the evidence available to a linguistic inquirer. In an address delivered before the British Association, Professor W. H. Flower remarked on this question, quote, "The view which appears best to accord with what is now known of the character and distribution of the races of man is a modification of the monogenistic hypothesis, within brackets exclamation mark. Without entering into the difficult question of the method of man's first appearance upon the world, we must assume for it a vast antiquity, at all events as measured by any historical standard. If we had any approach to a complete paleontological record, the history of man could be reconstructed, but nothing of the kind is forthcoming." Unquote. Such an admission must be regarded as fatal to the dogmatism of the physical evolutionists, and as opening a wide margin to occult speculations. The opponents of the Darwinian theory were and still remain polygenists. such intellectual giants as John Crawford and James Hunt discussed the problem and favored polygenesis, and in their day there was a far stronger feeling in favor of than against this theory. It is only in 1864 that Darwinians began to be wedded to the theory of unity, of which Monsieur Huxley and Lubbock became the first coryphée. As regards that other question of the priority of man to the animals in the order of evolution, the answer is promptly given. If man is really the microcosm of the macrocosm, then the teaching has nothing so very impossible in it, and is but logical. For man becomes that macrocosm for the three lower kingdoms under him. Arguing from a physical standpoint, all the lower kingdoms, save the mineral, which is light itself, crystallized and immetallized, from plants to the creatures which preceded the first mammalians, have all been consolidated in their physical structures by means of the cast-off dust of those minerals, and the refuse of the human matter, whether from living or dead bodies, on which they fed and which gave them their outer bodies. In his turn, man grew more physical by reabsorbing into his system that which he had given out, and which became transformed in the living animal crucibles through which it had passed, owing to nature's alchemical transmutations. There were animals in those days of which our modern naturalists have never dreamed, and the stronger became physical material man, the giants of those times, the more powerful were his emanations. Once that androgyne humanity, separated into sexes, transformed by nature into childbearing engines, it ceased to procreate its like through drops of vital energy oozing out of the body. But while man was still ignorant of his procreative powers on the human plane, before his fall, as a believer in Adam would say, all this vital energy, scattered far and wide from him, was used by nature for the production of the first mammal animal forms. Evolution is an eternal cycle of becoming, we are taught, and nature never leaves an atom unused. Moreover, from the beginning of the round, all in nature tends to become man. All the impulses of the dual, centripetal and centrifugal force are directed towards one point, man. The progress in the succession of beings, says Agassiz, consists in increasing similarity of the living fauna, and among the vertebrates especially, in the increasing resemblance to man. Man is the end towards which all animal creation has tended from the first appearance of the first Paleozoic fishes. Note: Principles of Zoology, page 206. End of note. Just so, but the Paleozoic fishes, being at the lower curve of the arc of the evolution of forms, this round began with the astral man, the reflection of the Giancochans called the builders. Man is the alpha and the omega of objective creation. As said in Isis Unveiled, all things had their origin in spirit, evolution having originally begun from above and proceeding downwards instead of the reverse, as taught in the Darwinian theory. Note, Volume 1, page 154. End of note. Therefore, the tendency spoken of by the eminent naturalist above quoted is one inherent in every atom. Only, were one to apply it to both sides of the evolution, the observations made would greatly interfere with the modern theory, which has now almost become Darwinian law. But in citing the passage from Agassiz's work with approval, it must not be understood that the occultists are making any concession to the theory, which derives man from the animal kingdom. The fact that in this round he preceded the mammalia is obviously not impudent by the consideration that the latter, mammalia, follow in the wake of man. Verse 25. How did the Manasa, the sons of wisdom, act? They rejected the self-born, the boneless. They are not ready. They spurned the first sweat-born. They are not quite ready. They would not enter the first egg-born. Notes. This is explained in the section which follows this series of stanzas in the allegory from the Puranas concerning Kandu, the holy sage, and Pramloka, the nymph alleged to have hypnotized him. Read the subsections 2, commentary after stanza 1. A suggestive allegory scientifically, as the drops of a perspiration which she exuded are the symbols of the spores of science, vide info. A note on the egg-born. This will be explained as we proceed. This unwillingness to fashion men, or create, is symbolized in the Puranas by Daksha having to deal with his opponent Narada, the strife-making ascetic. End of note. To a theist or a Christian, this verse would suggest a rather theological idea, that of the fall of the angels through pride. In the secret doctrine, however, the reasons for the refusal to incarnate in half-ready physical bodies seem to be more connected with physiological than metaphysical reasons. Not all the organisms were sufficiently ready. The incarnating powers chose the ripest fruits and spurned the rest. Note. Vide verse 24. End of note. By a curious coincidence, when selecting a familiar name for the continent on which the first androgynes, the third root race, separated, the writer chose on geographical considerations that of Lemuria, invented by Mr. P. L. Sclater. It is only later that, reading Haeckel's Pedigree of Man, it was found that the German animalist had chosen the name for his late continent. He traces, properly enough, the scent of human evolution to Lemuria, but with a slight scientific variation. Speaking of it as that cradle of mankind, he pictures the gradual transformation of the anthropoid mammal into the primeval savage! Vogt again holds that in America man sprang from a branch of the Platyrrhine apes, independently of the origination of the African and Asian rootstocks from the Old World Catharinians. Anthropologists are, as usual, at loggerheads on this question, as on many others. We shall examine this claim in the light of esoteric philosophy in stanza 8. Meanwhile, let us give a few moments of attention to the various consecutive modes of procreation according to the laws of evolution. Let us begin by the mode of reproduction of the later subraces of the third human race, by those who found themselves endowed with the sacred fire from the spark of high and then independent beings, who were the psychic and spiritual parents of man, as the lower Pitar Devata, the Pitris, were the progenitors of his physical body. That third and holy race consisted of men who, at the zenith, were described as towering giants of godly strength and beauty, and the depositaries of all the mysteries of heaven and earth. Have they likewise fallen if, then, incarnation was the fall? Of this presently. The only thing now to be noted of these is that the chief gods and heroes of the fourth and fifth races, as of late antiquity, are the deified images of these men of the third. The days of their physiological purity and those of their so-called fall have equally survived in the hearts and memories of their descendants. Hence the dual nature shown in those gods, both virtue and sin being exalted to their highest degree in the biographies composed by posterity. They were the pre-Adamite and the divine races with which even theology, in whose sight they are all the accursed Cainite races, now begins to busy itself. But the action of spiritual progenitors of that race has first to be disposed of. A very difficult and abstruse point has to be explained with regard to stanzas 26 and 27. These say, 26, when the sweat-born produced the egg-born, the twofold, androgyne third race, the mighty, the powerful with bones, the lords of wisdom, said, "Now shall we create." Why now and not earlier? This the following sloka explains. 27. Then the third race became the Vahan, vehicle, of the lords of wisdom. It created sons of will and yoga, Vakriya Shakti. It created them, the Holy Fathers, ancestors of the Arhats. Note on the androgyne third race. The evolutionist Professor Schmidt alludes to the fact of the separation of sexes, as to the derivation of which from species, once hermaphrodite, all the believers in creation naturally accepted, are assuredly of one accord. Such, indeed, is the incontestable evidence drawn from the presence of rudimentary organs. Compare his Doctrine of Descent and Darwinism, page 159. Apart from such palpable traces of a primeval hermaphroditism, the fact may be noted that, as Lang writes, a study of embryology shows that in the human higher animal species the distinction of sex is not developed until a considerable progress had been made in the growth of the embryo. See Modern Zoroastrian, page 106. The law of retardation, operative alike in the case of human races, animal species, etc., when a higher type has once been evolved, still preserves hermaphroditism as the reproductive method of the majority of plants and many lower animals. End of note. When the Lords of Wisdom said, "Now shall we create," how did they create, since the Lords of Wisdom are identical with the Hindu devas who refuse to create? Clearly they are the Kumaras of the Hindu pantheon and Puranas, whose elder sons of Brahma, Sanandana and the other sons of Vedhas, who previously created by him without desire or passion, remained chaste, full of holy wisdom, and undesirous of progeny. Note, see Vishnu Purana Book 1, Chapter 7, Para 1. The power by which they first created is just that which has since caused them to be degraded from the high status to the position of evil spirits, of Satan and his host, created in their turn by the unclean fancy of exoteric creeds. It was by Kriya Shakti, that mysterious and divine power latent in the will of every man, and which, if not called to life, quickened and developed by yogi training, remains dormant in 999,999 men out of 1,000,000 and gets atrophied. This power is explained in the 12 signs of the zodiac as follows. See also 5 Years of Theosophy, page 777. Kriya Shakti, the mysterious power of thought, which enables it to produce external, perceptible phenomenal results by its own inherent energy. The ancients held that any idea will manifest itself externally if one's attention and will is deeply concentrated upon it. Similarly, an intense volition will be followed by the desired result. A yogi generally performs his wonders by means of Ichcha Shakti, willpower, and Kriya Shakti. The third race had thus created the so-called sons of will and yoga, or the ancestors, their spiritual forefathers, of all the subsequent and present arhats or mahatmas in a truly immaculate way. They were indeed created, not begotten, as were their brethren of the fourth race, who were generated sexually after the separation of sexes, the fall of man. For creation is but the result of will acting on phenomenal matter, the calling forth out of it the primordial divine light and eternal life. They were the holy seed grain of the future saviors of humanity. Here we have to make again a break in order to explain certain difficult points, of which there are so many. It is almost impossible to avoid such interruptions. For explanations and a philosophical account of the nature of those beings we are now viewed as the evil and rebellious spirits, the creators by Kriya Shakti, the reader is referred to the chapters on the fallen angels and the mystic dragons in part 2 of this volume. The order of the evolution of the human races stands thus in the 5th book of the commentaries and was already given. The first men were Chayas. 1. The second, the sweat-born. 2. The third, egg-born, and the Holy Fathers born by the powers of Kriya Shakti. 3. The fourth were the children of Padmapani, Kenresi. 4. Of course, such primeval modes of procreation by the evolution of one's image, through drops of perspiration, after that by yoga, and then by what people regard as magic, Kriya Shakti, are doomed beforehand to be regarded as fairy tales. Nevertheless, beginning with the first and ending with the last, there is really nothing miraculous in them, nor anything which could not be shown natural. This must be proven. 1. Chaya birth, or that primeval mode of sexless procreation, the first race having oozed out, so to say, from the bodies of the Pitris, is hinted at in a cosmic allegory in the Puranas. See Vishnu Purana Book 3, Chapter 2. It is the beautiful allegory and story of Sanjana, the daughter of Vishvakarman, married to the sun, unable to endure the fervours of her lord, gave him her chaya, shadow, image, or astral body, while she herself repaired to the jungle to perform religious devotions, or tapas. The sun, supposing the chaya to be his wife, begat by her children, like Adam with Lilith. An ethereal shadow also, as in the legend, though an actual living female monster millions of years ago. But perhaps this instance proves little except the exuberant fancy of the Puranic authors. We have another proof ready. If the materialized forms, which are sometimes seen oozing out of the bodies of certain mediums, could, instead of vanishing, be fixed and made solid, the creation of the first race would become quite comprehensible. This kind of procreation cannot fail to be suggestive to the student. Neither the mystery nor the impossibility of such a mode is certainly any greater, while it is far more comprehensible to the mind of the true metaphysical thinker, than the mystery of the conception of the fetus, its gestation and birth as a child as we now know it. Now to the curious and little understood corroboration in the Puranas about the sweat-born. 2. Kandu is a sage and a yogi, eminent in holy wisdom and pious austerities, which finally awaken the jealousy of the gods, who are represented in the Hindu scriptures as being in never-ending strife with the ascetics. Indra, the king of the gods, finally sends one of his female apsaras to tempt the sage. Note: in the oldest manuscript of Vishnu Purana in the possession of an initiate in southern India, the god is not Indra but Kama, the god of love and desire. See text further on. End of note. This is no worse than Jehovah sending Sarah, Abraham's wife, to tempt Pharaoh. But in truth it is those gods and God who are ever trying to disturb ascetics and thus make them lose the fruit of their austerities, who ought to be regarded as tempting demons, instead of applying the term to the Rudras, Kumalas and Asuras, whose great sanctity and chastity seem a standing reproach to the Don-Juanic gods of the pantheon. But it is the reverse that we find in all the Puranic allegories, and not without good esoteric reason. The king of the gods, or Indra, sends a beautiful apsarasas, nymph, named Pramloka, to seduce Kandu and disturb his penance. She succeeds in her unholy purpose, and 907 years, 6 months, and 3 days spent in her company seem to the sage as 1 day. Note: these are the exoteric figures given in a purposely reversed and distorted way, being the figure of the duration of the cycle between the first and second human race. All Orientalists to the contrary, there is not a word in any of the Puranas that has not a special esoteric meaning. End of note. When this psychological or hypnotic state ends, the Muni curses bitterly the creature who seduced him, thus disturbing his devotions. "Depart, begone," he cries, "vile bundle of illusions." And Pramloka, terrified, flies away, wiping the perspiration from her body with the leaves of the trees as she passes through the air. She went from tree to tree, and as with the dusky shoots that crowned their summits she dried her limbs, the child she had conceived by the rishi came forth from the pores of her skin in drops of perspiration. The trees received the living dews, and the wind collected them into one mass. "This," said Soma, the moon, "I matured by my rays," and gradually it increased in size till the exhalation that had rested on the tree-tops became the lovely girl named Marisha. Note: Vishnu Purana Book 1, Chapter 15. Compare also Vivian's Temptation of Merlin, Tennyson, the same legend in Irish tradition. End of note. Now Kandu stands here for the first race. He is a son of the Pitris, hence one devoid of mind, which is hinted at by his being unable to discern a period of nearly 1,000 years from 1 day. Therefore he is shown to be so easily deluded and blinded. He is a variant of the allegory in Genesis of Adam, born an image of clay, into which the Lord God breathes the breath of life, but not of intellect and discrimination, which are developed only after he has tasted of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, in other words, when he has acquired the first development of mind, and had implanted in him manas, whose terrestrial aspect is of the earth earthy, though its highest faculty is connected with the spirit and the divine soul. Pramloka is the Hindu Lilith of the Aryan Adam, and Marisha, the daughter born of perspiration from her pores, is the sweat-born, and stands as a symbol for the second race of mankind. As remarked in the footnote, vide super, it is not Indra who now figures in the Puranas, but Kamadeva, the god of love and desire, who sends Pramloka on earth. Logic, besides the esoteric doctrine, shows that it must be so, for Kama is the king and the lord of the Apsarasas, of whom Pramloka is one, and therefore when Kandu, in cursing her, exclaims, "Thou hast performed the office assigned by the monarch of the gods, go!" he must mean by that monarch Kama, and not Indra, to whom the Apsarasas are not subservient. For Kama again is in the Rig Veda 10:129 the personification of that feeling which leads and propels to creation. He was the first movement that stirred the One, after its manifestation from the purely abstract principle to create. Quote, "Desire first arose in it, which was the primal germ of mind, and which sages, searching with their intellect, have discovered to be the bond which connects entity with non-entity." Unquote. A hymn in the Athavara Veda exalts Kama into a supreme god and creator and says, "Kama was born the first, him neither gods nor fathers, Pitara, nor men have equalled." A hymn in the Atharva Veda exalts Kama into a supreme god and creator and says, "Kama was born the first, him neither gods nor fathers, Pitara, nor men have equalled." Unquote. The Atharva Veda identifies him with Agni, but makes him superior to that god. The Taittiriya Brahmana makes him allegorically the son of Dharma, moral, religious duty, piety and justice, and of Shraddha, faith. Elsewhere Kama is born from the heart of Brahma. Therefore he is Atmabhu, self-existent, and Aja, the unborn. His sending Pramloka has a deep philosophical meaning sent by Indra. The narrative has none. As Eros was connected in early Greek mythology with the world's creation and only afterwards became the sexual Cupid, so was Kama in his original Vedic character, Harivansa making him a son of Lakshmi, who is Venus. The allegory, as said, shows the psychic element developing the physiological before the birth of Daksha, the progenitor of real physical men, made to be born from Marisha, and before whose time living beings and men were procreated by the will, by sight, by touch, and by yoga, as will be shown. This, then, is the allegory built on the mode of procreation of the second of the sweat-born, the same for the third race in its final development. Marisha, through the exertions of Soma, the moon, is taken to wife by the Praketasas, the production of the mind-born sons of Brahma also, from whom they beget the patriarch Daksha, a son of Brahma also, in a former kalpa or life, explain and add the Puranas in order to mislead, yet speaking the truth. Note: the text has, "From Brahma were born mind-engendered progeny, with forms and faculties derived from his corporeal nature, embodied spirits produced from the limbs, Gatra, of Dmat, all-wise deity. These beings were the abode of the three qualities of Devasarga, divine creation, which, as the fivefold creation, is devoid of clearness of perception, without reflection, dull of nature. But as they did not multiply themselves, Brahma created other mind-born sons like himself, namely the Brahmarishis, or the Prajapati, 10 and 7. Sanandana and the other sons of Vedas, Brahma, were previously created, but as shown elsewhere they were without desire or passion, inspired with holy wisdom, estranged from the universe and undesirous of progeny. Book 1, Chapter 7. These Sanandana and other Kumaras are then the gods who, after refusing to create progeny, are forced to incarnate in senseless men. The reader must pardon unavoidable repetitions in view of the great number of the facts given. End of note. 3. The early third race, then, is formed from drops of, quote, sweat, unquote, which, after many transformations, grow into human bodies. This is not more difficult to imagine or realize than the growth of the fetus from an imperceptible germ, and then into a strong, heavy man. But this race again changes its mode of procreation according to the commentaries. It is said to have emanated a viformativa, which changed the drops of perspiration into greater drops, which grew, expanded, and then became ovoid bodies, huge eggs. In these the human fetus gestated for several years. In the Puranas, Marisha, the daughter of Kandu, the sage, becomes the wife of the Praketasas and the mother of Daksha. Now Daksha is the father of the first human-like progenitors, having been born in this way. He is mentioned later on. The evolution of man, the microcosm, is analogous to that of the universe, the macrocosm. His evolution stands between that of the latter and that of the animal for which man, in his turn, is a macrocosm. Then the race becomes, 4, the androgyne or hermaphrodite. This process of men-bearing explains perhaps why Aristophanes describes the nature of the old race as androgynous, the form of every individual being rounded, having the back and sides as in a circle, whose manner of running was circular, terrible in the force and strength, and with prodigious ambition, see Plato's Banquet. Therefore, to make them weaker, Zeus divided them, in the third root race, into 2, and Apollo, the sun, under his direction, closed up the skin. The Madagascans, the island belonged to Lemuria, have a tradition about the first man who lived at first without eating, and, having indulged in food, a swelling appeared in his leg. This bursting, there emerged from it a female, who became the mother of their race. Truly, we have our sciences of heterogenesis and parthenogenesis showing that the field is yet open. The polyps produce their offspring from themselves, like the buds and ramifications of a tree. Why not the primitive human polyp? The very interesting polyp Storedium passes alternately from gemmation into the sex method of reproduction. Curiously enough, though it grows merely as a polyp on a stalk, it produces gemmules, which ultimately develop into a sea nettle or medusa. The medusa is utterly dissimilar to its parent organism, the Storedium. It also reproduces itself differently by sexual method, and from the resulting eggs, Storedia once more put in an appearance. This striking fact may assist many to understand that a form may be evolved, as in the sexual Lemurians, from hermaphrodite parentage, quite unlike its immediate progenitors. It is moreover unquestionable that in the case of human incarnations the law of karma, racial or individual, overrides the subordinate tendencies of heredity, its servant. The meaning of the last sentence in the above-quoted commentary on stanza 27, namely, that the fourth race were the children of Padmapani, may find its explanation in a certain letter from the inspirer of esoteric Buddhism quoted on page 68. The majority of mankind belongs to the seventh sub-race of the fourth root race, the above-mentioned Chinaman and their offshoots and branchlets. Malayans, Mongolians, Tibetans, Hungarians, Finns, and even the Eskimo are all remnants of this last offshoot. Padmapani, or Avalokiteshvara in Sanskrit, is in Tibetan Keneresi. Now, Avalokiteshvara is the great Logos in its higher aspect, and in the divine regions, but in the manifested planes he is, like Daksha, the progenitor in the spiritual sense of men. Padmapani Avalokiteshvara is called esoterically a bodhisattva, or Dhyankoham, Kenresi Avankuk, the powerful and all-seeing. He is considered now as the greatest protector of Asia in general, and of Tibet in particular. In order to guide the Tibetans and Lamas in holiness, and preserve the great arhats in the world, this heavenly being is credited with manifesting himself from age to age in human form. A popular legend has it that whenever faith begins to die out in the world, Padmapani Kenresi, the lotus-bearer, emits a brilliant ray of light, and forthwith incarnates himself in one of the two great lamas, the Dalai and Tesku lamas. Finally, it is believed that he will incarnate as the most perfect Buddha in Tibet, instead of in India, where his predecessors, the great rishis and manas, had appeared in the beginning of our race, but now appear no longer. Even the exoteric appearance of Dhyani Kenresi is suggestive of the esoteric teaching. He is evidently, like Daksha, the synthesis of all the preceding races, and the progenitor of all the human races after the third, the first complete one, and thus is represented as the culmination of the four primeval races in his 11-faced form. It is a column built in 4 rows, each series having 3 faces or heads of different complexions, the 3 faces for each race being typical of 3 fundamental physiological transformations. The first is white, moon-colored, the second is yellow, the third red-brown, the fourth, in which are only 2 faces, the third face being left a blank, a reference to the untimely end of the Atlanteans, is brown-black. Padmapani, Daksha is seated on the column and forms the apex. In this reference compare stanza 39. The Dhyan Kochan is represented with 4 arms, another allusion to the 4 races. For while 2 are folded, the third hand holds a lotus, Padmapani, the lotus bearer, this flower symbolizing generation, and the fourth holds a serpent, emblem of the wisdom in his power. On his neck is a rosary, and on his head the sign of water, matter, deluge, while on his brow rests the third eye, Shiva's eye, that of spiritual insight. His name is Protector of Tibet, Savior of humanity. On other occasions, when he has only 2 arms, he is Kenresi, the Dhyani and Bodhisattva. Kakma Padma Karpu, he who holds a lotus. His other name is Kantong, he of the 1,000 eyes, when he is endowed with 1,000 arms and hands, on the palm of each of which is represented an eye of wisdom, these arms radiating from his body like a forest of rays. Another of his names is Lokapati and Lokanatha, in Sanskrit, Lord of the World, and Jigtengompo in Tibetan, Protector and Savior against evil of any kind. Padmapani, however, is the lotus-bearer symbolically only for the profane. Esoterically it means the supporter of the kalpas, the last of which, the present Mahakalpa, the Varaha, is called Padma, and represents 1/2 of the life of Brahma. Though a minor kalpa, it is called Maha, great, because it comprises the age in which Brahma sprang from a lotus. Theoretically, the kalpas are infinite, but practically they are divided and subdivided in space and time, each division, down to the smallest, having its own dhyani as patron or regent. Padmapani, Avalokiteshvara, becomes, in China, in his female aspect, Kuan Yin, who assumes any form at pleasure in order to save mankind. The knowledge of the astrological aspect of the constellations on the respective, quote, birthdays, unquote, of these dhyanis, Amitabha, the Umitufu of China included, for example, on the 19th day of the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the 11th month, and on the 7th day of the 3rd month, etc., etc., gives the occultist the greatest facilities for performing what are called magic feats. The future of an individual is seen, with all its coming events marshalled in order, in a magic mirror placed under a ray of certain constellations. But The Secret Doctrine, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 8, Evolution of the Animal Mammalians, the First Fall, with subsections, verse 28, How the First Mammals Were Produced, 29, A Quasi-Darwinian Evolution, 30, The Animals Get Solid Bodies, verse 31, Their Separation into Sexes, verse 32, The First Sin of the Mindless Men. Verse 28, From the drops of sweat, from the residue of the substance, matter from dead bodies and animals of the real before, previous third round, and from cast-off dust, the first animals of this round were produced. The occult doctrine maintains that, in this round, the mammalians were a later work of the evolution than man. Evolution proceeds in cycles. The great manvanteric cycle of 7 rounds, beginning in the first round with mineral, vegetable, and animal, brings its evolutionary work on the descending arc to a dead stop in the middle of the 4th race, at the close of the first half of the 4th round. It is on our earth, then, the 4th sphere and the lowest, and in the present round, that this middle point has been reached. And since the monad has passed, after its first metallization on globe A, through the mineral, vegetable, and animal worlds in every degree of the 3 states of matter, except the last degree of the 3rd or solid state, which it reached only at the midpoint of evolution, it is but logical and natural that at the beginning of the 4th round on globe D, man should be the first to appear, and also that his frame should be of the most tenuous matter that is compatible with objectivity. To make it still clearer, if the monad begins its cycle of incarnations through the three objective kingdoms on the descending curved line, it has necessarily to enter on the reascending curved line of the sphere as a man also. On the descending arc, it is the spiritual which is gradually transformed into the material. On the middle line of the base, spirit and matter are equilibrized in man. On the ascending arc, spirit is slowly reasserting itself at the expense of the physical or matter, so that at the close of the seventh race of the seventh round, the monad will find itself as free from matter and all its qualities as it was in the beginning, having gained in addition the experience and wisdom, the fruition of all its personal lives, without their evil and temptations. This order of evolution is found also in Genesis, chapter 1 and 2, if one reads it in its true esoteric sense, for chapter 1 contains the history of the first three rounds, as well as that of the first three races of the fourth, up to that moment when man is called to conscious life by the Elohim of wisdom. In the first chapter, animals, whales, and fowls of the air are created before the androgyne Adam. Note, an allegorical reference to the sacred animals of the zodiac and other heavenly bodies. Some Kabbalists see in them the prototypes of the animals. End of note. In the second, Adam the sexless comes first, and the animals only appear after him. Even the state of mental torpor and unconsciousness of the first two races and of the first half of the third race is symbolized in the second chapter of Genesis by the deep sleep of Adam. It was the dreamless sleep of mental inaction, the slumber of the soul and mind, which was meant by that sleep, and not at all the physiological process of differentiation of sexes, as a learned French theorist, M. Nodin, imagined. The Puranas, the Chaldean and Egyptian fragments, and also the Chinese traditions, all show an agreement with the secret doctrine as to the process and order of evolution. We find in them the corroboration of almost all our teaching. For instance, the statement concerning the oviparous mode of procreation of the third race, and even a hint at a less innocent mode of the procreation of the first mammal forms, gigantic, transparent, dumb, and monstrous they were, says the commentary. Study the stories of the several rishis and their multifarious progeny. For example, Pulastya is the father of all the serpents and nagas, the oviparous brood. Kashyapa was grandsire, though his wife Tamra of the birds, and of Garuda, king of the feathered tribe, while by his wife Surabhi he was the parent of cows and buffaloes, etc., etc. In the secret doctrine, the first nagas, being wiser than the serpents, are the sons of will and yoga, born before the complete separation of the sexes, matured in the man-bearing eggs, produced by the power, Kriya Shakti, of the holy sages of the early third race. Note: in Hesiod, Zeus creates his third race of men out of ash trees. In the Popol Vuh, the third race of man is created out of the tree Zita, at the marrow of the reed called Sibak. But Sibak means egg in the mystery language of the Artufas, or initiation caves. In a report sent in 1812 to the Cortes by Don Baptista Pinho, it is said, "All the pueblos have their Artufas." So the natives call subterranean rooms with only a single door, where they secretly assemble. These are impenetrable temples, and the doors are always closed to the Spaniards. They adore the sun and moon, fire and the great snake, the creative power, whose eggs are called Sibak. There is a notable difference esoterically between the words Sarpa and Naga, though they are both used indiscriminately. Sarpa, serpent, is from the root srip, skripo, to creep, and they are called Ahi, from Ha, to abandon. The Sarpa was produced from Brahma's hair, which, owing to his fright at beholding the Yakshas, whom he had created horrible to behold, fell off from the head, each hair becoming a serpent. They are called Sarpa from their creeping, and Ahi because they had deserted the head, says Wilson. But the Nagas, their serpent's tail notwithstanding, do not creep, but manage to walk, run and fight in the allegories. End of notes. In these were incarnated the lords of the three upper worlds, the various classes of Rudras, who had been Tushitas, who had been Jayas, who are Adityas. For, as explained by Parasara, there are 100 appellations of the immeasurably mighty Rudras. Some of the descendants of the primitive Nagas, the serpents of wisdom, peopled America when its continent arose during the palmy days of the great Atlantis, America being the Patala or antipodes of Jambudvipa, not of Bharatavarsha. Otherwise, whence the traditions and legends, the latter always more true than history, as says Augustin Thierry, and even the identity in the names of certain medicine men and priests who exist to this day in Mexico, we shall have to say something of the Nargals and the Nagals, and also of Nagalism, called devil worship by the missionaries. In almost all the Puranas, the story of the sacrifice of Daksha is given, the oldest account of which is to be found in Vayu Purana. Allegorical as it is, there is more meaning and biological revelation in it to a naturalist than in all the pseudo-scientific vagaries, which are regarded as learned theories and hypotheses. Daksha, who is regarded as the chief progenitor, is moreover pointed out as the creator of physical man in the quote, fable, unquote, which makes him lose his head from his body in the general strife between the gods and the Raumas. This head, being burnt in the fire, is replaced by the head of a ram, Kasikanda. Now the ram's head and horns are ever the symbol of generating power and of reproductive force, and of phallic. As we have shown, it is Daksha who establishes the era of men engendered by sexual intercourse. But this mode of procreation did not occur suddenly, as one may think, and required long ages before it became the one, quote, natural, unquote, way. Therefore his sacrifice to the gods is shown as interfered with by Shiva, the destroying deity, evolution and progress personified, who is the regenerator at the same time, who destroys things under one form but to recall them to life under another more perfect type. Shiva Rudra creates the terrible Virabhadra, born of his breath, the 1,000-headed, 1,000-armed, etc., monster, and commissions him to destroy the sacrifice prepared by Daksha. Then Virabhadra, abiding in the region of the ghosts, or ethereal men, created from the pores of the skin, Romakupas, powerful Raumas, or Raumyas. Note: Wilson translates the word as demigods. See his Vishnu Purana, page 130. But Raumas or Raumyas are simply a race, a tribe. End of note. Now, however mythical the allegory, the Mahabharata, which is history as much as is the Iliad, shows the Raumyas and other races as springing in the same manner from the Romakupas, hair or skin pores. The allegorical description of the, quote, sacrifice, unquote, is full of significance to the students of the secret doctrine who know of the, quote, sweat-born, unquote. In the Vayu Purana's account of Daksha's sacrifice, moreover, it is said to have taken place in the presence of creatures born from the egg, from the vapor, vegetation, pores of the skin, and finally only from the womb. Daksha typifies the early third race, holy and pure, still devoid of an individual ego, and having merely the passive capacities. Brahma, therefore, commands him to create in the exoteric texts. When obeying the command, he made inferior and superior, avara and vara, progeny, putra, bipeds and quadrupeds, and by his will gave birth to females, to the gods, the Daityas, giants of the fourth race, the snake gods, animals, cattle, and the Danavas, titans and demon magicians, and other beings. From that period forward, living creatures were engendered by sexual intercourse. Before the time of Daksha, they were variously propagated, by the will, by sight, by touch, and by yoga power. And now comes the simply zoological teaching. Verse 29. Animals with bones, dragons of the deep, and flying sarpas, serpents, were added to the creeping things. They that creep on the ground got wings. They with the long necks in the water became the progenitors of the fowls of the air. This is a point on which the teachings and modern biological speculation are in perfect accord. The missing links representing this transition process between reptile and bird are apparent to the veriest bigot, especially in the Ornithoscalidae, Hesperonychus, and the Archaeopteryx of Vogt. Verse 30. During the third race, the boneless animals grew and changed. They became animals with bones, vertebrates, and after that mammalians. Before that, the animals were also ethereal proto-organisms, just as man was. Their chayas became solid also. Verse 31. The animals separated the first into male and female. The fact of former hermaphrodite mammals and the subsequent separation of sexes is now indisputable even from the standpoint of biology. As Professor Oskar Schmidt, an avowed Darwinist, shows, quote, use and disuse combined with selection elucidate, within brackets question mark, the separation of the sexes and the existence, totally incomprehensible, of rudimentary sexual organs. In the vertebrate especially, each sex possesses such distinct traces of the reproductive apparatus characteristic of the other that even antiquity assumed hermaphroditism as a natural primeval form of mankind. The tenacity with which the rudiments of sexual organs are inherited is remarkable. In the class of mammals, actual hermaphroditism is unheard of, although through the whole period of their development they drag along with them these residues borne by their unknown ancestry. No one can say how long ago. Note: Doctrine of Descent and Darwinism, pages 186 to 187. The unknown ancestry referred to are the primeval astral prototypes. Compare section 2, page 260a. End of note. Verse 31. They, the animals, began to breed. The twofold man then separated also. He, man, said, let us as they, let us unite and make creatures. They did. Verse 32. And those which had no spark, their narrow-brained, took huge she-animals unto them. Note on the narrow-brained. See verse 24. End of note. The animals separated the first, says stanza 31. Bear in mind that at that period men were different, even physiologically, from what they are now, having passed the middle point of the fifth race. We are not told what the huge she-animals were, but they certainly were as different from any we know now as were the men. This was the first physical, quote, fall into matter, unquote, of some of the then existing and lower races. Bear in mind stanza 24. The sons of wisdom had spurned the early third race, that is, the non-developed, and are shown incarnating in and thereby endowing with intellect the later third race. Thus the sin of the brainless or mindless races, who had no spark and were irresponsible, fell upon those who failed to do by them their karmic duty. Verse 32 continued. They begat upon them dumb races. Dumb they were, the narrow-brained, themselves, but their tongues united. The tongues of their progeny remained still. Monsters they bred, a race of crooked, red-hair-covered monsters, going on all fours. A dumb race, to keep the shame untold. Notes. These animals, or monsters, are not the anthropoid or any other apes, but verily what the anthropologists might call the missing link, the primitive lower man, see infra. Note on a dumb race to keep the shame untold. The shame of their animal origin, which our modern scientists would emphasize if they could. End of notes. They begat upon them dumb races. Dumb they were, the narrow-brained, themselves, but their tongues united. See later on concerning the beginning of human speech. Commentary. What may be the objections to the foregoing? Thus occultism rejects the idea that nature developed man from the ape, or even from an ancestor common to both, but traces, on the contrary, some of the most anthropoid species to the third race man of the early Atlantean period. As this proposition will be maintained and defended elsewhere, a few words more are all that are needed at present. For greater clearness, however, we shall repeat in brief what was said previously in Book 1, stanza 6. Our teachings show that, while it is quite correct to say that nature had built at one time around the human astral form an ape-like external shape, yet it is as correct that this shape was no more that of the, quote, missing link, unquote, than were the coverings of that astral form during the course of its natural evolution through all the kingdoms of nature. Nor was it, as shown in the proper place, on this fourth round planet that such evolution took place, but only during the first, second, and third rounds, when man was, in turn, a stone, a plant, an animal, until he became what he was in the first root race of present humanity. The real line of evolution differs from the Darwinian, and the two systems are irreconcilable, except when the latter is divorced from the dogma of natural selection and the like. Indeed, between the Monera of Haeckel and the Sadisripa of Manu, there lies an impassable chasm in the shape of the jiva, for the human monad, whether immetalized in the stone atom, or invegetalized in the plant, or inanimalized in the animal, is still and ever a divine, hence also a human monad. It ceases to be human only when it becomes absolutely divine. The terms mineral, vegetable, and animal monad are meant to create a superficial distinction. There is no such thing as a monad, jiva, other than divine, and consequently having been, or having to become, human. And the latter term has to remain meaningless unless the difference is well understood. The monad is a drop out of the shoreless ocean beyond, or to be correct, within the plane of primeval differentiation. It is divine in its higher and human in its lower condition, and the adjectives higher and lower being used for lack of better words. And a monad it remains at all times, save in the nirvanic state, under whatever conditions, or whatever external forms. As the Logos reflects the universe in the divine mind, and the manifested universe reflects itself in each of its monads, as Leibniz put it, repeating an Eastern teaching, so the monad has, during the cycle of its incarnations, to reflect in itself every root form of each kingdom. Therefore the Kabbalists say correctly that man becomes a stone, a plant, an animal, a man, a spirit, and finally God, thus accomplishing his cycle or circuit, and returning to the point from which he had started, as the heavenly man. But by man the divine monad is meant, and not the thinking entity, much less his physical body. While rejecting the immortal soul, the men of science now try to trace the latter through a series of animal forms, from the lowest to the highest, whereas in truth all the present fauna are the descendants of those primordial monsters of which the stanzas speak. The animals, the creeping beasts, and those in the waters that preceded man in this fourth round, as well as those contemporary with the third race, and again the mammalia that are posterior to the third and fourth races, are all either directly or indirectly the mutual and correlative product, physically, of man. It is correct to say that the man of this manvantara, that is, during the three preceding rounds, has passed through all the kingdoms of nature, that he was a stone, a plant, an animal. But A, these stones, plants, and animals were the prototypes, the filmy presentments of those of the fourth round, and B, even those at the beginning of the fourth round were the astral shadows of the present, as the occultists express it. And finally the forms and genera of neither man, animal, nor plant were what they became later. Thus the astral prototypes of the lower beings of the animal kingdom of the fourth round, which preceded the chayas of men, were the consolidated, though still very ethereal, sheets of the still more ethereal forms or models produced at the close of the third round on globe D. Produced from the residue of the substance matter, from dead bodies of men and other extinct animals of the wheel before, or the previous third round, as stanza 24 tells us. Hence, while the nondescript animals that preceded the astral man at the beginning of this life cycle on our earth were still, so to speak, the progeny of the man of the third round, the mammalians of this round owe their existence in a great measure to man again. Moreover, the ancestor of the present anthropoid animal, the ape, is the direct production of the yet mindless man who desecrated his human dignity by putting himself physically on the level of an animal. The above accounts of some of the alleged physiological proofs brought forward by the anthropologists as a demonstration of the descent of man from the animals. The point most insisted upon by the evolutionists is that the history of the embryo is an epitome of that of the race, that every organism in its development from an egg runs through a series of forms through which, in like succession, its ancestors have passed in the long course of Earth's history. Note: a very strong argument in favor of variability is supplied by the science of embryology. Is not a man in the uterus a simple cell, a vegetable with 3 or 4 leaflets, a tadpole with branchiae, a mammal with a tail, lastly a primate, within brackets question mark, and a biped? It is scarcely possible not to recognize in the embryonic evolution a rapid sketch, a faithful summary of the entire organic series. Quote from Lefebvre, Philosophy, page 484, end of note. The history of the embryo is a picture in little and outline of that of the race. This conception forms the gist of our fundamental biogenetic law, which we are obliged to place at the head of the study of the fundamental law of organic development. Note: The Proofs of Evolution, a lecture by Haeckel. End of note. This modern theory was known as a fact too, and far more philosophically expressed by the sages and occultists from the remotest ages. A passage from Isis Unveiled may here be cited to furnish a few points of comparison. In Volume 1, pages 388 to 389, it was asked why, with all their great learning, physiologists were unable to explain teratological phenomena. Any anatomist who has made the development and growth of the embryo a subject of special study can tell without much brain work what daily experience and the evidence of his own eyes show him, meaning that up to a certain period the human embryo is a facsimile of a young batrachian in its first remove from the spawn, a tadpole. But no physiologist or anatomist seems to have had the idea of applying to the development of the human being, from the first instant of its physical appearance as a germ to its ultimate formation and birth, the Pythagorean esoteric doctrine of metempsychosis, so erroneously interpreted by critics. The meaning of the axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man, etc., was mentioned in another place in relation to the spiritual and physical evolution of men on this earth. We will now add a few more words to make the matter clearer. What is the primitive shape of the future man? A grain, a corpuscle, say some physiologists, a molecule, an ovum of the ovum, say others. If it could be analyzed by the microscope or otherwise, what ought we to expect to find it composed? Analogically, we should say of a nucleus of inorganic matter deposited from the circulation at the germinating point, and united with the deposit of organic matter. In other words, this infinitesimal nucleus of the future man is composed of the same elements as a stone, of the same elements as the earth, which the man is destined to inhabit. Moses is cited by the Kabbalist as authority for the remark that it required earth and water to make a living being, and thus it may be said that the man first appears as a stone. At the end of 3 or 4 weeks the ovum has assumed a plant-like appearance, one extremity having become spheroidal and the other tapering like a carrot. Upon dissection it is found to be composed, like an onion, of very delicate laminae or coats, enclosing a liquid. The laminae approach each other at the lower end, and the embryo hangs from the root of the umbilicus almost like the fruit from the bow. The stone has now become changed by, quote, metempsychosis, unquote, into a plant. Then the embryonic creature begins to shoot out from the inside outward its limbs and develops its features. The eyes are visible as 2 black dots. The ears, nose, and mouth form depressions like the points of a pineapple before they begin to project. The embryo develops into an animal-like fetus, the shape of a tadpole, and, like an amphibious reptile, lives in water and develops from it. Its monad has not yet become either human or immortal, for the Kabbalists tells us that this only occurs at the, quote, 4th hour, unquote. One by one the fetus assumes the characteristics of the human being. The first flutter of the immortal breath passes through its being, it moves, and the divine essence settles in the infant's frame, which it will inhabit until the moment of physical death, when man becomes a spirit. This mysterious process of a 9 months formation the Kabbalists call the completion of the individual cycle of evolution. As the fetus develops amidst the liqueur amni in the womb, so the earths germinate in the universal ether, or astral fluid, in the womb of the universe. These cosmic children, like their pygmy inhabitants, are at first nuclei, then ovules, then gradually mature and, becoming mothers, in their turn develop mineral, vegetable, animal, and human forms. From center to circumference, from the imperceptible vesicle to the uttermost conceivable bounds of the cosmos, those glorious thinkers, the occultists, trace cycle merging into cycle, containing and contained in an endless series. The embryo evolving in its prenatal sphere, the individual in his family, the family in the state in mankind, the earth in our system, that system in its central universe, the universe in the cosmos, and the cosmos in the one cause. Thus runs their philosophy of evolution, differing, as we see, from that of Haeckel. Quote, all are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and Parabrahm, the soul. Unquote. These are the proofs of occultism, and they are rejected by science. But how is the chasm between the mind of man and animal to be bridged in this case? How, if the anthropoid and Homo primigenius had, argumenti gratia, the common ancestor, in the way modern speculation puts it, did the two groups diverge so widely from one another as regards mental capacity? True, the occultist may be told that in every case occultism does what science repeats. It gives a common ancestor to ape and man, since it makes the former issue from primeval man. But that primeval man was man only in external form. He was mindless and soulless at the time he begot, with a female animal monster, the forefather of a series of apes. This speculation, if speculation it be, is at least logical, and fills the chasm between the mind of man and animal. Thus it accounts for and explains the hitherto unaccountable and inexplicable. The fact that, in the present stage of evolution, science is almost certain that no issue can follow from the union of man and animal is considered and explained elsewhere. Now, what is the fundamental difference between the accepted, or nearly so, conclusions as enunciated in The Pedigree of Man, meaning that man and ape have a common ancestor, and the teachings of occultism which deny this conclusion and accept the fact that all things and all living beings have originated from one common source? Materialistic science makes man evolve gradually to what he is now, and, starting from the first protoplasmic speck called moneron, which we are told has, like the rest, originated in the course of immeasurable ages from a few, or from a one simple, spontaneously arising original form that has obeyed one law of evolution, passed through unknown and unknowable types up to the ape, and thence to the human being. Where the transitional shapes are discoverable we are not told, for the simple reason that no, quote, missing links, unquote, between man and the apes have ever yet been found, though this fact in no way prevents men like Haeckel from inventing them ad libitum. Nor will they ever be met with simply again because that link which unites man with his real ancestry is searched for on the objective plane and in the material world of forms, whereas it is safely hidden from the microscope and dissecting knife within the animal tabernacle of man himself. We repeat what we have said in Isis Unveiled. All things had their origin in spirit, evolution having originally begun from above and proceeded downward, instead of the reverse as taught in the Darwinian theory. In other words, there has been a gradual materialization of forms until a fixed ultimate of debasement is reached. This point is that at which the doctrine of modern evolution enters into the arena of speculative hypothesis. Arrived at this period, we will find it easy to understand Haeckel's anthropogeny, which traces the pedigree of man from its protoplasmic root, sodden in the mud of seas which existed before the oldest of the fossiliferous rocks were deposited, according to Professor Huxley's exposition. We may believe the man of the third round evolved by gradual modification of an astral mammal of ape-like organization, still easier when we remember that, though in a more condensed and less elegant, but still as comprehensible phraseology, the same theory was said by Berosus to have been taught many thousands of years before his time by the manfish Oannes or Dagon, the semi-demon of Babylonia, though on somewhat modified lines. But what lies back of the Darwinian line of descent? So far as he is concerned, nothing but unverifiable hypothesis. For, as he puts it, he views all beings as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Silurian system was deposited. Note, see Origin of Species, pages 448 and 489 of the first edition. End of note. He does not attempt to show us who these few beings were, but it answers our purpose quite as well, for in the admission of their existence at all, we sought to the ancients for corroboration, and elaboration of the idea receives the stamp of scientific approbation." Unquote, from Isis Unveiled. Truly, as also said in our first work, if we accept Darwin's theory of the development of species, we find that his starting point is placed in front of an open door. We are at liberty with him to either remain within or cross the threshold beyond which lies the limitless and the incomprehensible, or rather the unutterable. If our mortal language is inadequate to express what our spirit dimly foresees in the great beyond while on this earth, it must realize it at some point in the timeless eternity. But what lies beyond Haeckel's theory? Why, Batubius Haeckel and no more. A further answer is given in Part 3, Addenda. Next chapter is Stanza 9, the final evolution. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 9, the final evolution of man. Subsections. Verse 33, the creators repent. 34, they atone for their neglect. 35, men become endowed with minds. 36, the fourth race develops perfect speech. 37, every androgynous unit is separated and becomes bisexual. Verse 33, seeing which, the sin committed with the animals, the Las, the spirits, the sons of wisdom, who had not built men, who had refused to create, wept, saying, verse 34, the Amanasa, the mindless, have defiled our future abodes. This is karma. Let us dwell in the others. Let us teach them better, lest worse should happen. They did. Verse 35, then all became endowed with manas, minds. They saw the sin of the mindless. But they had already separated before the ray of divine reason had enlightened the dark region of their hitherto slumbering minds, and had sinned. That is to say, they had committed evil unconsciously by producing an effect which was unnatural. Yet, like the other six primitive brother or fellow races, even so this seventh, henceforth degenerated race, which will have to bide its time for its final development on account of the sin committed, even this race will find itself on the last day on one of the seven paths. For the wise guard the home of nature's order. They assume excellent forms in secret. Notes. This verse in the Veda, chapter 10, verse 5-6, the seven wise ones, race of wisdom, Dhyanis, fashion seven paths, or lines, as also races in another sense. To one of these may the distressed mortal come, which is interpreted solely from the astronomical and cosmic aspect, is one of the most pregnant in occult meaning. The paths mean here lines, Maryada, but they are primarily beams of light falling on the paths leading to wisdom. See Rig Veda 4, 5-13. It means ways or paths. They are, in short, the 7 rays which fall free from the macrocosmic center, the 7 principles in the metaphysical, the 7 races in the physical sense. All depends upon the key used. See also Rig Veda, chapter 10, verse 10, 5 and 2. End of notes. But we must see whether the quote animals unquote tampered with were of the same kind as those known to zoology. Verse 34 begins, "The Amansa, the mindless, have defiled our future abodes." The quote fall unquote occurred according to the testimony of ancient wisdom and the old records as soon as Daksha, the reincarnated creator of men and things in the early 3rd race, disappeared to make room for that portion of mankind which had separated. This is how the commentary explains the details that preceded the fall. Quote, "In the initial period of man's 4th evolution, the human kingdom branched off in several and various directions. The outward shape of its first specimens was not uniform, for the vehicles, the egg-like external shells in which the future fully physical man gestated, were often tampered with before they hardened by huge animals of species now unknown, and which belonged to the tentative efforts of nature. The result was that intermediate races of monsters, half animals, half men, were produced. But as they were failures, they were not allowed to breathe long and live, though the intrinsically paramount power of psychic over physical nature being yet very weak and hardly established, the egg-born sons had taken several of their females unto themselves as mates, and bred other human monsters. Later, animal species and human races becoming gradually equilibrized, they separated and mated no longer. Man created no more, he begot. But he also begot animals as well as men in days of old. Therefore the sages, or wise men, who speaks of males who had no more will-begotten offspring, but begat various animals along with Danavas, giants, on females of other species, animals being as, or in a manner of, sons putative to them, and they, the human males, refusing in time to be regarded as putative fathers of dumb creatures, spoke truthfully and wisely. Upon seeing this state of things, the kings and lords of the last races, of the 3rd and the 4th races, placed the seal of prohibition upon the sinful intercourse. It interfered with karma. It developed new karma. They, the divine kings, struck the culprits with sterility. They destroyed the red and blue races. Notes. It is next to impossible to translate verbally some of these old commentaries. We are often obliged to give the meaning only, and thus retranslate the verbatim translations. Rudra, as a Kumara, is Lila Lohita, red and blue. End of notes. In another we find, quote, "There were blue and red-faced animal men even in later times, not from actual intercourse between the human and animal species, but by descent." Unquote. And still another passage mentions, quote, "Red-haired, swarthy men going on all fours, who bend and unbend, stand erect and fall on their hands again, who speak as their forefathers, and run on their hands as their giant foremothers." Unquote. Perchance in these specimens Hegelians might recognize not the Homo primigenius, but some of the lower tribes, such as some tribes of the Australian savages. Nevertheless, even these are not descended from the anthropoid apes, but from human fathers and semi-human mothers, or, to speak more correctly, from human masters, those, quote, failures, unquote, mentioned in the first commentary. The real anthropoids, Platyrrhini, came far later in the closing times of Atlantis. The orangutan, the gorilla, the chimpanzee, the cynocephalus are the latest and purely physical evolutions from lower anthropoid mammalians. They have a spark of the purely human essence in them. Man, on the other hand, has not one drop of pythoid blood in his veins. Thus saith old wisdom and universal tradition. Note. This regardless of modern materialistic evolution, which speculates in this wise, quote, "The primitive human form whence, as we think, all human species sprang, has perished this long time," unquote. This we deny. It has only decreased in size and changed in texture. Further, quote, "But many facts point to the conclusion that it was hairy and dolichocephalic," unquote. African races are even now dolichocephalic in great measure, but the Paleolithic Neanderthal skull, the oldest we know of, is of a large size and no nearer to the capacity of the gorilla's cranium than that of any other now living man. Quote, "Let us for the time being call this hypothetical species Homo primigenius. This first species, or the ape-man, the ancestor of all the others, probably arose in the tropical regions of the Old World from anthropoid apes." Unquote. Asked for proofs, the evolutionist, not the least daunted, replies, quote, "These no fossil remains are as yet known to us, but they were probably akin to the gorilla and orang of the present day," unquote. And then the Papua Negro is mentioned as a probable descendant in the first line. Pedigree of Man, page 80. Heckelhulfaster Lemuria, which with East Africa and South Asia also, he mentions as the possible cradle of the primitive ape-man, and so do many geologists. Mr. A. R. Wallace admits its reality, though in a rather modified sense, in his Distribution of Animals. But let not evolutionists speak so lightly of the comparative size of the brains of man and the ape, for this is very unscientific, especially when they pretend to see no difference between the two, or very little at any rate. For Vogt himself showed that, while the highest of the apes, the gorilla, has a brain of only 30 to 51 cubic inches, the brain of the lowest of the Australian aborigines amounts to 99.35 cubic inches. The former is thus not half of the size of the brain of a newborn babe, says Pfaff. End of note. How was the separation of the sexes effected, it is asked? Are we to believe in the old Jewish fable of the rib of Adam yielding Eve? Even such belief is more logical and reasonable than the descent of man from the quadrumana without any reservation, as the former hides an esoteric truth under a fabulous version, where the latter conceals no deeper fact than a desire to force upon mankind a materialistic fiction. The rib is bone, and when we read in Genesis that Eve was made out of a rib, it only means that the race with bones was produced out of a previous race and races, which were boneless. This is an esoteric tenet spread far and wide, as it is almost universal under its various forms. A Tahitian tradition states that man was created out of a rare, red earth. Tarua, the creative power, the chief god, put man to sleep for long years, for several lives, which means racial periods, and is a reference to his mental sleep, as shown elsewhere. During that time, the deity pulled an Evi, bone, out of a man, and she became a woman. Note: Polynesian Researchers, Ellis, Volume 2, page 38. Missionaries seem to have pronounced upon this name Evie, and made of it Eve. But as shown by Professor Max Müller, Eve is not the Hebrew name, but an European transformation of Kavai, life, or mother of all living, while the Tahitian Evie and the Maori Weva meant bone, and bone only. See False Analogies. End of note. Nevertheless, whatever the allegory may mean, even its exoteric meaning necessitates a divine builder of man, a progenitor. Do we then believe in such, quote, supernatural, unquote, beings? We say no. Occultism has never believed in anything, whether animate or inanimate, outside nature. Nor are we cosmolators or polytheists for believing in heavenly man and divine men, for we have the accumulated testimony of the ages, with its unvarying evidence on every essential point to support us in this, the wisdom of the ancients and universal tradition. We reject, however, every groundless and baseless tradition which, having outgrown strict allegory and symbolism, has found acceptance in exoteric creeds. But that which is preserved in unanimous traditions, only the willfully blind could reject. Hence we believe in races of beings other than our own in far remote geological periods, in races of ethereal, following incorporeal arupa men, with form but no solid substance, giants who preceded us pygmies, in dynasties of divine beings, those kings and instructors of the third race in arts and sciences, compared with which our little modern science stands less chance than elementary arithmetic with geometry. No, certainly not. We do not believe in the supernatural, but only in the superhuman, or rather interhuman intelligences. One may easily appreciate the feeling of reluctance that an educated person would have to being classed with the superstitious and ignorant, and even realize the great truth uttered by Renan when he says that the supernatural has become like the original sin, a blemish that everyone seems ashamed of, even those most religious persons who refuse nowadays to accept even a minimum of Bible miracles in all their crudeness, and who, seeking to reduce them to the minimum, hide and conceal it in the furthermost corners of the past. Note. Chair de Bru au Collège de France, page 20, end of note. But the supernatural of Renan belongs to dogma and its dead letter. It has naught to do with its spirit, nor with the reality of facts in nature. If theology asks us to believe that 4,000 or 5,000 years ago men lived 900 years and more, that a portion of mankind, the enemies of the people of Israel exclusively, was composed of giants and monsters, we decline to believe that such a thing existed in nature 5,000 years back. For nature never proceeds by jumps and starts, and logic and common sense, besides geology, anthropology, and ethnology, have just rebelled against such assertions. But if that same theology, giving up her fantastic chronology, had claimed that men lived 969 years, the age of Methuselah, 5 million years ago, we would have nothing to say against the claim. For in those days the physical frame of man was, compared to the present human body, as that of a megalosaurus to a common lizard. A naturalist suggests another difficulty. The human is the only species which, however unequal in its races, can breed together. Quote, "There is no question of selection between human races," unquote, say the anti-Darwinists. And no evolutionist can deny the argument, one which very triumphantly proves specific unity. How then can occultism insist that a portion of the fourth race, humanity, begot young ones from females of another, only semi-human, if not quite an animal race, the hybrids resulting from which union not only bred freely but produced the ancestors of the modern anthropoid apes? Esoteric science replies to this that it was in the very beginnings of physical man. Since then nature has changed her ways, and sterility is the only result of the crime of man's bestiality. But we have to this day proofs of this. The secret doctrine teaches that the specific unity of mankind is not without exceptions even now. For there are, or rather still were a few years ago, descendants of these half-animal tribes or races, both of remote Lemurian and Lemurio-Atlantean origin. The world knows them as Tasmanians now extinct, Australians, Andaman Islanders, etc. The descent of the Tasmanians can be almost proved by a fact which struck Darwin a good deal, without his being able to make anything of it. This fact deserves notice. Now de Quatrefages and other naturalists, who seek to prove monogenesis by the very fact of every race of mankind being capable of crossing with every other, have left out of their calculations exceptions, which do not in this case confirm the rule. Human crossing may have been a general rule from the time of the separation of sexes, and yet that of the law may assert itself, meaning sterility between two human races, just as between two animal species of various kinds, in those rare cases when a European, condescending to see in a female of a savage tribe a mate, happens to choose a member of such mixed tribes. Note, out of such semi-animal creatures, the sole remnants known to ethnology were the Tasmanians, a portion of the Australians, and a mountain tribe in China, the men and women of which are entirely covered with hair. They were the last descendants in a direct line of the semi-animal latter-day Lemurians referred to, There are, however, considerable numbers of the mixed Lemuro-Atlantean peoples produced by various crossings with such semi-human stocks. For example, the wild men of Borneo, the Vedas of Ceylon, classed by Professor Flower among Aryans, within brackets, exclamation mark. Most of the remaining Australians, Bushmen, Negritos, Andaman Islanders, etc. The Australians of the Gulf of St. Vincent and the neighborhood of Adelaide are very hairy, and the brown down on the skin of boys of 5 or 6 years of age assumes a furry appearance. They are, however, degraded men, not the closest approximation to the Pithecoid man, as Haeckel so sweepingly affirms. Only a portion of these men are Lemurian relic. Compare Esoteric Buddhism, page 55. End of note. Darwin notes such a case in a Tasmanian tribe whose women were suddenly struck with sterility en masse, some time after the arrival among them of the European colonists. The great naturalist tried to explain this fact by change of diet, food conditions, etc., but finally gave up the solution of the mystery. For the occultist it is a very evident one. Crossing, as it is called, of Europeans with Tasmanian women, that is, the representatives of a race whose progenitors were a soulless and mindless monster and a real human, though still as mindless a man, brought on sterility. Note: in calling the animal soulless, it is not depriving the beast from the humblest to the highest species of a soul, but only of a conscious, surviving ego soul, that is, that principle which survives after a man and reincarnates in a like man. The animal has no astral body that survives the physical form for a short period, but its animal monad does not reincarnate in the same, but in a higher species, and has no devakan, of course. It has the seeds of all the human principles in itself, but they are latent. End of note. This not alone as a consequence of a physiological law, but also as a decree of karmic evolution in the question of further survival of the abnormal race. In no one point of the above is science prepared to believe as yet, but it will have to in the long run. Esoteric philosophy, let us remember, only fills the gaps made by science and corrects her false premises. Yet in this particular, geology and even botany and zoology support the esoteric teachings. It has been suggested by many geologists that the Australian native, coexisting as he does with an archaic fauna and flora, must date back to an enormous antiquity. The whole environment of this mysterious race, about whose origin ethnology is silent, is a testimony to the truth of the esoteric position. It is a very curious fact, says Jukes, in Manual of Geology, page 302, that not only these marsupial animals, the mammals found in the Oxfordshire Stonefield slates, but several of the shells, as for instance the Trigonias and even some of the plants found fossil in the Oolitic rocks, much more nearly resemble those now living in Australia than the living forms of any other part of the globe. This might be explained on the supposition that, since the Oolitic Jurassic period, less change has taken place in Australia than elsewhere, and that the Australian flora and fauna consequently retain something of the Oolitic type, while it had been altogether supplanted and replaced on the rest of the globe, within brackets, double exclamation mark. Now has less change taken place in Australia than elsewhere? Where is the raison d'être for such a, quote, curse of retardation, unquote? It is simply because the nature of the environment develops pari passu with the race concerned. Correspondencies rule in every quarter. The survivors of those later Lemurians who escaped the destruction of their fellows when the main continent was submerged became the ancestors of a portion of the present native tribes. Being a very low subrace begotten originally of animals of monsters whose very fossils are now resting miles under the sea floors, their stock has since existed in an environment strongly subjected to the law of retardation. Australia is one of the oldest lands now above the waters, and in the senile decrepitude of old age, its virgin soil notwithstanding, it can produce no new forms unless helped by new and fresh races and artificial cultivation and breeding. To return, however, once more to the history of the third race, the sweat-born, the egg-bearing, and the androgyne, almost sexless in its early beginnings, it became bisexual or androgynous, very gradually, of course. The passage from the former to the latter transformation required numberless generations, during which the simple cell that issued from the earliest parent, the two-in-one, first developed into a bisexual being, and then the cell, becoming a regular egg, gave forth a unisexual creature. The third race, mankind, is the most mysterious of all the hitherto developed 5 races. The mystery of the how of the generation of the distinct sexes must, of course, be very obscure here, as it is the business of an embryologist and a specialist, the present work giving only faint outlines of the process. But it is evident that the units of the third race humanity began to separate in their prenatal shells or eggs, and to issue out of them as distinct male and female babes, age after the appearance of its early progenitors. Note: the quote fables and myths unquote about Leda and Jupiter and such like could never have sprung up in people's fancy had not the allegory rested on a fact in nature. Evolution, gradually transforming man into a mammal, did in his case only what it did in that of other animals. But this does not prevent man from having always stood at the head of the animal world and other organic species, and from having preceded the former. End of note. And as time rolled on its geological periods, the newly born subraces began to lose their natal capacities. Toward the end of the 4th subrace, the babe lost its faculty of walking as soon as liberated from its shell, and by the end of the 5th, mankind was born under the same conditions and by the same identical process as our historical generations. This required, of course, millions of years. The reader has been made acquainted with the approximate figures, at least of the exoteric calculations, in stanza 2. We are approaching the turning point of the evolution of the races. Let us see what occult philosophy says on the origin of language. Verse 36. The 4th race developed speech. The commentaries explain that the first race, the ethereal or astral sons of yoga, also called self-born, was in our sense speechless, as it was devoid of mind on our plane. The second race had a sound language, to wit, chant-like sounds composed of vowels alone. The third race developed in the beginning a kind of language which was only a slight improvement on the various sounds in nature, on the cry of gigantic insects, and of the first animals which, however, were hardly nascent in the day of the sweat-born, the early third race. In its second half, when the sweat-born gave birth to the egg-born, the middle third race, and when these, instead of hatching out, may the reader pardon the rather ridiculous expression when applied to human beings in our age, as androgynous beings, begin to evolve and separate males and females, and when the same law of evolution led them to reproduce their kind sexually, an act which forced the creative gods, compelled by karmic law, to incarnate in mindless men, then only was speech developed. But even then it was still no better than a tentative effort. The whole human race was at that time of one language and of one lip. This did not prevent the last 2 sub-races of the third race from building cities and sowing far and wide the first seeds of civilization under the guidance of their divine instructors and their own already awakened minds. Notes: to avoid confusion, let the reader remember that the term root race applies to one of the 7 great races, sub-race to one of its great branches, and family race to one of the subdivisions, which include nations and large tribes. A note: in the section on the divine dynasties, the nature of these instructors is explained. End of notes. Let the reader also bear in mind that, as each of the 7 races is divided into 4 ages, the Golden, Silver, Bronze, and Iron Age, so is every smallest division of such races. Note, read the section attached to the divisions into yugas. End of note. Speech then developed according to occult teaching in the following order. 1. Monosyllabic speech. That of the first approximately fully developed human beings at the close of the third root race, the golden-colored, yellow-complexioned men, after their separation into sexes and the full awakening of their minds. Before that, they communicated through what would now be called thought transference, though with the exception of the race called the Sons of Will and Yoga, the first in whom the Sons of Wisdom had incarnated, thought was but very little developed in nascent physical man, and never soared above a low terrestrial level. Their physical bodies belonging to the earth, their monads remained on a high plane altogether. Language could not be well developed before the full acquisition and development of their reasoning faculties. This monosyllabic speech was the vowel parent, so to speak, of the monosyllabic languages mixed with hard consonants, still in use amongst the yellow races which are known to the anthropologists. Note, the present yellow races are the descendants, however, of the early branches of the fourth race. Of the third, the only pure and direct descendants are, as said above, a portion of the fallen and degenerated Australians whose far distant ancestors belong to a division of the seventh sub-race of the third. The rest are of mixed Lemuro-Atlantean descent. They have since then entirely changed in stature and intellectual capacities. End of note. 2. These linguistic characteristics developed into the agglutinative languages. The latter was spoken by some Atlantean races, while other parent stocks of the fourth race preserved the mother language. And as languages have their cyclic evolution, their childhood, purity, growth, fall into matter, admixture with other languages, maturity, decay, and finally death, so the primitive speech of the most civilized Atlantean races, that language which is referred to as Raksashi Bhasa in old Sanskrit works, decayed and almost died out. Note, language is certainly coeval with reason and could never have been developed before men became one with informing principles in them. Those who fructified and awoke to life the monastic element dormant in primitive man. For, as Professor Max Müller tells us in his Science of Thought, thought and language are identical. Yet to add to this the reflection that thoughts which are too deep for words do not really exist at all is rather risky, as thought impressed upon the astral tablets exists in eternity, whether expressed or not. Logos is both reason and speech, but language, proceeding in cycles, is not always adequate to express spiritual thoughts. Moreover, in one sense, the Greek logos is the equivalent of the Sanskrit vak, the immortal intellectual ray of spirit, and the fact that vak, as Devasena, an aspect of Sarasvati, the goddess of hidden wisdom, is the spouse of the eternal celibate Kumara, unveils a suggestive though veiled reference to the Kumaras, those who refused to create, but who were compelled later on to complete divine man by incarnating in him. All this will be fully explained in the sections that follow. End of note. While the, quote, cream, unquote, of the fourth race gravitated more and more toward the apex of physical and intellectual evolution, thus leaving as an heirloom to the nascent fifth, the Aryan race, the inflectational, highly developed languages, the agglutinative decayed and remained as a fragmentary fossil idiom, scattered now and nearly limited to the aboriginal tribes of America. 3. The inflectational speech, the root of the Sanskrit, very erroneously called the elder sister of the Greek instead of its mother, was the first language, now the mystery tongue of the initiates of the fifth race. At any rate, the Semitic languages are the bastard descendants of the first phonetic corruptions of the eldest children of the early Sanskrit. The occult doctrine admits of no such divisions as the Aryan and the Semite, accepting even the Turanian with ample reservations. The Semites, especially the Arabs, are later Aryans, degenerate in spirituality and perfected in materiality. To these belong all the Jews and the Arabs. The former are a tribe descended from the Chandalas of India, the outcasts, many of them ex-Brahmins, who sought refuge in Chaldea, in Scinde, and Arya, Iran, and were truly born from their father Abraham, no Brahmin, some 8,000 years before Christ. The latter, the Arabs, are the descendants of those Aryans who would not go into India at the time of the dispersion of nations, some of whom remained on the borderlands thereof in Afghanistan and Kabul, and along the Oxus, while others penetrated into and invaded Arabia. Note: Ptolemy, speaking in his 9th table of the Kabulite, Kabul tribes, calls them Aristophili, the aristocratic or noble tribes. The Afghans call themselves Ben Israel, children of Israel, from Issa, woman and also earth, sons of Mother Earth. But if you call an Afghan Yahudi, Jew, he will kill you. The subject is fully treated elsewhere. The names of the supposed 12 tribes and the names of the real tribes, the same in number, of the Afghans, are the same, the Afghans being far older, at any rate their Arabic stock, than the Israelites. No one need be surprised to find such tribal names among them as Yusufzik, sons of Joseph, Impunjakur and Bunere, the Zablistani, Zebulon, Ben Manasseh, sons of Manasseh, among the Khoja Tatars, Isaguri or Isakar, now Ashnagor in Afghanistan, etc., etc. The whole 12 names of the so-called 12 tribes are names of the signs of the zodiac, as is now well proven. At any rate, the names of the oldest Arabic tribes, retransliterated, yield the names of the zodiacal signs and of the mythical sons of Jacob likewise. Where are the traces of the Jewish 12 tribes? Nowhere. But there is a trace, and a good one, that the Jews have tried to deceive people with the help of those names. For, see what happens ages after the 10 tribes had wholly disappeared from Babylon. Ptolemy Philadelphus, desiring to have the Hebrew law translated for him into Greek, the famous Septuagint, wrote to the high priest of the Jews, Eleazar, to send him 6 men from each of the 12 tribes, and the 72 representatives, of whom 60 were ghosts, apparently, came to the king in Egypt, and translated the law amid miracles and wonders. See Butler's Ora Biblicae, Josephus and Philo Judaeus. End of note. But this was when Africa had already been raised as a continent. We have meanwhile to follow as closely as limited space will permit the gradual evolution of the now truly human species. It is in the suddenly arrested evolution of certain sub-races and their forced and violent diversion into the purely animal line by artificial crossbreeding, truly analogous to the hybridization which we have now learned to utilize in the vegetable and animal kingdoms, that we have to look for the origin of the anthropoids. In these red-haired and hair-covered monsters, the fruit of the unnatural connection between men and animals, the lords of wisdom did not incarnate, as we see. Thus, by a long series of transformations due to unnatural crossbreeding, unnatural sexual selection, originated in due course of time the lowest specimens of humanity, while further bestiality and the fruit of their first animal efforts of reproduction begat a species which developed into mammalian apes of later ages. Note: the commentary explains that the apes are the only species among the animals which has gradually and with every generation and variety tended more and more to return to the original type of its male forefather, the dark gigantic Lemurian and Atlantean. End of note. As to the separation of sexes, it did not occur suddenly, as one may think. Nature proceeds slowly in whatever she does. Verse 37. The one androgyne became 2. Also all the living and creeping things that were still one, giant fish, birds, and serpents, with shell heads. This relates evidently to the so-called age of the amphibious reptiles, during which ages science maintains that no man existed. But what could the ancients know of antediluvian prehistoric animals and monsters? Nevertheless, in Book 6 of the commentaries is found a passage which says, freely translated, quote, "When the third separated and fell into sin by breeding men-animals, these, the animals, became ferocious, and men and they mutually destructive. Till then there was no sin, no life taken. After the separation, the Satya Yuga was at an end. The eternal spring became constant change, and seasons succeeded. Cold forced men to build shelters and devise clothing. Then man appealed to the superior fathers, the higher gods or angels. The Nirmanakaya of the Nagas, the wise serpents and dragons of light came, and the precursors of the enlightened, Buddhas. Divine kings descended and taught men sciences and arts, for man could live no longer in the first land, Adivarsha, the Eden of the first races, which had turned into a white, frozen corpse." Unquote. The above is suggestive. We will see what can be inferred from this brief statement. Some may incline to think that there is more in it than is apparent at first sight. Next will be on Edens, serpents, and dragons. Stanza 9 continued. Edens, serpents, and dragons. Whence the idea and the true meaning of the term Eden? Christians will maintain that the Garden of Eden is the holy paradise, the place desecrated by the sin of Adam and Eve. The occultist will deny this dead-letter interpretation and show the reverse. One need not believe and see in the Bible divine revelation in order to say that this ancient book, if read esoterically, is based upon the same universal traditions. What Eden was is partially shown in Isis Unveiled, in Volume 1, pages 573, etc. It was said that the Garden of Eden as a locality is no myth at all. It belongs to those landmarks of history which occasionally disclose to the student that the Bible is not all mere allegory. Eden, or the Hebrew Gan Eden, meaning the park or the Garden of Eden, is an archaic name of the country watered by the Euphrates and its many branches from Asia and Armenia to the Erythraean Sea. A Wilder says that Gan-Dunias is a name of Babylonia. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, the location is designated in numerals, and in the cipher Rosicrucian manuscript left by Count Saint-Germain it is fully described. In the Assyrian tablets it is rendered Gan-Dunias. "Behold," says the Elohim of Genesis, "the man is become as one of us." The Elohim may be accepted in one sense for gods or powers, and in another for Aleim, or priests, the hierophants initiated into the good and evil of this world, for there was a college of priests, called them Aleim, while the head of their caste, or the chief of the hierophants, was known as Java Aleim. Instead of becoming a neophyte and gradually obtaining his esoteric knowledge through a regular initiation, an Adam or man uses his intuitional faculties and, prompted by the serpent, woman and matter, tastes of the tree of knowledge, the esoteric or secret doctrine, unlawfully. The priests of Hercules, or Melkart, the lord of the Eden, all wore coats of skin. The text says, "And Java-Aleim made for Adam and his wife, Kitunut Aur." The first Hebrew word, Kitun, is the Greek Kiton. It became a Slavonic word by adaptation from the Bible and means a coat, an upper garment. Though containing the same substratum of esoteric truth as does every early cosmogony, the Hebrew scripture wears on its face the marks of a double origin. Its genesis is purely a reminiscence of the Babylonian captivity. The names of places, men, and even objects can be traced from the original text to the Chaldeans and the Akkadians, the progenitors from Aryan structures of the former. It is strongly contested that the Akkad tribes of Chaldea, Babylonia, and Assyria were in any way cognate with the Brahmins of Hindustan. but there are more proofs in favor of this option than otherwise. The Shemite or Assyrian ought perchance to have been called the Turanian, and the Mongolians have been denominated Scythes. But if the Akkadians ever existed otherwise than in the imagination of some ethnologists and philologists, they certainly would never have been a Turanian tribe, as some Assyriologists have striven to make us believe. They were simply immigrants on their way to Asia Minor from India, the cradle of humanity, and the sacerdotal adepts tarried to civilize and initiate a barbarian people. Halevi proved the fallacy of the Turanian mania in regard to Akkadian people, and other scientists have proved that the Babylonian civilization was neither born nor developed in that country. It was imported from India, and the importers were Brahminical Hindus." Unquote. And now, 10 years after this was written, we find ourselves corroborated by Professor Sayce, who says in his first Hebrew lecture that the culture of the Babylonian city Eridu was a foreign importation. It came from India. Quote, "Much of the theology was borrowed by the Semites from the non-Semitic Akkadians or Proto-Chaldeans, whom they supplanted, and whose local cults they had neither the will nor the power to uproot. Indeed, throughout a long course of ages, the two races, Semites and Akkadians, lived side by side, their notions and worship of the gods blending insensibly together." Unquote. Here the Akkadians are called non-Semitic, as we had insisted they were in Isis, which is another corroboration. And we are no less right in always maintaining that the Jewish biblical history was a compilation of historical facts arranged from other people's history in Jewish garb, Genesis excluded, which is esotericism pure and simple. But it is really from the Euxine to Kashmir and beyond that science has to search for the cradle, or rather one of the chief cradles, of mankind and the sons of Ad are, and especially in after times when the Garden of Eden on the Euphrates became the college of the astrologers and magi, the Alim. But this, quote, college, unquote, and this Eden belong to the fifth race, and are simply faint reminiscence of the Adivarsha, of the primeval third race. What is the etymological meaning of the word Eden? In Greek it is Edoni, signifying voluptuousness. In this aspect it is no better than the Olympus of the Greeks, Indra's heaven, Svarga, on Mount Meru, and even the paradise full of houris, promised by Mahomet to the faithful. The Garden of Eden was never the property of the Jews, for China, which can hardly be suspected of having known anything of the Jews 2000 before Christ, has such a primitive garden in Central Asia inhabited by the dragons of wisdom, the initiates. And according to Klaproth, the hieroglyphical chart copied from the Japanese encyclopedia in the book of Fukonki placed the gardens of wisdom on the plateau of Pamir, between the highest peaks of the Himalayan ranges, and describing it as the culminating point of Central Asia, shows the four rivers, Oxus, Indus, Ganges, and Selu, flowing from a common source, the Lake of the Dragons. But this is not the genetic Eden, nor is it the Kabbalistical Garden of Eden, for the former, Eden Ilah, means in one sense wisdom, a state like that of Nirvana, a paradise of bliss, while in another sense it refers to intellectual man himself, the container of the Eden in which grows the tree of knowledge of good and evil, man being the knower thereof. Renan and Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, basing themselves, quote, on the most solid inductions, unquote, think it impossible to doubt any longer, and both place the cradle of humanity on the region of the Timaeus. Finally, the Asiatic Journal, Journal Asiatique, 7th year, 1855, concludes that all the traditions of the human race gathering its primitive families at the region of their birthplace show them to us grouped around the countries where Jewish tradition places the Garden of Eden, where the Aryans, Zoroastrians, established their Aryana Vagio, or the Meru, within brackets question mark. They are hemmed in to the north by the countries which join the Lake Aral, and to the south by Baltistan, or Little Tibet. Everything concurs in proving that there was the abode of that primitive humanity to which we have to be traced. That primitive humanity was in its fifth race, when the four-mouthed dragon, the lake, of which very few traces are now left, was the abode of the sons of wisdom, the first mind-born sons of the third race. Yet it was neither the only one nor the primitive cradle of humanity, though it was the copy of the cradle verily of the first thinking divine man. It was the Paradesa, the highland of the first Sanskrit-speaking people, the Hedone, the country of delight of the Greeks, but it was not the bower of voluptuousness of the Chaldeans, for the latter was only the reminiscence of it, and also because it was not there that the fall of man occurred after the separation. The Eden of the Jews was copied from the Chaldean copy. That the fall of man into generation occurred during the earliest of what science calls the Mesozoic times, or the age of the reptiles, is evidenced by the Bible phraseology concerning the serpent, the nature of which is explained in the Zohar. The question is not whether Eve's incident with the tempting reptile is allegorical or textual, for no one can doubt that it is the former, but to show the antiquity of the symbolism on the very face of it, and that it was not only a Jewish, but a universal idea. Now we find in the Zohar a very strange assertion, one that is calculated to provoke the reader to merry laughter by its ludicrous absurdity. It tells us that the serpent, which was used by Shemael, the supposed Satan, to seduce Eve, was a kind of flying camel, camelomorphon. A flying camel is indeed too much for the most liberal-minded FRS. Nevertheless, the Zohar, which can hardly be expected to use the language of a Cuvier, was right in its description. See Moses Maimonides, Mo Nevuchim, for we find it called in the old Zoroastrian manuscripts. Ashmuk, which in the Avesta is represented as having lost after the fall its nature and its name, and is described by a huge serpent with a camel's neck. There are no winged serpents, nor veritable dragons, asserts Salbert. See Science Occulte, page 646. Grasshoppers are called by the Greeks winged serpents, and this metaphor may have created several narratives on the existence of winged serpents. Says Salbert, there are none now, but there is no reason why they should not have existed during the Mesozoic age, and Cuvier, who has reconstructed their skeletons, is a witness to flying camels. Already, after finding simple fossils of certain saurians, the great naturalist has written that if anything can justify the Hydra and other monsters, whose figures were so often repeated by medieval historians, it is incontestably the Plesiosaurus. Note: Révolution du Globe, Volume 5, page 464. End of note. We are unaware if Cuvier had added anything in the way of a further mea culpa, but we may well imagine his confusion, for all his slanders against archaic veracity, when he found himself in the presence of a flying saurian, the pterodactyl, found in Germany, 78 feet long, and carrying vigorous wings attached to its reptilian body. That fossil is described as a reptile, the little fingers of whose hands are so elongated as to bear a long membranous wing. Here then the flying camel of the Zohar is vindicated. For surely, between the long neck of the Plesiosaurus and the membranous wing, or still better, the Mosasaurus, there is enough scientific probability to build a, quote, flying camel, unquote, or a long-necked dragon. Professor Cope of Philadelphia has shown that the Mosasaurus fossil in the chalk was a winged serpent of this kind. There are characters in its vertebrae which indicate union with the Ophidia rather than with the Lacatilia. And now to the main question. It is well known that antiquity has never claimed paleontography and paleontology among its arts and sciences, and it never had its Cuvier. Yet on Babylonian tiles, and especially in old Chinese and Japanese drawings, in the oldest pagodas and monuments, and the Imperial Library at Peking, many a traveler has seen and recognized perfect representations of plesiosauria and pterodactyls in the multiform Chinese dragons. Note: we read in the Mémoires à l'Académie of the naive astonishment of Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire when Monsieur de Paravy showed to him in some old Chinese works and Babylonian tiles dragons, saurians, and ornithorhynchuses, aquatic animals found only in Australia, extinct animals that he had thought unknown on earth till his own day. End of note. Moreover, the prophets speak in the Bible of the flying fiery serpents, and Job mentions the Leviathan. Notes. See Isaiah 3, verse 6. The viper and the flying serpent unto the land of trouble and anguish, and the fiery serpents conquered by the brazen serpent of Moses. Fossils reconstructed by science, which we know ought to be sufficient warrant for the possibility of even a Leviathan, let alone Isaiah's flying serpents, or Saraf Meophep, which words are translated into the Hebrew dictionaries as Saraf, enflamed or fiery venom, and Meophep, flying. But although Christian theology has always connected both Leviathan and Saraf Meophep with the devil, the expressions are metaphorical and have naught to do with the quote evil one, unquote. But the word drakon has become a synonym for the latter. In Bretagne, the word druk now signifies devil, whence, as we are told by Cambry in Monument Celtique, page 299, the devil's tomb in England, Draghedanum sepulchrum. In Languedoc, the meteoric fires and will-o'-the-wisps are called drag, and in Bretagne Dreag, Viray, or wraith, the castle of Drogheda in Ireland, meaning the devil's castle. End of notes. Now the following questions are put very directly. 1. How could the ancient nations know anything of the extinct monsters of the Carboniferous and Mesozoic times, and even represent and describe them orally and pictorially, unless they had either seen those monsters themselves or possessed descriptions of them in their traditions, which descriptions necessitate living and intelligent eyewitnesses? 2. And if such eyewitnesses are once admitted, unless retrospective clairvoyance is granted, how can humanity and the first Paleolithic men be no earlier than about the middle of the Tertiary period? We must bear in mind that most of the men of science will not allow man to have appeared before the Quaternary period, and thus shut him out completely from the Cenozoic times. Here we have extinct species of animals which disappeared from the face of the earth millions of years ago, described by and known to nations whose civilization, it is said, could hardly have begun a few thousand years ago. How is this? Evidently either the Mesozoic time has to be made to overlap the Quaternary period, or man must be made the contemporary of the pterodactyl and the plesiosaurus. It does not stand to reason, because the occultists believe in and defend ancient wisdom and science, even though winged saurians are called flying camels in the translations of the Zohar, that we believe as readily in all the stories which the Middle Ages give us of such dragons. Pterodactyls and plesiosauri ceased to exist with the bulk of the third race. We are gravely asked by Roman Catholic writers to credit Christopher Scherer's cock and bull stories of their having seen with their own eyes living fiery and flying dragons respectively in 1619 and 1669, we may be allowed to regard their assertions as either dreams or fibs. Note: the ultramontane writers accept the whole series of draconian stories given by Father Kirchner, Oedipus Aegypticus, De Genere Draconum, quite seriously. According to that Jesuit, he himself saw a dragon which was killed in 1669 by a Roman peasant, as the director of the Museo Barberini sent it to him, to take the beast's likeness, which Father Kirchner did, and had it published in one of his infolios. After this he received a letter from Christopher Scherer, prefect of the canton of Soleure, Switzerland, in which that official certifies to his having seen himself with his own eyes one fine summer night in 1619 a living dragon. Having remained on his balcony to contemplate the perfect purity of the firmament, he writes, I saw a fiery, shining dragon rise from one of the caves of Mount Pilatus, and direct itself rapidly towards Fluelen, to the other end of the lake. Enormous in size, his tail was still longer, and his neck very extended. His head and jaws were those of a serpent. In flying he emitted on his way numerous sparks, within brackets question mark, exclamation mark. I thought at first I was seeing a meteor, but soon looking more attentively, I was convinced by his flight and the conformation of his body that I saw a veritable dragon. I am happy to be thus able to enlighten your reverence on the very real existence of those animals. In dreams, the writer ought to have added, of long past ages. End of note. Nor shall we regard otherwise than as a poetical license that other story told of Petrarch, who, while following one day his Laura in the woods and passing near a cave, is credited with having found a dragon, whom he forthwith stabbed with his dagger and killed, thus preventing the monster from devouring the lady of his heart. Note. As a convincing proof of the reality of the fact, a Roman Catholic refers the reader to the picture of that incident painted by Simon de Sienne, a friend of the poet, on the portal of the church Notre-Dame du Don at Avignon, notwithstanding the prohibition of the sovereign pontiff, who would not allow this triumph of love to be enthroned in the holy place, and adds, "Time has injured and rubbed out the work of art, but it has not weakened its tradition." The Mirve's dragon devils of our era seem to have no luck, as they disappear most mysteriously from the museums where they are said to have been seen. Thus the dragon embalmed by Ulysses Aldobranda and presented to the Musée du Sénat, either in Naples or Bologna, was there still in 1700, but is there no more. See Volume 2, page 427, Pneumatologie. End of note. We would willingly believe the story had Petrarch lived in the days of Atlantis, when such antediluvian monsters may still have existed. We deny their existence in our present era. The sea serpent is one thing, the dragon quite another. The former is denied by the majority because it exists and lives in the very depths of the ocean, is very scarce, and rises to the surface only when compelled, perhaps by hunger. Thus keeping invisible, it may exist and still be denied. But if there was such a thing as a dragon of the above description, how could it have ever escaped detection? It is a creature contemporary with the earliest fifth race, and exists no more. Why we speak of dragons at all? We answer, firstly, because the knowledge of such animals is a proof of the enormous antiquity of the human race, and secondly, to show the difference between the zoological real meaning of the words dragon, naga, and serpent, and the metaphorical one when used symbolically. The profane reader who knows nothing of the mystery language is likely, whenever he finds one of these words mentioned, to accept it literally. Hence the quiproquo and unjust accusations. A couple of instances will suffice. Sed et serpens. But what was the nature of the serpent? Mystics intuitionally see in the serpent of Genesis an animal emblem and a high spiritual essence, a cosmic force superintelligent, a great fallen light, a spirit sidereal, aerial and tellurian at the same time, whose influence circumambulates the globe. Qui circumambulat terram, as a Christian fanatic of the dead letter, de Mirve, has it, and which only manifested itself under the physical emblem which was the most convenient with respect to its moral and intellectual coils, that is, under the Ophidian form. But what will Christians make of the brazen serpent, the divine healer, if the serpent is to be regarded as the emblem of cunning and evil, the, quote, evil one, unquote, itself? How can the line of demarcation ever be settled when it is traced arbitrarily in a sectarian theological spirit? For if the followers of the Roman Church are taught that Mercury and Asclepius, or Asclepius, who are in truth one, are, quote, devils and sons of devils, unquote, and the wand and serpent of the latter were, quote, the devil's wand, unquote, how about the brazen serpent of Moses? Every scholar knows that both the heathen wand and the Jewish serpent are one and the same, namely the caduceus of Mercury, son of Apollo Python. It is easy to comprehend why the Jews adopted the Ophidian shape for their, quote, seducer, unquote. With them it was purely physiological and phallic, and no amount of casuistical reasoning on the part of the Roman Catholic Church can give it another meaning, once that the mystery language is well studied, and that the Hebrew scrolls are read numerically. The occultists know that the serpent, the naga, and the dragon have each a septenary meaning, that the sun, for instance, was the astronomical and cosmic emblem of the two contrasted lights, and the two serpents of the Gnostics, the good and the evil one. They also know that, when generalized, the conclusions of both science and theology present two most ridiculous extremes. For when the former tells us that it is sufficient to trace the legends of the serpents to their primal source, the astrological legend, and to meditate seriously on the sun, conqueror of Python, and the celestial virgin in the zodiac forcing back the devouring dragon, if we would have the key of all the subsequent religious dogmas, it is easy to perceive that instead of generalizing, the author simply has his eye on Christian religion and revelation. We call this one extreme. The other we see in this. When repeating the famous decision of the Council of Trent, theology seeks to convince the masses that from the fall of man until the hour of his baptism the devil has full power over him, and possesses him by right. Diabolum dominationem et protestatem super homines abere et jure cos possidere. To this occult philosophy answers, prove first the existence of the devil as an entity, and then we may believe in such congenital possession. A very small amount of observation and knowledge of human nature may be sufficient to prove the fallacy of this theological dogma. Had Satan any reality in the objective or even subjective world, in the ecclesiastical sense, it is the poor devil who would find himself chronically obsessed and even possessed by the wicked, hence by the bulk of mankind. It is humanity itself, and especially the clergy, headed by the haughty, unscrupulous, and intolerant Roman Church, which have begotten, given birth to, and reared in love the evil one. But this is a digression. The whole world of thought is reproached by the Church with having adored the serpent. The whole of humanity incensed and at the same time stoned it. The Zend-Avesta speaks of it as the kings and Vedas do, as the Edda and the Bible. Everywhere the sacred serpent, the Naga, and its shrine and its priest. In Rome it is the Vestal who prepares its meal with the same care as she bestows on the sacred fire. In Greece, Aesculapius cannot cure without its assistance, and delegates to it his powers. Every one has heard of the famous Roman embassy sent by the Senate to the god of medicine, and its return with the not less famous serpent, which proceeded from its own will and by itself toward its master's temple on one of the islands of the Tiber. Not a Bacchante that did not wind it, the serpent, in her hair, not an augur but questioned it oracularly, not a necromancer whose tomb is free from its presence. The Cainites and the Ophites call it creator, while recognizing, as Schelling did, that the serpent is evil in substance and its personification. Note, Sacred Serpents on page 432 of de Merville's Memoir, end of note. Yes, the author is right, and if one would have a complete idea of the prestige which the serpent enjoys to our own day, one ought to study the matter in India and learn all that is believed about and still attributed to the Nagas, cobras, in that country. One should also visit the Africans of Ouida, the Voodoos of Port-au-Prince and Jamaica, the Nagas of Mexico, and the Pa, or men-serpents of China, etc. But why wonder that the serpent is adored and at the same time cursed, since we know that from the beginning it was a symbol? Note, this is about as just as though a few millenniums hence a fanatic of some future new creed who was bent on glorifying his religion at the expense of ancient Christianity, were to say, "Everywhere the quadruped lamb was adored. The nun placed it, calling it the Agnes, on her bosom. The priest laid it on the altar. It figured in every paschal meal and was glorified loudly in every temple. And yet the Christians dreaded it and hated it, for they slew and devoured it. Heathens, at any rate, do not eat their sacred symbols. We know no serpent or reptile eaters except in Christian civilized countries, where they begin with frogs and nails and must end with real snakes, as they have begun with lamb and ended with horse flesh." End of note. In every ancient language, the word dragon signified what it now does in Chinese, lang, that is, the being who excels in intelligence, and in Greek, drakon, or he who sees and watches. And is it to the animal of that name that any of these epithets can apply? It is not evident, or ever superstition and oblivion of the primitive meaning may have led savages now, that the said qualifications were intended to apply to the human originals, who were symbolized by serpents and dragons. These, quote, originals, unquote, called to this day in China the dragons of wisdom, were the first disciples of the Dhyanis, who were their instructors, in short, the primitive adepts of the third race, and later of the fourth and fifth races. The name became universal, and no sane man before the Christian era would ever have confounded the man and the symbol. The symbol of Knupfis, or the soul of the world, writes Champollion, is among others that of an enormous serpent standing on human legs. This reptile, the emblem of the good genius, is a veritable agathodemon. It is often represented bearded. That sacred animal, identical with the serpent of the Ophites, is found engraved on numerous Gnostic or Basilidean stones. The serpent has various heads, but is constantly inscribed with the letters Knupfis. Note Pantheon 3. Agathodemon was endowed with the knowledge of good and evil, that is, with divine wisdom, as without the form of the latter is impossible. Note, the solar Knupfis, or Agathodemon, is the Christos of the Gnostics, as every scholar knows. He is intimately connected with the seven sons of Sophia, wisdom, the seven sons of Aditi, universal wisdom, her eighth being Martanda, the sun, which seven are the seven planetary regions or genii. Therefore Knupis was the spiritual son of enlightenment, or wisdom, hence the patron of all the Egyptian initiates, as Belmerodach or Belbelitanus became later with the Chaldeans. End of note. The invention of magic, a strange term to use, as though the unveiling of the eternal and actual mysteries of nature could be invented, as well attribute millenniums hence the invention instead of the discovery of radiant matter to Professor Crookes. Hermes was not the inventor or even the discoverer, for, as said in the footnote, Tot Hermes is a generic name, as is Enoch, Enoikion, the inner spiritual eye, Nebo, the prophet and seer, etc. It is not the proper name of any one living man, but a generic title of many adepts. Their connection in symbolic allegories with the serpent is due to their enlightenment by the solar and planetary gods during the earliest intellectual race, the third. They are all the representative patrons of the secret wisdom. Asclepius is the son of the sun god Apollo, and he is Mercury. Nebo is the son of Belmerodach. Vaivasvatamanu, the great Rishi, is the son of Vivisvat, the son of Surya, etc., etc. And while astronomically the Nagas, along with the Rishis, the Gandharvas, Apsarasas, Gramanis, or Yakshas, minor gods, Yatudanas and Devas, are the sun's attendants throughout the 12 solar months in theogony and also in anthropological evolution. They are gods and men when incarnated in the netherworld. Let the reader be reminded in this connection of the fact that Apollonius met in Kashmir Buddhist Nagas, which are neither serpent zoologically nor yet the Nagas ethnologically, but wise men. The Bible, from Genesis to Revelations, is but a series of historical records of the great struggle between white and black magic between the adepts of the right path, the prophets, and those of the left, the Levites, the clergy of the brutal masses. Even the students of occultism, though some of them have more archaic manuscripts and direct teaching to rely upon, find it difficult to draw a line of demarcation between the sodales of the right path and those of the left. The great schism that arose between the sons of the fourth race as soon as the first temples and halls of initiation had been erected under the guidance of the sons of God is allegorized in the sons of Jacob. That there were two schools of magic, and that the orthodox Levites did not belong to the Holy One, is shown in the words pronounced by the dying Jacob. And here it may be well to quote a few sentences from Isis Unveiled. The dying Jacob thus describes his sons. Dan, he says, shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backwards. That is, he will teach candidates black magic. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Of Simeon and Levi the patriarch remarks that they are breathen. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly. Note, see Genesis chapter 49. Now in the original, the words their secret really are their sod. Note, Dunlap, in his introduction to Sod, The Mysteries of Adonis, explains the word sod as arcanum, religious mystery, on the authority of Schindler's Pentaglot. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, says Psalm 25, verse 14. This is a mistranslation of the Christians, for it ought to read, Sod Io, the mysteries of Io, are for those who fear him. See Dunlap, Mysteries of Adonis, 11. Al, El, is terrible in the great Sod of the Kadeshim, the priests, the holy, the initiated, from the same source. The Kadeshim were very far from holy. See Part 2, the Holy of Holies. End of note. And Sod was the name for the great mysteries of Baal, Adonis and Bacchus, who were all sun gods and had serpents for symbols. The Kabbalists explain the allegory of the fiery serpents by saying that this was the name given to the tribe of Levi, to all the Levites, in short, and that Moses was the chief of the Sodales. Note, the members of the priest colleges were called Sodales, says Freund's Latin lexicon, 448. Sodalites were constituted in the Idaean mysteries of the Mighty Mother, writes Cicero in De Senectute. See Mysteries of Adonis. End of note. It is to the mysteries that the original meaning of the dragon slayers has to be traced, and the question is fully treated of hereafter. Meanwhile it follows that if Moses was the chief of the mysteries, he was the hierophant thereof, and further, if at the same time we find the prophets thundering against the abominations of the people of Israel, that there were two schools. Fiery serpents was, then, simply the epithet given to the Levites of the priestly caste, after they had departed from the good law, the traditional teachings of Moses, and to all those who followed black magic. Isaiah, when referring to the rebellious children who will have to carry their riches into the land whence come the viper and the fiery flying serpent, chapter 30, verse 6, or Chaldea and Egypt, whose initiates had already greatly degenerated in his day, 700 before Christ, meant the sorcerers of those lands. Note, the priests of Baal who jumped over the fires. But this was a Hebrew term and a local one. Seraph, fiery or flaming venom. End of note. But these must be carefully distinguished from the fiery dragons of wisdom and the sons of the fire mist. In the great book of the mysteries, we are told that 7 lords created 7 men. 3 lords, Diancochans or Pitris, were holy and good, 4 less heavenly and full of passion. The Chayas, phantoms, of the fathers were as they. This accounts for the differences in human nature, which is divided into 7 gradations of good and evil. There were 7 tabernacles ready to be inhabited by monads under 7 different karmic conditions. The commentaries explain on this basis the easy spread of evil as soon as the human forms had become real men. Some ancient philosophers ignored the 7 in their genetical accounts and gave only 4. Thus the Mexican local Genesis had 4 good men, described as the 4 real ancestors of the human race, who were neither begotten by the gods nor born of woman, but whose creation was a wonder wrought by the creative powers, and who were made only after 3 attempts at manufacturing men had failed. The Egyptians had in their theology only 4 sons of God, whereas in Pimander 7 are given, thus avoiding any mention of the evil nature of man, though when Seth from a god sank into Set Typhon, he began to be called the 7th son, whence probably arose the belief that the 7th son of the 7th son is always a natural-born magician, though at first only a sorcerer was meant. Apap, the serpent symbolizing evil, is slain by Akar, Set's serpent. Therefore Set Typhon could not be that evil. Note, see Book of the Dead, 39. End of note. In the Book of the Dead it is commanded, verse 13, that chapter 163 should be read in the presence of a serpent on 2 legs, which means a high initiate, a hierophant, for the discus and ram's horns that adorn his serpent's head in the hieroglyphics of the title of the said chapter denote this. Note, the same ram's horns are found on the heads of Moses, which were on some old medals seen by the writer in Palestine, one of which is in her possession. The horns, made to form part of the shining aureole of the statue of Moses in Rome, Michelangelo, are vertical instead of being bent down to the ears, but the emblem is the same, hence the brazen serpent. End of note. But as to the Nagals and Nargals, whence came the similarity of names between the Indian Nagas and the American Nagals? The Nargal was the Chaldean and Assyrian chief of the Magi, Rabmag, and the Nagal was the chief sorcerer of the Mexican Indians. Both derive their names from Nergal Zerzer, the Assyrian god, and the Hindu Nagas. Both have the same faculties and the power to have an attendant daemon, with whom they identify themselves completely. The Chaldean and Assyrian Nargal kept his daemon, in the shape of some animal considered sacred, inside the temple. The Indian Nagal keeps his wherever he can, in the neighboring lake or wood, or in the house in the shape of some household animal. Note, Brasseur de Bourbourg, Mexique, pages 135 and 574. End of note. Such similarity cannot be attributed to coincidence. A new world is discovered, and we find that for our forefathers of the 4th race it was already an old one. That Arjuna, Krishna's companion and chela, is said to have descended into Patala, the antipodes, and therein married Ulupi, a Naga, or Nagini rather, the daughter of the king of the Nagas, Kauraviya. Note, Ulupi has an entirely Atlantean ring about it. Like Atlantis, it is neither a Greek nor a Sanskrit name, but reminds one of Mexican names. And note on Kauraviya, see Mahabharata, Adiparva, Slokas 7788 and 7789, the Bhagavata Purana 9:20, verse 31, as explained by Sridhara, the commentator, makes Ulupi the daughter of the king of Manipura, but the late Pundit Dayanand Saraswati, certainly the greatest Sanskrit and Puranic authority in India on such questions, personally corroborated that Ulupi was daughter of the king of the Nagas at Patala, or America, 5,000 years ago, and that the Nagas were initiates. End of notes. And now it may be hoped the full meaning of the serpent emblem is proven. It is neither that of evil, nor, least of all, that of the devil, but is indeed the eternal Son Abrasax, Kiemik Elam Abrasach, the central spiritual sun of all the Kabbalists, represented in some diagrams by the circle of Tiferet. And here again we may quote from our early volumes and enter into further explanations. From this region of unfathomable depth, Bituth, Aditi, Shekinah, the veil of the unknown, issues forth a circle formed of spirals. This is Tipereth, which, in the language of symbolism, means a grand cycle composed of smaller ones. Coiled within, so as to follow the spirals, lies the serpent, emblem of wisdom and eternity, the dual androgyne, the cycle representing Enoia, or the divine mind, a power which does not create, but which must assimilate, and the serpent, the Yekaterinoslav, the Ophis, the shadow of the light, non-eternal, yet the greatest divine light on our plane. Both were the logoi of the Ophites, or the unity as logos manifesting itself as a double principle of good and evil. Were it light alone, inactive and absolute, the human mind could not appreciate nor even realize it. Shadow is that which enables light to manifest itself and gives it objective reality. Therefore shadow is not evil, but is the necessary and indispensable corollary which completes light or good. It is its creator on earth. According to the views of the Gnostics, these two principles are immutable, light and shadow, good and evil being virtually one and having existed through all eternity, as they will ever continue to exist so long as there are manifested worlds. This symbol accounts for the adoration by this sect of the serpent as the savior, coiled either around the sacramental loaf or a tau, the phallic emblem, as a unity. Enoia and Ophis are the logos. When separated, one is the tree of life, spiritual, the other the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Therefore we find Ophis urging the first human couple, the material production of Ildabaut, but which owed its spiritual principle to Sophia Akamot, to eat of the forbidden fruit, although Ophis represents divine wisdom. The serpent, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life are all symbols transplanted from the soil of India. The Arasamaram, the banyan tree, so sacred with the Hindus, since Vishnu, during one of his incarnations, reposed under its mighty shade, and there taught human philosophy and sciences, is called the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. Under the protecting foliage of this king of the forests, the gurus teach their pupils their first lessons on immortality and initiate them into the mysteries of life and death. The Java Alaim of the sacerdotal college are said, in the Chaldean tradition, to have taught the sons of men to become like one of them. To the present day, Photku, who lives in his Formeyu, or temple of Buddha, on the top of the Qinlongthang, the great mountain, produces his greatest religious miracles under a tree called in Chinese Zhongmin Chu, or the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. For ignorance is death, and knowledge alone gives immortality. Notes: Photku, literally in Chinese meaning Buddha's Lord, or the teacher of the doctrines of Buddha Fo, and the mountain of Qinlongthang. This mountain is situated southwest of China, almost between China and Tibet. End of notes. This marvelous display takes place every 3 years, when an immense concourse of Chinese Buddhists assemble in pilgrimage at the holy place. Now it may become comprehensible why the earliest initiates and adepts, or the wise men, for whom it is claimed that they were initiated into the mysteries of nature by the universal mind, represented by the highest angels, were named the serpents of wisdom and dragons, as also how the first physiologically complete couples, after being initiated into the mystery of human creation through Ophis, the manifested Logos, and the androgyne by eating of the fruit of knowledge, gradually began to be accused by the material spirit of posterity of having committed sin, of having disobeyed the Lord God, and of having been tempted by the serpent. So little have the first Christians, who despoiled the Jews of their Bible, understood the first 4 chapters of Genesis in their esoteric meaning, that they never perceived that not only was no sin intended in this disobedience, but that actually the serpent was the Lord God himself, who, as the Ophis, the Logos, or the bearer of divine creative wisdom, taught mankind to become creators in their turn. Note: let the reader be reminded that in the Zohar, and also in all the Kabbalistic works, it is maintained that Metatron united to Shekinah, or Shekinah as the veil, grace, of Ein Sof, representing the Logos, is that very tree of knowledge, while Shamael, the dark aspect of the Logos, occupies only the rind of that tree and has the knowledge of evil alone. As Lacoeur, who saw in the scenes of the fall, in chapter 3 of Genesis, 2 Egyptian initiations, says, the tree of the divination, or of the knowledge of good and evil, is the science of Xiphon, the genius of doubt. Xi, to teach, and Phon, doubt. Xiphon is one of the Aleim. We shall see him presently under the name of Nak, the tempter. Les Earl in volume 2, page 218. He is now known to the symbologists under the name Jehovah. End of note. Read his note. Also compare Nak, the tempter, with Nikken in Scandinavian tradition. And read his note. They never realized that the cross was an evolution from the tree and the serpent, and thus became the salvation of mankind. By this it would become the very first fundamental symbol of the creative cause, applying to geometry, to numbers, to astronomy, to measure, and to animal reproduction. According to the Kabbalah, the curse on man came with the formation of woman. Note: this is the view taken and adopted by all the Church Fathers, but it is not the real esoteric teaching. The curse did not begin with the formation of either man or woman, for that separation was a natural consequence of evolution, but for breaking the law. See Supra. End of note. The circle was separated from its diameter line. From the possession of the double principle in one, that is the androgyne condition, the separation of the dual principle was made, presenting two opposites whose destiny it was forever after to seek reunion into the original one condition. The curse was this, meaning that nature, impelling the search, evaded the desired result by the production of a new being, distinct from that reunion or oneness desired, by which the natural longing to recover a lost state was and is forever being cheated. It is by this tantalizing process of a continued curse that nature lives. Read a cross and circle on part 2. Note: by which human nature lives, not even the animal, but the misguided, sensual, and vicious nature which men, not nature, created. End of note. The allegory of Adam being driven away from the tree of life means esoterically that the newly separated race abused and dragged the mystery of life down into the region of animalism and bestiality. For as the Zohar shows, that Matroneta, Shekinah, the wife of Metatron symbolically, is the way to the great tree of life, the mighty tree, and Shekinah is divine grace. As explained, this tree reaches the heavenly veil and is hidden between 3 mountains, the upper triad of principles in man. From these 3 mountains, the tree ascends above the adept's knowledge, aspires heavenward, and then redescends below into the adept's ego on earth. This tree is revealed in the daytime and is hidden during the night, that is, revealed to an enlightened mind and hidden to ignorance, which is night. See Zohar 1, 172a and b. The tree of the knowledge of the good and the evil grows from the roots of the tree of life. Commentary. But then also, in the Kabbalah it is plainly to be found that the tree of life was the ansated cross and its sexual aspect, and that the tree of knowledge was the separation and the coming together again to fulfill the fatal condition. To display this in numbers, the value of the letters composing of the word Utz, tree, are 7 and 9, the 7 being the holy feminine number and the 9 the number of the phallic or male energy. This ansated cross is the symbol of the Egyptian female male, Isis Osiris, the germinal principle in all forms, based on the primal manifestation applicable in all directions and in all senses. Note: See the source of measures. End of note. This is the Kabbalistic view of the Western occultists, and it differs from the more philosophical Eastern or Aryan views upon this subject. Note: vide infra the septenary in part 2. End of note. The separation of the sexes was in the program of nature and of natural evolution, and the creative faculty in male and female was a gift of divine wisdom. In the truth of such traditions, the whole of antiquity, from the patrician philosopher to the humblest, spiritually inclined plebeian, has believed. And as we proceed, we may successfully show that the relative truth of such legends, if not their absolute exactness, vouched for by such giants of intellect as were Solon, Pythagoras, Plato, and others, begins to dawn upon more than one modern scientist. He is perplexed. He stands startled and confused before proofs that are being daily accumulated before him. He feels that there is no way of solving the many historical problems that stare him in the face unless he begins by accepting ancient traditions. Therefore, in saying that we believe absolutely in ancient records and universal legends, we need hardly plead guilty before the impartial observer, for other and far more learned writers among those who belong to the modern scientific school evidently believe in much that the occultists do, for example, in, quote, dragons, unquote, not only symbolically, but also in their actual existence at one time. Now a lengthy quote. It would have indeed been a bold step for anyone, some 30 years ago, to have thought of treating the public to a collection of stories ordinarily reputed fabulous, and of claiming for them the consideration due to genuine realities, or to have advocated tales believed to be time-honored fictions as actual facts, and those of the nursery as being in many instances legends more or less distorted, descriptive of real beings or events. Nowadays it is a less hazardous proceeding, unquote, and thus opens the introduction to a recent, 1886, and most interesting work by Mr. Charles Gould, called Mythical Monsters. He boldly states his belief in most of these monsters. He submits that many of the so-called mythical animals, which throughout long ages and in all nations have been the fertile subjects of fiction and fable, come legitimately within the scope of plain matter of fact natural history, and that they may be considered not as the outcome of exuberant fancy, but as creatures which really once existed, and of which, unfortunately, only imperfect and inaccurate descriptions have filtered down to us, probably very much refracted through the mists of time. Traditions of creatures once coexisting with man, some of which are so weird and terrible as to appear at first sight to be impossible. For me, the major part of those creatures are not chimeras, but objects of rational study. The dragon, in place of being a creature evolved out of the imagination of an Aryan man by the contemplation of lightning flashing through the caverns which he tenanted, as is held by some mythologists, is an animal which once lived and dragged its ponderous coils and perhaps flew. To me, the specific existence of the unicorn seems not incredible, and in fact more probable than that theory which assigns its origin to a lunar myth. Note: The Unicorn, a Mythological Investigation by Robert Brown, FSA. End of note. For my part, I doubt the general derivation of myths from the contemplation of the visible workings of external nature. It seems to me easy to suppose that the palsy of time has enfeebled the utterance of these oft-told tales until their original appearance is almost unrecognizable, than that uncultured savages should possess powers of imagination and poetical invention far beyond those enjoyed by the most instructed nations of the present day. Less hard to believe that these wonderful stories of gods and demigods, of giants and dwarfs, of dragons and monsters of all descriptions, are transformations than to believe them to be inventions. Unquote. Note: pages 3 and 4, Introduction to Mythical Monsters. End of note. It is shown by the same geologist that man, successively traced to periods variously estimated from 30,000 to 1,000,000 years, coexisted with animals which have long since become extinct, on page 20. These animals, weird and terrible, were, to give a few instances, one of the genus Sidestes, whose huge bones and vertebrae show them to have attained a length of nearly 200 feet. The remains of such monsters, no less than 10 in number, were seen by Professor March in the Mouvier's Terre of Colorado, strewn upon the plains. 2. The Titanosaurus montanus, reaching 50 or 60 feet in length. 3. The Dinosaurians, in the Jurassic beds of the Rocky Mountains, of still more gigantic proportions. 4. The Atlantosaurus immanis, a femur, or which alone is over 6 feet in length, and which would be thus over 100 feet in length. But even yet the line has not been reached, and we hear the discoverer remains of such titanic proportions as to possess a thigh bone over 12 feet in length, page 37. Then we read of the monstrous Shigatse in the Himalayas, the four-horned stag, as large as an elephant and exceeding the latter in height, of the gigantic Megatherium, of colossal flying lizards, pterodactyly, with crocodile jaws on a duck's head, etc., etc. All these were coexistent with man, most probably attacked man, as man attacked them. And we are asked to believe that the said man was no larger than he is now. Is it possible to conceive that surrounded in nature with such monstrous creatures, man, unless himself a colossal giant, could have survived, while all his foes have perished? Is it with his stone hatchet that he had the best of a Shivatherium or a gigantic flying saurian? Let us always bear in mind that at least one great man of science, Yekaterinoslav, sees no good scientific reason why man should not have been, quote, contemporaneous with the earliest mammalia and go back as far as the secondary period, unquote. Note, see the human species, page 52, end of note. It appears, writes the very conservative Professor Jukes, that the flying dragons of romance had something like a real existence in the former ages of the world. Note, see Manual of Geology, page 301, end of note. Does the written history of man, the author goes on to ask, comprising of a few thousand years, embrace the whole course of his intelligent existence, or have we, in the long mythical eras extending over hundreds of thousands of years, and recorded in the chronologies of Chaldea and China, shadowy mementos of a prehistoric man, handed down by tradition and perhaps transported by a few survivors to existing lands from others which, like the fabled Atlantis of Plato, may have been submerged, or the scene of some great catastrophe which destroyed them with all their civilization, unquote, on page 17. The few remaining giant animals, such as elephants, themselves smaller than their ancestors the mastodons and hippopotami, are the only surviving relics and tend to disappear more entirely with every day. Even they had already had a few pioneers of their future genus, and have decreased in size in the same proportion as men did, for the remains of a pygmy elephant were found, by E. Falconeri, in the cave deposits of Malta, and the same author asserts that they were associated with the remains of a pygmy hippopotami, the former being only 2 feet 6 inches high, or the still existing hippopotamus, Charopsis liberinensis, which M. Milne Edwards figures as little more than 2 feet in height. Note, Recherche sur les mammifères, plate 1, end of note. Skeptics may smile and denounce our work as full of nonsense or fairy tales, but by so doing they only justify the wisdom of the Chinese philosopher Chuang, who said that the things that men do know can in no way be compared, numerically speaking, to the things that are unknown, and thus they laugh only at their own ignorance. Note, Preface to Wonders by Land and Sea, by Shun Hai King, end of note. The Sons of God and the Sacred Island. The legend given in Isis in relation to a portion of the globe which science now concedes to have been the cradle of humanity though it is but one of the 7 cradles in truth, ran condensed, and now explained as follows. Tradition says, and the records of the great book, the Book of John, explain that long before the days of Adam and his inquisitive wife Heva, where now are found but salt lakes and desolate barren deserts, there was a vast inland sea, which extended over Middle Asia, north of the proud Himalayan range and its western prolongation. An island which, for its unparalleled beauty, had no rival in the world, was inhabited by the last remnant of the race which preceded ours. The last remnant meant the sons of Will and Yoga, who, with a few tribes, survived the great cataclysm. For it is the 3rd race which inhabited the great Lemurian continent that preceded the veritable and complete human races, the 4th and the 5th. Therefore it was said in Isis that this race could live with equal ease in water, air, or fire, for it had an unlimited control over the elements. These were the sons of God, not those who saw the daughters of men, but the real Elohim, though in the Oriental Kabbalah they have another name. It was they who imparted nature's most weird secrets to men and revealed to them the ineffable and now lost word. The island, according to belief, exists to the present hour, now as an oasis surrounded by the dreadful wilderness of the great desert, the Gobi, whose sands no foot hath crossed in the memory of man. This word, which is no word, has travelled once around the globe, and still lingers as a far-off dying echo in the hearts of some privileged men. The hierophants of all the sacerdotal colleges were aware of the existence of this island, but the quote word unquote was known only to the Java Alim, Mahakochan in another tongue, or chief lord of every college, and was passed to his successor only at the moment of death. There were many such colleges, and the old classic authors speak of them. There was no communication with the fair island by sea, but subterranean passages known only to the chiefs communicated with it in all directions. Note, there are archaeologists who, like Mr. James Ferguson, deny the great antiquity of even one single monument in India. In his work, Illustrations of the Rock-Cut Temples of India, the author ventures to express the very extraordinary opinion that Egypt had ceased to be a nation before the earliest of the cave temples of India was excavated. In short, he does not admit the existence of any cave anterior to the reign of Asoka, and seems anxious to prove that most of these rock-cut temples were executed during a period extending from the time of that pious Buddhist king until the destruction of the Andhra dynasty of Magadha in the beginning of the 5th century. We believe such a claim perfectly arbitrary. Further discoveries will show that it is erroneous and unwarranted. End of note. Tradition asserts, and archaeology accepts, the truth of the legend that there is more than one city now flourishing in India, which is built on several other cities, making thus a subterranean city of 6 or 7 stories high. Delhi is one of them, Allahabad another. Examples of this being found even in Europe, for example in Florence, which is built on several defunct Etruscan and other cities. Why then could not Ellora, Elephanta, Karli, and Ajunta have been built on subterranean labyrinths and passages as claimed? Of course we do not allude to the caves which are known to every European, whether de visu or through hearsay, notwithstanding their enormous antiquity, though that is so disputed by modern archaeology. But it is a fact known to the initiated Brahmins of India, and especially to yogis, that there is not a cave temple in the country, but has its subterranean passages running in every direction, and that those underground caves and endless corridors have in their turn their caves and corridors. Who can tell that the lost Atlantis, which is also mentioned in the secret book, but then under another name pronounced in the sacred language, did not exist yet in those days? We went on to ask. It did exist, most assuredly, as it was fast approaching its greatest days of glory and civilization when the last of the Lemurian continents went down. The great lost continent might have perhaps been situated south of Asia, extending from India to Tasmania. Note: America, when discovered, was called Atlanta by some native tribes. End of note. If the hypothesis, now so much doubted and positively denied by some learned authors, who regard it as a joke of Plato's, is ever verified, then perhaps will the scientists believe that the description of the God-inhabited continent was not altogether a fable. Note: since then, Donnelly's Atlantis has appeared, and soon its actual existence will have become a scientific fact. End of note. And they may then perceive that Plato's guarded hints, and his attributing the narrative to Solon and the Egyptian priests, were but a prudent way of imparting the fact to the world, and by cleverly combining truth and fiction, so disconnecting himself from a story which the obligations imposed at initiation forbade him to divulge. To continue the tradition, we have to add that the class of Hierophants was divided into two distinct categories. Note: it is divided to this day, and Theosophists and occultists who have learned something of the occult but undeniable power of Dugpaship at their own expense know this but too well. End of note. Those who were instructed by the sons of God of the island, and who were initiated in the divine doctrine of pure revelation, and others who inhabited the lost Atlantis, if such must be its name, and who, being of another race, born sexually but of divine parents, were born with a sight which embraced all living things and was independent of both distance and material obstacle. In short, they were the fourth race of men mentioned in the Popol Vuh, whose sight was unlimited, and who knew all things at once. In other words, they were the Lemuro-Atlanteans, the first who had a dynasty of spirit kings, not of manes or ghosts, as some believe, see pneumatology, but of actual living devas, or demigods or angels, again, who had assumed bodies to rule over them, and who in their turn instructed them in arts and sciences. Only, as they were rupa or material spirits, these dhyānis were not always good. Their king Tevetata was one of the latter, and it is under the evil influence of this king-demon that the Atlantis race became a nation of wicked magicians. Geographically, this description clashes slightly with the facts in the secret records, but it shows the existence of such traditions, and this is all one cares for. For, as there is no smoke without fire, so a tradition must be based on some approximate truth. In its proper place we will show modern science fully corroborating the above, and the traditions of the secret doctrine with regard to the two lost continents. The Easter Island relics are, for instance, the most astounding and eloquent memorials of the primeval giants. They are as grand as they are mysterious, and one has but to examine the heads of the colossal statues that have remained unbroken on that island to recognize in them at a glance the features of the type and character attributed to the fourth race giants. They seem of one cast, though different in features, that of a distinctly sensual type, such as the Atlanteans, the Datios and, quote, Atlanteans, unquote, are represented to have in the esoteric Hindu books. Compare these with the faces of some other colossal statues in Central Asia, those near Bamiyan, for instance, the portrait statues, tradition tells us, of Buddhas belonging to previous manvantaras. Of those Buddhas and heroes who are mentioned in the Buddhist and Hindu works as men of fabulous size, the good and holy brothers, or their wicked co-uterine brothers generally, as Ravana, the giant king of Lanka, was the brother of Kumbhakarna, all descendants of the gods through the rishis, and thus, like Titan and his enormous brood, all heaven's firstborn. These, quote, Buddhas, unquote, though often spoilt by the symbolical representation of the great pendant ears, show a suggestive difference perceived at a glance between the expression of their faces and that of the Easter Isle statues. They may be of one race, but the former are, quote, sons of gods, unquote, the latter the brood of mighty sorcerers. All these are reincarnations, however, and apart from unavoidable exaggerations in popular fancy and tradition, they are historical characters. Note on Buddhist and Hindu works as men of fabulous size. An approach to the statues at Bamiyan, also a Buddha 200 feet high, is found near a Jain settlement in southern India, and appears to be the only one that remains at present. And note on historical characters. Even Wilson admits that Rama and Ravana are personages founded on historical facts. Quote, "The traditions of southern India uniformly ascribing its civilization and the settlement of civilized Hindus, the fifth race, to the conquest of Lanka by Rama." Unquote. Vishnu Purana 3, page 318. The victory of the sons of God over the Atlantean sorcerers, says the true tradition. End of notes. When did they live? How long ago lived the two races, the third and fourth, and how long after did the various tribes of the fifth begin their strife, the wars between good and evil? We are assured by the Orientalists that chronology is both hopelessly mixed and absurdly exaggerated in the Puranas and other Hindu scriptures. We feel quite prepared to agree with the accusation, yet if Aryan writers did allow their chronological pendulum to swing too far one way occasionally beyond the legitimate limit of fact, nevertheless, when the distance of that deviation is compared with the distance of the Orientalists' deviation in the opposite direction, moderation will be found on the Brahminical side. It is the Pundit who will, in the long run, be found more truthful and nearer to fact than the Sanskritist. Surely, it is not because the curtailing of the latter, even when proven to have been resorted to in order to fit a personal hobby, is regarded by Western public opinion as a cautious acceptance of facts, whereas the Pundit is brutally treated in print as a liar, that everyone has to see this in the same light. An impartial observer may judge it otherwise. He may either proclaim both unscrupulous historians, or justify both, each on his respective ground, and say, Hindu Aryans wrote for their initiates, who read truth between the lines, not for the masses. If they did mix up the events and confuse ages intentionally, it was not in view of deceiving anyone, but to preserve their knowledge from the prying eye of the foreigner. Otherwise, to him who can count the generations from the Manus and the series of incarnations specified in the cases of some heroes, the meaning and chronological order are very clear in the Puranas. Note. Thus we are shown one hero to give an instance, first born as the unrighteous but valiant monarch, Purusha of the Daityas, Hiranyakasipu, slain by the avatar Narasina, man-lion. Then he was born as Ravana, the giant king of Lanka, and killed by Rama, after which he is reborn as Sisupala, the son of Raya Rishi, King Rishi, Dhammaghosha, when he is again killed by Krishna, the last incarnation of Vishnu. This parallel evolution of Vishnu spirit with the Daitya, as men, may seem meaningless, yet it gives us the key not only to the respective dates of Rama and Krishna, but even to a certain psychological mystery. End of note. As for the Western Orientalist, he must be excused on account of his undeniable ignorance of the methods used by archaic esotericism. But such existing prejudices will have to give way and disappear very soon before the light of new discoveries. Already Dr. Weber's and Mr. Max Muller's favorite theories, namely that writing was not known in India even in the days of Panini, within brackets, exclamation mark, that the Hindus had all their arts and sciences, even to the zodiac, and their architecture, says Ferguson, from the Macedonian Greeks, these and other such cock-and-bull hypotheses are threatened with ruin. It is the ghost of old Chaldea that comes to the rescue of truth. In his third Hibbert lecture, 1887, Professor Sayce of Oxford, speaking of newly discovered Assyrian and Babylonian cylinders, referred at length to Ea, the god of wisdom, now identified with Ioannis of Berosus, the half-man, half-fish, who taught the Babylonians culture and the art of writing. This Ioannis, to whom, thanks only to the biblical deluge, an antiquity of hardly 1,500 before Christ had been hitherto allowed, is now spoken of in these terms, quote, "His city was Eridu, which stood 6,000 years ago on the shores of the Persian Gulf. The name means the good city, a particularly holy spot, since it was the center from which the earliest Chaldean civilization made its way to the north. As the culture god was represented as coming from the sea, it was possible that the culture which Eridu was of foreign importation. We know now that there was intercourse at a very early period between Chaldea and the Sinaitic Peninsula, as well as with India. The statues discovered by the French at Tello, dating from at latest before Christ 4000, were made of the extremely hard stone known as diorite, and the inscriptions on them stated the diorite to have been brought from Mazan, that is, the Sinaitic Peninsula, which was then ruled by the pharaohs. The statues are known to resemble in a general style the diorite statue Khephren, the builder of the second pyramid, while, according to Mr. Petrie, the unit of measurement marked on the plan of the city, which one of the Tello figures holds on his lap, is the same as that employed by the pyramid builders. Teak wood has been found at Mugher, or Ur of the Chaldees, although that wood is an Indian special product. Add to this that an ancient Babylonian list of clothing mentions Sindhu, or muslins, explained as vegetable cloth, unquote. Muslin, best known now as Adaka muslin, known in Chaldea as Hindu, Sindhu, and teak wood used 4,000 years before Christ, and yet the Hindus, to whom Chaldea owes its civilization, as well proven by Colonel Fans Kennedy, were ignorant of the art of writing before the Greeks taught them their alphabet, if we have to believe The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 10, the history of the fourth race. Verse 38. Thus, 2 by 2, on the 7 zones, the third race gave birth to the fourth race man. The gods became no gods, Sura became Asura. To understand this verse 38, it must be read together with the 3 verses of stanza 9. Up to this point of evolution, man belongs more to metaphysical than physical nature. It is only after the so-called fall that the races began to develop rapidly into a purely human shape. And in order that he may correctly comprehend the full meaning of the fall, so mystic and transcendental is it in its real significance, the student must be told at once the details which preceded this event, of which event modern theology has formed a pivot on which its most pernicious and absurd dogmas and beliefs are made to turn. The archaic commentaries explain, as the reader must remember, that the host of Dionysus, whose turn it was to incarnate as the egos of the immortal, but on this plain senseless monads, that some, quote, obeyed, unquote, the law of evolution immediately when the men of the third race became physiologically and physically ready, that is, when they had separated into sexes. These were those early conscious beings who, now adding conscious knowledge and will to their inherent divine purity, created by Kriya Shakti, the semi-divine man, who became the seed on earth for future adepts. Those, on the other hand, who, jealous of their intellectual freedom, unfettered as it then was by the bonds of matter, said, "We can choose, we have wisdom," see verse 24, and incarnated far later, these had their first karmic punishment prepared for them. They got bodies physiologically inferior to their astral models because their chayas had belonged to progenitors of an inferior degree of the 7 classes. As to those sons of wisdom who had deferred their incarnation till the fourth race, which was already tainted physiologically with sin and impurity, they produced a terrible cause, the karmic result of which weighs on them to this day. it was produced in themselves, and they became the carriers of that seed of iniquity for aeons to come, because the bodies they had to inform had become defiled through their own procrastination. See verses 32 and 36. This was the fall of the angels because of their rebellion against karmic law. The fall of man was no fault, for he was irresponsible, but creation, having been invited on the dualistic system as the prerogative of God alone, the legitimate attribute patented by theology in the name of an infinite deity of their own making, this power had to be regarded as satanic and as an usurpation of divine rights. Thus the foregoing, in the light of such narrow views, must naturally be considered as a terrible slander on man, created in the image of God, a still more dreadful blasphemy in the face of the dead-letter dogma. Your doctrine, the occultists were already told, makes of man created out of dust in the likeness of his God a vehicle of the devil from the first. Why did you make of your God a devil, both, moreover, created in your own image, is our reply. The esoteric interpretation of the Bible, however, sufficiently refutes this slanderous invention of theology. The secret doctrine must some day become the just karma of the churches, more anti-Christian than the representative assemblies of the most confirmed materialists and atheists. The old doctrine about the true meaning of the fallen angels in its anthropological and evolutionary sense is contained in the Kabbalah and explains the Bible. It is found preeminent in Genesis when the letter is read in a spirit of research for truth, with no eye to dogma and in no mood of preconception. This is easily proven. In Genesis 6, the sons of God, Bnei Alim, become enamored of the daughters of men, marry, and reveal to their wives the mysteries unlawfully learnt by them in heaven, according to Enoch. And this is the fall of angels. Note, in general, the so-called orthodox Christian conceptions about the fallen angels or Satan are as remarkable as they are absurd. About a dozen could be cited of the most various character as to details, and all from the pen of educated lay authors, university graduates of the present quarter of our century. Thus the author of Earth's Earliest Ages, J.H. Pember, M.A., devotes a thick volume to proving theosophists, spiritualists, metaphysicians, agnostics, mystics, poets, and every contemporary author on Oriental speculation to be the devoted servants of the Prince of the Air, and irretrievably damned. He describes Satan and his Antichrist in this wise, quote, Satan is the anointed cherub of old. God created Satan, the fairest and wisest of all his creatures in this part of his universe, and made him prince of the world and of the power of the air. He was placed in an Eden which was both far anterior to the Eden of Genesis, and of an altogether different and more substantial character, resembling the New Jerusalem. Thus, Satan being perfect in wisdom and beauty, his vast empire is our earth, if not the whole solar system. Certainly no other angelic power of greater or even equal dignity has been revealed to us. The Archangel Michael himself is quoted by Jude as preserving towards the Prince of Darkness the respect due to a superior, however wicked he may be, until God has formally commanded his deposition. Unquote. Then we are informed that, quote, Satan was from the moment of his creation surrounded by the insignia of royalty, within brackets double exclamation mark. That he awoke to consciousness to find the air filled with the rejoicing music of those whom God had appointed. Then the devil passes from his royalty to his priceless dignity, within brackets triple exclamation mark. Satan was also a priest of the Most High, etc., etc. And now Antichrist will be Satan incarnate. Pages 56 to 59. The pioneers of the coming Apollyon have already appeared. They are the Theosophists, the occultists, the authors of the perfect way, of Isis Unveiled, of the mystery of the ages, and even of the light of Asia. The author notes the avowed origin of Theosophy from the descending angels, from the Nephilim, or the angels of the 6th chapter of Genesis, and the giants. He ought to note his own descent from them also, as the present secret doctrine endeavors to show, unless he refuses to belong to the present humanity. End of note. But what is, in reality, the Book of Enoch itself, from which the author of Revelation and even the St. John of the 4th Gospel have so profusely quoted? For example, verse 8 in chapter 10, about all who have come before Jesus being thieves and robbers. Simply a book of initiation, given out in allegory and cautious phraseology, the program of certain archaic mysteries performed in the inner temples. The author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches very justly suggests that the so-called visions of Enoch relate to his, Enoch's, experience at initiation and what he learned in the mysteries, while he very erroneously states his opinion that Enoch had learned them before being converted to Christianity, within brackets double exclamation mark. Furthermore, he believes that this book was written at the beginning of the Christian era, when the customs and religion of the Egyptians fell into decadency. This is hardly possible, since Jude quotes in his epistle from the Book of Enoch, verse 14, and therefore, as Archbishop Lawrence, the translator of the Book of Enoch from the Ethiopic version, remarks, it could not have been the production of a writer who lived after, or was even coeval with, the writers of the New Testament, unless indeed Jude and the Gospels and all that follows was also a production of the already established Church, which some critics say is not impossible. But we are now concerned with the fallen angels of Enoch, rather than with Enoch himself. In Indian esotericism, these angels, asuras, are also denounced as the enemies of the gods, those who oppose sacrificial worship offered to the latter. In Christian theology, they are broadly referred to as the fallen spirits, the heroes of various conflicting and contradictory legends about them, gathered from pagan sources. The colubert tortoiseux, the tortoise snake, the qualification said to have originated with the Jews, had quite another meaning before the Roman Church distorted it, among others a purely astronomical meaning. The serpent fallen from on high, de orsum fluens, was credited with the possession of the keys of the empire of the dead, to that day when Jesus saw it falling like lightning from heaven. Luke 10:17-18. The Roman Catholic interpretation of cadebat ut fulgur to the contrary, notwithstanding, and it means indeed that even the devils are subject to the Logos, who is wisdom, but who, as the opponent of ignorance, is Satan or Lucifer at the same time. This remark refers to divine wisdom falling like lightning on and quickening the intellects of those who fight the devils of ignorance and superstition, up to the time when wisdom, in the shape of the incarnating spirits of Mahat, descended from on high to animate and call the third race to real conscious life, humanity, if it can be so called in its animal senseless state, was of course doomed to moral as well as to physical death. The angels fallen into generation are referred to metaphorically as serpents and dragons of wisdom. On the other hand, regarded in the light of the Logos, the Christian Saviour, like Krishna, whether as man or Logos, may be said to have saved those who believed in the secret teachings from eternal death, to have conquered the kingdom of darkness, or hell, as every initiate does. This in the human terrestrial form of the initiates, and also because the Logos is Christos, that principle of our inner nature which develops in us into the spiritual ego, the higher self, being formed of the indissoluble union of Buddhi, the 6th, and the spiritual efflorescence of Manas, the 5th principle. Note: it is not correct to refer to Christ, as some Theosophists do, as the 6th principle in man, Buddhi. The latter per se is a passive and latent principle, the spiritual vehicle of Atman, inseparable from the manifested universal soul. It is only in union and in conjunction with self-consciousness that Buddhi becomes the higher self and the divine discriminating soul. Christos is the seventh principle, if anything. End of note. The Logos is passive wisdom in heaven and conscious self-active wisdom on earth, we are taught. It is the marriage of heavenly man with the virgin of the world, nature, as described in Pimander, the result of which is their progeny, immortal man. It is this which is called in St. John's Revelation the marriage of the Lamb with his bride, 19:7. That wife is now identified with the Church of Rome, owing to the arbitrary interpretation of her votaries. But they seem to forget that her linen may be fine and white outwardly, like the whitened sepulchre, but that the rottenness she is inwardly filled with is not the righteousness of saints, verse 8, same source, but rather the blood of the saints she has slain upon the earth, chapter 18, verse 24. Thus the remark made by the great initiate in Luke, chapter 10, verse 18, one that referred allegorically to the ray of enlightenment and reason falling like lightning from on high into the hearts and minds of the converts to that old wisdom religion, then presented in a new form by the wise Galilean adept, was distorted out of recognition, as was his own personality, and made to fit in with one of the most cruel as the most pernicious of all theological dogmas. Vide at the end of stanza 11, Satanic Myths. Note on the wise Galilean adept. To make it plainer, anyone who reads that passage in Luke will see that the remark follows the report of the 70, who rejoice that even the devils, the spirit of controversy and reasoning, or the opposing power, since Satan means simply adversary or opponent, are subject unto us through thy name. Luke chapter 10, verse 17. Now, thy name means the name of Christos, or Logos, or the spirit of true divine wisdom, as distinct from the spirit of intellectual or mere materialistic reasoning, the higher self, in short. And when Jesus remarks to this that he has beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven, it is a mere statement of his clairvoyant powers, notifying then that he already knew it, and a reference to the incarnation of the divine ray, the gods or angels, which fall into generation. For not all men by any means benefit by that incarnation, and with some the power remains latent and dead during the whole life. Truly, no man knoweth who the Son is but the Father, and who the Father is but the Son, as added by Jesus then and there. Same source, verse 22. The Church of Christ less than anyone else. The initiates alone understood the secret meaning of the term Father and the Son, and knew that it referred to spirit and soul on the earth. For the teachings of Christ were occult teachings, which could only be explained at the initiation. They were never intended for the masses. For Jesus forbade the 12 to go to the Gentiles and the Samaritans, Matthew chapter 10, verse 8, and repeated to his disciples that the mysteries of heaven were for them alone, not for the multitudes. Mark chapter 4, verse 11. End of note. But if Western theology alone holds the patent for and copyright of Satan, in all the dogmatic horror of that fiction, other nationalities and religions have committed equal errors in their misinterpretation of this tenet, which is one of the most profoundly philosophical and ideal conceptions of ancient thought. For they have both disfigured and hinted at the correct meaning of it in their numerous allegories touching the subject. Nor have the semi-esoteric dogmas of Puranic Hinduism failed to evolve the very suggestive symbols and allegories concerning the rebellious and fallen gods. The Puranas teem with them, and we find a direct hint at the truth in the frequent allusions of Parashara in Vishnu Purana to all those Rudras, Rishis, Asuras, Kumaras, and Munis having to be born in every age to reincarnate in every Manvantara. This, esoterically, is equivalent to saying that the flames born of the universal mind, Mahat, owing to the mysterious workings of karmic will and an impulse of evolutionary law, had, as in Pimanda, without any gradual transition, landed on this earth, having broken through the 7 circles of fire, or the 7 intermediate worlds, in short. There is an eternal cyclic law of rebirths, and the series is headed at every new manvantaric dawn by those who had enjoyed their rest from reincarnations in previous kalpas for incalculable aeons, by the highest and the earliest nirvanis. It was the turn of those gods to incarnate in the present manvantara, hence their presence on earth and the ensuing allegories, hence also the perversion of the original meaning. Note: so, for instance, in the Puranas, Pulastya, a Prajapati, or son of Brahma, the progenitor of the Rakshasas, and the grandfather of Ravana, the great king of Lanka, see Ramayana, had in a former birth a son named Datoli, who is now known as the sage Agastya, says Vishnu Purana. This name of Datuli alone has 6 more variants to it, or 7 meanings. He is called respectively Datui, Datali, Datuti, Datori, Datobri, Dambobi, and Damboli, which 7 variants have each a secret sense and refer in the esoteric comments to various ethnological classifications, and also to physiological and anthropological mysteries of the primitive races. For surely the Rakshasas are not demons, but simply the primitive and ferocious giants, the Atlanteans, who were scattered on the face of the globe as the 5th race is now. Vashista is a warrant to this, if his words addressed to Parasara, who attempted a bit of jadoo, sorcery, which he calls sacrifice, for the destruction of the Rakshasas, mean anything. For he says, let no more of these unoffending spirits of darkness be destroyed. See for details Adiparvan, Sloka 176, Mahabharata, also the Linga Purana, Puravarda, Sloka 64. End of note. The gods who had fallen into a generation whose mission it was to complete divine man are found represented later on as demons, evil spirits, and fiends, at feud and war with gods, or the irresponsible agents of the one eternal law, but no conception of such creatures as the devils and Satan of the Christian, Jewish, and Mohammedan religions was ever intended under those 1001 Aryan allegories. See the fallen angels and the mystic dragons in Part 2. Note: we have a passage from a master's letter which has a direct bearing upon these incarnating angels. Says the letter, now there are and there must be failures in the ethereal races of the many classes of Jiankochans or Devas, progressed entities of a previous planetary period, as well as among men. But still, as the failures are too far progressed and spiritualized to be thrown back forcibly from Jiankoshanship into the vortex of new primordial evolution through the lower kingdoms, this then happens. Where a new solar system has to be evolved, these Jiankochans are born in by influx ahead of the elementals, entities to be developed into humanity at a future time, and remain as a latent or inactive spiritual force in the aura of a nascent world, until the stage of human evolution is reached. Then they become an active force and commingle with the elementals to develop little by little the full type of humanity, that is to say, to develop in and endow man with this self-conscious mind, or manas. End of note. The true esoteric view about Satan, the opinion held on this subject by the whole philosophic antiquity, is admirably brought out in an appendix entitled The Secret of Satan to the 2nd edition of Dr. A. Kingsford's Perfect Way. No better and clearer indication of the truth could be offered to the intelligent reader, and it is therefore quoted here at some length. 1. And on the 7th day, 7th creation of the Hindus, there went forth from the presence of God a mighty angel, full of wrath and consuming, and God gave him the dominion of the outmost sphere. Note. note on the seventh day, seventh creation of the Hindus, when the earth with its planetary chain and man were to appear, and note on God gave him the dominion of the outermost sphere, our earth and the physical plane of consciousness. End of note. Eternity brought forth time, the boundless gave birth to limit, being descended into generation. Note, when the pure celestial being, Dhyan-Kocha, and the great Pitris of various classes were commissioned, the one to evolve their images, Chaya, and make of them physical man, the others to inform and thus endow him with divine intelligence and the comprehension of the mysteries of creation. End of note. Among the gods is none like unto him, into whose hands are committed the kingdoms, the power and the glory of the worlds. 5. Thrones and empires, the dynasties of kings, the fall of nations, the birth of churches, the triumph of time. Note on the dynasties of kings. The dynasties of kings who all regard themselves as the anointed, reigning by the grace of God, whereas in truth they reign by the grace of matter, the great illusion, the deceiver. End of note. For, as said in Hermes, Satan is the doorkeeper of the temple of the king. He standeth in Solomon's porch. He holdeth the key of the sanctuary, that no man enter therein, save the anointed, having the arcanum of Hermes. Verse 20 and 21. These suggestive and majestic verses had reference with the ancient Egyptians and other civilized peoples of antiquity to the creative and generative light of the Logos, Horus, Brahma, Ahura Mazda, etc., etc., as primeval manifestations of the ever unmanifested principle, for example, Ein Sof, Parabrahm, or Zeruana Akerne, boundless time, Kala. But the meaning is now degraded in the Kabbalah. The anointed, who has the secrets and mysteries of Hermes, Buddha, or wisdom, and who alone is entrusted with the key to the sanctuary, the womb of nature, in order to fructify it and call to active life and being the whole cosmos, has become with the Jews Jehovah, the god of generation, on the lunar mountain, Sinai, the mountain of the moon, Sin. The sanctuary has become the Holy of Holies, and the arcanum has been anthropomorphized and phallicized and dragged down into matter indeed. Hence arose the necessity of making the dragon of wisdom the serpent of Genesis, of the conscious God, a God who needed a body to clothe his too subjective divinity, Satan. But the innumerable incarnations of spirit and the ceaseless pulse and current of desire refer, the first one, to our doctrine of karmic and cyclic rebirths, the second to Eros, not the later god of material physiological love, but to the divine desire in the gods as well as in all nature to create and give life to beings. This, the rays of the one dark, because invisible and incomprehensible, flame, could achieve only by themselves descending into matter. Therefore, as continued in the appendix 12, many names hath God given him, Satan, names of mystery, secret and terrible. 13. The adversary, because matter opposeth spirit, time accuseth even the saints of the Lord. And verses 28, 29, and 31, stand in awe of him, and sin not. Speak his name with trembling, for Satan is the magistrate of the justice of God, karma. He beareth the balance and the sword, for to him are committed weight and measure and number. Compare the last sentence with what the rabbi who explains the Kabbalah to Prince Al-Khazari in the book of that name says, and it will be found that the weight and measure and number are, in Sefer Jezira, the attributes of the Sephiroth, the three Sephrim, or figures, ciphers, covering the whole collective number of 10, and that the Sephiroth are the collective Adam Kadmon, the heavenly man, or the Logos. Thus Satan and the anointed were identified in ancient thought. Therefore, in verse 33, Satan is the minister of God, lord of the 7 mansions of Hades. The 7 or Saptaloka of the earth, with the Hindus, For Hades, or the limbo of illusion of which theology makes a region bordering on hell, is simply our globe, the earth, and thus Satan is called, in verse 33, the angel of the manifest worlds. It is Satan who is the god of our planet and the only god, and this without any allusive metaphor to its wickedness and depravity, for he is one with the Logos, the first son, eldest of the gods, in the order of microcosmic divine evolution. Saturn, Satan astronomically, is the seventh and last in the order of macrocosmic emanation, being the circumference of the kingdom of which Phoebus, the light of wisdom, also the sun, is the center. The Gnostics were right then in calling the Jewish God an angel of matter, or he who breathed conscious life into Adam, and he whose planet was Saturn. Verse 34. And God hath put a girdle about his loins, the rings of Saturn, and the name of the girdle is death. In anthropology, this girdle is the human body, with its two lower principles, which three die, while the innermost man is immortal. And now we approach the secret of Satan. In verses 37, 38, and 39, upon Satan only is the shame of generation. He hath lost his virginal estate, so hath the Kumara by incarnating. Uncovering heavenly secrets, he hath entered into bondage. He compasseth with bonds and limits all things. Verses 42, 43, and 44. Twain are the armies of God. In heaven the hosts of Michael. In the abyss, the manifested world, the legions of Satan. These are the unmanifest and the manifest, the free and the bound, in matter, the virginal and the fallen, and both are the ministers of the Father, fulfilling the word divine. Therefore, in verse 55, holy is the Sabbath of God, blessed and sanctified is the name of the angel of Havas, Satan. For the glory of Satan is the shadow of the Lord, God in the manifested world. The throne of Satan is the footstool of Adonai, that footstool being the whole cosmos. Vide part 2, is Pleroma Satan's lair. When the Church, therefore, curses Satan, it curses the cosmic reflection of God. It anathematizes God made manifest in matter or in the objective. It maledicts God, or the ever-incomprehensible wisdom, revealing itself as light and shadow, good and evil in nature, in the only manner comprehensible to the limited intellect of man. This is the true philosophical and metaphysical interpretation of Samiel, or Satan, the adversary in the Kabbalah, the same tenets and spirit being found in the allegorical interpretations of every other ancient religion. This philosophical view does not interfere, however, with the historical records connected with it. We say historical because allegory and a mythical ornamentation around the kernel of tradition in no wise prevent that kernel being a record of real events. Thus the Kabbalah, repeating the time-honored revelations of the once universal history of our globe and the evolution of its races, has presented it under the legendary form of the various records which have formed the Bible. Its historical foundation is now offered, in however imperfect a form, on these pages from the secret doctrine of the East, and thus the allegorical and symbolical meaning of the serpent of Genesis is found explained by the sons of wisdom, or angels from higher spheres, though all and each pertain to the kingdom of Satan, or matter, revealing to men the mysteries of heaven. Hence also all the so-called myths of the Hindu, Grecian, Chaldean, and Jewish pantheons are found to be built on fact and truth. The giants of Genesis are the historical Atlanteans of Lanka and the Greek Titans. Who can forget that Troy was one upon a time proclaimed a myth, and Homer a non-existing personage, while the existence of such cities as Herculaneum and Pompeii was denied and attributed to mere fairy legends? Yet Schliemann proved that Troy had really existed, and the two cities, though buried for long ages under Vesuvian lava, have had their resurrection day and live again on the surface of the earth. How many more cities and localities called fabulous are on the list of future discoveries? How many more personages regarded as mythical will one day become historical? Those alone can tell who read the decrees of fate in the astral light. Note. See the primeval manners of humanity. End of note. As the tenets of the Eastern doctrine, however, have always been kept secret, and as the reader can hardly hope to be shown the original texts unless he becomes an accepted disciple, let the Greek and Latin scholar turn to the original texts of the Hermetic literature. Let him, for one thing, read carefully the opening pages of the Poimander of Hermes Trismegistus, and then he will see our doctrines corroborated in it, however veiled its text. There also he will find the evolution of the universe, of our earth, called nature in Poimander, as of everything else, from the moist principle, or the great deep, father-mother, the first differentiation in the manifested cosmos. First, the universal mind, which the hand of the Christian translator has metamorphosed in the earliest renderings into God the Father. Then the heavenly man, which is the great total of that host of angels which was too pure for the creation of the inferior worlds, or of the man of our globe, but which fell nevertheless into matter by virtue of that same evolution, as the second logos of the Father. Notes. The heavenly man, please mark again the word, is the logos, or the Son esoterically. Therefore, once that the title was applied to Christ, declared God and the very God himself, Christian theology had no choice. In order to support its dogma of the personal Trinity, it had to proclaim, as it does, that the Christian Logos is the only true one, and that all the logoi of other religions were false, and only the masquerading evil principles. Satan. Now see where this led Western theology to. And note, the second Logos of the Father, for the mind a deity abounding in both sexes, being life and life, brought forth by its word another mind or workman, which, being God of the fire and the spirit, fashioned and formed 7 other governors, which in their circles contain the phenomenal world, and whose disposition is called fate or destiny. Section 9, Chapter 1. Section 9, Chapter 1, edition of 1579. Here it is evident that mind, the primeval universal divine thought, is neither unmanifested one, since it abounds in both sexes, is male and female, nor yet the Christian Father, as the latter is a male and not an androgyne. The fact is that the Father, Son, and man are hopelessly mixed up in the translations of Poimander. End of note. Synthetically, every creative logos, or the Son who is one with the Father, is the host of the Rectors Mundi in itself. Even Christian theology makes of the 7 angels of the presence the virtues, or the personified attributes of God, which, being created by him, as the Manas were by Brahma, became archangels. The Roman Catholic Theodice itself recognized in its creative verbum princeps the head of those angels, caput angelorum, and the Magni Concilii Angelus, the angel of the Great Council, thus recognizes the identity of Christ and those angels. The gods became no gods, the Sura Asura, says the text. That is, gods became fiends, Satan, when read literally. But Satan will now be shown in the teaching of the secret doctrine allegorized as good, and sacrifice a god of wisdom under different names. The Kabbalah teaches that pride and presumption, the 2 chief prompters of selfishness and egotism, are the causes that emptied heaven of 1/3 of its divine denizens, mystically, and of 1/3 of the stars, astronomically. In other words, the 2 statements are, the first an allegory, and the second a fact. The former, nevertheless, as shown, is intimately connected with humanity. In their turn, the Rosicrucians, who are well acquainted with the secret meaning of the tradition, kept it to themselves, teaching merely that the whole of creation was due to and the result of that legendary war in heaven, brought on by the rebellion of the angels against creative law, or the demiurge. Note. The allegory of the fire of Prometheus is another version of the rebellion of the proud Lucifer, who was hurled down to the bottomless pit, or simply unto our earth to live as man. The Hindu Lucifer, the Mahasura, is also said to have become envious of the Creator's resplendent light, and at the head of inferior asuras, not gods but spirits, to have rebelled against Brahma, for which Shiva hurled him down to Patala. But as philosophy goes hand in hand with allegorical fiction in Hindu myths, the devil is made to repent and is afforded the opportunity to progress. He is a sinful man esoterically, and can, by yoga devotion and adeptship, reach his status of one with the deity once more. Hercules, the sun god, descends to Hades, the cave of initiation, to deliver the victims from their tortures, etc., etc. The Christian Church alone creates eternal torment for the devil and the damned that she has invented. End of note. The statement is correct, but the inner meaning is to this day a mystery. To elude further explanation of the difficulty by appealing to divine mystery or to the sin of prying into its policy is to say nothing at all. It may prove sufficient to believers in the Pope's infallibility, but will hardly satisfy the philosophical mind. Yet the truth, although known to most of the higher Kabbalists, has never been told by any of their number. One and all, Kabbalists and symbologists, showed an extraordinary reluctance to confess the primitive meaning of the fall of the angels. In a Christian such silence is only natural. Neither alchemist nor philosopher could, during the medieval ages, utter that which, in the sight of orthodox theology, was a terrible blasphemy, for it would have led them directly, through the quote, holy unquote, office of the Inquisition, to stake and rack. But for our modern Kabbalists and freethinkers, the case is different. With the latter, we fear, it is merely human pride, vanity, based on a loudly rejected and as ineradicable superstition, since the Church, in her struggle with Manichaeism, invented the devil, and by placing a theological extinguisher on the radiant star god, Lucifer, the, quote, son of the morning, unquote, thus created the most gigantic of all the paradoxes, a black and tenebrous light. The myth has struck its roots too deep in the soil of blind faith to permit, in our age, even those who do not acquiesce in her dogmas and laugh at her horned and cloven-footed Satan, to come out bravely and confess the antiquity of the oldest of all traditions. In a few brief words, it is this. Semi-exoterically, the firstborn of the Almighty, Fiat Lux, or the angels of primordial light, were commanded to create. 1/3 of them rebelled and refused, while those who obeyed as Phaethahil did failed, most signally. Note. Why should, for instance, Eliphas Levi, the very fearless and outspoken Kabbalist, have hesitated to divulge the mystery of the fallen angels, so-called? That he knew the fact and real meaning of the allegory, both in its religious and mystical, as well as in its psychological sense, is proved by his voluminous writings and frequent allusions and hints. Yet Eliphas, after having alluded to it 100 times in his previous works, says in his latest, Histoire de la Magie, page 220, "We protest with all our might against the sovereignty and the ubiquity of Satan. We pretend neither to deny nor affirm here the tradition of the fall of the angels, but if so, then the prince of the angelic rebels can be at best the last and the most powerless among the condemned, now that he is separated from deity, which is the principle of every power." Unquote. This is hazy and evasive enough, but see what Hargrave Jennings writes in his weird, staccato-like style. Quote, "Both St. Michael and St. George are types. They are sainted personages, or dignified heroes, or powers apotheosized. They are each represented with their appropriate faculties and attributes. They are reproduced and stand multiplied, distinguished by different names in all the mythologies, including the Christian. The idea regarding each is a general one. This idea and representative notion is that of all-powerful champion, childlike in his virgin innocence, so powerful that this God-filled innocence the seraphim know most, the cherubim love most, can shatter the world, articulated, so to use the word, in the magic of Lucifer, but condemned, in opposition to the artful constructions, this side life, of the magnificent apostate, the mighty rebel, but yet at the same time the light-bringer, the Lucifer, the morning star, the son of the morning, the very highest title out of heaven, for in heaven it cannot be, but out of heaven it is everything. In an apparently incredible side of his character, qualities are of no sex, this archangel, Saint Michael, is the invincible sexless celestial energy, to dignify him by his grand characteristics, the invisible virgin combatant clothed, and at the same time armed in the denying male of the Gnostic refusal to create. This is another myth within myths, a stupendous mystery of mysteries, because it is so impossible and contradictory, unexplainable as the Apocalypse, unrevealable as the Revelation, unquote, from page 213. Nevertheless, this unexplainable and unrevealable mystery will now be explained and revealed by the doctrines of the East. But as the very erudite but still more puzzling author of Philosophism gives it, of course no uninitiated mortal would ever understand the real drift of his remarks. End of note. To realize the refusal and failure in their correct physical meaning, one must study and understand Eastern philosophy. One has to be acquainted with the fundamental mystic tenets of the Vedantins with regard to the utter fallacy of attributing functional activity to the infinite and absolute deity. Esoteric philosophy maintains that during the sandhyas, the central sun emits creative light, passively, so to say. Causality is latent. It is only during the active periods of being that it gives rise to a stream of ceaseless energy, whose vibrating currents acquire more activity and potency with every rung of the hebdomadic ladder of being which they descend. Hence it becomes comprehensible how the process of creating, or rather of fashioning, the organic universe with all its units of the seven kingdoms necessitated intelligent beings who became collectively a being or creative God, differentiated already from the one absolute unity, unrelated as the latter is to conditioned creation. Note: creation out of a pre-existent eternal substance or matter, of course, which substance, according to our teachings, is boundless, ever-existing space. End of note. Now the Vatican manuscripts of the Kabbalah, a single copy of which in Europe is said to have been in the possession of Count Saint-Germain, contains the most complete exposition of the doctrine, including the peculiar version accepted by the Luciferians and other Gnostics. And in that parchment of the seven sons of life are given in the order they are found in the Sapta Surya. Note: the Luciferians, the sect of the 4th century, who are alleged to have taught that the soul was a carnal body transmitted to the child by its father, and that other religious and still earlier sect of the 2nd century A.D., the Lucianists, who taught all this and further that the animal soul was not immortal, were philosophizing on the grounds of the real Kabbalistic and occult teachings. End of note. Only 4 of these, however, are mentioned in the editions of the Kabbalah which are procurable in the public libraries, and that even in a more or less veiled phraseology. Nevertheless, even this reduced number is amply sufficient to show an identical origin as it refers to the quaternary group of the Diancochans, and proves the speculation to have had its origin in the secret doctrines of the Arians. As is well known, the Kabbalah never originated with the Jews, who got their ideas from the Chaldeans and the Egyptians. Thus even the now exoteric Kabbalistic teachings speak of a central sun, and of the 3 secondary suns in each solar system, our own included. As shown in that able, though too materialistic work, New Aspects of Life and Religion, which is a synopsis of the views of the Kabbalists in an aspect deeply thought out and assimilated. Quote, the central sun was to them as much as to the Aryans the center of the rest, the center to which all motion was to be ultimately referred. Round this central sun, the first of three systemic suns revolved on a polar plane, the second on an equatorial plane, and the third only was our visible sun. These four solar bodies were the organs on whose action what man calls the creation, the evolution of life on the planet Earth, depends. The channels through which the influence of these bodies was conveyed to the Earth they, the Kabbalists, held to be electrical, page 287. Quote, the radiant energy flowing from the central sun called the Earth into being as a watery globe, whose tendency as the nucleus of a planetary body was to rush to the central sun, within the sphere of whose attraction it had been created. But the radiant energy, similarly electrifying both, withheld the one from the other, and so changed motion towards into motion round the center of attraction, which the revolving planet, Earth, thus sought to reach. In the organic cell, the visible sun found its own proper matrix, and produced through this the animal, while maturing the vegetable kingdom, finally placing man at his head, in whom, though the animating section of that kingdom, it originated the psychic cell. But the man so placed at the head of the animal kingdom, at the head of the creation, was the animal, the soulless, the perishable man. Hence man, although apparently its crown, would by his advent have marked the close of creation, since creation, culminating in him, would at his death have entered into its decline. Unquote, on page 289. Note on the central sun. This central sun of the occultists, which even science is obliged to accept astronomically, for it cannot deny the presence in sidereal space of a central body in the Milky Way, a point unseen and mysterious, the ever-hidden center of attraction of our sun and system. This, quote, sun, unquote, is viewed differently by the occultists of the East. While the Western and Jewish Kabbalists, and even some pious modern astronomers, claim that in this sun the Godhead is specially present, referring to it the volitional acts of God, the Eastern initiates maintain that as the supra-divine essence of the unknown Absolute is equal in every domain and place, the central sun is simply the center of the universal life electricity, the reservoir within which that divine radiance, already differentiated at the beginning of every creation, is focused. Though still in a laya, or neutral condition, it is nevertheless the one attracting, as also the ire-emitting, life center. End of note. This Kabbalistic view is here quoted to show its perfect identity and spirit with the Eastern doctrine. Explain or complete the teaching of the seven suns with the seven systems of planes of being, of which the suns are the central bodies, and you have the seven angelic planes, whose host are gods thereof collectively. See commentary to stanza 7, book 1. They are the head group divided into 4 classes from the incorporeal down to the semi-corporeal, which classes are directly connected, though in very different ways as regards voluntary connection and functions, with our mankind. They are 3, synthesized by the 4th, the first and highest, which is called the central sun in the Kabbalistic doctrine just quoted. This is the great difference between the Semitic and the Aryan cosmogony. One materializing humanizes the mystery of nature. The other spiritualizes matter, and its physiology is always made subservient to metaphysics. Thus, though the 7th principle reaches man through all the phases of being, pure and indiscrete element, and an impersonal unity, it passes through, the Kabbalah teaches from, the central spiritual sun, and group the 2nd, the polar sun, which to radiate on man his Atma. Group 3, the equatorial sun, cement the buddhi to Atman and the higher attributes of manas, while Group 4, the spirit of our visible sun, endows him with his manas and its vehicle, the kama rupa, or body of passions and desires, the 2 elements of ahamkara, which evolve individualized consciousness, the personal ego. Finally, it is the spirit of the earth and its triple unity that builds the physical body, attracting to it the spirits of life and forming his linga sharira. Now, as everything proceeds cyclically, the evolution of man, like everything else, the order in which he is generated is described fully in the Eastern teachings, whereas it is only hinted at in the Kabbalah. Says the Book of John with regard to primeval man when first projected by the boneless, the incorporeal creator, quote, "First the breath, then the buddhi, and the shadow sun, the body, were, quote, created," unquote. But where was the pivot, the middle principle, manas? Man is doomed. When alone, the indiscrete, undifferentiated element, and the vaham, buddhi, the coarse or the causeless, break asunder from manifested life, unless cemented and held together by the middle principle, the vehicle of the personal consciousness of jiva, unquote, explains the commentary. In other words, the two higher principles can have no individuality on earth, cannot be man, unless there is A, the mind, the manas ego, to cognize itself, and B, the terrestrial false personality, or the body of egotistical desires and personal will, to cement the whole, as if round a pivot, which it is truly, to the physical form of man. It is the fifth and the fourth principles, manas and kamarupa, that contain the dual personality, the real immortal ego, if it assimilates itself to the two higher, and the false and transitory personality, the mayavi, or astral body so-called, or the animal human soul, the two having to be closely blended for purposes of a full terrestrial existence. Note on the fifth and the fourth principles. The fourth and the fifth from below beginning, by the physical body, the third and the fourth, if we reckon from Atma. End of note. Incarnate the spiritual monad of a Newton grafted on that of the greatest saint on earth, in a physical body, the most perfect you can think of, that is, in a two or even a three-principled body composed of its stula sharira, prana, life principle, and linga sharira. And if it lacks its middle and fifth principles, you will have created an idiot. At best, a beautiful, soulless, empty, and unconscious appearance. Cogito, ergo sum, can find no room in the brain of such a creature, not on this plane at any rate. There are students, however, who have long ago understood the philosophical meaning underlying the allegory, so tortured and disfigured by the Roman Church of the fallen angels. The kingdom of spirits and spiritual action, which flows from and is the product of spirit volition, is outside and contrasted with and in contradiction to the kingdom of divine souls and divine action. Note. See New Aspects of Life. End of note. As said in the text, quote, like produces like, and no more at the genesis of being, and evolution with its limited conditioned laws comes later. The self-existent are called creations, for they appear in the spirit ray, manifested through the potency inherent in its unborn nature, which is beyond time and limited or conditioned space. Note on the self-existent. Angelic, spiritual essences, immortal in their being because unconditioned in eternity, periodical and conditioned in their momentary manifestations. End of note. Terrene products, animate and inanimate, including mankind, are falsely called creation and creatures. They are the development, evolution, of the discrete elements. Unquote, Commentary 14. Again, quote, the heavenly Rupa, Dian Kochan, creates man in his own form. It is a spiritual ideation consequent on the first differentiation and awakening of the universal manifested substance. That form is the ideal shadow of itself, and this is the man of the first rays. Unquote. To express it in still clearer form, limiting the explanation to this earth only, it was the duty of the first differentiated egos, the Church calls them archangels, to imbue primordial matter with the evolutionary impulse and guide its formative powers in the fashioning of its productions. This it is which is referred to in the sentences both in the Eastern and Western tradition. The angels were commanded to create. After the earth had been made ready by the lower and more material powers, and its three kingdoms fairly stated on their way to be fruitful and multiply, the higher powers, the archangels or dhyānis, were compelled by the evolutionary law to descend on earth in order to construct the crown of its evolution, man. Thus the self-created and the self-existent projected their pale shadows, but group the third, the fire angels, rebelled and refused to join the fellow devas. Hindu esotericism represents them all as yogins, whose piety inspired them to refuse creating, as they desired to remain eternally kumaras, virgin youths, in order to, if possible, anticipate their fellows in progress towards nirvana, the final liberation. But agreeable to esoteric interpretation, it was a self-sacrifice for the benefit of mankind. The rebels would not create will-less, irresponsible men as the quote, obedient unquote, angels did, nor could they endow human beings with only the temporary reflections of their own attributes, for even the latter, belonging to another and a so much higher plane of consciousness, would leave man still irresponsible, hence interfere with any possibility of a higher progress. No spiritual and psychic evolution is possible on earth, the lowest and most material plane, for one who on that plane at all events is inherently perfect and cannot accumulate either merit or demerit. Man remaining the pale shadow of the inert, immutable and motionless perfection, the one negative and passive attribute of the real I am that I am, would have been doomed to pass through life on earth as in a heavy, dreamless sleep, hence a failure on this plane. The beings, or the being, collectively called Elohim, who first, if ever, pronounced the cruel words, "Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever," must have been indeed the Ildabaut, the demiurge of the Nazarenes, filled with rage and envy against his own creature, whose reflection created Ophiomorphos. In this case it is but natural, even from the dead-letter standpoint, to view Satan, the serpent of Genesis, as a real creator and benefactor, the father of spiritual mankind. For it is he who was the harbinger of light, bright radiant Lucifer, who opened the eyes of the automation created by Jehovah, as alleged, and he who was the first to whisper, "In the day ye eat thereof, ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil," can only be regarded in the light of a Saviour, an adversary to Jehovah, the personating spirit. He still remains in esoteric truth the ever-loving messenger, the angel, the seraphim and cherubim, who both knew well and loved still more, and who conferred on us spiritual instead of physical immortality, the latter a kind of static immortality that would have transformed man into an undying, quote, wandering Jew, unquote. As narrated in King's Gnostics, Ildabaut, whom several sects regarded as the god of Moses, was not a pure spirit. He was ambitious and proud, and rejecting the spiritual light of the middle space offered him by his mother, Sophia Akamot, he set himself to create a world of his own. Aided by his sons, the 6 planetary genii, he fabricated man, but this one proved a failure. It was a monster, soulless, ignorant, and crawling on all fours on the ground like a material beast. Ildabaut was forced to implore the help of his spiritual mother. She communicated to him a ray of her divine light, and so animated man and endowed him with a soul. And now began the animosity of Ildabaut towards his own creature. Following the impulse of the divine light, man soared higher and higher in his aspirations. Very soon he began presenting not the image of his creator Ildabaut, but rather that of the supreme being, the primitive man, Enoia. Then the demiurgus was filled with rage and envy, and fixing his jealous eye on the abyss of matter, his looks, envenomed with passion, were suddenly reflected as in a mirror. The reflection became animate, and there arose out of the abyss Satan, serpent, Ophiomorphos, the embodiment of envy and cunning. He is the union of all that is most base in matter, with the hate, envy, and craft of the spiritual intelligence. Unquote. This is the exoteric rendering of the Gnostics, and the allegory, though a sectarian version, is suggestive and seems true to life. It is the natural deduction from the dead-letter text of chapter 3 of Genesis. Hence the allegory of Prometheus, who steals the divine fire so as to allow men to proceed consciously on the path of spiritual evolution, thus transforming the most perfect of animals on earth into a potential god, and making him free to take the kingdom of heaven by violence. Hence also the curse pronounced by Zeus against Prometheus, and by Jehovah Ildabaoth against his rebellious son Satan. The cold pure snow of the Caucasian mountain, and the never-dying singing fire and flames of an extinguishable hell. The personified emblem of Phosphoros, of the astral fire and light in the Anima Mundi, that element of which the German materialist philosopher Moleschott said, Ohne Phosphor kein Gedanke, that is, without phosphorus no thought. Burning in the fierce flames of his terrestrial passions, the conflagration fired by his thought, discerning, as it now does, good from evil, and yet a slave to the passions of its earthly Adam, feeling the vulture of doubt and full consciousness gnawing at its heart. A Prometheus indeed, because a conscious, hence a responsible entity. Note, the history of Prometheus, karma, and the human consciousness is found further on. End of note. The curse of life is great. Yet how few are those men outside some Hindu and Sufi mystics who would exchange all the tortures of conscious life, all the evils of responsible existence, for the unconscious perfection of a passive, objectively incorporeal being, or even the universal static inertia personified in Brahma during his night's rest. For, to quote from an able article by one who, confusing the planes of existence and consciousness, fell a victim to it. Note, by an Englishman whose erratic genius killed him. The son of a Protestant clergyman, he became a Mahomedan, then a rabid atheist, and after meeting with a master, a guru, he became a mystic. Then a theosophist who doubted, despaired, threw up white for black magic, went insane, and joined the Roman Church. Then again, turning round, anathematized her, re-became an atheist, and died cursing humanity, knowledge, and God, in whom he had ceased to believe. Furnished with all the esoteric data to write his War in Heaven, he made a semi-political article out of it, mixing Malthus with Satan, and Darwin with the astral light. Peace be to his shell. He is a warning to the chelas who fail. His forgotten tomb may now be seen in the Muslim burial ground of the Jonagad, Kachawar, in India. End of note. Quote, Satan, or Lucifer, represents the active, or as Monsieur Jules Bessac calls it, the centrifugal energy of the universe in a cosmic sense. He is fire, light, life, struggle, effort, thought, consciousness, progress, civilization, liberty, independence. At the same time he is pain, which is the reaction of the pleasure of action, and death, which is the revolution of life, Satan, burning in his own hell, produced by the fury of his own momentum, the expansive disintegration of the nebulae, which is to concentrate into new worlds. And fitly is he again and again baffled by the eternal inertia of the passive energy of the cosmos, the inexorable I Am, the flint from which the sparks are beaten out. Fitly is he, and his adherents, consigned to the sea of fire because it is the sun, in one sense only in the cosmic allegory, the fount of life in our system, where they are purified, disintegrated, and churned up to rearrange them for another life, their resurrection. That sun which, as the origin of the active principle of our earth, is at once the home and the source of the mundane Satan. Unquote. To demonstrate furthermore the accuracy of Bessac's general theory in Le Diable et Satan, cold is known to have a centripetal effect. Under the influence of cold, everything contracts, he writes. Under it life hibernates or dies out, thought congeals, and fire is extinguished. Satan is immortal in his own fire sea. It is only in the Niflheim, the cold hell of the Scandinavian Eddas, of the I Am, that he cannot exist. but for all that there is a kind of immortal existence in the Niflheim, and that existence must be painless and peaceful, because it is unconscious and inactive. In the kingdom of Jehovah, if this God were at all the Jews and Christians claim for him, there is no misery, no war, no marrying and giving in marriage, no change, no individual consciousness. Note, the author talks of the active, fighting, damning Jehovah, as though he were a synonym of Parabrahm. We have quoted from this article to show it dissents from theosophic teachings. Otherwise it would be quoted someday against us, as everything published in the Theosophist generally is. End of note. All is absorbed in the spirit of the most powerful. It is empathically a kingdom of peace and loyal submission, as that of the arch-rebel is one of war and revolution. It, the former, is in fact what Theosophy calls nirvana. But then Theosophy teaches that separation from the primal source having once occurred, reunion can only be achieved by will, effort, which is distinctly satanic in the sense of this essay. Unquote. It is satanic from the standpoint of Orthodox Romanism, for it is owing to the prototype of that which became in time the Christian devil to the radiant archangels, the Ancochans, who refused to create because they wanted man to become his own creator and an immortal God, that man can reach nirvana and the heaven of heavenly divine peace. To close this rather lengthy comment, the secret doctrine teaches that the fire devas, the Rudras and the Kumaras, the virgin angels to whom Michael and Gabriel the archangels both belong, the divine rebels, called by the all-materializing and positive Jews the Nahash or deprived, preferred the curse of incarnation and the long cycles of terrestrial existence and rebirths to seeing the misery, even if unconscious, of the beings evolved as shadows out of their breathing, through the semi-passive energy of their two spiritual creators. If man uses of life should be such as neither to animalize nor to spiritualize, but to humanize self, before he can do so, he must be born human, not angelic. Note, explaining the Kabbalah, Dr. H. Pratt says, spirit was to man, to the Jewish rabbin rather, a bodiless, disembodied or deprived and degraded being, and hence was termed by the ideograph Nahash deprived, represented as appearing to and seducing the human race, man through the woman. In the picture from this Nahash, the spirit was represented by a serpent because from its destitution of bodily members. The serpent was looked upon as a deprived and depraved and degraded creature. Unquote from New Aspects, page 235. Symbol for symbol, there are those who would prefer that of the serpent, the symbol of wisdom and eternity, deprived of limbs as it is, to the Jod, the poetical ideograph of Jehovah in the Kabbalah, the god of the male symbol of generation. Unquote. Hence, tradition shows the celestial yogis offering themselves as voluntary victims in order to redeem humanity, created godlike and perfect at first, and to endow him with human affections and aspirations. To do this, they had to give up their natural status and, descending on our globe, take up their abode on it for the whole cycle of the Mahayuga, thus exchanging their impersonal individualities for individual personalities, the bliss of sidereal existence for the curse of terrestrial life. This voluntary sacrifice of the fiery angels, whose nature was knowledge and love, was construed by the exoteric theologies into a statement that shows the rebel angels hurled down from heaven into the darkness of hell, our earth. Hindu philosophy hints at the truth by teaching that the asuras hurled down by Shiva are only in an intermediate state in which they prepare for high degrees of purification and redemption from their wretched condition. But Christian theology, claiming to be based on the rock of divine love, charity and justice of him it appeals to as its savior, has invented to enforce that claim paradoxically the dreary dogma of hell, that Archimedean lever of Roman Catholic philosophy. As to rabbinical wisdom, than which there is none more positive, materialistic, or grossly terrestrial, as it brings everything down to physiological mysteries, it calls these beings the evil one, and the Kabbalists Nahash, deprived, as just said, and the souls that have known themselves after having been alienated in heaven from the Holy One into an abyss at the dawn of their very existence, and have anticipated the time when they are to descend on earth. Zohar 3, verse 61c. And let me explain at once that our quarrel is not with the Zohar and the Kabbalah in their right interpretation, for the latter is ours, but only with the gross pseudo-esoteric explanations of the latter, and especially those of the Christian Kabbalists. Our earth and man, says the commentary, being the products of the three fires, whose three names answer in Sanskrit to the electric fire, the solar fire, and the fire produced by friction. These three fires, explained on the cosmic and human planes, are spirit, soul, and body, the three great root groups, with their four additional divisions. These vary with the schools and become, according to their applications, the upadhish and the vehicles, or the noumena of these. In the exoteric accounts, they are personified by the three sons of surpassing brilliancy and splendor of Agni Abhimanim, the eldest son of Brahma, the cosmic Logos, by Swaha, one of Daksha's daughters. Note, Daksha, the intelligent, the competent. This name generally carries with it the idea of creative power. He is a son of Brahma and of Aditi, and agreeably the other versions a self-born power which, like Minerva, sprang from his father's body. He is the chief of the Prajapati, the lords or creators of being. In Vishnu Purana, Parastara says of him, in every kalpa or manvantara, Daksha and the rest are born and are again destroyed. And the Rig Veda says that Daksha sprang from Aditi and Aditi from Daksha, a reference to the eternal cyclic rebirth of the same divine essence. End of note. In the metaphysical sense, the fire of friction means the union between Buddhi, the sixth, and Manas, the fifth principles, which thus are united or cemented together, the fifth merging partially into and becoming part of the monad. In the physical, it relates to the creative spark or germ which fructifies and generates the human being. The three fires, it is said, whose names are Pavamana and Sukhi, were condemned by curse of Vashishta, the great sage, to be born over and over again. Bhagavata Purana 4:24-4. This is clear enough. Therefore the flames, whose functions are confused in the exoteric books, and who are called indifferently Prajapati, Pitris, Manus, Asuras, Rishis, Kumaras, etc., etc., are said to incarnate personally in the third root race, and thus find themselves reborn over and over again. Note, no one of these orders is distinct from the Pitris or progenitors, as is Manu 3:284. Quote, the wise call our fathers Vasus, our paternal grandfathers Rudras, our paternal great-grandfathers Adityas, agreeably to a text of the Vedas. Or, this is an everlasting Vedic text in another translation. End of note. In the esoteric doctrine, they are generally named the Asuras, or the Asura Devata or Pita Devata gods, for as said, they were first gods and the highest before they became no gods, and had from spirits of heaven fallen into spirits of the earth. Exoterically, note well in Orthodox dogma. Note, as now discovered by the late G. Smith in the Babylonian cylinder literature, it was the same in Chaldean theogony. Ishtar, eldest of heaven and of earth. Below him the Igaga, or angels of heaven, and the Anunnaki, or angels of earth. Below these again, various classes of spirits and genii called Sadhu, Vaduku, Ekimu, Gallu, of which some were good, some evil. See Babylonian mythology. End of note. No theologian, any more than an Orientalist, can ever understand the genealogies of the Prajapati, the Manus, and the Rishis, nor the direct connection of these, or their correlation rather, with the gods, unless he has the key to the old primitive cosmogony and theogony, which, all the nations originally had in common. All these gods and demigods are found reborn on earth in various kalpas, and in as various characters, each, moreover, having his karma distinctly traced and every effect assigned to its cause. Before other stanzas could be explained, it was, as seen, absolutely necessary to show that the sons of dark wisdom, though identical with the archangels, which theology has chosen to call the fallen, are as divine as a pure, and more so than all the Michaels and Gabriels so glorified in the churches. The old book goes into various details of astral life, which at this juncture would be quite incomprehensible to the reader. It may therefore be left for later explanations, and the first and second races can now only receive bare notice. Not so for the third race, the root race which separated into sexes, and which was the first to be endowed with reason. Men evolving pari passu with the globe, and the latter having incrustated more than 100 million of years before, the first human sub-race had already begun to materialize or solidify, so to say. But, as the stanza has it, the inner man, the conscious entity, was not. This conscious entity, occultism says, comes from, nay, in many cases is, the very entire essence. The Secret Doctrine, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis, stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 10 continued, verse 39. The first race on every zone was moon-colored, yellow-white. The second yellow like gold, the third red, the fourth brown, which became black with sin. The first 7 human shoots were all of one complexion in the beginning. The next 7, the sub-races, began mixing their colors. Note on which became black with sin. Strictly speaking, it is only from the time of the Atlantean brown and yellow giant races that one ought to speak of man, since it was the 4th race only which was the first completely human species, however much larger in size than we are now. In the work Man, by 2 chelas, all that is said of the Atlanteans is quite correct. It is chiefly that race which became black with sin that brought the divine names of the Asuras, the Rakshasas, and the Daityas into disrepute, and passed them on to posterity as the names of fiends. For, as said, the Suras, gods, or Devas, having incarnated into wise men of Atlantis, the names of Asuras and Rakshasas were given to the Atlanteans, which names, owing to their incessant conflicts with the last remnants of the third race and the sons of will and yoga, have led to the later allegories about them in the Puranas. Asura was the generic appellation of all the Atlanteans, who were the enemies of the spiritual heroes of the Aryans, gods, unquote. From Man, page 97, end of note. This verse, 39th, relates exclusively to the racial divisions. Strictly speaking, esoteric philosophy teaches a modified polygenesis, for while it assigns to humanity a oneness of origin, insofar that its forefathers or, quote, creators, unquote, were all divine beings, though of different classes or degrees of perfection in their hierarchy, men were nevertheless born on 7 different centers of the continent of that period. Though all of one common origin, yet for reasons given in their potentialities and mental capabilities, outward or physical form and future characteristics were very different. Note: some superior, other inferior, to suit the karma of the various reincarnating monads, which could not be all of the same degree of purity in their last births in other worlds. This accounts for the difference of races, the inferiority of the savage and other human varieties. End of note. As to their complexions, there is a suggestive allegory told in Lingua Purana. The Kumara, the Rudra gods, so-called, see further, are described as incarnations of Shiva, the destroyer of outward forms, named also Vamadeva. The latter as a Kumara, the eternal celibate, The chaste virgin youth springs from Brahma in each great Manvantara, and again becomes four, a reference to the four great divisions of the human races as regards complexion and type, and three chief variations of these. Thus, in the 29th Kalpa, in this case a reference to the transformation and evolution of the human form, which Shiva ever destroys and remodels periodically, down to the Manvantaric great turning point about the middle of the fourth Atlantean race in the 29th Kalpa, Shiva, as Shvetalohita, the root Kumara, becomes from moon-colored white in his next transformation. He is red, and in this the exoteric version differs from the esoteric teaching. In the third, yellow, in the fourth, black. Esotericism classes these 7 variations, with their 4 great divisions, into only 3 distinct primeval races, as it does not take into consideration the first race, which had neither type nor color, and hardly an objective, though colossal form. The evolution of these races, their formation and development, went pari passu and on parallel lines with the evolution, formation, and development of 3 geological strata, from which the human complexion was as much derived as it was determined by the climates of these zones. It names 3 great divisions, namely the red-yellow, the black, and the brown-white. Note: there are, says Topinard, English edition of Anthropology, with preface by Professor Brocca, 3 fundamental elements of color in the human organism, namely the red, the yellow, and the black, which, mixed in variable quantities with the white of the tissues, give rise to those numerous shades seen in the human family. Unquote. Here is science unintentionally supporting occultism again. End of note. The Aryan races, for instance, now varying from dark brown, almost black, red-brown yellow, down to the whitest creamy color, are yet all of one and the same stock, the 5th root race, and spring from one single progenitor, called in Hindu exotericism by the generic name of Vaivashvatamanu. The latter, remember, being that generic personage, the sage, who is said to have lived over 18 million years ago, and also 850,000 years ago at the time of the sinking of the last remnants of the great continent of Atlantis. See the root and seed manus further on, and who is said to live even now in his mankind. Note: it must be remembered that the last remnants here spoken of refer to those portions of the great continent which still remained, and not to any of the numerous islands which existed contemporaneously with the continent. Plato's island was, for instance, one of such remnants, the others having sunk at various periods previously. An occult, quote, tradition, unquote, teaches that such submersions occur whenever there is an eclipse of the spiritual sun. End of note. The light yellow is the color of the first solid human race, which appeared after the middle of the 3rd root race, after its fall into generation, as just explained, bringing on the final changes. For it is only at that period that the last transformation took place, which brought forth man, as he is now, only on a magnified scale. This race gave birth to the 4th race, quote, Shiva, unquote, gradually transforming that portion of humanity which became, quote, black with sin, unquote, into red-yellow, the Red Indians and the Mongolians being the descendants of these, and finally into brown-white races, which now, together with the yellow races, form the great bulk of humanity. The allegory in Linga Purana is curious as showing the great ethnological knowledge of the ancients. When reading of the last transformation, let the reader consider at this juncture, if that took place 18 million years ago, how many millions more it must have required to reach that final stage. And if man in his gradual consolidation developed pari passu with the earth, how many millions of years must have elapsed during the first, second, and the first half of the 3rd race? For the earth was in a comparatively ethereal condition before it reached its last consolidated state. The archaic teachings, moreover, telling us that, during the middle period of the Lemuro-Atlantean race, 3.5 races after the genesis of man, the earth, man, and everything on the globe was of a still grosser and more material nature, while such things as corals and some shells were still in a semi-gelatinous astral state. The cycles that intervened since then have already carried us onward on the opposite ascending arc, some steps toward our dematerialization, as the spiritualists would say. The earth, ourselves, and all things have softened since then, even our brains. But it has been objected by some theosophists that an ethereal earth, even some 15 or 20 million years ago, does not square with the geology, which teaches us that winds blew, rains fell, waves broke on the shore, sands shifted and accumulated, etc., etc., that, in short, all natural causes now in operation were then in force, in the very earliest ages of geological time, that of the oldest Paleozoic rocks. To this the following answers are given. Firstly, what is the date assigned by geology to those oldest Paleozoic rocks? And secondly, why could not the winds blow, rain fall, and waves of carbonic acid, apparently, as science seems to imply, break on the shore on an earth semi-astral, that is, viscid? The word astral does not necessarily mean as thin as smoke in occult phraseology, but rather starry, shining or pellucid, in various and numerous degrees, from a quite filmy to a viscid state, as just observed. But it is further objected, how could an astral earth have affected the other planets in this system? Would not the whole process get out of gear now if the attraction of one planet was suddenly removed? The objection is evidently invalid, since our system is composed of older and younger planets, some dead like the moon, others in process of formation, for all astronomy knows to the contrary. Nor has the latter ever affirmed, so far as we know, that all the bodies of our systems have sprung into existence and developed simultaneously. The Tishamelian secret teachings differ from those of India in this respect. Hindu occultism teaches that the Vaivashvata Manu humanity is 18 millions and odd years old. We say yes, but only so far as physical, or approximately physical, man is concerned, who dates from the close of the third root race. Beyond that period, man, on his filmy image, may have existed for 300 million years, for all we know, since we are not taught figures which are and will remain secret with the masters of occult science, as justly stated in esoteric Buddhism. Moreover, whereas the Hindu Puranas speak of one Vaivashvata Manu, we affirm that there were several, the name being a generic one, Vidasupra. We must now say a few more words on the physical evolution of man. Archaic teachings in the Puranas and Genesis, physical evolution. The writer cannot give too much proof that the system of cosmogony and anthropogeny as described actually existed, that its records are preserved, and that it is found mirrored even in the modern versions of ancient scriptures. The Puranas on the one hand, and the Jewish scriptures on the other, are based on the same scheme of evolution which, read esoterically and expressed in modern language, would be found to be quite as scientific as much of what now passes current as the final word of recent discovery. The only difference between the two schemes is that the Puranas, giving as much and perhaps more attention to the causes than to the effects, allude to the pre-cosmic and pre-genetic periods rather than to those of so-called creation, whereas the Bible, saying only a few words on the former period, plunges forthwith into material genesis and, while nearly skipping the pre-Adamic races, proceeds with its allegories concerning the fifth race. Now, whatever the onslaught made on the order of creation in Genesis, and its dead-letter account certainly lends itself admirably to criticism, he who reads the Hindu Puranas, its allegorical exaggerations notwithstanding, will find them quite in accordance with physical science. Note: Mr. Gladstone's unfortunate attempt to reconcile the genetic account with science, see 19th century, Dawn of Creation, and the Proem to Genesis, 1886, has brought upon him the Jovian thunderbolt hurled by Mr. Huxley. The dead-letter account warranted no such attempt, and his fourfold order or division of animated creation has turned into the stone which, instead of killing the fly on the sleeping friend's brow, killed the man instead. Mr. Gladstone killed Genesis forever. But this does not prove that there is no esotericism in the latter. The fact that the Jews and all the Christians, the modern as well as the early sects, have accepted the narrative literally for 2,000 years, shows only their ignorance, and shows the great ingenuity and constructive ability of the initiated rabbins who have built the two accounts, the Elohistic and the Jehovistic, esoterically, and have purposely confused the meaning by the vowel-less glyphs or word signs in the original text. The 6 days, Yom, of creation do mean 6 periods of evolution, and the 7th that of culmination of perfection, not of rest, and refer to the 7 rounds and the 7 races with a distinct creation in each, though the use of the words boker, dawn or morning, and krib, evening twilight, which have esoterically the same meaning as sandhya, twilight in Sanskrit, have led to a charge of the most crass ignorance of the order of evolution. End of note. Even what appears to be the, on the face of it, perfectly nonsensical allegory of Brahma assuming the form of a boar to rescue the earth from under the waters finds in the secret commentaries a perfectly scientific explanation, relating as it does to the many risings and sinkings and the constant alteration of water and land from the earliest to the latest geological periods of our globe. For science teaches us now that 9/10 of the stratified formations of the earth's crust have been gradually constructed beneath water at the bottom of the seas. The ancient Aryans are credited with having known nothing whatever of natural history, geology, and so on. The Jewish race is, on the other hand, proclaimed even by its severest critic an uncompromising opponent of the Bible. See Modern Science and Modern Thought, page 337. To have the merit of having conceived the idea of monotheism earlier and retained it more firmly than any of the less philosophical and more immoral religions, within brackets double exclamation mark, of the ancient world, unquote. Only while we find in biblical esotericism physiological sexual mysteries symbolized, and very little more, something for which very little real philosophy is requisite, in the Puranas one may find the most scientific and philosophical dawn of creation, which, if impartially analyzed and rendered into plain language, the most scientific and philosophical, quote, dawn of creation, unquote, which, if impartially analyzed and rendered into plain language from its fairy tale-like allegories, would show that modern zoology, geology, astronomy, and nearly all the branches of modern knowledge have been anticipated in the ancient science, and were known to the philosophers in their general features, if not in such detail as at present. Puranic astronomy, with all its deliberate concealment and confusion for the purpose of leading the profane off the real track, was shown even by Bentley to be a real science, and those who are versed in the mysteries of Hindu astronomical treatises will prove that the modern theories of the progressive condensation of nebulae, nebulous stars and suns, with the most minute details about the cyclic progress of asterisms, far more correct than Europeans have even now, for chronological and other purposes, were known in India to perfection. If we turn to geology and zoology, we find the same. What are all the myths and endless genealogies of the 7 Prajapati and their sons, the 7 rishis or manus, and of their wives, sons, and progeny, but a vast detailed account of the progressive development and evolution of animal creation, one species after the other? Were the highly philosophical and metaphysical Aryans the authors of the most perfect philosophical systems of transcendental psychology, of codes of ethics, and such grammar as Panini's, of the Sankhya and Vedanta systems, and a moral code, Buddhism, proclaimed by Max Müller the most perfect on earth, such fools or children as to lose their time in writing fairy tales, such tales as the Puranas now seem to be in the eyes of those who have not the remotest idea of their secret meaning. What is the fable, the genealogy and origin of Kashyapa, with his 12 wives, by whom he had a numerous and diversified progeny of nagas, serpents, reptiles, birds, and all kinds of living things, and who was thus the father of all kinds of animals, but a veiled record of the order of evolution in this round? So far we do not see that any Orientalist ever had the remotest conception of the truth concealed under the allegories and personifications. The Satapatha Brahmana, says one, gives a not very intelligible account of Kashyapa's origin. He was the son of Mariki, the son of Brahma, the father of Vaivashvat, the father of Manu, the progenitor of mankind, having assumed the form of a tortoise. Prajapati created offspring. That which he created he made akarot, hence the word kurma, tortoise. Kashyapa means tortoise. Hence men say all creatures are descendants of Kashyapa, etc., etc. From Hindu Classical Dictionary. He was all this. He was also the father of Garuda, the bird, the king of the feathered tribe, who descends from and is one of the stock with the reptiles, the Nagas, and who becomes their mortal enemy subsequently, as he is also a cycle, a period of time which in the course of evolution the birds which developed from reptiles in their struggle for life, survival of the fittest, etc., etc., turned in preference on those they issued from, to devour them, perhaps prompted by natural law, in order to make room for other and more perfect species. Read Part 2, Symbolism. Once united, the two and then the three made one, for though the lower animals from the amoeba to man received their monads in which all the higher qualities are potential, all have to remain dormant, till each reaches its human form, before which stage manas, mind, has no development in them. Note, men are made complete only during their third toward the fourth cycle race. They are made gods for good and evil, and responsible only when the two arcs meet, after 3.5 rounds, towards the fifth race. They are made so by the Nirmanakaya, spiritual or astral remains, of the Rudra Kumaras, cursed to be reborn on earth again, meaning doomed in their natural turn to reincarnation in the high ascending arc of the terrestrial cycle. From Commentary 9. End of note. In the animals every principle is paralyzed, and in a fetus-like state, save the second, vital, and the third, the astral, and the rudiments of the fourth, karma, which is desire, instinct, whose intensity and development varies and changes with the species. To the materialist wedded to the Darwinian theory, this will read like a fairy tale, a mystification. To the believer in the inner spiritual man, the statement will have nothing unnatural in it. Now the writer is certain to meet what will be termed insuperable objections. We shall be told that the line of embryology, the gradual development of every individual life, and the progress of what is known to take place in the order of progressive stages of the specialization, that all this is opposed to the idea of man preceding mammals. Man begins as the humblest and most primitive vermiform creature, from the primitive speck of protoplasm and the nucleated cell in which all life originates, and is developed through stages undistinguishable from those of fish, reptile, and mammal, until the cell finally attains the highly specialized development of the quadrumanous, and last of all, of the human type. Quote from Lang, page 335. This is perfectly scientific, and we have nothing against that, for all this relates to the shell of man, his body, which in its growth is subject, of course, like every other once called morphological unit, to such metamorphoses. It is not those who teach the transformation of the mineral atom through crystallization, which is the same function and bears the same relation to its inorganic so-called upadi, or basis, as to the formation of cells to their organic nuclei through plant, insect, and animal into man. It is not they who will reject this theory, as it will finally lead to the recognition of a universal deity in nature, ever present and ever invisible and unknowable, and of intracosmic gods, who all were men. Note, the whole trouble is this. Neither physiologists nor pathologists will recognize that the cell-germinating substance, the cytoblastema, and the medullae from which crystals originate, are one and the same essence, save in differentiation for purposes. End of note. But we would ask, what does science and its exact and now axiomatic discoveries prove against our occult theory. Those who believe in the law of evolution and gradual progressive development from a cell, which from a vital has become a morphological cell, until it awoke as protoplasm pure and simple, these can surely never limit their belief to one line of evolution. The types of life are innumerable, and the progress of evolution, moreover, does not go at the same rate in every kind of species. The constitution of primordial matter in the Silurian age, we mean primordial matter of science, is the same in every essential particular, save its degree of present grossness, as the primordial living matter of today. Nor do we find that which ought to be found if the now orthodox theory of evolution were quite correct, namely a constant, ever-flowing progress in every species of being. Instead of that, what does one see? While the intermediate groups of animal being all tend toward a higher type, and while specializations, now one type and now of another, develop through the geological ages, change forms, assume new shapes, appear and disappear with the kaleidoscopic rapidity in the description of paleontologists from one period to another, the two solitary exceptions to the general rule are those at the two opposite poles of life and type, namely, man and the lower genera of being. Quote, certain well-marked forms of living beings have existed through enormous epochs, surviving not only the changes of physical conditions, but persisting comparatively unaltered, while other forms of life have appeared and disappeared. Such forms may be termed persistent types of life, and examples of them are abundant enough in both the animal and the vegetable worlds. Unquote. Huxley, Proceedings of Royal Institute, Volume 3, page 151. Nevertheless, we are not giving any good reason why Darwin links together reptiles, birds, amphibians, fishes, mollusca, etc., etc., as offshoots of a moneric ancestry. Nor are we told whether reptiles, for instance, are direct descendants of the amphibia and fishes over lower forms, which they certainly are. For the monads have passed through all these forms of being up to man on every planet in the three preceding rounds, every round as well as every subsequent globe from A to G having been and still having to be the arena of the same evolution, only repeated each time on a more solid material basis. Therefore the question, what relation is there between the third round astral prototypes and ordinary physical development in the course of the origination of pre-mammalian organic species, is easily answered. One is the shadowy prototype of the other, the preliminary, hardly defined, and evanescent sketch on the canvas of objects which are destined to receive the final and vivid form under the brush of the painter. The fish evolved into an amphibian, a frog, in the shadows of ponds, and a man passed through all his metamorphoses on this globe in the third round, as he did in this, his fourth cycle. The third round types contributed to the formation of the types in this one. On strict analogy, the cycle of 7 rounds in their work of the gradual formation of man through every kingdom of nature are repeated on a microscopical scale in the first 7 months of gestation of a future human being. Let the student think over and work out this analogy. As the 7-month-old unborn baby, though quite ready, yet needs 2 months more in which to acquire strength and consolidate, so man, having perfected his evolution during 7 rounds, remains 2 periods more in the womb of Mother Nature before he is born, or rather reborn, a Dhyani, still more perfect than he was before he launched forth as a monad on the newly built chain of worlds. Let the student ponder over this mystery, and then he will easily convince himself that, as there are also physical links between many classes, so there are precise domains wherein the astral merges into physical evolution. Of this science breathes not one word. Man has evolved with and from the monkey, it says. But now see the contradiction. Huxley proceeds to point out plants, ferns, club mosses, some of them generically identical with those now living, which are met with in the Carboniferous epoch, for the cone of the Oolitic Araucaria is hardly distinguishable from that of existing species. Subkingdoms of animals yield the same instance. The Globigerina of the Atlantic soundings is identical with the Cretaceous species of the same genus. The tabulous corals of the Silurian epoch are wonderfully like the millipores of our own seas. The Arachnida, the highest group of which, the scorpions, is represented by the coal by a genus differing only from its living congeners only in the eyes, etc., etc., all of which may be closed with Dr. Carpenter's authoritative statement about the foraminifera. There is no evidence, he says, of any fundamental modification or advance in the foraminiferous type from the Paleozoic period to the present time. The foraminiferous fauna of our own series probably present a greater range of variety than existed at any previous period, but there is no indication of any tendency to elevation towards a higher type. Page 11 of Introduction to the Study of the Foraminifera. Now, if there is no indication of change in the foraminifera, a protozoon of the lowest type of life, mouthless and eyeless, except its greater variety now than before, man, who is on the uppermost rung of the ladder of being, indicates still less change, as we have seen, the skeleton of his Paleolithic ancestor being even found superior in some respects to his present frame. Where is, then, the claimed uniformity of law, the absolute rule for one species shading off into another, and by insensible gradations into higher types? We see Sir William Thomson admitting as much as 400 million of years in the Earth's history since the surface of the globe became sufficiently cool to permit of the presence of living things, and during that enormous lapse of time in the Oolitic period alone, the so-called Age of Reptiles, we find a most extraordinary variety and abundance of saurian forms, the amphibian type reaching its highest developments. Note: Transformation of Geology, Society of Glasgow, Volume 3. Very strangely, however, he has just changed his opinion. The Sun, he says, is only 15 million old. End of note. We learn of ichthyosauri and plesiosauri in the lakes and rivers, and the winged crocodiles or lizards flying in the air. After which, in the Tertiary period, we find the mammalian type exhibiting remarkable divergencies from previous existing forms. Mastodons, megatheriums, and other unwieldy denizens of the ancient forests and plains, and subsequently are notified of, quote, the gradual modification of one of the ramifications of the quadrumanous order into those beings from which primeval man himself may claim to have been evolved, unquote, from the beginnings of life. He may, but no one except materialists can see why he should, as there is not the slightest necessity for it, nor is such an evolution warranted by facts, for those most interested in the proofs thereof confess their utter failure to find one single fact to support their theory. There is no need for the numberless types of life to represent the members of one progressive series. They are the products of various and different evolutional divergencies, taking place now in one direction and now in another. Therefore it is far more justifiable to say that the monkey evolved into the quadrumanous order than that primeval man who has remained stationary in his human specialization ever since his fossil is found in the oldest strata, and of whom no variety is found save in color and facial type, has developed from a common ancestor together with the ape. That man originates, like other animals, in a cell and develops through stages undistinguishable from those of fish, reptile, and mammal until the cell attains the highly specialized development of the quadrumanous and at last the human type, is an occult axiom thousands of years old. The Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man a god, holds good throughout the ages. Haeckel, in his Schöpfungsgeschichte, shows a double drawing representing two embryos, that of a dog 6 weeks old and that of a man 8 weeks. The two, except the slight difference in the head, larger and wider about the brain in the man, are undistinguishable. Quote, in fact, we may say that every human being passes through the stage of fish and reptile before arriving at that of mammal and finally of man. If we take him up at the more advanced stage where the embryo has already passed the reptilian form for a considerable time, the line of development remains the same as that of other mammalia. The rudimentary limbs are exactly similar, the 5 fingers and toes develop in the same way, and the resemblance after the first 4 weeks' growth between the embryo of a man and a dog is such that it is scarcely possible to distinguish them. Even at the age of 8 weeks, the embryo man is an animal with a tail hardly to be distinguished from an embryo puppy." Unquote, from Modern Science, etc., page 171. Why then not make man and dog evolve from a common ancestor, or from a reptile or naga, instead of coupling man with a quadrumana? This would be just as logical as the other, and more so. The shape and the stages of the human embryo have not changed since historical times, and these metamorphoses were known to Aesculapius and Hippocrates, as well as to Mr. Huxley. Therefore, since the Kabbalists had remarked it since prehistoric times, it is no new discovery. In Isis, Volume 1, page 389, it is noticed and half explained. As the embryo of a man has no more of the ape in it than of any other mammal, but contains in itself the totality of the kingdoms of nature, and since it seems to be a persistent type of life, far more so than even the foraminifera, it seems as illogical to make him evolve from the ape as it would be to trace his origin to the frog or the dog. Both occult and Eastern philosophies believe in evolution, which Manu and Kapila give with far more clearness than any other scientist does at present. No need to repeat that which was fully debated in Isis Unveiled, as the reader may find all these arguments and the description of the basis on which all the Eastern doctrines of evolution rested in our earlier books. But no occultist can accept the unreasonable proposition that all the now existing forms, from the structureless amoeba to man, are the direct lineal descendants of organisms which lived millions and millions of years before the birth of man, in the pre-Silurian epochs, in the sea or land mud. Notes. Note on both occult and Eastern philosophies believe in evolution. Hence the philosophy in the allegory of the 7th, 10th, and finally 21st Prajapati, Rishis, Munis, etc., who were all made the fathers of various things and beings. The order of the 7 classes or orders of plants, animals, and even inanimate things, given at random in the Puranas, is found in several commentaries in the correct rotation. Thus, Prithu is the father of the earth. He milks her, and makes her bear every kind of grain and vegetable, all enumerated and specified. Kashyapa is the father of all the reptiles, snakes, demons, etc., etc. And note on Isis Unveiled. See Volume 1, page 151 at sequence, about the tree of evolution, the mundane tree. End of notes. The occultists believe in an inherent law of progressive development. Note. Checked and modified, however, by the law of retardation, which imposes a restriction on the advance of all species when a high type makes its appearance. End of note. Mr. Darwin never did, and says so himself. On page 145 of The Origin of Species, we find him stating that, since there can be no advantage to the infusorian animalcule or an intestinal worm to become highly organized, therefore natural selection, not including necessarily progressive development, leaves the animalcule and the worm, the persistent types, quiet. There does not appear much uniform law in such behavior of nature, and it looks more like the discriminative action of some supernatural selection, perhaps that aspect of karma which Eastern occultists would call the law of retardation may have something to do with it. But there is every reason to doubt whether Mr. Darwin himself ever gave such an importance to his law as is given to it now by his atheistic followers. The knowledge of the various living forms in geological periods that have gone by is very meager. The reasons given for this by Dr. Bastian are very suggestive. 1. on account of the imperfect manner in which the several forms may be represented in the strata pertaining to the period; 2. On account of the extremely limited nature of the explorations which have been made in these imperfectly representative strata; and 3. Because so many parts of the records are absolutely inaccessible to us. Nearly all beneath the Tellurian system have been blotted out by time, whilst those 2/3 of the earth's surface in which the remaining strata are to be found are now covered over by seas." Unquote. Hence Mr. Darwin says himself, quote, "For my part, following out Lyell's metaphor, I look at the geological record as a history of the world imperfectly kept and written in a changing dialect. Out of this history we possess the last volume alone, relating only to 2 or 3 countries. Of this volume, only here and there a short chapter has been preserved, and of each page only here and there a few lines. It is not on such meagre data, certainly, that the last word of science can be said, nor is it on any ground of human pride unreasonable belief in man's representing even here on earth, in our period perhaps, the highest type of life that occultism denies that all the preceding forms of human life belonged to types lower than our own, for it is not so, but simply because the, quote, missing link, unquote, such as to prove the existing theory undeniably, will never be found by paleontologists. Believing, as we do, that man has evolved from and passed through during the preceding rounds the lowest forms of every life, vegetable and animal, on earth, there is nothing very degrading in the idea of having the orangutan as an ancestor of our physical form. Quite the reverse, as it would forward the occult doctrine with regard to the final evolution of everything in terrestrial nature into man most irresistibly. One may even inquire how it is that biologists and anthropologists, having once firmly accepted the theory of the descent of man from the ape, how it is that they have hitherto left untouched the future evolution of the existing apes into man. This is only a logical sequence of the first theory, unless science would make of man a privileged being, and his evolution a non-precedent in nature, quite a special and unique case. And that is what all this leads physical science to. The reason, however, why the occultists reject the Darwinian and especially the Haeckelyan hypothesis is because it is the ape which is, in sober truth, a special and unique instance, not man. The pithecoid is an accidental creation, a forced growth, the result of an unnatural process. The occult doctrine is, we think, more logical. It teaches a cyclic, never-varying law in nature, the latter having no personal special design, but acting on a uniform plan that prevails through the whole Manvantaric period, and deals with the landworm as it deals with man. Neither the one nor the other have sought to come into being, hence both are under the same evolutionary law, and both have to progress according to karmic law. Both have started from the same neutral center of life, and both have to re-merge into it at the consummation of the cycle. It is not denied that in the preceding round man was a gigantic ape-like creature, and when we say man, we ought perhaps to say the rough mold that was developing for use of man in this round only, the middle or the transition point of which we have hardly reached. Nor was man what he is now during the first 2.5 root races. That point he reached, as said before, only 18 million years ago, during the secondary period, as we claim. Till then he was, according to tradition and occult teaching, a god on earth who had fallen into matter, or generation. This may or may not be accepted, since the secret doctrine does not impose itself as an infallible dogma, and since, whether its prehistoric records are accepted or rejected, it has nothing to do with the question of the actual man and his inner nature, the fall mentioned above having left no original sin on humanity. But all this has been sufficiently dealt with. Furthermore, we are taught that the transformations through which man passed on the descending arc, which is centrifugal for spirit and centripetal for matter, and those he prepares to go through henceforward on his ascending path, which will reverse the direction of the two forces, meaning matter will become centrifugal and spirit centripetal, that all such transformations are next in store for the anthropoid ape also, all those at any rate who have reached the remove next to man in this round, and these will all be men in the fourth round, as present men inhabited ape-like forms in the third, the preceding round. Behold them in the modern denizens of the great forest of Sumatra, the degraded and dwarfed examples, blurred copies, as Mr. Huxley has it, of ourselves, as we, the majority of mankind, were in the earliest sub-races of the fourth root race during the period of what is called the fall into generation. The ape we know is not the product of natural evolution, but an accident, a crossbreed between an animal being or form and man, as has been shown in the present volume, Anthropogenesis. It is the speechless animal that first started sexual connection, having been the first to separate into males and females. Nor was it intended by nature that man should follow the bestial example, as shown by the comparatively painless procreation of their species by the animals, and the terrible suffering and danger of the same in the woman. The ape is, indeed, as remarked in Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, page 278, a transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a hybrid branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter, or man. The apes are millions of years later than the speaking human being, and are the latest contemporaries of our fifth race. Thus it is most important to remember that the egos of the apes are entities compelled by their karma to incarnate in the animal forms, which resulted from the bestiality of the latest third and the earliest fourth race men. They are entities who had already reached the human stage before this round. Consequently, they form an exception to the general rule. The numberless traditions about satires are no fables, but represent an extinct race of animal men. The animal, quote, Eves, unquote, were their foremothers, and the human, quote, Adams, unquote, their forefathers. Hence the Kabbalistic allegory of Lilith, or Lilatu, Adam's first wife, whom the Talmud describes as a charming woman with long wavy hair, that is, a female hairy animal of a character now unknown, still a female animal, who in the Kabbalistic and Talmudic allegories is called the female reflection of Samuel Lilith, or man-animal united, a being called Hayobishkat, the beast or evil beast, Zohar. It is from this unnatural union that the present apes descended. The latter are truly speechless men and will become speaking animals, or men of a lower order, in the fifth round, while the adepts of a certain school hope that some of the egos of the apes of a high intelligence will reappear at the close of the sixth root race. What their form will be is of secondary consideration. The form means nothing. Species and genera of the flora, fauna, and the highest animal, its crown, man, change and vary according to the environments and climatic variations, not only with every round, but every root race likewise, as well as after every geological cataclysm that puts an end to, or produces a turning point in the latter. In the sixth root race, the fossils of the orang, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee will be those of extinct quadrumanous mammals, and new forms, though fewer and ever wider apart as ages pass on and the close of the manment era approaches, will develop from the cast-off types of the human races as they revert once again to astral, out of the maya or physical life. There were none before man, and they will be extinct before the seventh race develops. Karma will lead on the monads of the unprogressed men of our race and lodge them in the newly evolved human frames of the thus physiologically regenerated baboon. But see Part 3, Addenda. This will take place, of course, millions of years hence, but the picture of this cyclic precession of all that lives and breathes now on earth, of each species in its turn, is a true one, and needs no special creation or miraculous formation of man, beast, and plant ex nihilo. This is how occult science explains the absence of any link between ape and man, and shows the former evolving from the latter. A panoramic view of the early races. There is a period of a few millions of years to cover between the first, quote, mindless, unquote, race and the highly intelligent and intellectual later Lemurians. There is another between the earliest civilization of the Atlanteans and the historic period. As witnesses to the Lemurian, but a few silent records in the shape of half a dozen broken colossi and old Cyclopean runes are left. These are not allowed a hearing, as they are the productions of blind natural forces, we are assured by some. Quite modern, we are told by others. Tradition is left contemptuously unnoticed by skeptic and materialist, and made subservient to the Bible in every case by the too zealous churchmen. Whenever a legend, however, refuses to fit in with the Noachian deluge theory, it is declared by the Christian clergy the insanely delirious voice of old superstition. Atlantis is denied, when not confused with Lemuria and other departed continents, because perhaps Lemuria is half the creation of modern science, and has therefore to be believed in, while Plato's Atlantis is regarded by most of the scientists as a dream. Atlantis is often described by believers in Plato as a prolongation of Africa. An old continent is also suspected to have existed on the eastern coast. Only Africa as a continent was never part and parcel of either Lemuria or Atlantis, as we have agreed to call the third and fourth continents. Their archaic appellations are never mentioned in the Puranas, nor anywhere else. But with simply one of the esoteric keys in hand, it becomes an easy task to identify these departed lands in the numberless lands of the gods, devas and munis described in the Puranas in the Varshas, Dvipas, and zones. There's Sweta Dvipa, during the early day of Lemuria, stood out like a giant peak from the bottom of the sea, the area between Atlas and Madagascar being occupied by the waters till about the early period of Atlantis, after the disappearance of Lemuria, when Africa emerged from the bottom of the ocean and Atlas was half sunk. It is of course impossible to attempt, within the compass of even several volumes, a consecutive and detailed account of the evolution and progress of the first three races, except so far as to give a general view of it, as will be done presently. Race the first had no history of its own. Of race the second the same may be said. We shall have, therefore, to pay careful attention only to the Lemurians and the Atlanteans, before the history of our own race, the fifth, can be attempted. What is known of other continents besides our own, and what does history know or accept of the early races? Everything outside the repulsive speculations of materialistic science is daubed with the contemptuous term superstition. The wise men of today will believe nothing. Plato's winged and hermaphrodite races and his golden age under the reign of Saturn and the gods are quietly brought back by Haeckel to their new place in nature. Our divine races are shown to be the descendants of Catarrhine apes, and our ancestor a piece of sea slime. Nevertheless, as expressed by Faber, the fictions of ancient poetry will be found to comprehend some portion of historical truth. However one-sided the efforts of the learned author of the Mysteries of the Kabiri, efforts directed throughout his 2 volumes to constrain the classical myths and symbols of old paganism, to bear testimony to the truth of Scripture, time and further research have avenged, partially at least, that, quote, truth, unquote, by showing it unveiled. Thus it is the clever adaptations of Scripture, on the contrary, which are made to bear evidence to the great wisdom of archaic paganism. This notwithstanding the inextricable confusion into which the truth about the Kabiri, the most mysterious gods of antiquity, was thrown by the wild and contradictory speculations of Bishop Cumberland, Dr. Shuckford, Cudworth, Vallancey, etc., etc., and finally by Faber. Nevertheless, all, from first to last, of these scholars had to come to a certain conclusion framed by the latter. We have no reason to think, he writes, that the idolatry of the Gentile world was of a merely arbitrary contrivance. On the contrary, it seems to have been built, almost universally, upon a traditional remembrance of certain real events. These events I apprehend to be the destruction of the first, and the fourth, in esoteric teachings, race of mankind by the waters of the deluge. Chapter 1, page 9. To this, Faber adds, quote, I am persuaded that the tradition of the sinking of the Phlegian Isle is the very same as that of the sinking of the island Atlantis. They both appear to me to allude to one great event, the sinking of the whole world beneath the waters of the deluge, or, if we suppose the arc of the earth to have remained in its original position, the rising of the central water above it. M. Bailly, indeed, in his work upon the Atlantis of Plato, the object of which is evidently to deprecate the authority of scriptural chronology, labors to prove that the Atlanteans were a very ancient northern nation, long prior to the Hindus, the Phoenicians, and the Egyptians. Unquote, from a dissertation on the Kabiri, page 284. In this Faber is in agreement with Bailly, who shows himself more learned and intuitional than those who accept biblical chronology. Nor is the latter wrong when saying that the Atlanteans were the same as the Titans and the Giants. See Lettres sur l'Atlantide. Faber adopts the more willingly the opinion of his French confrère, as Bailly mentions Cosmas Indicopleustes, who preserved an ancient tradition about Noah, that he formerly inhabited the island Atlantis, from the same source. This island, whether it was the Poseidonis mentioned in esoteric Buddhism or the continent of Atlantis, does not much matter. The tradition is there recorded by a Christian. No occultist would ever think of dispossessing Noah of his prerogatives if he is claimed to be an Atlantean, for this would simply show that the Israelites repeated the story of Vaivashvatamanu, Xisustrus, and so many others, and that they only changed the name, to do which they had the same right as any other nation or tribe. What we object to is the literal acceptation of biblical chronology, as it is absurd, and in accord with neither geological data nor reason. Moreover, if Noah was an Atlantean, then he was a Titan, a giant, as Faber shows, and if a giant, then why is he not shown as such in Genesis? Note, this is shown by Faber, again a pious Christian, who says that, quote, the Noetic family also bore the appellations of Atlanteans and Titans, and the great patriarch himself was called by way of eminence Atlas and Titan, unquote, volume 2, page 285. And if so, then according to the Bible, Noah must have been the progeny of the sons of God, the fallen angels, agreeably to the same authority, and of the daughters of men who were fair. See Genesis chapter 6. And why not, since his father Lamech slew a man and was, with all his sons and daughters, who perished in the deluge, as bad as the rest of mankind? End of note. Bailly's mistake was to reject the submersion of Atlantis, and to call the Atlanteans simply a northern and post-diluvian nation, which, however, as he says, certainly flourished before the foundation of the Hindu, the Egyptians, and the Phoenician empires. In this, had he only known of the existence of what we have agreed to call Lemuria, he would have again been right. For the Atlanteans were post-diluvian to the Lemurians, and Lemuria was not submerged as Atlantis was, but was sunk under the waves, owing to earthquakes and subterranean fires, as Great Britain and Europe will be one day. It is the ignorance of our men of science who will accept neither the tradition that several continents have already sunk, nor the periodical law which acts throughout the manvantaric cycle. It is this ignorance that is the chief cause of all the confusion. Nor is Bailly wrong again in assuring us that the Hindus, Egyptians, and Phoenicians came after the Atlanteans, for the latter belonged to the fourth, while the Aryans and their Semitic branch are of the fifth race. Plato, while repeating the story as narrated to Solon by the priests of Egypt, intentionally confuses, as every initiate would, the two continents, and assigns to the small island which sunk last all the events pertaining to the two enormous continents, the prehistoric and traditional. Therefore he describes the first couple, from whom the whole island was peopled, as being formed of the earth. In saying so, he means neither Adam and Eve, nor yet his own Hellenic forefathers. His language is simply allegorical, and by alluding to earth he means matter, as the Atlanteans were really the first purely human and terrestrial race, those that preceded it being more divine and ethereal than human and solid. Yet Plato must have known, as would any other initiated adept, about the history of the third race after its fall, though as one pledged to silence and secrecy, he never showed his knowledge in so many words. Nevertheless, it may become easier now, after acquainting oneself with even the approximate chronology of the Eastern nations, all of which was based upon and followed the early Aryan calculations, to realize the immense periods of time that must have elapsed since the separation of the sexes, without mentioning the first or even the second root races. As these must remain beyond the comprehension of minds trained in Western thought, it is found useless to speak in detail of the first and second, and even of the third race in its earliest stage. Note, in that wonderful volume of O'Donnell's, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, the author, speaking of the Aryan colonies from Atlantis, and of the arts and sciences, the legacy of our fourth race, bravely announces that the roots of the institutions of today reach back to the Miocene age. This is an enormous allowance for a modern scholar to make, but civilization dates still further back than the Miocene Atlanteans. Secondary period man will be discovered, and with him his long-forgotten civilization. End of note. One has to begin with the latter, when it reached its full human period, lest the uninitiated reader should find himself hopelessly bewildered. The third race fell, and created no longer. It begat its progeny. Being still mindless at the period of separation, it begot, moreover, anomalous offspring, until its physiological nature had adjusted its instincts in the right direction. Like the gods of the Bible, the sons of wisdom, the Jiankochans had warned them to leave alone the fruit forbidden by nature, but the warning proved of no value. Men realized the unfitness, we must not say sin, of what they had done, only when too late. After the angelic monads from high spheres had incarnated in and endowed them with understanding. To that day they had remained simply physical, like the animals generated from them. For what is the distinction? The Doctrine teaches that the only difference between animate and inanimate objects on earth, between an animal and a human frame, is that in some of the various fires are latent, and in others they are active. The vital fires are in all things, and not an atom is devoid of them. But no animal has the three higher principles awakened in him. They are simply potential, latent, and thus non-existing. And so would the animal frames of men be to this day, had they been left as they came out from the bodies of their progenitors, whose shadows they were, to grow unfolded only by the powers and forces immanent in matter. But as said in Pimander, quote, "This is a mystery that to this day was sealed and hidden. Nature, being mingled with man, brought forth a wondrous miracle, the harmonious commingling of the essence of the seven, Petri's, governors, and her own. The fire and the spirit and nature, the noumenon of matter, which, commingling, forthwith brought forth 7 men of opposite sexes, negative and positive, according to the essences of the 7 governors." Unquote, from Divine Pimander, chapter 1, section 16. Notes on nature being mingled with man. Nature is the natural body, the shadow of the progenitors, and man is the heavenly man, as already stated. Thus saith Hermes, the thrice great initiate, the power of the thought divine. Note on the thrice great initiate. The Pimander of our museums and libraries is an abridgment of one of the books of thought, by a Platonist of Alexandria. In the 3rd century it was remodeled after Old Hebrew and Phoenician manuscripts by a Jewish Kabbalist, and called the Genesis of Enoch. But even its disfigured remnants show how closely its text agrees with the archaic doctrine as is shown in the creation of the 7 creators and 7 primitive men. As to Enoch, Thoth or Hermes, Orpheus and Cadmus, these are all generic names, branches and offshoots of the 7 primordial sages, incarnated Jankochans or Devas in elusive, not mortal bodies, who taught humanity all it knew, and whose earliest disciples assumed their masters' names. This custom passed from the 4th to the 5th race, hence the sameness of the traditions about Hermes, of whom Egyptologists count 5. Enoch, etc., they are all inventors of letters. None of them dies but still lives, and they are the first initiators also, and founders of the mysteries. The genesis of Enoch disappeared only very lately among the Kabbalists. Guillaume Postel saw it. It was most certainly in a great measure a transcript from the books of Hermes, and far anterior to the books of Moses, as Eliphas Levi tells his readers. End of note. St. Paul, another initiate, called our world the enigmatical mirror of pure truth, and St. Gregory of Nazianzen corroborated Hermes by saying that things visible are but the shadow and delineation of things that we cannot see. It is an eternal combination, and images are repeated from the high rung of the ladder of being down to the lower. The fall of the angels and the war in heaven are repeated on every plane, the lower mirror disfiguring the image of the superior mirror, and each repeating it in its own way. Thus the Christian dogmas are but the reminiscences of the paradigms of Plato, who spoke of these things cautiously, as every initiate would, but it is all expressed in these few sentences of the De Satir. Quote, "All that is on earth, saith the Lord, Ormazd, is the shadow of something that is in the superior spheres. This luminous object, light, fire, etc., is the shadow of that which is still more luminous than itself, and so on till it reaches me, who am the light of lights." Unquote. In the Kabbalistic books, and in the Zohar preeminently, the idea that everything objective on earth or in this universe is the shadow, Dyukna, of the eternal light or deity is very strong. The 3rd race was preeminently the bright shadow at first of the gods, whom tradition exiles on earth after the allegorical war in heaven, which became still more allegorical on earth, for it was the war between spirit and matter. This war will last till the inner and divine man adjusts his outer terrestrial self to his own spiritual nature. Till then the dark and fierce passions of the former will be at eternal feud with his master, the divine man. But the animal will be tamed one day, because its nature will be changed, and harmony will reign once more between the two as before the fall, when even mortal man was created by the elements and was not born. The above is made clear in all the great theogonies, principally in the Grecian, Seaside and Theogony. The mutilation of Uranus by his son Kronos, who thus condemns him to impotency, has never been understood by the modern mythographers. Yet it is very plain, and having been universal, it must have contained a great abstract and philosophical idea, now lost to our modern sages. Note: Uranus is a modified Varuna, the universal encompasser, the all-embracer, and one of the oldest of the Vedic deities. Space, the maker of heaven and earth, since both are manifested out of his, or its, seed. It is only later that Varuna became the chief of the Adyatas, the chief of the Adityas, and a kind of Neptune riding the Leviathan, Makara, now the most sacred and mysterious of the signs of the zodiac. Varuna, without whom no creature can even wink, was degraded like Uranus, and, like him, he fell into generation, his functions, the grandest cosmical functions, as Muir calls them, having been lowered down from heaven to earth by exoteric anthropomorphism. As the same Orientalist says, quote, "The attributes ascribed to Varuna in the Vedas impart to his character a moral elevation and sanctity far surpassing that attributed to any other Vedic deity." Unquote. But to understand correctly the reason of his fall, like that of Uranus, one has to see in every exoteric religion the imperfect and sinful work of man's fancy, and also to study the mysteries which Varuna is said to have imparted to Vashishta. Only, quote, his secrets and those of Mitra are not to be revealed to the foolish, unquote. End of note. This punishment in the allegory marks indeed a new period, a second phase in the development of creation, as justly remarked by Descartes, Mythologie de la Grecque Antique, page 7, who, however, renounces the attempt to explain it. Uranus has tried to oppose an impediment to that development, or natural evolution, by destroying all his children as soon as born. Uranus, who personifies all the creative powers of an in chaos, space, or the unmanifested deity, is thus made to pay for the penalty, for it is those powers which cause the P3s to evolve primordial men from themselves, as later on these men evolve their progeny, without any sense or desire for procreation. The work of generation, suspended during a moment, passes into the hands of Kronos, time, who unites himself with Rhea, the earth in esotericism, matter in general, and thus produces after celestial, terrestrial titans. The whole of this symbolism relates to the mysteries of evolution. Note: Kronos is not only chronos, time, but also, as Breal showed in his Hercule le Cacus on page 57, comes from the root kar, to make, to create. Whether Breal and Descartes, who quotes him, are as right in saying that in the Vedas Kurnan is a creative god, we have our doubts. Breal probably meant karma, or rather Vishvakarma, the creative god, the omniscient and the great architect of the world. End of note. The whole of this symbolism relates to the mysteries of evolution. This allegory is the exoteric version of the esoteric doctrine given in this part of our work, for in Kronos we see the same story repeated again. As Uranus destroyed his children from Gaia, one in the world of manifestation with Aditi, or the great cosmic deep, by confining them in the bosom of the earth, Titya, so Kronos at this second stage of creation destroyed his children from Rhea by devouring them. This is an allusion to the fruitless efforts of earth or nature alone to create real human men. See our stanzas 3 to 10 et sequens, and also Berossus' account of primeval creation. Time swallows its own fruitless work. Then comes Zeus, Jupiter, who dethrones his father in his turn. Note: the titanic struggle, in Theogony at least, is the fight for supremacy between the children of Uranus and Gaia, or heaven and earth in their abstract sense. The Titans against the children of Kronos, whose chief is Zeus. It is the everlasting struggle going on to this day between the spiritual inner man and the man of flesh, in one sense. End of note. Jupiter the Titan is Prometheus, in one sense, and varies from Zeus, the great father of the gods. Note: just as the Lord God or Jehovah is Cain esoterically, and the tempting serpent as well, the male portion of the androgynous Eve before her fall, the female portion of Adam Kadmon, the left side of Bina of the right side Kokma in the first Sephirothal triad. End of note. He is the disrespectful son in Hesiod. Hermes calls him the heavenly man, Pimander, and even in the Bible he is found again under the name of Adam, and later on, by transmutation, under that of Ham. Yet these are all personifications of the sons of wisdom. The necessary corroboration that Jupiter belongs to the purely human Atlantean cycle, if Uranus and Kronos, who precede him, are found insufficient, may be found in Hesiod, who tells us that the immortals have made men and created the golden and the silver age, first and second races, while Jupiter created the generations of bronze, an admixture of the two elements, of heroes, and the men of the age of iron. After this he sends his fatal present by Pandora to Epimetheus, which present Hesiod calls a fatal gift, or the first woman. Note: in the Egyptian legend, translated by M. Maspero, the ex-director of the Bulak Museum called the two brothers the original of Pandora is given. Noom, the famous heavenly artist, creates a marvelous beauty, a girl which he sends to Batu, after which the happiness of the latter is destroyed. Batu is man, and the girl Eve, of course. See Maspeo's Egyptian legends, and also Descamps' Mythologie de la Grèce antique. End of note. It was a punishment, he explains, sent to man for the theft of divine creative fire. Her apparition on earth is the signal of every kind of evil. Before her appearance, the human races lived happy, exempt from sickness and suffering, as the same races are made to live under Yima's rule in the Majdian Vendidad. Two deluges may also be traced in universal tradition by carefully comparing Hesiod, the Rig Veda, the Zendavest, etc., while no first man is ever mentioned in any of the theogonies save the Bible. Note: Yima is not the first man in the Vendidad, but only the theories of the Orientalists. See further on. End of note. Everywhere the man of our race appears after a cataclysm of water, after which tradition mentions only the several designations of continents and islands which sink under the ocean waves in due time. Note: Boeotia, then ancient Athens, and Eleusis were submerged. End of note. Gods and mortals have one common origin, says Hesiod. See the same source, verse 1, c8. And Pindar echoes the statement in Nemesis 6, verse 1. Deucalion and Pyrrha, who escaped the deluge by constructing an ark like Noah's, asked Jupiter to reanimate the human race whom he had made to perish under the waters of the flood. In the Slavonian mythology, Lithuanian legend in Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, Volume 1, page 545, all men were drowned, and two old people, a man and his wife, alone remained. Then Pramgimas, the master of all, advised them to jump 7 times on the rocks of the earth, and 7 new races, couples, were born, from which came the 9 Lithuanian tribes. As well understood by the author of the Mythologie de la Grèce antique, the 4 ages signify periods of time and are also an allegorical allusion to the races. The successive races, destroyed and replaced by others, he says, without any period of transition, are characterized in Greece by the name of metals to express their ever-decreasing value. Gold, the most brilliant and precious of all, symbol of purity, qualifies the first race. The men of the second race, those of the age of silver, are already inferior to the first. Inert and weak creatures, all their life is no better than a long and stupid infancy. They disappear. The men of the age of bronze are robust and violent, the third race. Their strength is extreme. They had arms made of bronze, habitations of bronze, used naught but bronze. Iron, the black metal, was yet unknown. The 4th generation race is, with Hesiod, that of the heroes who fell before Thebes. See the 7 against Thebes by Aeschylus, or under the walls of Troy. Thus the 4 races being found mentioned by the oldest Greek poets, though very much confused anachronistically, our doctrines are once more corroborated by the classics. But this is all mythology and poetry. What can modern science have to say to such an humorization of old fiction? The verdict is not difficult to foresee. Therefore, an attempt must be made to answer by anticipation and prove that fictions and empirical speculations are so much of the domain of that same science that none of the men of learning have the slightest right. The Secret Doctrine, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 10 continued. Verse 40. Then the 3rd and 4th races became tall with pride. We are the kings, we are the gods. Such were the first truly physical men, whose first characteristic was pride. It is the 3rd race and the gigantic Atlanteans, the memory of whom lingered from one generation and race to another generation and race down to the days of Moses, and which found an objective form in those antediluvian giants, whose terrible sorcerers and magicians, of whom the Roman Church has preserved such vivid and at the same time distorted legends. One who has read and studied the commentaries on the archaic doctrine will easily recognize in some Atlanteans the prototypes of the Nimrods, the builders of the Tower of Babel, the Hamites, and all these tutti quanti of accursed memory, as theological literature expresses it, of those, in short, who have furnished posterity with the orthodox types of Satan. And this leads us naturally to inquire into the religious ethics of these early races, mythical as these may be. What was the religion of the third and fourth races? In the common acceptation of the term, neither the Lemurians, nor yet their progeny, the Lemuro-Atlanteans, had any, as they knew no dogma, nor had they to believe on faith. No sooner had the mental eye of man been opened to understanding than the third race felt itself one with the ever-present, as the ever-to-be-unknown and invisible all, the one universal deity. Endowed with divine powers and feeling in himself his inner God, each felt he was a man-god in his nature, though an animal in his physical self. The struggle between the two began from the very day they tasted of the fruit of the tree of wisdom, a struggle for life between the spiritual and the psychic and the physical. Those who conquered the lower principles by obtaining mastery over the body joined the sons of light. Those who fell victims to their lower natures became the slaves of matter. From sons of light and wisdom they ended by becoming the sons of darkness. They had fallen in the battle of mortal life with life immortal, and all those so fallen became the seed of the future generations of Atlanteans. Note: the name is used here in the sense of, and as a synonym of, sorcerers. The Atlantean races were many, and lasted in their evolution for millions of years. All were not bad. They became so toward their end, as we, the fifth, are fast becoming now. End of note. At the dawn of his consciousness, the man of the third root race had thus no beliefs that could be called religion. This is to say, he was equally as ignorant of gay religions full of pomp and gold as of any system of faith or outward worship. But if the term is to be defined as the binding together of the masses in one form of reverence paid to those we feel higher than ourselves, of a piety, as a feeling expressed by a child toward a loved parent, then even the earliest Lemurians had a religion, and a most beautiful one from the very beginning of their intellectual life. Had they not their bright gods of the elements around them, and even within themselves? Note: the gods of the elements are by no means the elementals. The latter are at best used by them as vehicles and materials in which to clothe themselves. End of note. Was not their childhood passed with, nursed, and tended by those who had given them life and called them forth to intelligent conscious life? We are assured it was so, and we believe it. For the evolution of spirit into matter could never have been achieved, nor would it have received its first impulse, had not the bright spirits sacrificed their own respective super-ethereal essences to animate the man of clay, by endowing each of his inner principles with a portion, or rather reflection, of that essence. The Dionys of the seven heavens, the seven planes of being, are the noumenoi of the actual and the future elements, just as the angels of the seven powers of nature, the grosser effects of which are perceived by us in what science is pleased to call the modes of motion, the imponderable forces and what not, are the still higher noumenoi of still higher hierarchies. It was the golden age in those days of old, the age when the gods walked the earth and mixed freely with the mortals. Since then the gods departed, that is, became invisible, and later generations ended by worshipping their kingdoms, the elements. It was the Atlanteans, the first progeny of the semi-divine man after his separation into sexes, hence the first begotten and humanly born mortals, who became the first sacrifices to the god of matter. They stand in the far-away dim past, in ages more than prehistoric, as the prototype on which the great symbol of Cain was built, as the first anthropomorphists who worshipped form and matter. That worship degenerated very soon into self-worship, thence led to phallicism, or that which reigns supreme to this day in the symbolisms of every exoteric religion of ritual, dogma, and form. Adam and Eve became matter, or furnished the soil. Cain and Abel the latter the life-bearing soil, the former the tiller of that ground or field. First the Atlantean races, born on the Lemurian continent, separated from their earliest tribes into the righteous and the unrighteous, into those who worshipped the one unseen spirit of nature, the ray of which man feels within himself, or the pantheists, and those who offered fanatical worship to the spirits of the earth, the dark cosmic anthropomorphic powers, with whom they made alliance. These were the earliest Gibborim, the mighty men of renown in those days, from Genesis chapter 6, who became with the fifth race, Kabiri with the Egyptians and the Phoenicians, Titans with the Greeks, and Rakshasas and Daityas with the Indian races. Such was the secret and mysterious origin of all the subsequent and modern religions, especially of the worship of the later Hebrews for their tribal god. At the same time, this sexual religion was closely allied to, based upon, and blended, so to say, with astronomical phenomena. The Lemurians gravitated toward the North Pole, or the heaven of their progenitors, the Hyperborean continent. The Atlanteans toward the Southern Pole, the pit, cosmically and terrestrially, whence breathe the hot passions blown into hurricanes by the cosmic elementals, whose abode it is. The two poles were denominated by the ancients dragons and serpents, hence good and bad dragons and serpents, and also the name given to the sons of God, sons of spirit and matter, the good and bad magicians. This is the origin of this dual and triple nature in man. The legend of the fallen angels, in its esoteric signification, contains the key to the manifold contradictions of human character. It points to the secret of man's self-consciousness. It is the angle iron on which hinges his entire life cycle, the history of his evolution and growth. On a firm grasp of this doctrine depends the correct understanding of esoteric anthropogenesis. It gives a clue to the vexed question of the origin of evil, and shows how man himself is the separator of the one into various contrasted aspects. The reader, therefore, will not be surprised if so considerable space is devoted in each case to an attempt to elucidate this difficult and obscure subject. A good deal must necessarily be said on its symbological aspect, because by doing so hints are given to the thoughtful student for his own investigations, and more light can thus be suggested than it is possible to convey in the technical phrases of a more formal philosophical exposition. The fallen angels, so-called, are humanity itself. The demon of pride, lust, rebellion, and hatred has never had any being before the appearance of physical conscious man. It is man who has begotten, nurtured, and allowed the fiend to develop in his heart. He, again, who has contaminated the indwelling God in himself by linking the pure spirit with the impure demon of matter. And if the Kabbalistic saying, Demon est Deus inversus, finds its metaphysical and theoretical corroboration in dual manifested nature, its practical application is found in mankind alone. Thus it has now become self-evident that, postulating as we do A, the appearance of man before that of other mammalia, and even before the ages of the huge reptiles, B, periodical deluges and glacial periods owing to the karmic disturbance of the axis, and chiefly C, the birth of man from a superior being, or what materialism would call a supernatural being, though it is only superhuman. It is evident that our teachings have very few changes of an impartial hearing. Add to it the claim that a portion of the mankind in the third race, all those monads of men who had reached the highest point of merit and karma in the preceding manvantara, owed their psychic and rational natures to divine beings hypostasizing into their fifth principles, and the secret doctrine must lose caste in the eyes of not only materialism, but even of dogmatic Christianity. For no sooner will the latter have learned that those angels are identical with their fallen spirits, than the esoteric tenet will be proclaimed most terribly heretical and pernicious. Note: it is perhaps with an eye to this degradation of the highest and purest spirits, who broke through the intermediate planes of low consciousness, the 7 circles of fire of Himanda, that St. James is made to say that This wisdom, psyche in the original, descended not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. And psyche is manas, the human soul, the spiritual wisdom of soul being buddhi. Yet buddhi per se, being so near the absolute, is only latent consciousness. End of note. The divine man dwelt in the animal, and therefore, when the physiological separation took place in the natural course of evolution, when also all the animal creation was united, and males were attracted to females, that race fell, not because they had eaten of the fruit of knowledge and knew good from evil, but because they knew no better. Propelled by the sexless creative instinct, the early sub-races had evolved an intermediate race in which, as hinted in the stanzas, the Haidyan Kochans had incarnated. Note: this is the undying race, as it is called in esotericism, and exoterically the fruitless generation of the first progeny of Daksha, who curses Narada, the divine rishi, alleged to have dissuaded the Haryashvas and the Sabalashvas, the sons of Daksha, from procreating their species by saying, "Be born in the womb, there shall not be a resting place for thee in all these regions." After this, Narada, the representative of that race of fruitless ascetics, is said as soon as it dies in one body to be reborn in another. And a note: when we have ascertained the extent of the universe and learnt to know all that there is in it, we will multiply our race, answer the sons of will and yoga to their brethren of the same race, who invite them to do as they do. This means that the great adepts and initiated ascetics will multiply, that is, once more produce mind-born immaculate sons in the seventh root race. It is so stated in the Puranas, in Adiparvan, page 150, and Brahma Purana, etc. In one portion of the Pushkara Mahatmya, moreover, the separation of the sexes is allegorized by Daksha, who, seeing that his will-born progeny, the sons of passive yoga, will not create men, converts half himself into a female, by whom he begets daughters, the future females of the third race, which beget the giants of Atlantis, the fourth race so-called. In the Vishnu Purana it is simply said that Daksha, the father of mankind, established sexual intercourse as the means of peopling the world. Happily for the human race, the elect race had already become the vehicle of incarnation of the intellectually and spiritually highest dhyanis before humanity had become quite material. When the last sub-races, save some lowest of the third race, had perished with the great Lemurian continent, the seeds of the Trinity of Wisdom had already acquired the secret of immortality on earth, that gift which allows the same great personality to step ad libitum from one worn-out body into another. Verse 41. They took wives fair to look at, wives from the mindless, the narrow-headed. They bred monsters, wicked demons, male and female. Also Kadu, Dakim, with little minds. The first war that earth knew, the first human gore shed, was the result of man's eyes and senses being opened, which made him see that daughters of his brethren were fairer than his own, and their wives also. There were rapes committed before that of the Sabines, and Menelaus's robbed of their Helens before the fifth race was born. Titans or giants were the stronger, their adversaries the wiser. This took place during the fourth race, that of the giants. For there were giants in the days of old indeed, and the evolutionary series of the animal world is a warrant that the same thing took place within the human races. Note: the traditions of every country and nation point to this fact. Donnelly quotes from Father Durand's Historia Antigua de la Nueva España of 1885, in which a native of Cholula, a centenarian, accounts for the building of the Great Pyramid of Cholula by saying as follows: "In the beginning, before the light of the sun had been created, this land, Cholula, was in obscurity and darkness. But immediately after the light of the sun arose in the east, there appeared gigantic men who built the said pyramid, its builders being scattered after that to all parts of the earth." A great deal of the Central American history is taken up with the doings of an ancient race of giants called Quinanias, says the author of Atlantis, page 204. End of note. Lower still in the order of creation we find witnesses for the same in the flora going pari passu with the fauna in respect of size. The pretty ferns we collect and dry among the leaves of our favorite volumes are the descendants of the gigantic ferns which grew during the Carboniferous period. Scriptures and fragments of philosophical and scientific works, in short almost every record that has come down to us from antiquity, contain references to giants. No one can fail to recognize the Atlanteans of the secret doctrine in the Rakshasas of Lanka, the opponents conquered by Rama. Are these accounts no better than the production of empty fancy? Let us give the subject a few moments of attention. Are giants a fiction? Here again we come into collision with science. The latter denies, so far, that man has ever been much larger than the average of the tall and powerful men one meets with occasionally now. Dr. Henry Gregor denounces such traditions as resting upon ill-digested facts. Instances of mistaken judgments are brought forward. Thus, in 1613, in a locality called from time immemorial the Field of Giants in the Lower Dauphiné in France, 4 miles from Saint-Romain, enormous bones were found deeply buried in the sandy soil. They were attributed to human remains, and even to Teutoburcus, the Teuton chief slain by Marius. But Cuvier's later research proved them to be the fossil remains of the Dinotherium giganteum of the family of tapirs, 18 feet long. Ancient buildings are pointed to as an evidence that our earliest ancestors were not much larger than we are, the entrance doors being of no larger size then than they are now. The tallest man of antiquity known to us was the Roman Emperor Maximus, we are told, whose height was only 7.5 feet. Nevertheless, in our modern day we see every year men taller than this. The Hungarian who exhibited himself in the London Pavilion was nearly 9 feet high. In America a giant was shown 9.5 feet tall. The Montenegrin Danilo was 8 feet 7 inches. In Russia and Germany one often sees men in the lower classes above 7 feet. And as the ape theorists are told by Mr. Darwin that the species of animals which result from crossbreeding always betray a tendency to revert to the original type, they ought to apply the same law to man. Had there been no giants as a rule in ancient day, there would be none now. All this applies only to the historic period. And if the skeletons of the prehistoric ages have failed so far, which is positively denied, to prove undeniably in the opinion of science the claim here advanced, it is but a question of time. Moreover, as already stated, human stature is little changed since the last glacial cycle. The giants of old are all buried under the oceans, and hundreds of thousands of years of constant friction by water would reduce to dust and pulverize or brazen far more a human skeleton. But whence the testimony of well-known classical writers, of philosophers and men who otherwise never had the reputation for lying? Let us bear in mind, furthermore, that before the year 1847, when Boucher de Perthes forced it upon the attention of science, almost nothing was known of fossil man, for archaeology complacently ignored his existence. Of giants who were in the earth in those days of old, the Bible alone has spoken to the wise men of the West, the zodiac being the solitary witness called upon to corroborate the statement in the persons of Atlas or Orion, whose mighty shoulders are said to support the world. Nevertheless, even the giants have not been left without their witnesses, and one may as well examine both sides of the question. The three sciences, geological, sidereal, and scriptural, the latter in its universal character, may furnish us with the needed proofs. To begin with geology, it has already confessed that the older the excavated skeletons, the larger, taller, and the more powerful their structure. This is already a certain proof in hand. All those bones, writes Frédéric de Rougemont, who, though believing too piously in Noah's Ark and the Bible, is none the less a scientific witness. All those skeletons found in the departments of the Gard, in Austria, Liège, etc., etc., those skulls which remind all of the Negro type, and which by reason of that type might be mistaken for animals, have all belonged to men of very high stature. See Histoire de la Terre, page 154. The same is repeated by Larté, an authority who attributes a tall statue to those who were submerged in the deluge, not necessarily Noah's, and a small statue to the races which lived subsequently. As for the evidence furnished by ancient writers, we need not stop at that of Tertullian, who assures us that in his day a number of giants were found at Carthage. For before his testimony can be accepted, his own identity and actual existence would have to be proven. Note: there are critics who, finding no evidence in the existence of Tertullian save in the writings of Eusebius the Veracious, are inclined to doubt it. End of note. But we may turn to the scientific journals of 1858, which spoke of a sarcophagus of giants found that year on the site of that same city. As to the ancient pagan writers, we have the evidence of Philostratus, who speaks of a giant skeleton 22 cubits long, as well as of another of 12 cubits seen by himself at Sigius. This skeleton may perhaps not have belonged, as believed by Protesilaus, to the giant killed by Apollo at the siege of Troy. Nevertheless, it was that of a giant as well as that other one discovered by Mesocrates of Styre at Lemnos, horrible to behold, according to Philostratus in Heroica, page 35. Is it possible that prejudice would carry science so far as to class all these men as either fools or liars? Pliny speaks of a giant in whom he thought he recognized Orion, the son of Ephialtes. Natural History, Volume 7, Chapter 16. Plutarch declares that Sertorius saw the tomb of Antaeus, the giant, and Pausanias vouches for the actual existence of the tombs of Asturius and of Geryon. Ohilus, son of Hercules, all giants, titans, and mighty men. Finally, the Abbé Peg, cited in de Merville's Pneumatologie, affirms in his curious work on the volcanoes of Greece that in the neighborhood of the volcanoes of the Isle of Thera, giants with enormous skulls were found laid out under colossal stones, the erection of which must have necessitated everywhere the use of titanic powers, and which tradition associates in all countries with the ideas about giants, volcanoes, and magic. See page 48. In the same work above cited of the Abbé Pege, the author wonders why in Bible and tradition the Gibborim, giants, the mighty ones, the Rephaim, or the spectres, phantoms, the Nephilim, or the fallen ones, Iruentes, are shown as if identical, though they are all men, since the Bible calls them the primitive and the mighty ones, for example Nimrod. The Doctrine explains the secret. These names, which belong by right only to the 4 preceding races and the earliest beginning of the 5th, allude very clearly to the first 2 phantom astral races, to the fallen one, the 3rd, and to the race of the Atlantean giants, the 4th, after which men began to decrease in stature. Bossuet in Elevation, page 56, sees the cause of subsequent universal idolatry in the original sin. Ye shall be as gods, says the serpent of Genesis to Eve, thus laying the first germ of the worship of false divinities. Hence, he thinks, came idolatry, or the cult and adoration of images, of anthropomorphized or human figures. But if it is the latter that idolatry is made to rest upon, then the 2 churches, the Greek and the Latin especially, are as idolatrous and pagan as any other religion. Note: and that, notwithstanding the formal prohibition at the Great Church Council of Illyris in AD 303, when it was declared that the form of God, which is immaterial and invisible, shall not be limited by figure or shape. In 692, the Council of Constantinople had similarly prohibited to paint or represent Jesus as a lamb, as also to bow the knee in praying, as it is the act of idolatry. But the Council of Nicaea brought this idolatry back, while that of Rome in 1883 excommunicated John, the Patriarch of Constantinople, for his showing himself a declared enemy of image worship. End of note. It is only in the 4th race that men, who had lost all right to be considered divine, resorted to body worship, in other words to phallicism. Till then they had been truly gods, as pure and as divine as their progenitors, and the expression of the allegorical serpent does not, as sufficiently shown in the preceding pages, refer at all to the physiological fall of men, but to their acquiring the knowledge of good and evil, which knowledge comes to them prior to their fall. It must not be forgotten that it is only after his forced expulsion from Eden that Adam knew Eve his wife. Genesis 4. It is not, however, by the dead letter of the Hebrew Bible that we shall check the tenets of the secret doctrine, but point out rather the great similarities between the two in their esoteric meaning. It is only after his defection from the Neoplatonists that Clement of Alexandria began to translate gigantes by serpentes, explaining that serpents and giants signify demons. Genesis chapter 5. Note: treating of the Chinese dragon and the literature of China, Mr. Gould writes in his Mythical Monsters on page 212, its mythologies, histories, religions, popular stories and proverbs all teem with references to a mysterious being who has a physical nature and spiritual attributes. Gifted with an accepted form, which he has the supernatural power of casting off for the assumption of others, he has the power of influencing the weather, producing droughts or fertilizing rains at pleasure, of raising tempests and allaying them. Volumes could be compiled from the scattered legends which everywhere abound relating to this subject, unquote, from Mr. Gould. This, quote, mysterious being, unquote, is the mythical dragon. That is the symbol of the historical, actual adept, the master and professor of occult sciences of old. It is stated already elsewhere that the great magicians of the fourth and fifth races were generally called the serpents and the dragons after their progenitors. All these belong to the hierarchy of the so-called fiery dragons of wisdom, the Dhyan-Kochans answering to the Agnishvata Pitris, the Maruts, and Rudras generally, as the issue of Rudra, their father, identified with the god of fire. More is said in the next. Now Clement, an initiated Neoplatonist, knew of course the origin of the word dragon, and why the initiated adepts were so called, as he knew the secret of Agathadaemon, the Christ, the seven-voweled serpent of the Gnostics. He knew that the dogma of his new faith required the transformation of all the rivals of Jehovah, the angels supposed to have rebelled against that Elohim as the Titan Prometheus rebelled against Zeus, the usurper of his father's kingdom, and that dragon was the mystic appellation of the sons of wisdom. From this knowledge came his definition, as cruel as it was arbitrary: serpents and giants signify demons, that is, not spirits, but devils in church parlance. End of note. We may be told that before we draw parallels between our tenets and those of the Bible, we have to show better evidence of the existence of the giants of the fourth race than the reference to them found in Genesis. We answer that the proofs we give are more satisfactory; at any rate they belong to a more literary and scientific evidence than those of Noah's deluge will ever be. Even the historical works of China are full of such reminiscences about the fourth race. In Shu King, fourth part, chapter 27, page 291, anyone can read in the French translation, when the Mao Tse, that antediluvian and perverted race, explains the annotator, which had retired in the days of old to the rocky caves, and the descendants of whom are said to be still found in the neighborhood of Canton, according to our ancient documents, had, owing to the beguilements of Qi Yu, troubled all the earth. It became full of brigands. Note, what would you say to our affirmation that the Chinese, I speak of the inland, the true Chinaman, not of the hybrid mixture between the fourth and fifth races now occupying the throne, the aborigines who belong in their unallied nationality wholly to the highest and last branch of the fourth race, reached their highest civilization when the fifth had hardly appeared in Asia, from Esoteric Buddhism, page 67. And this handful of the inland Chinese are all of a very high stature. Could the most ancient manuscripts in the Lolo language, that of the aborigines of China, be got at and translated correctly, many a priceless piece of evidence would be found. But they are as rare as their language is unintelligible. So far, 1 or 2 European archaeologists only have been able to produce such priceless works. End of note. The Lord Chang Ti, a king of the divine dynasty, saw that his people had lost the last vestiges of virtue. Then he commanded Theon and Li, 2 lower Diancochans, to cut away every communication between heaven and earth. Since then there was no more going up and down. Note: remember the same statement in the book of Enoch, as also the ladder seen by Jacob in his dream. The 2 worlds mean, of course, the 2 planes of consciousness and being. A seer can commune with beings of a higher plane than earth without quitting his armchair. End of note. Going up and down means an untrammeled communication and intercourse between the 2 worlds. Not being in a position to give out a full and detailed history of the 3rd and 4th races, as many isolated facts concerning them as are permitted must be now collated together, especially those corroborated by direct as well as by inferential evidence found in ancient literature and history. As the coats of skin of men thickened, and they fell more and more into physical sin, the intercourse between physical and ethereal divine man was stopped. The veil of matter between the 2 planes became too dense for even the inner man to penetrate. The mysteries of heaven and earth revealed to the 3rd race by their celestial teachers in the days of their purity became a great focus of light, the rays from which became necessarily weakened as they were diffused and shed upon an uncongenial, because too material soil. With the masses they degenerated into sorcery, taking later on the shape of exoteric religions, of idolatry full of superstitions, and man or hero worship. Alone a handful of primitive men, in whom the spark of divine wisdom burnt bright, and only strengthened in its intensity as it got dimmer and dimmer with every age in those who turned it to bad purposes, remained the elect custodians of the mysteries revealed to mankind by the divine teachers. There were those among them who remained in their Kumaric condition from the beginning, and tradition whispers what the secret teachings affirm, namely, that these elect were the germ of the hierarchy which never died since that period. Quote, the inner man of the first ... only changes in his body from time to time. He is ever the same, knowing neither rest nor nirvana, spurning Devakan and remaining constantly on earth for the salvation of mankind. Out of the 7 virgin men, the Kumara, 4 sacrificed themselves for the sins of the world and the instruction of the ignorant, to remain till the end of the present Manvantara. Vide supra the commentary on the 4 races, and on the sons of will and yoga, the immaculate progeny of the androgynous 3rd race. End of note. Though unseen, they are ever present. When people say of one of them, he is dead, behold, he is alive and under another form. These are the head, the heart, the soul, and the seed of undying knowledge. Jnana, thou shalt never speak, Ulanu, of these great ones, Maha ... before a multitude mentioning them by their names. The wise alone will understand. Unquote. From Catechism of the Inner Schools. Note: in the Kabbalah the pronunciation of the 4-lettered ineffable name is a most secret arcanum, a secret of secrets. End of note. It is these sacred 4 who have been allegorized and symbolized in the Lingua Purana, which states that Vamadeva, Shiva, as a Kumara, is reborn in each kalpa, race in this instance, as 4 youths, 4 white, 4 red, 4 yellow, and 4 dark or brown. Let us remember that Shiva is preeminently and chiefly an ascetic, the patron of all yogis and adepts, and the allegory will become quite comprehensible. It is the spirit of divine wisdom and chaste asceticism itself which incarnates in these elect. It is only after getting married and being dragged by the gods from his terrible ascetic life that Rudra becomes Shiva, a god, and not one of a very virtuous or merciful type in the Hindu pantheon. Higher than the 4 is only one, on earth as in heaven, that still more mysterious and solitary being described in Book 1. We have now to examine the nature of the sons of the flame and of dark wisdom, as well as the pros and cons of the satanic assumption. Such broken sentences as could be made out from the fragments of the title, which George Smith calls The Curse After the Fall, see page 81 of his Chaldean account of Genesis, are of course allegorical, yet they corroborate that which is taught of the true nature of the fall of the angels in our books. Thus it is said in line 12 that the Lord of the earth his name called out, the Father Elu, Elohim, and pronounced his curse which the god Hea heard, and his liver was angry because his man, angelic man, had corrupted his purity, 14 and 15, for which Hea expresses the desire that wisdom and knowledge hostilely may they injure him, man. The latter sentence points to the direct connection of the Chaldean with the genetic account, while Hea tries to bring to naught the wisdom and knowledge gained by man through his newly acquired intellectual and conscious capacity of creating in his turn, thus taking the monopoly of creation out of the hands of God, the gods. The Elohim do the same in the 3rd chapter of Genesis. Therefore the Elohim sent him out of Eden. But this was of no avail, for the spirit of divine wisdom being upon and in man, verily the serpent of eternity and all knowledge, that monastic spirit, which made him learn the secret of creation on the Kriya Shaktik and of procreation on the earthly planes, led him as naturally to discover his way to immortality, notwithstanding the jealousy of all the gods. The early Atlanto-Lemurians are charged with taking unto themselves divine incarnations, wives of a lower race, namely the race of the hitherto mindless men. Every ancient scripture has the same, more or less disfigured legend. Primarily, the angelic fall, which has transformed the firstborn of God into the Asuras, or into the Ahriman and Typhon of the pagans, that is, if the accounts given in the book of Enoch and in Hermes, in Puranas and Bible are taken literally, when read esoterically, means simply this. Sentences such as, in his, Satan's, ambition, he raises his hand against the sanctuary of the God of heaven, etc., ought to read, prompted by the law of eternal evolution and karma, the angel incarnated on earth in man, and as his wisdom and knowledge are still divine, although his body is earthly, he is allegorically accused of divulging the mysteries of heaven. He combines and uses the two for purposes of human instead of superhuman procreation. Henceforth man would beget, not create. Notes. Note on the accounts given in the book of Enoch. Returning once more to the most important subject in the archaic cosmogony, it may be said that, even in the Norse legends, in the sacred scrolls of the goddess Saga, we find Loki, the brother by blood of Odin, as Typhon, Ahriman and others are brothers of Osiris and Ormazd, becoming evil only later when he has mixed too long with humanity. Like all other fire or light gods, fire burning and destroying as well as warming and giving life, he ended by being accepted in the destructive sense of fire. The name Loki, we learn, Asgard and the gods, page 250, has been derived from the old word lykion, to enlighten. It has therefore the same origin as the Latin lux, light. Hence Loki is identical with Lucifer, light bringer. This title, given to the Prince of Darkness, is very suggestive, and is a vindication in itself against theological slander. But Loki is still more closely related to Prometheus, as he is shown chained to a sharp rock, while Lucifer, identified with Satan, was chained down in hell. A circumstance, however, which prevented neither of them from acting in all freedom on earth, if we accept the theological paradox in its fullness. Loki is a beneficent, generous and powerful god in the beginning of times, and the principle of good, not of evil, in early Scandinavian theogony. End of note. And note on, henceforth man will beget, not create. The Greek mythos just alluded to a few pages back, namely the mutilation of Uranus by his son Kronos in the Greek theogony, is an allusion to this theft by the son of the earth and heavens of the divine creative fire. If Uranus, the personification of the celestial powers, has to stop creating, he is made impotent by Kronos, the god in time. So, in the Egyptian cosmogony, it is Thoth, the god of wisdom, who regulates this fight between Horus and Set, the latter being served by the former, as Uranus is by Kronos. See Book of the Dead, chapter 17, verse 26. In the Babylonian account, it is the god Zu who strips the father of the gods, of Umsimi, the ideal creative organ, not the crown, within brackets exclamation mark, as G. Smith thought. See pages 115 and 116, Chaldean account. For in the fragment K3454 of the British Museum, it is said very clearly that Zu, having stripped the Venerable of heaven of his desire, he carried away the Umsimi of the gods, and burnt thereby the Teroti, the power, of all the other gods, thus governing the seed of all the angels. 15. As the Umsimi was on the seat of Bel, it could hardly be the crown. A fourth version is in the Bible. Ham is the Chaldean Zu, and both are cursed for the same allegorically described crime. End of note. But as, by so doing, he has to use his weak body as the means of procreation, that body will pay the penalty for this wisdom, carried from heaven down to the earth. Hence the corruption of physical purity will become a temporary curse. The medieval Kabbalists knew this well, since one of them did not fear to write, quote, "The Kabbalah was first taught by God himself to a select company of angels who formed a theosophic school in paradise. After the fall, the angels most graciously communicated this heavenly doctrine to the disobedient child of earth, to furnish their protoplasts with the means of returning to their pristine nobility and felicity," unquote. Quoted by Christian Ginsburg from the Kabbalah. This shows how the event of the sons of God marrying and imparting the divine secrets of heaven to the daughters of men, allegorically told by Enoch, and in the 6th chapter of Genesis, was interpreted by the Christian Kabbalists. The whole of this period may be regarded as the pre-human period, that of divine man, or, as plastic Protestant theology now has it, the pre-Adamite period. But even Genesis begins its real history, chapter 6, by the giants of those days and the sons of God marrying and teaching their wives the daughters of man. This period is the one described in the Puranas, and relating as it does to days lost in archaic ages, hence prehistoric. How can any anthropologist feel certain whether the mankind of that period was or was not as he knows it now? The whole personnel of the Brahmanas and Puranas, the Rishis, Prajapatis, Manus, their wives and progeny, belong to that pre-human period. All these are the seed of humanity, so to speak. It is around these sons of God, the mind-born, astral children of Brahma, that our physical frames have grown and developed to what they are now. For the Puranic histories of all those men are those of our monads in their various and numberless incarnations on this and other spheres, events perceived by the Shiva eye of the ancient seers, the third eye of our stanzas, and described allegorically. Later on they were disfigured for sectarian purposes, mutilated, but still left with a considerable groundwork of truth in them. Nor is the philosophy less profound in such allegories for being so thickly veiled by the overgrowth of fancy. But with the fourth race we reach the purely human period. Those who were hitherto semi-divine beings, self-imprisoned in bodies which were human only in appearance, became physiologically changed, and took unto themselves wives who were entirely human and fair to look at, but in whom lower, more material, though sidereal beings had incarnated. These beings in female forms, Lilith is the prototype of these in the Jewish traditions, are called in the esoteric accounts Kadu, Dakini in Sanskrit. Allegorical legends call the chief of these Liliths Sangye Kadu, Buddha Dakini in Sanskrit. All are credited with the art of walking in the air, and the greatest kindness to mortals, but no mind, only animal instinct. Note: these are the beings whose legendary existence has served as groundwork upon which to build the rabbinical Lilith, and what the believers in the Bible would term the antediluvian women, and the Kabbalists the pre-Adamite races. They are no fiction, this is certain, however fantastic the exuberance of later growth. End of note. Stanza 10, verse 42. They built temples for human body, Male and female they worshipped. This is the beginning of a worship which, ages later, was doomed to degenerate into phallicism and sexual worship. It began by the worship of the human body, that miracle of miracles, as an English author calls it, and ended by that of its respective sexes. The worshippers were giants in stature, but they were giants in knowledge and learning, though it came to them more easily than it does to the men of our modern times. Their science was innate in them. The Lemur Atlantean had no need of discovering and fixing in his memory that which his informing principle knew at the moment of its incarnation. Time alone of the matter in which the principles had clothed themselves could, the one, weaken the memory of their prenatal knowledge, the other, blunt and even extinguish every spark of the spiritual and divine in them. Therefore had they, from the first, fallen victims to their animal natures and bred, quote, monsters, unquote. That is, men of distinct varieties from themselves. Speaking of the giants, Kreutzer describes them well in saying that, quote, those children of heaven and earth were endowed at their birth by the sovereign powers, the authors of their being, with extraordinary faculties, both moral and physical. They commanded the elements, knew the secrets of heaven and the earth, of the sea and the whole world, and read futurity in the stars. It seems indeed as though one has to deal, when reading of them, not with men as we are, but with the spirits of the elements sprung from the bosom of nature and having full sway over her. All these beings are marked with the character of magic and sorcery, unquote. And so they were, those now legendary heroes of the prehistoric, still once really existing races. Kreutzer was wise in his generation, for he did not charge with deliberate deceit or dullness or superstition an endless series of recognized philosophers who mention these races and assert that, even in their own time, they saw their fossils. There were skeptics in days of old, no fewer and as great as they are now, but even a Lucian, a Democritus, and an Epicurus yielded to the evidence of facts, and showed the discriminative capacity of really great intellects, which can distinguish fiction from fact, and truth from exaggeration and fraud. Ancient writers were no more fools than our modern wise men are, for, as well remarked by the author of some Notes on Aristotle's Psychology in relation to modern thought, the common division of history into ancient and modern is misleading. The Greeks in the 4th century B.C. were in many respects moderns, especially, we may add, in their skepticism. They were not very likely to accept fables so easily, unquote. Yet the Lemurians and Atlanteans, those children of heaven and earth, were indeed marked with the character of sorcery, for the esoteric doctrine charges them precisely with that which, if believed, would put an end to the difficulties of science with regard to the origin of man, or rather his anatomical similarities to the anthropoid, ape. It accuses them of having committed the to us abominable crime of breeding with so-called animals, and thus producing a truly pithecoid species now extinct. Of course, as in the question of spontaneous generation, in which esoteric science believes and which it teaches, the possibility of such a crossbreed between man and an animal of any kind will be denied. But apart from the consideration that in those early days, as already remarked, neither the human Atlantean giants nor yet the quote animals unquote were the physiologically perfect men and mammalians that are now known to us. The modern notions upon this subject, those of the physiologists included, are too uncertain and fluctuating to permit them an absolute denial a priori of such a fact. A careful perusal of the commentaries would make one think that the being that the new, quote, incarnate, unquote, bred with was called an animal, not because he was no human being, but rather because he was so dissimilar physically and mentally to the more perfect races which had developed physiologically at an earlier period. Remember stanza 7, and what is said in its first verse, 24th, that when the sons of wisdom came to incarnate the first time, some of them incarnated fully, others projected into the forms only a spark, while some of the shadows were left over from being filled and perfected till the fourth race. Those races, then, which remained destitute of knowledge, or those again which were left mindless, remained as they were, even after the natural separation of the sexes. It is these who committed the first crossbreeding, so to speak, and bred monsters, and it is from the descendants of these that the Atlanteans chose their wives. Adam and Eve were supposed, with Cain and Abel, to be the only human family on earth. Yet we see Cain going to the land of Nod and taking there a wife. Evidently one race only was supposed perfect enough to be called human, and even in our own day, while Sinhalese regard the Vedas of their jungles as speaking animals and no more, some British people believe firmly in their arrogance that every other human family, especially the Dark Indians, is an inferior race. Moreover, there are naturalists who have sincerely considered the problem whether some savage tribes, like the Bushmen for instance, can be regarded as men at all. The commentary says, in describing that species or race of animals fair to look at as a biped, having human shape, but having the low extremities from the waist down covered with hair, hence the race of the satyrs, perhaps. If men existed 2 million years ago, they must have been, just as the animals were, quite different physically and anatomically from what they have become, and they were nearer to the type of pure mammalian animal than they are now. Anyhow, we learn that the animal world breeds strictly inter se, that is, in accordance with genus and species, only since the appearance of this earth of the Atlantean race. As demonstrated by the author of that able work Modern Science and Modern Thought, this idea of the refusal to breed with another species, or that sterility is the only result of such breeding, appears to be a prima facie deduction rather than absolute law even now. He shows that different species do, in fact, often breed together, as may be seen in the familiar instances of the horse and ass. It is true that in this case the mule is sterile, but this rule is not universal, and recently one new hybrid race, that of the leoprine or hare rabbit, has been created, which is perfectly fertile. The progeny of wolf and dog is also instanced, as that of several other domestic animals. Page 101. Quote, like foxes and dogs again, and the modern Swiss cattle shown by Rutimeyer, as descended from 3 distinct species of fossil oxen, the Bos primigenius, Bos longifrons, and Bos frontosus. Yet some of those species, as the ape family, which so clearly resembles man in physical structure, contain, we are told, numerous branches, which graduate into one another, but the extremes of which differ more widely than man does from the highest of the ape series. Unquote. The gorilla and chimpanzee, for instance. See addenda. Thus Mr. Darwin's remark, or shall we say the remark of Linnaeus, natura non facit saltum, is not only corroborated by esoteric science, but would, were there any chance of the real doctrine being accepted by any others than its direct votaries, reconcile in more than one way, if not entirely, the modern evolution theory which facts, as also with the absolute failure of the anthropologists to meet with the, quote, missing link, unquote, in our 4th round, geological formations. We will show elsewhere that, however unconsciously to itself, modern science pleads our case upon its own admissions, and that Yekaterinoslav is perfectly right when he suggests, in his last work, that it is far more likely that the anthropoid ape should be discovered to be the descendant of man than that these two types should have a common fantastic and nowhere to be found ancestor. Thus the wisdom of the compilers of the old stanzas is vindicated by at least one eminent man of science, and the occultist prefers to believe, as he ever did, that, quote, man was the first and highest mammalian animal that appeared in this 4th round creation. Then came still huger animals, and last of all, the dumb man who walks on all fours. For the Rakshasas, giant demons, and Daityas, titans, of the white Dnipro continent, spoiled his, the dumb man's, sires. Unquote. From commentary. Furthermore, as we see, there are anthropologists who have traced man back to an epoch which goes far to break down the apparent barrier that exists between the chronologies of modern science and the archaic doctrine. It is true that English scientists generally have declined to commit themselves to the sanction of the hypothesis of even a tertiary man. They, each and all, measure the antiquity of Homo primigenius by their own lights and prejudices. Huxley indeed ventured to speculate on a possible Pliocene or Miocene man. Professor Seaman and Mr. Grant Allen have relegated his advent to the Eocene. But, speaking generally, English scientists consider that we cannot safely go beyond the Quaternary. Unfortunately, the facts do not accommodate the too cautious reserve of these latter. The French school of anthropology, basing their views on the discoveries of l'Abbé Bourgeois, Capellini, and others, has accepted, almost without exception, the doctrine that the traces of our ancestors are certainly to be found in the Miocene, while M. de Quatrefages now inclines to postulate a secondary age man. Further on we shall compare such estimates with the figures given in the Brahminical exoteric books, which approximate to the esoteric teaching. Stanza 10, verse 42 continued. Then the third eye acted no longer. Then the third eye acted no longer, says the stanza, because man had sunk too deep into the mire of matter. What is the meaning of this strange and weird statement in verse 42 concerning the third eye of the third race, which had died and acted no longer? A few more occult teachings must now be given with reference, as well as some others. The history of the third and fourth races must be amplified, in order that it may throw some more light on the development of our present humanity, and show how the faculties called into activity by occult training restore man to the position he previously occupied in reference to spiritual perception and consciousness. But the phenomenon of the third eye has to be first. The Secret Doctrine, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, a facsimile of the original edition of 1888, printed by the Cunningham Press, Alhambra, California. Book 2, Part 1, Anthropogenesis. Stanzas translated with commentaries, from the Secret Book of John. Stanza 10 continued. The races with the third eye. The subject is so unusual, the paths pursued so intricate, so full of dangerous pitfalls prepared by adverse theories and criticism, that good reasons have to be given for every step taken. While turning the light of the bull's eye, called esotericism, on almost every inch of the occult grounds travelled over, we have also to use its lens to throw into stronger objectivity the regions explored by exact science. This not only in order to contrast the two, but to defend our position. Note, for suggestiveness, we would recommend a short article in the Theosophist of August 1887, Esoteric Studies. Its author expounds therein quite an occult theory, though to the world a new idea, the progress of the monad concurring with the retrogression of form, 666, that is, with a decrease of the V formativa. He says, who knows what shape vehicled the ego in remote rings, rounds or races, ? May not man's type have been that of the Semaidae in its variety? Might not the monkey kingdom of Ramayana frame rest on some far-off tradition relating to a period when there was a common lot, or rather aspect, of man? And winds up a very clever, though too short, exposition of his theory by saying that, which every true occultist will endorse, quote, with physico-ethereal man there must be involution of sex. As physico-astral man depended on entities of the subhuman class evolved from animal prototypes for rebirth, so will physico-ethereal man find among the graceful, shapely orders issuing from the air plane one or more which will be developed for his successive embodiments when procreated forms are given, a process which will include all mankind only very gradually. The Adamic and post-Adamic races were giants. Their ethereal counterparts may possibly be Lilliputians, beauteous, luminous, diaphanous, but will assuredly be giants in mind, unquote. Page 671, article by Viscount de Figonier, FTS. End of note. It may be complained by some that too little is said of the physical, human side of the extinct races in this history of their growth and evolution. Much more might be said assuredly, if simple prudence did not make us hesitate at the threshold of every new revelation. That which finds its possibility and landmarks in the discoveries of modern science is given, or that of which exact knowledge knows nothing and upon which it is unable to speculate, and therefore denies as facts in nature, is withheld. But even such statements as these, for example, that of all the mammalians man was the earliest, that it is man who is the indirect ancestor of the ape, and that he was a kind of a cyclops in days of old, will all be contested. Yet scientists will never be able to prove except to their own satisfaction that it was not so. Nor can they admit that the first two races of men were too ethereal and phantom-like in their constitution, organism, and shape, even to be called physical man. For if they do, it will be found that this is one of the reasons why their relics can never be expected to be exhumed among other fossils. Nevertheless, all this is maintained. Man was the storehouse, so to speak, of all the seeds of life for this round, vegetable and animal alike. Note: it may be objected that this is a contradiction, that as the first root race appeared 300 million years after the vegetation had evolved, the seed of vegetable life could not be in the first race. We say it could, for up to man's appearance in this round, the vegetation was of quite another kind than it is now, and quite ethereal. This for the simple reason that no grass or plants could have been physical before there were animal or other organisms to breathe out the carbonic acid which vegetation has to imbibe for its development, its nutrition and growth. They are interdependent in their physical and achieved forms. End of note. As Ein Sof is one notwithstanding the innumerable forms which are in him, Zohar 1:21a, so is man on earth the microcosm of the macrocosm. As soon as man appeared, everything was complete, for everything is comprised in man. He unites in himself all forms. Zohar 3:48a. The mystery of the earthly man is after the mystery of the heavenly man. Zohar 2:76a. The human form, so called because it is the vehicle under whatever shape of the divine man, is, as so intuitionally remarked by the author of Esoteric Studies, the new type at the beginning of every round. As man never can be, so he never has been, manifested in a shape belonging to the animal kingdom in esse. The author proceeds, he never formed part of that kingdom, only derived from the most finished class of the latter. A new human form must always have been the new type of the cycle. The human shape in one ring, within brackets question mark, as I imagine, becomes cast-off clothes in the next. It is then appropriated by the highest order in the servant kingdom below, unquote. If the idea is what we understand it to mean, for the rings spoken of throw some confusion upon it, then it is the correct esoteric teaching. Having appeared at the very beginning, and at the head of sentient and conscious life, man, the astral, the soul for the Zohar, repeating the archaic teaching, distinctly says that the real man is the soul, and his material frame no part of him. Man becomes the living and animal unit from which the cast-off clothes determined the shape of every life and animal in this round. Note: it is stated in the Zohar that the primordial worlds, sparks, could not continue because man was not as yet. The human form contains everything, and as it did not as yet exist, the worlds were destroyed, it says. End of note. Thus he created 4 ages the insects, reptiles, birds, and animals unconsciously to himself, from his remains and relics from the 3rd and the 4th rounds. The same idea and teaching are as distinctly given in the Vendidad of the Mazdeans, as they are in the Chaldean and the Mosaic allegory of the Ark, all of which are the many national versions of the original legend given in the Hindu scriptures. It is found in the allegory of Vaivashvata Manu and his ark with the 7 rishis, as in that of the rishis, each of whom is shown the father and progenitor of specified animals, reptiles, and even monsters. See Vishnu and other Puranas. Open the Mazdi and vended it, at Fargod 2, at verse 27, 73, and read the command of Ormuzd to Yima, a spirit of the earth, who symbolizes the 3 races, after telling him to build a vara, an enclosure, an argua or vehicle. Quote, "Thither into the vara thou shalt bring the seeds of men and women, of the greatest, best, and finest kinds on this earth. Thither thou shalt bring the seeds of every kind of cattle," etc., etc. And verse 28, 74, "All those seeds shalt thou bring, to every kind, to be kept inexhaustible there, so long as those men shall stay in the vara." Unquote. Those men in the vara are the progenitors, the heavenly men or dhyani, the future egos who are commissioned to inform mankind. For vara, or the ark, or again the vehicle, simply means man. Note, this is the meaning when the allegory and symbol are opened and read by the human key, or the key to terrestrial anthroposophy. This interpretation of the ark symbolism does not in the least interfere with its astronomical or even theogonic keys, nor with any of the other 6 meanings. Nor does it seem less scientific that the modern theories about the origin of man. As said, it has 7 keys to it, like the rest. End of note. Verse 30 says, "Thou shalt seal up the vara after filling it up with the seeds, and thou shalt make a door and a window self-shining within, which is the soul. And when Yima inquires of Ahura Mazda how he shall manage to make that vara, he is answered, 'Crush the earth and knead it with thy hands, as the potter does when kneading the potter's clay.'" Verse 31. The Egyptian ram-headed god makes man of clay on a potter's wheel, and so in Genesis do the Elohim fashion him out of the same material. When the maker of the material world, Ahura Mazda, is asked, furthermore, what is it to give light to the vara which Yima made, he is told that there are uncreated lights and created lights, and that there, in Ariana Vego, where vara is built, the stars, the moon, and the sun are only once a year seen to rise and set, and a year seems only as a day and night, a clear reference to the land of the gods, or the now polar regions. Moreover, another hint is contained in this verse, a distinct allusion to the uncredited lights which enlighten man within, his principles. Otherwise no sense or reason could be found in Ahura Mazda's answer, which is forthwith followed by verse 41, saying that every 40th year to every couple, hermaphrodite, 2 are born, a male and female, the latter being a distinct echo of the secret doctrine of a stanza which says, "At the expiration of every 40 annual suns, at the end of every 40th day, the double one becomes 4, male and female in one, in the first and second and the third," which is clear since every sun meant a whole year, the latter being composed of 1 day then, as in the Arctic Circle, as it is now composed of 6 months. According to the old teaching, the axis of the earth gradually changes its inclination to the ecliptic, and at the period referred to this inclination was such that a polar day lasted during the whole period of the earth's revolution about the sun, when a kind of twilight of very short duration intervened, after which the polar land resumed its position directly under the solar rays. This may be contrary to astronomy as now taught and understood, but who can say that changes in the motion of the earth which do not take place now did not occur millions of years back? Returning once more to the statement that Vara meant the man of the 4th round as much as the earth of those days the moon, and even Noah's Ark, if one will so have it, this is again shown in the dialogue between Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra. First, when the latter asks in verse 42, "O maker of the material world, thou Holy One, who is he who brought the law of Mazda into the Vara which Yima made?" Ahura Mazda answered, "It was the bird Karshipta, O holy Zarathustra." The bird Kashipta dwells in the heavens, where he living on the earth he would be king of birds. He brought into the Var of Yima and recites the Avesta in the language of birds. This again is an allegory and a symbol misunderstood by the Orientalists only, who see in this bird an incarnation of lightning, and say its song was often taught to be the utterance of a god and a revelation, and what not. Kashipta is the human mind-soul, and the deity thereof symbolized in ancient Magianism by a bird, as the Greeks symbolized it by a butterfly. No sooner had Kashipta entered the Vara, or man, than he understood the law of Mazda, or divine wisdom. In the book of Concealed Mystery it is said of the tree, which is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, in its branches of the tree the birds lodge and build their nests, or the souls and the angels have their place. Note, see Kabbalah Unveiled by S. MacGregor Mathis, page 104, end of note. Therefore, with the Kabbalists, it was like a symbol. Bird was a Chaldean, and has become a Hebrew synonym and symbol for angel, a soul, a spirit, or deva, and the bird's nest was with both heaven and is God's bosom in the Zohar. The perfect Messiah enters Eden into that place which is called the bird's nest, from Zohar 2:8b. Like a bird that is flying from its nest, and that is the soul from which the Shekinah, divine wisdom or grace, does not move away. Zohar 3:278a, and Meir's Kabbalah 217. The nest of eternal bird, the flutter of whose wings produces life, is boundless space, says the commentary meaning Hansa, the bird of wisdom. It is Adam Kadmon who is the sephirothal tree, and it is he who becomes the tree of knowledge of good and evil esoterically. And that tree hath around it 7 columns, 7 pillars of the world, or rectores, the same progenitors, or Sephiroth again, operating through the respective orders of angels in the spheres of the 7 planets, etc., one of which orders begets giants, Nephilim, on earth. It was the belief of entire antiquity, pagan and Christian, that the earliest mankind was a race of giants. Certain excavations in America, in mounds and in caves, have already yielded in isolated cases groups of skeletons of 9 and 12 feet high. Note: Darwinian evolutionists who are so wont to refer to the evidence of reversion to type, the full meaning of which in the case of human masters is embraced in the esoteric solution of the embryological problem, as proof of their arguments, would do well to inquire into those instances of modern giants who are often 8, 9, and 11 feet high. Such reversions are imperfect yet undeniably reproductions of the original towering man of primeval times. End of note. These belong to tribes of the early 5th race, now degenerated to an average size of between 5 and 6 feet. But we can easily believe that the Titans and Cyclops of old really belonged to the 4th Atlantean race, and that all the subsequent legends and allegories found in the Hindu Puranas and the Greek Hesiod and Homer were based on the hazy reminiscences of real Titans, men of a superhuman, tremendous physical power which enabled them to defend themselves and hold at bay the gigantic monsters of the Mesozoic and earlier Cenozoic times, and of actual Cyclops, 3-eyed mortals. It has been often remarked by observant writers that the origin of nearly every popular myth and legend could be traced invariably to a fact in nature. In these fantastic creations of an exuberant subjectivism, there is always an element of the objective and real. The imagination of the masses, disorderly and ill-regulated as it may be, could never have conceived and fabricated ex nihilo so many monstrous figures, such a wealth of extraordinary tales, had it not had to serve it as a central nucleus those floating reminiscences, obscure and vague, which unite the broken links of the chain of time to form with them the mysterious dream foundation of our collective consciousness. Note: see Mythical Monsters by Gould, from whose interesting and scientific volume a few passages are quoted further on. See in Mr. Sinnett's Occult World the description of a cavern in the Himalayan filled with relics of human and animal giant bones. End of note. The evidence for the Cyclops a race of giants, will be pointed out in forthcoming sections, in the Cyclopean remnant so called to this day. An indication that during its evolution and before the final adjustment of the human organism, which became perfect and symmetrical only in the fifth race, the early fourth race may have been third-eyed without having necessarily a third eye in the middle of the brow, like the legendary Cyclops, is also furnished by science. To the occultists, who believe that spiritual and psychic involution proceeds on parallel lines with physical evolution, that the inner senses, innate in the first human races, atrophied during racial growth and the material development of the outer senses. To the student of esoteric symbology, finally, this statement is no conjecture or possibility, but simply a phase of the law of growth, a proven fact, in short. They understand the meaning of this passage in the commentaries, which says, "There were four-armed human creatures in those early days of the male-females, hermaphrodites, with one head yet 3 eyes. They could see before them and behind them." Note, meaning the third eye was at the back of the head. The statement of the latest hermaphrodite humanity was four-armed unriddles probably the mystery of all the representations and idols of the exoteric gods of India. On the Acropolis of Argos there was a rudely carved wooden statue attributed to Daedalus, representing a three-eyed colossus, which was consecrated to Zeus, Triopas, three-eyed. The head of the quote god unquote has 2 eyes in its face and one above on top of the forehead. It is considered the most archaic of all the ancient statues. End of note. A kalpa later, after the separation of the sexes, men having fallen into matter, their spiritual vision became dim, and coordinately the third eye commenced to lose its power. When the fourth race arrived at its middle age, the inner vision had to be awakened and acquired by artificial stimuli, the process of which was known to the old sages. Note, the inner sight could henceforth be acquired only through training and initiation, save in the case of natural and born magicians, sensitives and medium, as they are called now. End of note. The third eye, likewise, getting gradually petrified, soon disappeared. Note, this expression petrified instead of ossified is curious. The back eye, which is of course the pineal gland now so called, the small pea-like mass of grey nervous matter attached to the back of the third ventricle of the brain, is said to almost invariably contain mineral concretions and sand, and nothing more. Vide info. End of note. The double-faced became the one-faced, and the eye was drawn deep into the head, and is now buried under the hair. During the activity of the inner man, during trances and spiritual visions, the eye swells and expands. The arhat sees and feels it, and regulates his action accordingly. The undefiled Lanu, disciple of Chela, need fear no danger. He who keeps himself not in purity, who is not chaste, will receive no help from the Deva eye. Unquote. Unfortunately not. The, quote, Deva eye, unquote, exists no more for the majority of mankind. The third eye is dead and acts no longer, but it has left behind a witness to its existence. The witness is now the pineal gland. As for the four-armed men, it is they who become the prototypes of the four-armed Hindu gods, as shown in the preceding footnote. Such is the mystery of the human eye that, in their vain endeavors to explain and account for all the difficulties surrounding its action, some scientists have been forced to resort to occult explanations. The development of the human eye gives more support to occult anthropology than to that of the materialistic physiologists. The eyes in the human embryo grow from within without, out of the brain, instead of being part of the skin, as in the insects and cuttlefish. Professor Lankster, thinking the brain a queer place for the eye, and attempting to explain the phenomenon on Darwinian lines, suggests the curious view that our earliest vertebrate ancestor was a transparent creature, and hence did not mind where the eye was. And so was man a transparent creature once upon a time, we are taught, hence our theory holds good. But how does the Lancaster hypothesis square with the Haeckel's view that the vertebrate eye originated by changes in the epidermis? If it started inside, the theory goes into the wastebasket. This seems to be proved by embryology. Moreover, Professor Lancaster's extraordinary suggestion, or shall we say admission, is rendered perhaps necessary by evolutionist necessities. Occultism, with its teaching as to the gradual development of senses from within without, from astral prototypes, is far more satisfactory. The third eye retreated inwards when its course was run, another point in favor of occultism. The allegorical expression of the Hindu mystics when speaking of the eye of Shiva, the Tribokana, three-eyed, thus receives its justification and raison d'être, the transference of the pineal gland, once that third eye, to the forehead, being an exoteric license. This throws also light on the mystery, incomprehensible to some, of the connection between abnormal or spiritual seership and the physiological purity of the seer. The question is often asked, why should celibacy and chastity be a sine qua non rule and condition of regular chelaship, or the development of psychic and occult powers? The answer is contained in the commentary. When we learn that the third eye was once a physiological organ, and later on owing to the gradual disappearance of spirituality and increase of materiality, spiritual nature being extinguished by the physical, it became an atrophied organ, as little understood now by physiologists as the spleen is. When we learn this, the connection will become clearer. During human life, the greatest impediment in the way of spiritual development, and especially to the acquirement of yoga powers, is the activity of our physiological senses. Sexual action being closely connected by interaction with the spinal cord and the grey matter of the brain, it is useless to give any longer explanation. Of course, the normal and abnormal state of the brain and the degree of active work in the medulla oblongata reacts powerfully on the pineal gland, for owing to the number of quote, centers unquote, in that region, which controls by far the greater majority of the physiological reactions of the animal economy, and also owing to the close and intimate neighborhood of the two, there must be exerted a very powerful quote, inductive unquote, action by the medulla on the pineal gland. All this is quite plain to the occultist, but is very vague in the sight of the general reader. The latter must then be shown the possibility of a three-eyed man in nature in those periods, yet in a comparatively chaotic state. Such a possibility may be inferred from anatomical and zoological knowledge, first of all, then it may rest on the assumptions of materialistic science itself. It is asserted upon the authority of science, and upon evidence, which is not merely a fiction of theoretical speculation this time, that many of the animals, especially among the lower orders of the vertebrae, have a third eye, now atrophied, but necessarily active in its origin. Note: deeply placed within the head, covered by thick skin and muscles, true eyes that cannot see are found in certain animals. Also, says Haeckel, vertebrae, blind moles and field mice, blind snakes and lizards, they shun daylight, dwelling under the ground. They were not originally blind, but have evolved from ancestors that lived in the light and had well-developed eyes. The atrophied eye beneath the opaque skin may be found in these blind beings in every stage of reversion. Unquote from Sense Organs by Haeckel. And if two eyes could become so atrophied in low animals, why not one eye, the pineal gland, in man, who is but a higher animal in his physical aspect? End of note. The Hateria species, a lizard of the order Lacatilia, recently discovered in New Zealand, a part of ancient Lemuria so-called, mark well, presents this peculiarity in a most extraordinary manner, and not only the Hateria punctata, but the chameleon, certain reptiles, and even fishes. It was thought at first that it was no more than the prolongation of the brain ending with a small protuberance called epiphysis, a little bone separated from the main bone by cartilage and found in every animal. But it was soon found to be more than this. It offered, as its development and anatomical structure showed, such an analogy with that of the eye that it was found impossible to see in it anything else. There were and are paleontologists who feel convinced to this day that this, quote, third eye, unquote, has functioned in its origin, and they are certainly right. For this is what is said of the pineal gland in Quain's Anatomy, Volume 2, 9th edition, pages 830 to 851. Thalamencephalon, interbrain. Quote, it is from this part, constituting at first the whole and subsequently the hinder part of the anterior primary encephalic vesicle, that the optic vesicles are developed in the earliest period, and the forepart is that in connection which the cerebral hemispheres and accompanying parts are formed. The thalamus opticus of each side is formed by a lateral thickening of the medullary wall, while the interval between, descending towards the base, constitutes the cavity of the third ventricle with its prolongation in the infundibulum. The grey commissure afterwards stretches across the ventricular cavity. The hinder part of the roof is developed by a peculiar process, to be noticed later, into the pineal gland, which remains united on each side by its pedicles, and behind these a transverse band is formed as posterior commissure. The lamina terminalis, lamina cinerea, continues to close the third ventricle in front. Below it, the optic commissure forms the floor of the ventricle, and further back, the infundibulum descends to be united in the sella turcica with the tissue adjoining the posterior lobe of the pituitary body. The two optic thalami formed from the posterior and the outer part of the anterior vesicle consist at first of a single hollow sac of nervous matter, the cavity of which communicates on each side in front with that of the commencing cerebral hemispheres, and behind with that of the middle cephalic vesicle, corpora quadrigemina. Soon, however, by increased deposits taking place in the interior behind, below, and at the sides, the thalami became solid, and at the same time a cleft or fissure appears between them above, and penetrates down to the internal cavity, which continues open at the back part opposite the entrance of the Sylvian aqueduct. This cleft or fissure is the third ventricle. Behind, the two thalami continue united by the posterior commissure, which is distinguishable about the end of the third month, and also by the peduncles of the pineal gland. At an early period, the optic tracts may be recognized as hollow prolongations from the outer part of the wall of the thalami, while they are still vesicular. At the fourth month, these tracts are distinctly formed. They subsequently are prolonged backwards into connection with the corpora quadrigemina. The formation of the pineal gland and pituitary body presents some of the most interesting phenomena which are connected with the development of the thalamencephalon. Unquote. The above is especially interesting when it is remembered that, were it not for the development of the hinder part of the cerebral hemispheres backwards, the pineal gland would be perfectly visible on the removal of the parietal bones. It is very interesting also to note the obvious connection to be traced between the originally hollow optic tracts and the eyes anteriorly, the pineal gland, and its peduncles behind, and all these with the optic thalami, so that the recent discoveries in connection with the third eye of Hateria punctata have a very important bearing on the developmental history of the human senses, and on the occult assertions in the text. It is well known, and also regarded as a fiction now by those who have ceased to believe in the existence of an immortal principle in man, that Descartes saw in the pineal gland the seat of the soul. Although it is joined to every part of the body, he said, there is one special portion of it in which the soul exercises its function more specially than in any other, and as neither the heart nor yet the brain could be that special locality, he concluded that it was that little gland tied to the brain, yet having an action independent of it, that it could easily be put into a kind of a swinging motion, quote, by the animal spirits, which cross the cavities of the skull in every sense, unquote. Note, the nervous ether of Dr. B. W. Richardson, F.R.S., the nerve aura of occultism, the animal spirits, within brackets question mark, are equivalent to the currents of the nerve auric compound circulation, end of note. Unscientific as this may appear in our day of exact learning, Descartes was yet far nearer the occult truth than is any Haeckel. for the pineal gland, as shown, is far more connected with the soul and spirit than with the physiological senses of man. Had the leading scientists a glimmer of the real processes employed by the evolutionary impulse and the widening cyclic course of this great law, they would know instead of conjecturing, and feel as certain of the future physical transformations of the human kind by their knowledge of its past forms. Then would they see the fallacy and all the absurdity of their modern blind force and mechanical processes of nature, realizing in consequence of such knowledge that the said pineal gland, for instance, could not but be disabled for physical use at this stage of our cycle. If the odd "I" in man is now atrophied, it is a proof that, as in the lower animal, it has once been active. For nature never creates the smallest, the most insignificant form without some definite purpose and use. It was an active organ, we say, at that stage of evolution when the spiritual element in man reigned supreme over the hardly nascent intellectual and psychic elements. And as the cycle ran down toward that point when the physiological senses were developed by and went pari passu with the growth and consolidation of the physical man, the interminable and complex vicissitudes and tribulations of zoological development, that median "I" ended by atrophying along with the early spiritual and purely psychic characteristics in man. The eye is the mirror and also the window of the soul, says popular wisdom, and vox populi, vox Dei. Note, let us remember that the first race is shown in occult sciences as spiritual within and ethereal without. The second, psycho-spiritual mentally, and ethereophysical bodily. The third, still bereft of intellect in its beginning, is astrophysical in its body, and lives an inner life in which the psycho-spiritual element is in no way interfered with as yet by the hardly nascent physiological senses. Its two front eyes look before them without seeing either past or future, but the "third eye" embraces eternity. End of note. In the beginning, every class and family of living species was hermaphrodite and objectively one-eyed. In the animal, whose form was an ethereal, astrally, as that of man, before the bodies of both began to evolve their coats of skin, meaning to evolve from within, without, the thick coating of physical substance or matter with its internal physiological mechanism, the third eye was primarily, as in man, the only seeing organ. The two physical front eyes developed later on in both brute and man, whose organ of physical sight was, at the commencement of the third race, in the same position as that of some of the blind vertebrae in our day, that is, beneath an opaque skin. Notes. But in a very different manner to that pictured by Haeckel as an evolution by natural selection in the struggle for existence. See Pedigree of Man, Sense Organs, page 335. The mere, "thermal sensibility of the skin," to hypothetical light waves is absurdly incompetent to account for the beautiful combination of adaptations present in the eye. It has, moreover, been previously shown that "natural selection" is a pure myth when credited with the origination of variations. Vide Info Part 3 on Darwinian mechanical causation. As the "survival of the fittest" can only take place after useful variations have sprung up, together with the improved organisms. Whence came the "useful variations" which developed the eye? Only from "blind forces, without aim, without design." The argument is puerile. The true solution of the mystery is to be found in the impersonal divine wisdom, in its ideation, reflected through matter. And note, paleontology has ascertained that in the animals of the Cenozoic age, the saurians especially, such as the antediluvian labyrinthodon, whose fossil skull exhibits a perforation otherwise inexplicable, the third or odd eye must have been much developed. 7 naturalists, among others E. Korschelt, felt convinced that whereas, notwithstanding the opaque skin covering it, such an eye in the reptiles of the present period can only distinguish light from darkness, as the human eyes do when bound with a handkerchief, or even tightly closed. In the now extinct animals, that eye functioned and was a real organ of vision. End of notes. Only stages of the odd, or primeval eye, in man and brute, are now inverted, as the former has already passed that animal non-rational stage in the third round, and is ahead of mere brute creation by a whole plane of consciousness. Therefore, while the cyclopean eye was, and still is, in man the origin of spiritual sight, in the animal it was that of objective vision, and this eye, having performed its function, was replaced in the course of physical evolution from the simple to the complex by two eyes, and thus was stored and laid aside by nature for further use in aeons to come. This explains why the pineal gland reached its highest development proportionately with the lowest physical development. It is the vertebrae in which it is the most prominent and objective, and in man it is most carefully hidden and inaccessible except to the anatomist. No less light is thrown thereby on the future physical, spiritual, and intellectual state of mankind, in periods corresponding on parallel lines with other past periods, and always on the lines of ascending and descending cyclic evolution and development. Thus, a few centuries before the Kali Yuga, the Black Age, which began nearly 5,000 years ago, it was said, paraphrased into comprehensive sentences, quote, "We, the fifth foot race, in our first half of duration onward on the now ascending arc of the cycle, are on the midpoint of, or between, the first and the second races, falling downward, that is, the races were then on the descending arc of the cycle. Calculate for thyself, Lanu, and see," unquote, from Commentary 20. Calculating as advised, we find that during that transitional period, namely in the second half of the first spiritual ethereal-astral race, nascent mankind was devoid of the intellectual brain element, as it was on its descending line, and as we are parallel to it on the ascending, we are, therefore, devoid of the spiritual element, which is now replaced by the intellectual. For remember well, as we are in the Manasa period of our cycle of races, or in the fifth, we have therefore crossed the meridian point of the perfect adjustment of spirit and matter, or that equilibrium between brain intellect and spiritual perception. One important point has, however, to be borne in mind. We are only in the fourth round, and it is in the fifth that the full development of manas, as a direct ray from the universal Mahat, a ray unimpeded by matter, will be finally reached. Nevertheless, as every sub-race and nation have their cycles and stages of developmental evolution repeated on a smaller scale, it must be the more so in the case of a root race. Our race then has, as a root race, crossed the equatorial line and is cycling onward on the spiritual side. But some of our sub-races still find themselves on the shadowy descending arc of their respective national cycles, while others again, the oldest, having crossed their crucial point, which alone decides whether a race, a nation, or a tribe will live or perish, are at the apex of spiritual development as sub-races. It becomes comprehensible now why the quote, "odd eye" unquote, has been gradually transformed into a simple gland after the physical fall of those we have agreed to call the Lemurians. It is a curious fact that it is especially in human beings that the cerebral hemispheres and the lateral ventricles have been developed, and that the optic thalami, corpora quadrigemina, and corpora striata are the principal parts which are developed in the mammalian brain. Moreover, it is asserted that the intellect of any man may to some extent be gauged by the development of the central convolutions and the forepart of the cerebral hemispheres. It would seem a natural corollary that if the development and increased size of the pineal gland may be considered to be an index of the astral capacities and spiritual proclivities of any man, there will be a corresponding development of that part of the cranium, or an increase in the size of the pineal gland, at the expense of the hinder part of the cerebral hemispheres. It is a curious speculation, which would receive a confirmation in this case. We should see, below and behind, the cerebellum, which has been held to be the seat of all the animal proclivities of a human being, and which is allowed by science to be the great center for all the physiologically coordinated movements of the body, such as walking, eating, etc., etc., in front, the forepart of the brain, the cerebral hemispheres, the part especially connected with the development of the intellectual powers in man, and in the middle, dominating them both, and especially the animal functions, the developed pineal gland in connection with the more highly evolved or spiritual man. It must be remembered that these are only physical correspondences, just as the ordinary human brain is the registering organ of memory, but not memory itself. This is, then, the organ which gave rise to so many legends and traditions, among others to that of man with one head but two faces. These may be found in several Chinese works, besides being referred to in the Chaldean fragments. Apart from the work already cited, the Chennai King, compiled by King Chia, from engravings on 9 urns made 2255 before Christ by the Emperor Yu, there may be found in another work called the Bamboo Books, and in a third one, the Raya, initiated according to the tradition by Chao Kung, uncle of Wu Wang, the first emperor of the Chao dynasty, before Christ 1122, says Mr. Charles Gould in his Mythical Monsters. The Bamboo Books contain the ancient annals of China, found AD 279 at the opening of the grave of King Sheng of Wei, who died BC 295. Both these works mention men with 2 faces on one head, one in front and one behind, on page 27. Now that which the students of occultism ought to know is that the third eye is indissolubly connected with karma. The tenet is so mysterious that very few have heard of it. The quote, eye of Shiva, unquote, did not become entirely atrophied before the close of the 4th race, when spirituality and all the divine powers and attributes of the Devaman of the 3rd had been made the handmaidens of the newly awakened physiological and psychic passions of the physical man. Instead of the reverse, the eye lost its powers. But such was the law of evolution, and it was, in strict accuracy, no fall. The sin was not in using those newly developed powers, but in misusing them. In making of the tabernacle designed to contain a god, the fane of every spiritual iniquity. And if we say sin, it is merely that everyone should understand our meaning, as the term karma would be the right one to use in this case, while the reader who would feel perplexed at the use of the term spiritual instead of physical iniquity is reminded of the fact that there can be no physical iniquity. Note on karma. Karma is a word of many meanings, and has a special term for almost every one of its aspects. It means, as a synonym of sin, the performance of some action for the attainment of an object of worldly, hence selfish, desire, which cannot fail to be hurtful to somebody else. Karman is action the cause, and karma again is the law of ethical causation, the effect of an act produced egoistically when the great law of harmony depends on altruism. End of note. The body is simply the irresponsible organ, the tool of the psychic, if not the spiritual man. While in the case of the Atlanteans, it was precisely the spiritual being which sinned, the spirit element being still the master principle in man in those days. Thus it is in those days that the heaviest karma of the 5th race was generated by our monads. As this sentence may again be found puzzling, it is better that it should be explained for the benefit of those who are ignorant of the theosophical teachings. Questions with regard to karma and rebirths are constantly offered, and a great confusion seems to exist upon this subject. Those who are born and bred in the Christian faith and have been trained in the idea that a new soul is created by God for every newly born infant are among the most perplexed. They ask whether in such case the number of incarnating monads on earth is limited, to which they are answered in the affirmative. For however countless in our conceptions the number of incarnating monads, even if we take into account the fact that ever since the 2nd race, when their respective 7 groups were furnished with bodies, several births and deaths may be allowed for every second of time in the aeons already past, still there must be a limit. It was stated that karma nemesis, whose bondmaid is nature, adjusted everything in the most harmonious manner, and that therefore the fresh pouring in or arrival of new monads had ceased as soon as humanity had reached its full physical development. No fresh monads have incarnated since the middle point of the Atlanteans. Hence, remembering that, save in the case of young children, and of individuals whose lives were vitally cut off by some accident, no spiritual entity can reincarnate before a period of many centuries has elapsed. Such gaps alone must show that the number of monads is necessarily finite and limited. Moreover, a reasonable time must be given to other animals for their evolutionary progress. Hence the assertion that many of us are now working off the effects of the evil karmic causes produced by us in Atlantean bodies. The law of karma is inextricably interwoven with that of reincarnation. It is only the knowledge of the constant rebirths of one and the same individuality throughout the life cycle, the assurance that the same monads, among whom are many Dyankochans or the gods themselves, have to pass through the circle of necessity, rewarded or punished by such rebirth for the suffering endured or crimes committed in the former life, that those very monads which entered the empty, senseless shells or astral figures of the first rays emanated by the pt5 are the same who are now amongst us, nay, ourselves, perchance. It is only this doctrine, we say, that can explain to us the mysterious problem of good and evil, and reconcile man to the terrible and apparent injustice of life. Nothing but such certainty can quiet our revolted sense of justice. For when one acquainted with the noble doctrine looks around him and observes the inequalities of birth and fortune, of intellect and capacities, when one sees honor-paid fools and profligates, on whom fortune has heaped her favors by a mere privilege of birth, and their nearest neighbor, with all his intellect and noble virtues, far more deserving in every way, perishing of want and for lack of sympathy, when one sees all this, and has to turn away, helpless to relieve the undeserved suffering, one's ears ringing and heart aching with the cries of pain around him, that blessed knowledge of karma alone prevents him from cursing life and men, as well as their supposed creator. Note: objectors to the doctrine of karma should recall the fact that it is absolutely out of the question to attempt a reply to the pessimists on other data. A firm grasp of the principles of karmic law knocks away the whole basis of the imposing fabric reared by the disciples of Schopenhauer and von Hartmann. End of note. Of all the terrible blasphemies and accusations virtually thrown on their God by the monotheists, none is greater or more unpardonable than that almost always false humility, which makes the presumably pious Christian assert in connection